Wilmer hits a high drive to left. It is out of here. Yep. The big hit they haven't been able to get. They just got it from Wilmer Flores.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Dwayne Kuiper on the call, and the Giants snapped their 6-game losing streak. Big-time grand slam by Wilmer Flores. They win yesterday 9-3 against the Arizona Diamondbacks to prevent the sweep. And, look, we're going to get into the Giants and BoMel, and we could talk about maybe his rant from the previous night, and maybe that could be the turning point of the season for this team where he basically said, we play terrible baseball, blah, blah, blah. But we're just discussing right before the show because I am fired up for the NBA Finals, Game 1 tonight. I am. I need some NBA basketball in my life. There's so much nonsense going on in the WNBA in terms of, like, the vitriol, and I watched I looked at this thread yesterday from Chicago Sky players where they go to a hotel in Washington, D.C., and they're getting heckled and harassed. Kennedy Carter was getting heckled. Just a random fan just putting cameras in her face and invading space and, not respecting boundaries. But we're just talking about, Dan Hurley, right? He's a candidate for the Lakers job, and apparently the Lakers are targeting UConn's Dan Hurley as the next head coach. Woj reported that, about an hour ago, hour and a half, maybe 4:30 in the morning. Spadoni sent it to the thread. Real quick, Shasky. Shams Charania was saying that J.J. Redick was the front runner. He was the lead. And he may be wrong on that. Now I'm just thinking, I don't know why this just popped up in my head. But you think Woj is ticked off. Probably people are out there, who cares what Woj thinks? But Shams has been on Pat McAfee every single week on ESPN, which is Woj's territory. He's the ESPN insider. There's definitely big-time beef there.
This is like Hatfields and McCoys when it comes to, you want to get inside. We're getting inside here, but there are two different representations. There's CAA, and then there's Clutch. And that's what's going on. And if you look around the media landscape, a lot of the high-profile people are represented by one or the other. And so I believe Shams represents everything coming out of Clutch.
Right.
Whereas Woj is everything coming out of CAA. Right. And that's how they get their information.
LeBron and Woj have had beef dating back a decade ago when Woj used to write hit pieces on LeBron at Yahoo Sports, when Woj was at Yahoo Sports.
Can we all agree, though? Woj.
So there it is, the tweet LeBron James and J.J. Redick. Dan Hurley, he's so damn good, along with the staff. Super creative with their offense. Love it. And now all of a sudden the Lakers are the front runners, or Dan Hurley's the front runner for that job.
Well, if LeBron and Dan Hurley are paired together, what is it, 8 months? 9 months, over, under? Like, what? Like, honestly.
I don't know. I don't know. That's a tough job. It's a Laker job. It's LeBron James, and you're leaving UConn. Now, I did, reading up on the story, and there is some truth to the NIL money and UConn trying to, raise that NIL money to keep players coming there. And you have to compete with the big boys now with Kentucky and California now in Arkansas. And the landscape of college basketball has all changed. The landscape of college sports has changed. So I get why Dan Hurley may be intrigued with this job. But there it is, LeBron James, April 19th. Dan Hurley, he's so damn good. Super creative with their offense.
Sorry that I'm skeptical.
I mean, we're all skeptical. It's LeBron James. For crying out loud. This is why I don't want to deal with LeBron James with the Golden State Warriors. He will wear Steve Kerr's ass out. Oh, man.
So let me get this straight. Your hypothesis, everyone's hypothesis now, is Dan Hurley to the Lakers and LeBron stays with the Lakers because he sent out a tweet. I want to make sure that I'm uninitiated.
I didn't say that. I don't know what to make.
Because when I saw Dan Hurley, a college guy, my instant thought was, oh, LeBron's out then. That's what I thought.
Nah, I saw that quote a couple weeks ago, and then all of a sudden I remembered it. I forgot to bring it up, and I was like, LeBron James bigging up Dan Hurley. Interesting. There's always a method to his madness.
Oh, there's James. That I completely agree with.
So when this report came in this morning, it's like, that's interesting.
Bringing a college guy to develop his college-age son?
Right, player development. I don't know.
He's going to be in whatever, G League affiliate that the Lakers have.
The way Hurley coaches, I don't know how it's going to work out. I really don't know. But he does have a good scheme. I think he's a hell of a coach. Can he make the transition? Because a lot of times you see a college coach come to the NBA. I don't know how much it works out. I remember growing up as a kid, it never worked out. Patino, Calipari. I mean, just
Larry Brown's one of the few.
Didn't Tarkanian coach the Spurs and get fired like
Mike
in 2 months?
I was going through that this morning. I was like, Billy Donovan's like the only one recently, and that was 10 years ago with the Thunder.
And I even question him. Who was the USC guy that went to the Bulls? Come on.
Not Frey Hoiberg, Tim Floyd.
Tim Floyd, thank you.
Tim Floyd, longtime Iowa State coach. Always Iowa State coach, USC, Bulls, but it didn't work out. Fred Hoiberg, I guess, didn't work out with the Bulls.
He did Iowa State as well, yeah.
Yeah, Iowa State, the mayor, Fred Hoiberg.
The Cyclones.
So I don't know about that, but that's a Lakers issue, and that's a pressure-packed job. This isn't UConn, where you're in the Northeast and you're in a small university. It's not a small university, but you're in the Big East. You're tucked away. You got the East Coast media. You got them eating at the palm of your head. You're at UConn. I don't know.
You know what else is interesting in all this? Coach K is a consultant with the Lakers right now during this coaching search. Coach K obviously coached JJ Redick at Duke. He was very well versed with Dan Hurley. It's just very interesting, this whole process playing out the last couple of days, going from JJ, who has to call game 1 of the NBA Finals tonight. How's he feeling about all this, by the way, calling that game with Doris Burke and Mike Breen? And then now Dan Hurley again. It's just very interesting.
Also, Dan Hurley, of course, is the brother of Bobby Hurley, who played for Coach K at Duke University and won 2 national championships. And it was actually, I saw something, I guess it was 20 years to the day where the Lakers tried to offer Coach K this massive package to coach the LA Lakers. Kobe wanted Coach K to coach him.
I would have went to Duke had I went to college.
Yeah, Kobe at Duke would have been sick of that uniform.
I would have went to Princeton had I went to college.
Yeah, well.
I mean, it's Kobe.
Well, Kobe in the Duke uniform, though, would have been
Kobe
sick.
had no intentions of going to college. What are we doing?
That's why North Carolina
can I
didn't
just
offer anything.
Daydream about Kobe being in the Duke uniform? That would have been out of control. That would have been so. The Duke uniforms are sick. Come on. The Duke uniforms are sick.
I'm not a blue. I don't love just regular royal blue.
Oh, I love Duke's uniforms.
They're okay.
I love Duke's uniforms. On the court, like I'm Kobe or
If
LeBron.
I had to choose, I'm not a huge fan of either, but I'm leaning North Carolina over Duke.
Oh, no. I got off the baby blue. I don't like the baby blue. No. Give me that white and blue. Give me the Duke blue jerseys.
God, you're such an old white man.
Oh, dude, I love the Duke. Go ask Worldwide Hef about the Duke uniforms. Oh, they're so sick. To see them chasing their they just pop. Oh my gosh, pop. Duke, white, blue. Oh, it's unbelievable. Anyway, Dan Hurley, front runner for the Lakers job, apparently. Will they increase the chances of Lakers drafting Bronny James? Who knows? He may tell him no. I didn't even recruit him at UConn. I'm a national power. I won national championships. I wasn't even recruiting Bronny James because he was not good, but I don't know what happens to the LA Lakers. But the other thing, too, about this story, it's sneaky, and I'm not a fool.
Are you going to go windhorse on me and point up into the sky?
Let me point the sky.
Yeah.
I'm not a fool.
Okay, boo-boo.
The Lakers get this news out here on day 1 of the NBA Finals that has the Boston Celtics participating in it.
That.
Oh, it's a slap in the face.
Levels.
It's levels of pettiness. Oh, you thought about that too, Spinoni?
Oh, absolutely. No, not even the Lakers. LeBron making it about him. Come on. It always comes back to LeBron. How's LeBron going to feel about Dan Hurley? And not even 2 seconds later, it's like, oh, Bronny James, he's going to get developed. Like, come on. There's levels to this, guys.
If the pregame tonight goes right into LeBron talk.
Oh, absolutely. Halftime, they'll talk about it.
That's embarrassing. But this would happen a couple years ago when the Warriors were in the finals with the Boston Celtics. That whole week was about what's Kevin Durant going to do in Brooklyn.
That's true.
Kevin Durant in Brooklyn. And they tried to hijack the hype of those NBA finals. And I was ticked off because it was the 75th anniversary. It was East Coast, West Coast, 2 blue blood franchises, original NBA franchises. Of course, the Warriors in Philadelphia as the Philadelphia Warriors, the Boston Celtics out there, the East Coast, West Coast, East Coast. I mean, and they hijacked it. They tried to hijack the hype of the series and try to just dismiss Stephen Curry and talk about all the other things. And here we go. The lead story on ESPN during day 1 of the NBA Finals, where we're going to get Kyrie and Luka versus Tatum and Brown, and it's all about Dan Hurley, LeBron James, Bronny James, and the LA Lakers. The Lakers! That's the problem. That's the problem with some of our media coverage. I do fear the Lakers.
Well, people do care. Like, there is an abundance of care.
The Lakers fans care. You care about the Lakers? I don't care about the Lakers.
Like Dan Hurley does nothing for me. I don't care who their coach is. LeBron should just coach. We should just literally put an iPad there as the AI head coach to give cliche answers into the media when we know that everything is LeBron. LeBron should just do the Pete Rose and be the player coach and then just put the iPad there and have ChatGPT answer all the questions or whatever the hell that thing's called. The AI just answer all of the cliche questions that are coming from Dave McMenamin, who's never going to ask a tough question because he's LeBron's boy or whatever the hell. I just don't know what we're doing.
It could also be Dan Hurley posturing.
Calling it LeBron.
It's also posturing for Dan Hurley. He could be trying to get more money from UConn, I should say. He could be telling UConn, hey, look, man, if you want to keep me, you're gonna have to raise the price and give me some more money.
Oh, the Lakers could absolutely end up with an egg on their face in this whole thing. Like, they could go after it, and Dan Hurley says, I'm going to stay. He signs a new fat contract. JJ Redick says, I'm going to stay at ESPN. And then what? And then they're pivoted to who? That could absolutely, I would not put that past the realm of possibility that the Lakers end up with an egg on their face. Why? Because that's been the status quo for the last couple of years. Just think about the head coaches. Darvin Ham, Frank Vogel, Luke Walton, Mike Brown, Byron Scott, Mike D'Antoni. I might be missing someone there. That's everyone since Phil Jackson, pretty much. It's just been a revolving door.
It is kind of crazy that Darvin Ham went to the Western Conference Finals, and then a year later, he's gone.
Has he had more coaches, LeBron, than any other great player?
Yes, absolutely. I believe so.
I can't even think of anyone who's had more coaches.
LeBron.
I'm just thinking.
Like Tony Snell, probably, but that's not a player.
Of the great players.
The greatest of the greats.
Yeah, of the great players.
The greatest of the greats. So LeBron has had who? David Blatt, Ty Lue, Mike Brown, Paul Silas. Who else did he have? Frank Vogel.
Your guy that went, from overseas to coach.
David Blatt.
Yes, David Blatt. Thank you. Sorry, you referenced him earlier.
Luke Walton.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did have Luke Walton. Frank Vogel. Darvin Ham.
Ham and eggs.
Ham and eggs went to the Western Conference Finals, got fired a year later.
Because he turned out to be scamming eggs.
And what was the most competitive 5-game series in the first round? Remember, everyone said, that's one of the best 5-game series we've ever seen. And Darvin Scam gets fired. I actually want Darvin Ham to be our assistant coach here with the Golden State Warriors.
Sorry to interrupt. He's had 9 total coaches in his career.
That's got to be a record for a top 20 player in any sport.
You want the full list?
Oh, I could name it. Paul Silas.
1.
Mike Brown.
2. He had one of them twice, right?
No. Mike Brown, so that's 2. Eric
Spoelstra 3.
Luke Walton.
4.
Oh, David Blatt.
5.
Ty Lue.
6.
Frank Vogel.
7.
Darvin Ham.
8.
Am I missing one?
I'll be very impressed if you get this one.
Ty Lue, David Blatt, Frank Vogel, Luke Walton, Paul Silas, Mike Brown.
I'm not going to fault you for not getting this one because this is a very, very, very
interim
deep cut.
coach after Paul Silas. Can you name it?
Oh, man. He had it. Oh, they did fire Paul Silas. Oh.
But they did have a point.
I don't remember that.
Shares a last name with the Denver Nuggets coach.
Malone.
What's the first name?
Carl Malone came out of retirement and he was coaching that
Brendan
for 2 games.
I was going to say Brendan Malone. Wow. Brendan Malone was his interim coach. Wow.
The fact you're able to rattle off the other 8 like that, very impressive.
He is a LeBron fan underneath all that Duke exterior.
Well, no, according to Shasky, I hate LeBron. Let's see, Shasky don't know about my fandom, man. You gotta get into the lab with Bonte Hill to understand the fandom here.
Well, just because you don't like LeBron doesn't mean you don't know his history.
I don't like LeBron right now.
Same old LeBron.
I should be a huge LeBron fan. Huge LeBron fan.
The only one with more head coaches who's a good player, George Hill. I'm just totally teasing.
George Hill.
He's been traded every deadline for the last 32 years.
What about James Harden? How many coaches has he had? Scott Brooks, Mike D'Antoni. Who else did he have down there?
Who cares about James Harden?
No, he's had a lot of coaches. He said something the other day talking about his legacy, how he wants it to be remembered, and the one player he thinks Kobe's his GOAT. He said something about Kobe being this guy. I don't know, James Harden. He's just
I will say
not
that
meta world peace.
With game 1 tonight, I feel a certain way when it comes to the NBA Finals. God, I miss the Warriors being in it. And I'm real nostalgic today, and I know the boss tweeted out a video of day 1, game 1, 2 years ago, and that feels like 5 years ago. I don't know about you guys, but it feels like forever ago. June 2022, Boston Celtics, Golden State Warriors at Chase. The fourth quarter where Derek White went crazy and Al Horford went crazy and the Warriors went cold.
They got outscored 40-16 in the fourth quarter.
Didn't it?
40 to
It
16.
feels like a lifetime ago.
It's
and I
Steph
see the
Curry.
highlights with Jordan Poole, and I'm like, God.
Jordan Poole's. He has some moments in that series, man. Oh, man, he has some moments in that series. Game 5 when they're up 20 going into the third quarter, or fourth quarter, I should say. He hits a big-time 3 from half court. He's just looking at the crowd. I do get nostalgic because I remember, 2015. Now, you say the finals from a couple years ago feels like it was 5 years ago.
It does.
Think about 2015.
That feels 20 years ago.
And I remember being there, 2015, a young Bonte Hill with Matt Kolsky. And we're looking for seats at the NBA Finals. We find some seats because a Cleveland playing dealer didn't send their beat writers out, or their beat writers are in the media center. So their 2 seats were open the entire series at Oracle in section 124, right behind the goal by the Warriors, right behind the basket where the Cleveland Cavaliers are going to the locker room. And I just remember right before tip-off, I looked at Kolsky, I said, I can't believe the Warriors are in the NBA Finals against LeBron James and the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah.
And it was a fascinating game 1. Kyrie got hurt. It goes to overtime. Warriors would win that game, and they end up winning the series of 6 games. But that was the start of it. That felt like 20 years ago. 2 years ago feels like 5 years ago. And boy, I do miss, that's why when I hear the Steph Curry drops, I'm like, damn, I miss that guy. I miss the Warriors playing during this time. I've gotten accustomed to it. It was basically when the season started for the Warriors was the playoffs.
Yeah, well, and we were very spoiled. And like if you were to take me back to 2022 and you would have said, Joe, here is a photo of the next 5 years for the Warriors. That photo, like Back to the Future, would have been very crystal clear. Like they're going to be in the finals at least one more time, maybe 2 more times in the next 5 years. And now, if you ask me 2 years later, will they get to the finals in the next 3 years? It almost feels like that is an empty picture. And I'm not trying to be a hater. It's just they feel so far away. They feel so far away. And not that they're the worst team in the league. It's just they're stuck in the middle somewhere, wherever you think they are, 11 through 5 or something. And I don't know, man.
Nobody's going to agree with this take. People are going to call me crazy. But I'm looking at the Dallas Mavericks, who are in the NBA Finals right now. They didn't make the playoffs last season. They retooled. They made some big-time moves at the deadline, bringing in P.J. Washington, Daniel Gafford. And they go from an 8 seed to a 5 seed. They run through the Clippers. They run through the Oklahoma City Thunder. And then, of course, they smoked the Minnesota Timberwolves. And now they're in the NBA Finals, 4 games away from winning the NBA championship. Now, they have a younger superstar in Luka Doncic.
I mean, he's 13 years younger.
No, he's a younger superstar.
I think that matters.
Of course it does. Kyrie Irving, he's in his early 30s, but he's a seasoned veteran, and he's perfect. And they have a lot of young athletic assets in Daniel Gafford, in Derek Lively II. Derek Jones has played some great basketball for them. Maxi Kleber can hit the 3. Tim Hardaway Jr. is not even playing right now. So is there hope for the Warriors to return to the finals? Well, they got to get a lot younger, and they have to get a lot more athletic, and the dynamics are a little bit different. But there is hope that the Warriors can make a push to try to get back in the mix. At least get back in the mix and be a contender. Because and let's pick it up on the other side, because I do believe there's going to be a lot of movement here. In the NBA with the second apron, and it really limits you into how you can build your roster. I think we're going to see the NBA turn into a little more of the NFL in terms of we're going to see different champions. Now, you got your mainstays with Kansas City's. I get all that. You're going to have your mainstays. But there's going to be a lot more teams who feel like they have a lot more hope in that league, just like the NFL. Let's pick this up on the other side. By the way, shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class money market today. We will talk a little bit of Giants. Don't forget, we're going to qualify somebody for an autographed Stephen Curry jersey. We'll do it at 7:30, 12:30, and 4 o'clock. So be locked in. We'll do all that coming up. Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Syntec Premium Full Synthetic.
he's just so balanced. You know, every take, every swing, and he's just completely locked in. I mean, who walks 4 times, especially when you're hitting like he is, you want to swing. But, you know, they're deep counts. It's 3-2 and ends up taking the ball just off the plate. It's really cool to watch because he's such a good kid, and it's been, you know, kind of a hard road for him to get here, and he's taking full advantage of it.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Go for Elliot Ramos, big time game for him. And the Giants winning 9-3. I do want to figure it out, or I do want to throw the number out there. 888-957-9570. That's the number. That's the Xfinity Mobile text line. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. I do want to know how many Warrior fans are excited for these finals. Or are they getting nostalgic? Are they getting angry? What are their thoughts as Game 1 happens later on today in Boston, Dallas and Boston? I may be in the minority here, but I'm freaking pumped for this series. I really am. I think we're going to see some really good basketball. I'm kind of pulling for Tatum. I want to see Tatum win. I want to see Jaylen Brown win. Kyrie's kind of reinvented himself and redeemed himself, and it's going to be interesting to see him go back to Boston. So 888-957-9570 is the number. And make sure you're locked into the roast between 7:30 and 7:45 for your first chance to win this Warriors fanny pack and qualify to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey. We'll be playing Know the Show, so when you hear this sounder, make sure you pay attention because at 7:50, when you, again, hear the sounder, we'll ask a question about the show that you have to get right in order to win the bobblehead and qualify for the jersey. Thank you to the Golden State Warriors for the prizes. Logan Murdoch wrote a great article, pardon me, in the Ringer about the shot with Kyrie and Steph in those finals, so we'll get to that at some point. But get these Giants shakes off because they lost 6 in a row. They bounced back yesterday. Big-time grand slam by Wilmer Flores. Ramos is playing well. Matos gets sit down. Slater's back up. I get the vitriol there. And BoMel lights him up the night before. They get 16 outs from their bullpen. Now they get a day off getting ready for the Texas Rangers, getting off the snide here, snapping their 6-game losing streak yesterday.
Right now, Elliot Ramos is just on a tear. And we've been talking about how great his at-bats have been. He is really one of the few young guys. Bailey, I would put in this category as well. Though Bailey isn't being pushed by anyone behind him, that's just has to play. But in a very crowded outfield, Ramos is proving that he deserves to play every day for the time being. And he's getting on base. He's driving in runs. He's driving the ball. Obviously, the big thing was strikeouts, right? That's what Fleming was talking about. So clearly that's an internal thing. Like we had Dave Fleming on yesterday, and they're like, hey, can't strike out this much. And I'm kind of like, everybody on this team strikes out. Like that's interesting that you're isolating him, but I understand that you don't want to, swing and miss that much. You want to be able to put the ball in play. So he's had great at-bats. He's drawing walks. He's working counts. He's driving the ball. I think he's playing really underrated defense. Made a play in left field again yesterday. I want to get to the Austin Slater, Luis Matos thing. It's so crazy. Now, am I outraged that Luis Matos went down? Not really. Not really, because I saw it coming a mile away. But, if you want to go data boy on me and say, oh, Luis Matos' OPS is not that good and blah, blah, blah. Sure, fine. The reason Austin Slater is on the team is because the data boys have to have him on there. And I mean data boys, I mean the advanced analytics people. He hits lefties, right? That's kind of the argument for playing Austin Slater. All right. Well, let's just look at last year. Who hit lefties better? Well, in a larger sample size, by about 40 extra at-bats, Austin Slater hit lefties worse than Luis Matos did. This year, Austin Slater has hit lefties worse than Luis Matos. Now, it's not saying much. Both guys are kind of struggling this year against lefties. But to say that Austin Slater is just some dude that has earned his spot on this team and needs to play because he's a veteran and he's infinitely more impactful and all that. Well, if you're going to shove data down my throat, the data doesn't data. It does. The math ain't mathin'. So just say that you want to play veteran guys and you're not willing to DFA Austin Slater yet. I would much rather hear that than say that he's the better player, because right now they're very similar. One guy's a lot younger, and I feel like I want to get a look at. But if you also want to tell me that Luis Matos needs to work on some things at AAA and come back up, fine, I'll listen to that. But don't tell me Austin Slater's been more productive the last 2 years when the data doesn't back that up.
It's pretty funny that Luis Matos won NL Player of the Week a couple weeks ago. And now he's back in Sacramento. Austin Slater's first at-bat, 1 pitch, ground out. He did go 1 for 4
He had
yesterday.
a nice hit to right center.
He 1 for 4 yesterday, 2 strikeouts. Ramos still 2 for 2, 4 walks yesterday, 4 walks.
Yeah, he was
and they
really
got the
good.
Giants on the board with that 2-run jack in the top of the 3rd inning. Wilmer Flores later on piled on, and they just destroyed Jordan Montgomery. And he's another guy who signed late to the Arizona Diamondbacks. He fired Scott Boras. He only lasted 2 innings yesterday, gave up 7 hits, 6 runs, 3 walks. He was awful, 6.80 ERA. He's a better pitcher than that. But I did get a little concerned because Jordan Hicks only lasted 3 2/3 of an inning. Pitch count got high, 92 pitches. He walked 4 guys, gave up 6 hits. And I did get a little worried about the game yesterday because you're asking the bullpen to get 16 outs yesterday. 16 outs. Now, they did it. Jelly pitched well. Miller did his thing in that 1 inning with the 2 strikeouts. Ryan Walker. It all set up for the Giants there. They got the insurance runs, I should say, in the 9th inning. That was huge. Huge. You get the solo in the 8th. You get the 2 runs at the top of the 9th. Estrada with a nice double. Good to see him get a hit as he tries to find his rhythm again. And he goes 3 for 6 to get his batting average back up to 250. So just a feel-good win. And Ramos is playing well. And I hope they don't sit him back down because he's playing like he doesn't want to go down. Bob Melvin after the game was asked if this is the happiest he's been after a game this season.
What kind of question is that?
I don't know.
That was the first thing I looked at. It was a little frustrating. The entire game felt like it was frustrating kind of for both sides as far as, as many pitches that were thrown, and it just was kind of a white knuckle thing for a while. But opened it up enough, scored some runs, did some good things offensively, made some good defensive plays, and bullpen did a great job.
That Metro Boomin is slapping. That Future and the Kendrick, damn. I just want to hear that. You think BoMel knew what that song was? Man, they were jamming up in there at the Giants clubhouse in Arizona, man. They were pumping. Get a win, man. Crank that. Crank that.
Obviously, Ramos is going to get all the headlines, but for Wilmer Flores to bust out, that he needed that. And the guy has not had great at-bats this year. He was really good the last couple of years for the Giants. He needed that in the worst way. And that grand slam was, it just felt like it lifted a lot of weight off the shoulders of a lot of Giants. They had an opportunity to put up 15 runs in this game.
They did.
Where they had the bases loaded. And somehow, some way, they chopped multiple balls, and credit the third baseman for Arizona to get forced out at home with the bases loaded and no outs 2 times in a row.
Suarez.
It's just, I couldn't believe it.
Suarez.
But-
by the way, Pavin Smith, I know who he is now.
Me
I
too.
didn't know who he was before the series. I know who he is now. 3 for 4 yesterday for Pavin Smith. Hit his 3rd home run yesterday. Jordan Hicks, any concern there? Because we look at his lifetime numbers here, and we look at the innings pitched for Jordan Hicks. He's 10 innings away from throwing a career high in a season.
That's kind of crazy.
2018, 72, 77 innings. 2019, 28 innings. 2021, 10 innings. 2022, 61 innings. 41 innings in 2023. 24 innings in 2023. Actually, it was a combined, combined 65 innings in 2023. He's already at 67.
Wow.
He's 10 innings away from throwing a career high in terms of innings pitched.
Am I worried? Yeah, I'm worried. You know why? Because if this guy hits a particular ceiling, physical, mental, whatever, who the heck else do they have to start games for them right now?
He hasn't gone more than 5 1/3 since April 27th.
Can we admit, as Giants fans, this bullpen cannot get used to the degree that it's been used through 2 months and think it's sustainable?
It's not.
They have to get Cobb or Robbie Ray or Tristan Beck, Keaton Wynn. Someone has to come back and eat innings. I mean, I used to make fun of the Jeff Samardzija stuff. Well, you'll get 200 innings from Jeff Samardzija. It's like, yeah, well, they're a poor 200 innings. But on this team right now,
you need it.
They need to buy innings from somebody.
Listen, look at his game long. 4 innings, 5 innings, 5 innings, 5 innings, 5 innings, 5 1/3. And he's starting to walk some guys. Like you look at his last 7 starts, I'm seeing here 13 walks. 13 walks. He had 4 yesterday after not walking the batter against the New York Yankees, but he gave up the 5 runs, including the 2 monster home runs by Aaron Judge. The week before against the New York Mets, he did get the 8 Ks, but he only pitched 5, and he got pulled out of 87 pitches. So they're keeping the pitch count down. They're trying to, but without Blake Snell, and you don't know about Robbie Ray, you don't know about Alex Cobb, I got to get 6 from. Now, you got 6 from Kyle Harrison Tuesday night. Great. We know that Logan Webb, for the most part, is going to give you 6, maybe 7. Somebody else has to step up. And again, the best situation for the Giants, ideally, I think, and I don't know if they're thinking about this. Maybe they are. This is how I'm thinking.
Okay.
Blake Snell gets back. He rectifies everything. He has been the second half pitcher, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to give him that lifetime in July, August, September. He's been dynamic. We're praying that that's the case this season. Alex Cobb. We're hoping he comes back, and Robbie Ray. In the perfect world, all those guys come back. Maybe I slot Jordan Hicks and he could be my setup guy for Camilo Duvall. Maybe he goes back to the pen and he's a reliever again. Because I don't know. He's 10 innings away from a career high.
We'll talk about on the other side. Sam, are they just going to shut him down? Or are they going to, throttle down? What was their game plan?
By the way, shout out to my guy Leon out there. Metro Brooman using that old school Rodney O. Joe Cooley beat from my day. That's way back. You too young, homie. Shout out to Leon. He's right. And everybody remixes that.
Yeah, E40 did it with Hot Boys.
That beat's a classic. It's a classic beat.
That is a great song. You know what? Come back with that. And we'll play some other music because today's a big day for you.
Why is it a big day for me?
Well, something's happening with your daughter, correct?
Oh, yeah. End of the year picnic. So I'll be leaving early. I'll be leaving the show early.
Don't miss that break, dog.
So all the people who don't listen because of me, I'll be leaving at 9:12 so you can listen after I leave. For all the people who don't like listening to me. I love you guys all. What a day on Twitter yesterday, by the way. We'll get to that, too. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bake. Celebrating 60 years of full-service baking. And with that, no compromises.
There ain't nothing you can do about it.
Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
My hot boys. See, I always think of the 41.
I don't think they're cussing it. They might cussing it. 40 usually has a couple cuss words. But, yeah, that beat is hard. It always gets recycled. It is so gangster. By the way, this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Giants snapped their 6-game losing streak. Christian McCaffrey gets his new money. You see all the Niners out there, Trent Williams and Bosa company at practice. You get the Dan Hurley news. Lakers targeting UConn's Dan Hurley as their next head coach, according to Adrian Wojnarowski. Boy, that could send shockwaves to the NBA and college basketball. And you got game 1 in the NBA Finals today. Warrior fans, let's get a little nostalgic here. What's our favorite final moments? We're dying for basketball. I'm dying for NBA basketball. I can't wait for tonight. I've been waiting. Like, Giants been driving me crazy. And FP said something yesterday. I listened to him and Guru. And FP's right. You can't treat baseball like football in terms of you're not going to live or die off of one game. It's 162, obviously. You give yourself heart attacks. You're going to need Pepto-Bismol. You're going to need everything to get through a baseball season if you approach it like that. I don't think we do. I know I don't, but just looking at where the team is at right now as they're 3 games under 500, and they're going to go play Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers tomorrow, defending World Series champions. And just where the franchise is at right now. You hope that, hey, maybe yesterday was a turning point. Maybe. But I do have my concerns because the bullpen has thrown the second most innings in all of baseball, and that's before they had to record 16 outs yesterday. And when I say 16 outs, that's the 9th inning, 8th inning, 7th inning, 6th inning, 5th inning. He had to come into the 4th inning. I mean, you're not going to have long-term success doing that, playing like that.
No. I would just say to FP that, like, number one, no one is treating baseball like football. But number two, we're not reacting to a game or even a series or even a month. It's been closer to a decade than it's been to even just a couple of years. You know what I mean? Like, this has been 6 years of blah, followed by the 2 years prior of blah. So, no, I don't think that's fair. I think the reactions that you're seeing from Giants fans isn't just one game, one series, or even 1 month. I think it's close to a decade of frustration. And if you can't acknowledge that, well, then I think you're not paying attention. Because when I look at the 49ers situation and why the Niners were down so bad, it wasn't because of a game that they lost to the LA Rams in week 17 with Jim Tom Sula. You know what it was? It was the totality of multiple seasons of the way it went down with Harbaugh and the way it went down when you moved out of the city. And it was a variety of it's never one thing. And even in football where we lose our minds, like at some point, and I remember this with the 49ers, at some point, even in football, the customer just tunes you out.
Yep.
I remember when the Niner games were an afterthought for people in 2016, 2017, 2015, afterthought. And then Jimmy Garoppolo showed up after they started 0-9. Just remember where you were at. A lot of people don't even really remember anything pre-Jimmy Garoppolo. There's just like a gap. So
no, I think people remember, and I think people. I would give people credit. They remember from what happened once Mariucci got fired to what happened up until Jim Harbaugh got hired. Those were some dark days for the 49ers. You couldn't give away free tickets. My guy Igor Spivak worked at Candlestick Park. Him and Victor, they were working at the turnstiles where they take your tickets in the old Candlestick.
Yeah.
And they'll hit me up. They tell you, man, you want to come to the game today? I'm like, I wouldn't go out there.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not doing it.
I used to go to all those games and there'd be no one there.
Nobody there. I was not going to those games. I'm going to watch at home. I'm not going. This is a terrible project. I'm not going to waste my time to get frustrated. Took my little brother Bernard to his first ever game, and it was against Peyton Manning and the coach, and it was Alex Smith's first start in his NFL career. I think he threw 4 or 5 picks that day.
I think it was 5 picks.
He threw
I think it was like
6.
1 for 11 or something.
I mean, it was awful.
Yeah.
Kevin Barlow dropped the pass, and that was the end of him. Frank Gore came in. I mean, it was bad.
But
And then even Levi Stadium, once, Tom Sula kind of ran the team into the ground, and then Chip Kelly took it another step. I was out there for Eddie DeBartolo Senior's day. It was Eddie Bartolo Senior Day. What were they doing? Retiring his name? Something happened, and they were playing the New England Patriots, and it started raining. And it's kind of a microcosm of what was going on with the Niners, and everybody just ducked for cover. And nobody was really watching the halftime ceremony for Eddie DeBartolo. They were playing the New England Patriots. And it was a sad state of affairs. Dwight Clark, when he got honored at halftime, it was the last time we see Dwight Clark on that video board at Levi Stadium.
That was sad.
They were playing the Dallas Cowboys. And they got roasted like 40-10. So, yes, there were some dark, dark days, but it takes waiting to get you back.
Well, but I think that's the thing is like when I look at anger in a fan base, everyone's like, Matt's like, no, anger means you care. Apathy means it sucks. Like that, when fans stop caring at all, that's when you have problems. When I think about like why Harbaugh resonated and everything, I think about that New Orleans Saints playoff game and what that meant to Niner fans. It wasn't just that game. Wouldn't you agree? It was the 10 years of frustration baked in to that moment.
And I also think it wasn't just that game that got us all hyped up. The lead up to that game.
Yes.
Think about what they did in week 3 that season. All right? Actually, week 4. So they split the first 2 games at Candlestick, Harbaugh's first year. They played the Seahawks, and then they lose to the Cowboys in overtime. Taken Jr. has the 2 punt returns against the Seahawks. They lose to the Cowboys the next week when Harbaugh probably should have not taken a penalty, got a first down instead of and taking the 3 off the board to run more clock off. Anyway, they go to Cincinnati, they win 13-8. Nobody really believed. I remember in the locker room that year after they beat Cincinnati 13-8 in Cincinnati, week 3 of that season, Harbaugh's first year with the 49ers.
Kendall Hunter some big runs in that fourth quarter.
And Harbaugh did the, who's got it better than us? And everyone's like, nobody believed. And then they were down 23-3 against the Philadelphia Eagles in week number 4. And all of a sudden they come back and rally and win that football game.
Yeah.
And then they beat the Lions, who were undefeated.
The backslap.
And then they beat the New York Giants. Kendall Hunter had another big run and a great regular season game at Candlestick Park. And all of a sudden, everybody's like, oh, yeah, we're back. We're back. And then they win a division against Seattle on Christmas Eve. The Skittles game, shout out to Larry Grant, who's back at City College in San Francisco. Cos Nuno Company about to turn that program around and get them rolling again. That's what it takes. And even in 2021, we started to try to lock in, but Giants fans really didn't believe because they didn't feel like they had the staying power.
No, I agree with you.
Sustainability.
Yeah. And
they didn't have the stars. That was the thing with Harbaugh. He came in, you still had Patrick Willis, you had Bowman, you had Staley, you had
Bowman
Gore.
was new on the scene because he hadn't played much the year prior. They had Takeo Spikes, but Frank Gore and Vernon Davis and those guys, and then just all of the frustrations of the Alex Smith era prior. Right.
I
think it was all those things converging at
once.
once.
Big-time characters.
No doubt.
Big-time characters.
But I think Shanahan had the same kind of thing where there was so much apathy for so long, and then 2019 happened, and it came out of nowhere, and the fan base just jumped on it. So anyway, I'm looking at the Giants right now, and I'm just saying, like, all these people that are like, you can't be angry. Be happy fans are angry. Because you know what the alternative is? Apathy for a lot of people. And I'm not saying everyone. There will always be a diehard contingent. The Warriors fans always had a diehard contingent. Every team. There are, whoever you think has the least amount of fans, if you think it's the Oakland A's currently, because of the way they've turned their fan base around, there is somewhere a contingent of diehard loyal fans. You know, we joke about the Orlando Magic. I am sure there is a contingent of diehard Orlando Magic fans, but at the same time, the casuals is what's going to elevate your product and make it mainstream. And so I think about like the Giants' anger. Be happy the Giants fans are angry because that tells me they're tapped in.
That's what I don't get. When people get mad at people for being mad about the team, I don't get that energy. I just don't get it. I don't get it when we shame people for being mad about something. And you know, it's just hilarious to me because at the end of the day, we all want the same thing.
Exactly.
We want the Giants to win. We want them to win. And, you know, we got into it on Twitter yesterday with some clowns and, you know, we gave them their time of day. We gave them their 5 seconds of fame and that's that. I won't go down that rabbit hole again this season with Giants fans. Not the negative Giants fans, that is, because of some of the things that have happened. But I just... Why are you mad at us for being mad at the team not being successful? We want them to be successful. We want to love our team. We want to be, like, when those marquee games happen, against the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Dodgers, who would be able to puff our chest out and say, yeah, we took 2 or 3 from the Yankees. Yeah, we took 3 or 4 from the Dodgers. Yeah, we're back. Like, we want to brag about that stuff. So we're not fair weather fans. We still watch every single game, whether the team is 62 and 100 or 162. If the Niners are 3-14 or 14-3, we're still watching. Hell, we're watching the Warriors game. We knew this past season, boy, it's going to be tough to make the playoffs. They shot themselves in the foot, lost a lot of close games. Their home record, what the hell is going on here? Still watching. Still watching. I'm still watching the playoffs and trying to figure out how the Warriors can be better. How can it get to this point that the Celtics and Mavericks are at right now? Feels so far away, but I don't get why fans get mad at other fans for being mad about the team not having success. It's so strange to me.
Well, your point about, like, everybody wants the team to win, absolutely. The other part is, and this is the dirty little secret, so does the media. The media wants to cover good teams.
Yep.
They don't want to cover bad teams. Ask anybody who's in it. Like, that doesn't mean that everybody's rooting for the team, but they do want some success because it makes it more compelling for everyone. When teams are doing well, fans are engaged, they're clicking on more articles, they're reading more things, they're viewing more content. It's just, it's good for business across the board. I will forever admit, like, out loud, like, whatever sport it is, whoever is covering that team, deep down inside, that individual covering that team realizes, boy, it's a hell of a lot more compelling when the team is good.
Oh, so there's a longtime writer. The name is slipping me. He's a beat writer with Minnesota. He wrote some great stories this playoff series. He's been covering the Timberwolves for like 19 years.
Minnesota!
They hadn't won the playoff series since Kevin Garnett was there before this season. And he's been on that beat. And he tweeted out at the end of the season, you know, I want to thank the T-Wolves fans. This has been the most fun ride I've ever been on. He got to cover the Western Conference Finals. Think about all the Warrior beat writers who didn't have play. Bob Fitzgerald called the games, for example. Not calling the playoff game. Tim Roy not calling the playoff game from basically 94 to 07. So you think about that.
So when you think when you say that, what I think of, I'll never forget. It's etched in my head. I'm at the LaRocca household, and it's Kruk and Kipe on the radio, synced because we didn't want to listen to Joe Buck in the Fox game. 2002, Kenny Lofton up the middle. We're going to the World Series, and it's Kruk and Kipe celebrating all the years of coming up short, and they're finally going to the World Series. And it felt like we, as a fan base, listening to Kruk and Kipe on you know, because it's always ahead of the television or whatever. Like, we're going to the World Series. So, like, to your point, like, it does feel like that.
It feels so, you know, I just, the whole vitriol about the Giants thing, and I'm not, look, I'm happy they won yesterday. I want to see them turn around. They're still 3 games under 500. I get it. They're a game back in the third wild card. If we want to hang our hat on that, fine. If we want to hang our hat and say, hey, you never know, Arizona did it, so we can do it too. Great. That's fine. I don't operate like that per se, but I'm not going to fan shame anybody who does operate like that. I'm done with that. I promise you, I'm done with that. I'm just looking at the guy who constructed this team. And I'm looking at Bob Melvin, who is edgy as hell. And I like it. I do like what he did the other day. Okay, Mel. Now we're cooking here.
When was the last time a Giants manager flipped the spread? Quote unquote. Like, it's a metaphor, but
maybe Bochy. At some point, if he did
it, it feels like we never really heard about it.
Never did that.
What?
Like, Gabe Kapler never did what Bob Melvin did this week.
But that's kind of my point.
No. We don't know if Gabe Kapler didn't do it. We just don't know if the players respected Gabe Kapler to do it.
I don't think that's in Gabe's. See, I'm gonna side with Lubman on this. I'm not sure Gabe has that in his nature.
Maybe not. I don't know if he does. Maybe he's too much. Maybe he's too even kill. I don't know. But I just don't think the players. Respect him.
But isn't this why you brought in Bob Melvin, for the old school gut?
Right.
And this is like, we're going like Billy Martin here.
But you can't tell me that Farhad doesn't make these lineups.
No, but it's not about the lineups. It's about communication,
no doubt,
and knowing that. See, like, to me, when I watch, like, again, this is a movie, but and you hear this from Flannery, you hear this from Wotus, guys that are now out of the game. It's us, as in this coaching staff, against them, and they point up to the front office.
Yep.
All right. And there's this semblance of, we're in this together down here on the field and in the clubhouse, and we're against whatever the hell's going on up there. We need to prove to them down here that up there, they need to make moves to help us.
Yeah.
And I do believe at times Gabe was too aligned with up there, the front office, to your point.
Right.
And I think that Bob Melvin is now trying to endear himself. And again, this is me just spitballing, but I think he's trying to endear himself like, no. I'm going to push back on some of this stuff. Like, I don't think he wants to start Eric Miller as the opener.
No, I don't think he wants to lead off with Arthur Slater.
No.
That's not a Bob Melvin move, is it?
No.
I know he came from Oakland and they did some of the same things and they had some of the same principles, but I don't think Bob Melvin wants to bat Arthur Slater lead off. Like, come on, are you kidding me? Here's another good question. This is an interesting question. I do want to get your thoughts on this. I don't care one way or the other, whatever. Xfinity Mobile Text Line 415. What are your guys' thoughts on fans saying we were referring to pro sports teams? I got no problem with fans saying we. I don't care.
I think it's completely acceptable. And the reason why I say that is if you are a fan, typically you're a fan for life, right? So you're going to be here forever and you are a part of the team. Whether it's spiritually, emotionally, economically, because you're supporting them. Like, yeah, I have zero problem with people saying we. Zero problem with that.
Yeah, I don't really care one way or the other. I don't give a damn.
The spirit of the team, like, to me, the team could be owned, like, for example, the Warriors are owned by Joe Lacob. The Giants are owned by Charles Johnson and Greg Johnson. The 49ers are owned by the York family. But to me, they are a steward of our community, right? Yes, they are owned by an individual who is collecting private profit, but spiritually, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm going deep on this one. It is a steward of our community. It is a representation of our community and our fan base. So I think we is totally acceptable.
Yeah,
There's a civic pride attached to it.
Yeah, I don't really care. Some people scoff at it. It doesn't move me one way or the other. I slip up sometimes. I say we. Sometimes I say they. Sometimes I say the Warriors. I hear Kyle Draper, my guy Kyle Draper, when he's doing the post-game show. We got to do better. We got to do this. Some people don't do that. Some people say the Warriors have to do that or they have to do that. I never got the vitriol over that. That's another one where people get mad. It's like, it's not we. You're not part of the team. Who cares? Like, why do you care?
It's time for you to do the
If
legal.
that person cares, if that person wants to say we, why do you care? Like, we get mad about the pettiest
The dumbest stuff.
It's saw it yesterday on Twitter.
Dumbest stuff.
Saw it yesterday on Twitter. And, I'll get to that in just a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Yesterday was a weird day on Twitter. And it's, with you and I don't know, man. Sometimes it feels like we're just not well liked. Now, I can hear our boss right now, Matt Nahigan. Who cares what they think? Well, I care what they think. Because we actually sit with the fans. I've been in the trenches with the fans ever since I started this career. Whether it's covering high school sports, talking to parents, sitting in the stands, whether it's going to Warrior games and talking to fans before the game. Because I respect everybody's opinion. I love it. Like, I just love people. I like talking to good people. And the disrespect sometimes when it comes to our takes, and Shasky wanted to do something where, maybe we do a hater segment for 10 minutes and we have people call in and they come out with 15 seconds on why they hate us. And after sleeping on it, I just don't want to do that. I don't want negativity. I don't. Because I know there's a trigger word for you. There's a trigger word for me when we pop off and we don't look good in that situation. To me, it's a lose-lose situation. But it is just fascinating that we show as much passion, if not more passion, than any show in this market when it comes to our sports teams. And yet cats be just on Twitter, just saying anything, disrespecting, calling you all kind of names. This is like, why? We all want the same thing. We want the Giants to win. We want the Warriors to win. We want the Niners to win. That's all we want. We all want to have a parade and sing, we are the champions, and people want to pass their blessed no-name randoms and whatnot and have a great time. That's all we want. So when it comes to we and this and that, I'm starting to not even care, Shasky. Starting to not even care.
About what people think?
It's just why we get mad or whether somebody uses we. I just don't even give a damn no more. I don't.
I just think society has completely lost their minds with social media and politics and all that. And it's not everyone. The majority of people I run into are just like normal and good people. For example, yesterday, I don't know, I am not shy when it comes to these things, but I brought up that I bring it up all the time. That I don't have a high school diploma, and it's one of the great shames in my life. And somebody like clung to it. You're teaching children not to go get their high school education. Wow, dude, like take a deep breath. At what point have I ever done that? At what point when you and where's the soundbite where I've ever said something like that? I'm sharing with you my life experience, which is a unique path. Bonte's is a unique path. Joe Spadoni's behind the glass is a unique path, and so is Sam Lubman. And just because I don't give you the full story with everything I say and everything that comes out of my mouth, I think it's so unfair how we jump down people's throats on like a line here or a line there.
It's the clickbait era where people take 30 seconds of this show. They take 30 seconds of this show, clip it, put it out there, and people think that's the take. We do 4 hours a day. 4 hours a day.
And here's the other thing. Like, Bonte, I think you've known me pretty well for the last few years. How much of my time have I given back to my community?
Yeah, no, that's just silly. I
mean, I am a negative influence on children, that offended me. And I see so much of that. And it really bugs me. And I'll be honest with you, it does get to me. Yeah. And like the boss will say, don't let it get to you. Well, it's like, no, it does get to me. Because you know why? Because now you're coming at who I am as a person. And it really hurts me to the point where I'm like, damn, dude, just because I don't post every single practice I'm at and all the conversations I have with the youth, I just did the university awards ceremony banquet, and I was speaking about how seize the moment, don't do what I did, and all the different things. Those are personal that I'll have one-on-one or with teams or in a certain setting. I'm giving you my story. And my story was a little more difficult, but it's not the most difficult. There's others that have had way more difficult paths. But more than anything, I'm not going to shy with what I've done and who I am. That's what makes us us. Yeah, and if people are offended by that, that's on them.
Well, yeah, no, but there were some good compliments. Like Luis Martinez yesterday. He goes, Bonte, you're a good writer. Have you considered writing articles and blogs? Well, my career started off as a writer. And I was like, wow, that's cool. And I gave him the story and showed a lot of love, and there's other people like, hey, man, you do a great job. So, yeah, somebody commented on my story with my girl the other day, said, does she look at the box scores just like you? Because I know you don't watch it. It's a status with my daughter. Like, you loser. So that's all I do.
Don't miss that break, doggy.
And real quick, before we break, because I'll pick it up on the other side.
I do want to get into Kapler and Melvin.
I kind of want to get to the NBA Finals.
We can do both.
We'll fight about that. I kind of want to get that. I don't even care about Kapler right now. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Meineke Car Care Centers.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop for total car care with over 50 years of experience.
Hill misses. Rebound goes to the Cavs. J.R. Smith brings it back out. Throws it to Hill. Hill shot blocked. And we'll go to overtime. You get the feeling J.R. Smith thought they had the lead. He didn't know the score.
I think exactly. That's a bad mistake by J.R. Smith.
And LeBron James was trying to get a timeout.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph. Hopefully you're enjoying life right now, getting ready for the Olympics in Paris. I say it every day, man. I miss Steph Curry on that floor. I do. I miss him. I miss the Warriors. Make sure you're locked into the show in 10 minutes because when you hear this sounder, it will start. Know the show. Listen to the Morning Roast from 7:30 to 7:45 and at 7:50. When you hear the sounder again, we will ask a question about what happened on the show between 7:30 and 7:45. Get the question right, and you will win this Warriors fanny pack and qualify for a Steph Curry autographed jersey. We thank the Golden State Warriors for the prizes. Shout out to the Golden State Warriors and company for that. Also, we want to thank our great partners, Greg and David at First NorCal Credit Union, for continuing their partnership with us as the title sponsor of our YouTube and Twitch pages. It's great having them aboard. We can't thank them enough for the continued support. You see the First NorCal Credit Union right there on the read. Hopefully they get some new accounts. So shout out to Greg and David at First NorCal Credit Union for continuing their partnership with us. Man, they renewed with us. Go figure. They want to be part of the brand.
Yay!
Yay! Yay! J.R. Smith forgets the score.
Oops.
Kevin Durant forgot to box out. George Hill missed a free throw.
Well, they forgot they had a timeout in their back pocket.
They forgot everything. And LeBron with the classic meme.
I was doing the post game that night. That was insane. Absolutely insane.
LeBron, I think, what do you have, 51 in that game?
He was amazing.
How much did he have?
And we held him down, by the way. No, I'm not joking.
He was all-time great that game.
He had some dunks in the lane, because that was when his beard was really starting to get shaped. He had some dunks in the lane that were just incredible. He was unbelievable.
Dude, he had actually one of the most critical plays before that. Nobody discusses it anymore, but he got called for a charge that got overturned. They went to replay. Remember that one about 30 seconds off of Kevin Durant? And I think they called it, Kevin Durant got called for a charge, and they overturned it and called it a block call.
LeBron, 51 points on 19 of 32, 3 of 7 from beyond the arc, 10 of 11 from free throws. He had 8 boards, 8 assists, a block, a steal. Unreal. It's plus minus, by the way, minus 13, so he stinks.
So, look, the LeBron thing, I do think we're going to look back 20 years from now, Warrior fans be like, dude, we did that against him multiple times. It's just, it'll sink in years from now, but I still don't think it's sunk in. To do what the Warriors did, the first one, and then you get Durant in the second one and the third, those were amazing.
Those are, just all the finals. So yesterday, and I sent it to the thread, but all these finals memories start popping up, and I love that around this time. But you get all the Jordan highlights. Jordan on his day in 1991. Yesterday, MJ pulled off the iconic midair switch in Game 2 in the finals against the LA Lakers in 1991. I remember that like it was yesterday.
I was in the front room at the house on the carpet at 6:07. I'll never forget it.
Yeah, I don't remember where I was. Probably at home. But
I remember we had this not Fisher Price, but it was like the one you have in the house. You might get it for your kids or whatever. One of those dunkable stuff hoops because it was for my brother and the little orange ball, and we were all in the living room trying to do it.
Trying to do that Jordan move. First time seeing it, and it was unbelievable. I remember it like it was yesterday. They ended up winning 3 straight in L.A. at the Great Western Forum, the fabulous forum down in Inglewood, California. Jordan and Paxson and Pippen guarded Magic Johnson. That was the first of 6 championships for Michael Jordan. Another thing popped up yesterday. What is going on here? What are we doing here? Or is this all what is going on? Camera? Oh, it's fine. The camera's fine. They want to zoom BS, in. They want to zoom in on his handsome face. Let them. They want to see all my pimples all over my face. Let them. Who cares? Leave the cameras alone. Kevin Durant. I saw a video yesterday. Kevin Durant hopping out the car at Oracle Arena when he won his first championship. And he pulled out the parking lot with the Bill Russell Finals MVP award and got out the car. And Warrior fans just went crazy. I've got it right here. Where he's like, yes, and he's screaming.
It was pretty
and he's high-fiving. And I've never seen Kevin Durant happier. I've never seen him happier. Look at that smile. And I remember being there that night. It was the first championship on home soil for a Bay Area team since the 70s.
It's crazy.
Because technically we can't say the Niners, it's not home soil. Palo Alto, I consider it a home game.
That was a home game.
Yeah, I mean, and
considering they played there in the 89 season just 4 years later after the earthquake.
Exactly.
But
and then you get the A's waiting at Candlestick Park, which is, across the Bay Bridge, here in the Bay Area. But that was the first time the Bay Area team had won on home soil since the 70s, since the Oakland A's three-peated. And that night at Oracle, when Kevin Durant won that championship, and it was a fascinating basketball game, and the cigar smoke, and the beers, and the wine, and then seeing David West. I remember I asked David West. I said, David West, man, is this it for you? This it? You writing off this? He said, come on, young blood. Don't do that to me right now. Don't do that to me right now. I was like, my bad, D West. My bad, man. My bad. I don't mean to do it.
He said, it's a fun game to you? He hits you with one of those?
No, he said,
it's always a fun game.
No, he said, come on, young blood. Come on, young blood.
Talking to me.
Yeah,
come
seriously.
It's always a fun game.
Really?
As we wrap up that Twitter conversation real quick about the haters and everything, one guy was trying to throw that at me. You're soft. Hey, Draymond, sir, he proved me right that you were soft.
He proved me right?
It's like, whatever. I don't really care. I don't really care. Move off that. But boy, the fact that the Warriors did have a dynasty in the LeBron James era and winning all those iconic games, the Kevin Durant, you got the J.R. Smith play.
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite of the bunch, Warrior fans? What's your favorite finals memory as the finals kick off today? Because we can talk about Kapler and about Melvin. I really don't care about Kapler anymore. He's gone. It's Melvin's show. Kapler's all gone. I'm focused on the Giants of now.
Did you see Kapler's video yesterday?
Yeah, I see all his videos. People have a problem with it. Kapler's an interesting individual. People hate on him. Guys seem always cool to me, but whatever. He may not be the best manager in the world. May not be the best assistant GM in the world, but he's never bothered me.
My favorite Warrior moment throughout the championships. Wow. Well, I think that the last one, to me, is the one that's the cherry on top. That's the one that I think about probably the most. And I think that Steph winning the way he did, in the oddest way, which we all know as Warrior fans he didn't need, but we're so happy he did. It validated everything. Like, he didn't need to do that, we felt, as a fan base, but he kind of did. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it felt like that fourth championship, the way it went down to do it with that team in the way that he did against the Celtics and their iconic brand, sans Kevin Durant, with none of the injury BS that always gets glopped onto the first championship. I think it's the final one at the Boston Garden on the floor where everyone's celebrating, and it felt like that was his moment.
Unbelievable moment.
That, to me, it felt like it was like his sword in the stone moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where, like, he finally got his just due. His crown.
He needed that one. When beating the Celtics in 6 on the parquet floor with the Leprechaun. That was so fun. Favorite finals memory with the Golden State Warriors is game 1. If you got a finals prediction between the Mavericks and the Celtics, I'm here to hear for it. I don't know where I'm going on this series. I think it's going to be a fascinating series. I'm not going to lie. As we get closer and closer to tip-off, I do want to see Jason Tatum get one. Because he gets disrespected. He's got 64 playoff wins before the age of 27. You know who else has more playoff wins than him under the age of 27? It's only LeBron, Magic, and who, Bird, maybe? I forgot. I saw the graphic up yesterday. But Tatum's on the short list. I want to see him win it.
Am I crazy for saying that I'm rooting for the Celtics? I think they're a team that people either love or hate, and I'm not a Celtic fan. I'm not some Irish. No. I'm not one of those. But I do want to see that duo win because I do believe that they've been knocking on the door, and a part of me wants to see Brown and Tatum get their just due because I think it's unfair the way we've been criticizing them.
Yeah,
winning's hard.
Winning is hard. And the Warriors have won their 4th championship in 8 years against the Celtics a couple years ago.
And then I'll bake in this.
Right.
The hater in me, which I admit there is a big hater in me, doesn't want to see Kyrie and Luka win so that we could start this greatest backcourt offensively of all time conversation with just one title.
You are a hater, huh?
Well, I did the same thing with Brady for many years, where it's like I didn't want to see Brady surpass Joe Montana. And then eventually I just gave in. I don't, honestly, I'm being real. I do not want to see Luka and Kyrie. Not that I don't want them to have success. I don't want to hear the rhetoric wrapped around us flying off the handles and saying that they are a greater backcourt than Steph and Klay Thompson. Are they more gifted in the half court as individual offensive talents? Like if we really parse it down, sure, fine. But I don't want to see them get put into that. I just think it's premature. I think that conversation's a little ahead of itself.
It is premature, but I look at it like this. It's a compliment to what the Warriors did. It's a compliment to what Steph and Klay did for so many years. 4 championships in 8 years. The Splash Brothers, the most devastating shooting backcourt of all time in NBA history. I think it's a compliment because for many, many years now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, when we both have no hair, we're old, we got wrinkles all in our face and forehead. Hell, I got wrinkles in my forehead now. Maybe Botox is in my future. Who knows? I'm kidding. Everybody's going to compare what they do to what the Warriors did during this dynastic run because they have all the records.
That's true.
The most road wins, right? As a trio with Draymond, Steph, and Klay. Finals appearances, championships, threes made, points per game. Like, they're going to be compared to everybody for the foreseeable future. So I look at it as a compliment to the Warriors and what they did. Oh, we don't compare, Luka and Kyrie to, say, Jordan and Ron Harper or Jordan and John Paxson.
No, but we did do Curry and Klay with Dumars and Thomas.
Right, but they've skipped Dumars and Thomas.
But that's the problem.
They skipped Dumars and Thomas and went straight to Steph and Klay, which tells me that, boy, they're already got Steph and Klay up above. And think about that. You can make the argument that Dumars and Isaiah Thomas was deadlier than Steph and Klay. Now, I wouldn't take Dumars and Isaiah Thomas over Steph and Klay because I'm biased and I'm a homer. But Isaiah Thomas and Joe Dumars were good.
Yeah, but what I'm not willing to concede is that Dumars and Isaiah have gotten pushed down and forgotten. Right. But that will happen one day to Klay and Steph, and I'm not ready for it. I think it's too soon.
I don't think it will. Because they have 4 championships. Isaiah and Dumars have 2 championships, and in NBA circles, the Bad Boys Pistons were hated. A lot of people hate them. They just hate them for the style of play and what they did to the league. A lot of people felt like they set the league back. I don't agree with that, but that is crazy. But it's to me, I look at it as a compliment to Steph and Klay.
I mean, when we talk greatest backcourts, it does feel like Isaiah Thomas and Joe Dumars get forgotten.
They do.
And I'm just saying that, like, as a Warrior fan, I know how this works. Whatever is modern and happening right now always is the greatest. That's just the way our sports society works. And so I feel like each combination that comes along is going to kind of knock and chip away at them, and I'm not ready for that.
No, I don't think.
That's just me.
No, I don't think that's going to happen with Steph. Steph is one of the more lovable NBA superstars we've ever had. A lot of people have him in the top 10 list. Forget what Tracy McGrady said the other day, saying, I don't see him in the top 10. He said he's not in the top 5 or go. I don't know what T-Max said.
There's a lot of guys with podcasts right now saying a lot of wild
Gilbert Arenas
things.
saying that Steph Curry never got doubled or quadruple teamed, and their screenshots and pictures saying, like, come on, man. I saw what happened in the finals in 2017. Being at game 1, being at all those games at Oakland Arena. Contest time. Start and know the show. Be locked in for the next 15 minutes, and at 7:50, we will ask a question about what happened during that time. And if you get the question right, you will win this Warriors fanny pack. They qualify for a chance to win a signed Steph Curry jersey, the perfect gift for Father's Day. We'll do that in 15 minutes with Know the Show. But game 1, 2017 NBA Finals, Kevin Durant, first time with the Golden State Warriors, first year with the Golden State Warriors, and he's going down the lane with wide open dunks. Andre Iguodala's going down the lane with wide open dunks. Why? Because of the gravity and 10 eyes being on Stephen Curry. Once he crossed half court, 3 Cavaliers are on high alert, 6 eyes like, oh, where's Steph? And you got Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson. And all eyes are on Stephen Curry. So I don't think the Warriors will get pushed out. I don't think this backcourt is going to get pushed out because of Steph. Because of the respect factor, because of how he changed the way the game has been played, because of his shot-making ability. And you got to remember.
So you're going off Steph.
No. Because people pushed out Isaiah Thomas. You got to remember how much he's hated. He's hated. Michael Jordan would not play on the Dream Team if Isaiah was on that team.
Yeah, I think you're going individuals, and I agree with you. Steph's not going to get forgotten.
No. It's part of it. So since Isaiah Thomas is so hated, Joe Dumars gets no love. And so they push him down just because of Isaiah. Clay may get elevated, being that splash bro because of the way he defended other point guards. And then you have Steph Curry, who's the most lovable superstar we may have ever seen.
I don't think Steph's place is his spot is like rock solid.
I'm not talking
for
about
now.
Steph's spot. I'm not talking about Steph's spot.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is I think the way we view the two of them is going to, because that's what they're going to say. It's going to go combos. That's the way this conversation is going to start to shift. And it's also going to go, wow, now it's Luka's league over the next X amount of years. And he's the point guard that's going to jump the line. He's 23, 24 years old. He already has a championship. I don't know. I think the combo of Clay and Steph will take a hit. I do think it will. Because I've seen this with Jerry Rice and Joe Montana. I've seen this with Jerry Rice and Steve Young. They've slowly gone down the list as time gone on.
Chris Russo, Mad Dog, yesterday on First Take, had Rice and Montana as the second greatest duo in sports history.
I know. And he had old time Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig, but he's older.
But to your point,
he's older though.
Nobody's pushing down Rice and Montana. They're the gold standard for so many years. I see it all the time.
But
Rice and
Mad
Montana.
Dog's in his 60s, B, and so like he's gonna cape, and like me, I'm gonna cape up for the older eras.
Well, who cares about what the youngsters think? They never saw him play.
The youngsters write history.
And look, but listen, no. Here's C here. See.
Kelsey and Mahomes are still going.
See, you're doing the same. You're blaming the youngsters for doing the same thing that you do sometimes. When we bring up stuff in the 60s and 70s, especially when it comes to basketball, you push them down. They weren't playing against nobody. It's natural. So the next era is going to do that too. Everybody's going to do that.
Which is why I don't want to see Luka and Kyrie win.
But you're saying that when we don't bring up other backcourts from the 70s or the 60s that were great.
No.
Walt Frazier.
In most people, what? Because in most people's minds, the NBA, like again, mind frame is the NBA starts in '79 when Magic and Larry come in,
it doesn't.
And that's not fair. But I'm just saying the calibration of how people do it. That's why Wilt and Kareem, you never see them mentioned when we talk about greatest players. It's Magic, Bird, Jordan. That's when the era of conversation, debate, and combos and things. That's where for most people it starts. You never hear those '70s Lakers or the '60s Celtics get referenced really at all, like in mainstream media conversations. That's all I'm saying. The Mad Dogs of the world are always going to cape up for the OG eras. You're talking to the guy that's elevating freaking Frankie Albert.
So it's mainstream media then. And you know what I said to that? Mainstream media right now is running with the Dan Hurley story on day one or game one of the NBA Finals.
Sucks.
So that's why I don't give a damn about what mainstream media thinks. But in barbershop talk, in barbershop circles, at the bar, when you talk about combos as a backcourt, people will say Parker Ginobili because nobody's bringing up Parker Ginobili.
That's a good point.
Everybody sleeps on them. Spinoni, come up with the list. Tatum had the most playoff wins under the age of 27. Who's the three above him?
Okay, so he has the fourth most playoff wins by an NBA player before the age of 27. Only three ahead of him are Magic Johnson. So Magic Johnson has 70. Tony Parker has 75. Kobe Bryant has 76. So 3 Hall of Famers right above him.
Wow.
Obviously.
That's pretty incredible.
64 for Jason Tatum, by the way, playoff wins.
The other thing is if the Celtics win, doesn't that, like this combination finally breaks through, don't we look back on history and be like, wow, Steph, he won one against an eventual championship combination before they were even ready. Doesn't that kind of just like bring him up a little even more?
Maybe Steph submitted.
No doubt.
Steph submitted. The guy went through LeBron James 3 times. 3-1 against LeBron in the finals. The Warriors. 3-1 against LeBron in the finals. So whenever it says LeBron, no. From 2014 on, it's been the Steph Curry era. But now we may be shifting to the Luka, Jokic, Tatum era.
It's a different era.
It's a different era. But to me, that championship in 2022 cemented that we were living in the Steph Curry era. That's just me. You can say LeBron and you can say Kevin Durant. It's the Steph Curry era. 4 championships, 2 MVPs, 5 straight finals appearances. 5 straight. I'm saying.
But what if I say to you, and I don't even, like, I think that there's some truth to this. I don't know where I stand. What if I said to you the lasting image, though, of the Steph-LeBron feud is LeBron getting the block on Iguodala? Like, that's the image that a lot of they show it on these NBA finals when ABC is going to start the final. Yeah. It's going to be in the montage.
It's a great play.
It is.
It's a great play.
And it sucks that is one of the seminal moments in that series between the two of them.
Yeah, it was Cleveland's first ever championship. They came back from a 3-1 deficit. I could get into why they came back from a 3-1 deficit. I'll give them credit for it, but we know what's what. The real ones know. The real ones know Kiki Vandeweghe did a little solid for LeBron James and Cleveland Cavaliers by suspending Draymond Green. But whatever. But Kevin Durant popped 2 straight threes in LeBron's eye in back-to-back NBA Finals. Steph Curry went crazy. He could have been Finals MVP in those last 2 series. So, to me, it's been the Steph Curry era for 10 years. I don't know why nobody ever talks about that. From 2014 on, you got the first unanimous MVP ever. You got a back-to-back MVP. You got a, he finally won the Finals MVP when he should have won it in 2015 over Andre Iguodala, but I won't argue about that. Whatever, who cares? They got the championship. Just saying. To me, it was the Steph Curry era from 2014 on. But is he going to get dropped down because Luka and Kyrie wins 1 championship? I mean, if people want to argue about that, fine. It's a dumb argument. Because 1 championship, 4 is more than 1, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it just feels like the math when it comes to the KD years gets skewed because, again, I go back to mainstream media and just the way the nation. But that's
who cares
people
about
diminish it.
Who cares about Stephen A's opinion? Who cares about Skip Bayless's opinion?
No, it's not even that.
Who cares about first take?
But when you're in, let's say you're in the barbershop and you're arguing, people will say, come on, the KD rings don't count.
Oh, well, then that's
not fair, but that's what people say.
But I live for those conversations because I come with the chopper and I set them straight. That's why the barbershop's fun. Because then I could just use my mouthpiece and my skill set and knowing what's what. And being at those games said, okay, that's what you guys want to do. You want to diminish things. But LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh basically game planned a move to go down and team up with each other and try to win 8 championships. And they won 2 out of 4. All right? They won 2 out of 4. And if you really want me to get petty about LeBron James and the Miami Heat, and I like those teams. I'm a big Dwayne Wade fan. I mean, he's on one of my personal favorites.
Yeah, I love Dwayne. If he doesn't ruin his knee, I think they all stay together.
Let's be real. LeBron's championship against Kevin Durant and OKC, they were babies. They were babies. The Miami Heat, LeBron had already been in 2 finals before that series. They were babies. And then against San Antonio, Ray Allen, Jesus Shuttlesworth, saved the day.
Well,
saved the day. Greg Popovich, where's Tim Duncan?
Never substitute out Tim Duncan.
They could have been 1-3 in the finals.
Kawhi just makes his free throws.
Yeah.
Kawhi makes the free throws. So, we could get petty on that conversation. If we want to go mainstream media and talk about this and that, we can do that. But I don't think Steph and Clay as a tandem, if we're talking about just backcourt tandems, I don't think they get pushed down. I don't think they get pushed down because they're loved by so many.
You think if we have this conversation about the NFL and we say to ourselves, all right, give me the best duos of all time. You don't think Montana and Rice, they were the gold standard forever, even though Steve Young actually had, a very prolific run with them as well. It was if people say, give me your combos in the NFL, Montana and Rice. And I still believe it's high, but it's not in the number 1 spot anymore. I think there's people that make argument, Gronk and Brady. And then I think Kelsey and Mahomes now. Yeah. I mean, they got 3 rings together, the 2 of them.
No doubt.
And I do believe they're not in everyone's number 1 spot like they were 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. And I that sucks. And
but to their credit, they have, they got the rings. The rings talk.
No doubt.
The rings talk. When you got the rings, 1 ring. If Luka and Kyrie wins this 1 ring, we should not be talking about them being above Steph and Clay.
Montana and Rice have 2 together.
2, but Mahomes and Kelsey have 3 now.
And that's what I'm saying.
Brady and Gronk have 3 now. Who's going to catch Steph and Clay in the backcourt?
I mean, Luka's 25.
Is Kyrie going to be around there in a couple years?
That's a great question. But Kyrie, I will say that Kyrie is going to be elevated. If they win it all, Kyrie will go from knocking off the Warriors with the greatest shot in Cleveland sports history and obviously salvaging the whole Cleveland LeBron experience and then going somewhere else after the road he's traveled to beat the team he was on that he got traded to. I do believe Kyrie, his status could get completely elevated with a win.
And we're not even, no doubt he gets elevated. By the way, just a little quick aside, as we like to say in the show, a little quick aside. Jason Kidd, he could win a ring as a player with the Dallas Mavericks. He did win a ring as a player with the Dallas Mavericks. Now he can win a ring as a coach Dallas Mavericks. Bay Area guy.
Pretty incredible.
Bay Area guy. Jason Kidd. Should we be rooting for him? Our boy Mondo. Hey, I want Team Kidd. I was blown away when I met Jason Kidd at the game this past season, and he stood up and we chopped it up for like 10. I was blown away, man. Hey, Jason Kidd, we sleep on how good he was. And now as a coach, when the way his coaching career started, where he's telling his player, run it to me. I'm going to spill the water on you to get a time.
That was actually brilliant. If we're being honest, that was brilliant. He can get elevated as well. There's no doubt.
Oh, man.
It does feel like in the NBA, though, these storylines that we're discussing matter more than the other sports.
It does. Even Worldwide F is blowing me up. Right?
What's he saying?
Oh, well, he's a LeBron fan.
So what's he saying?
He's going to discredit everything the Warriors does. By the way, he is a Duke fan, too. And, hey, Worldwide F, I know you're listeing. Those Duke uniforms are so clean. Shasky doesn't like them. I love them.
Oh, no, it's not that I don't like them. I'm not, whatever. Duke is whatever to me.
By the way, Darius Bright, too, my guy, City College, San Francisco. D. Bright out there listening. He's a big Duke fan, too. He's from out there in North Carolina. Anyway, Steph and Klay don't count as a backcourt duo, in my opinion.
What?
Which is insane.
What?
Which is insane to say.
Well, what's his reasoning?
They always have a fake point guard in between them. And it's just like, stop. Because Steph plays off the ball. He's not they don't think he's a traditional point guard or whatever it is.
So then what if I took that off the table? And what if I said to you, because I've seen this in the half, like we do these things, Kyrie and Luka in the half court as offensive players. Blah, blah. If I just said best duos all time in the NBA, Kobe, Shaq, Jordan, Pippen, in no order. I'm just throwing out Kobe, Shaq, Jordan, Pippen. If you were to go with the combo from the Warriors, I'm taking Steph and KD.
Yeah.
But I think there are a lot of people that are going to take Steph Clay, and that's going to knock them down. I don't think people view Clay on the same level of some of these other combinations.
Yeah.
Which one would you take if you had to take the two?
KD, Steph. Taking KD, Steph. Are you kidding me? Who'd be a fool not to take KD, Steph? I love Clay.
Yeah.
I'm taking KD, Steph. Are you kidding me?
Shaq and Kobe, right?
Shaq and Kobe's
Dwayne Wade and LeBron.
They're sick.
Right.
Who's Duncan paired with? Parker and Ginobili.
Boy, it just feels like the Spurs. We just kind of we never talk about them.
The Spurs.
It's a great point.
You know what? I'm going to use this text.
What's that?
Xfinity mobile text line 510. The Spurs are like the 70s Steelers because from the 510, the guy that never gets the love is Terry Bradshaw. Bradshaw to Swan.
Yeah.
Bradshaw to Stallworth. 4 Super Bowl rings.
We also had the loss in there too.
They never lost a Super Bowl.
I thought he
Bradshaw
did.
never lost a Super Bowl.
I thought Bradshaw
lost the AFC Championship to the Raiders.
Yeah, AFC Championship.
So I thought he lost.
Yeah, Montana lost NFC Championships. They never lost a Super Bowl, the Pittsburgh Steelers. They were 4-0 in the 70s. We'd never talk about Bradshaw to Lynn Swan from Sarah High School or Lance Stallworth, who may have been better than Lynn Swan. We'd never talk about that. Why are you scoffing?
No, I just think that Steelers era, it's Cowboys and Steelers when you think of the 70s.
It's also the defense. You just think of the defense of the Steelers.
Yeah, Jack Lambert, Mean Joe Green.
But go look at those last couple games. Dropping 31 on the LA Rams in the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. Beating the Cowboys 35-31 in the rematch Super Bowl. And Terry Bradshaw throwing for all those yards.
Yeah, but you think of Steel Curtain.
You think of Steel Curtain, that's fine. But to his point, you're making his point, 510. They never get the love they deserve.
Well, they were also the most roided out team of all time.
They're all roided out.
Well, but it's like proven.
Stop making
it's
do that.
Proven.
Proven. Who proved what?
And their greatest moment was kind of a lie where the ball hit the ground.
Who was roided? The Raiders were wearing casts. They were putting all kind of junk on their heads.
It is proven.
That was just football.
But that Steeler team was very.
It was proven. They're all roided. What are you talking about? Just throwing stuff against the wall. Hold on. I'm set up.
And there's a million Steelers in the Hall of Fame.
You're doing what the kids are going to do in the future to Stephen Clay.
That's what I told you on the front end.
You're disrespecting history.
Yeah, except
that's haterism.
There are more Steelers in the Hall of Fame than any other team not named the Cowboys.
The Steelers. Are you kidding? Who said they were the most roided out team in the league?
Well, it's like there's been a lot of studies on this.
Who from who?
Just Google steroids in the Steelers.
I'm not Googling random internet articles
I'll pull
from
it up
Joe
right now.
Schmo, who's not credible. Now we're disrespecting the 70s Steelers. See, you just did what you don't want people to do to Stephen Clay. You just doing it. You're doing it to the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's unbelievable.
I mean, the first thing that pops up is just like a former Steeler doctor gets 10 years for steroids.
Oh, my God.
Jim Haslett explaining about steroids. Like, just look it up. It's all over ESPN.
And the Raiders weren't cheating in the 70s either.
No, I'm just saying they're very tied to
out.
it.
And the Niners weren't roided out. You don't think they have players on the steroids? You don't think there's players on steroids in the NFL today? You don't think people are roided out today? Are you kidding me? Stu's walking around with negative body fat. They don't even have body fat. It's like negative body fat with veins pumping out of their necks. Steroid, what? Are you kidding me? Oh, see, you disrespect. See, we're disrespecting history. Disrespecting history, man.
Don't be disrespectful.
So all I'm saying is, and you just made my point, those Steelers teams are kind of comparable to the Spurs teams.
But they're in the Hall of Fame. All of them. They're all in the Hall of Fame. Like the Steelers have great representation.
Like everybody in baseball is drinking. Is just lifting weights in baseball today. Oh yeah, they're all just lifting weights. Guys, just raw power. No, they're doing a little something. They're all doing it. They're all doing it. Do we care? No, we don't care. But the Raiders in the 70s. How many times they were like, the players even said, "Oh, we will put anything on."
Well, but that's but they admit that.
Tape,
that's part of their entire mystique.
They were using them as weapons, for crying out loud. Oh my gosh. It's one of the greatest football dynasties in history, the Steelers in the 70s. I'm not going to disrespect them. I'm not doing that. But let's get back to the original point. Duos. They don't get elevated. That's what the 510's point is. They don't get elevated. They get forgotten about. That's all we're saying.
I want to see where you have Bradshaw on your top 10 list of quarterbacks.
I don't care where I have him at.
Well, you just spent 6 minutes yelling at me about him.
No, you're disrespecting the duo. Bradshaw was he won 4 Super Bowls, for crying out loud. First 2, kind of like Brady. They ran the ball, fed off of Rocky Bleier or Franco Harris, ran the ball. And then Bradshaw was like, let me throw that thing. Because that's what I did at La Tech, Louisiana Tech. I aired that baby out. And what did he do in his last Super Bowl? Go back and watch the Super Bowls. They're on YouTube. They're on YouTube. Go watch them.
But again, I think you're
the Cowboy game at the Orange Bowl and the Rams game in the Rose Bowl in the Super Bowl. Holy smokes! Bradshaw lit it up. They lit it up. Come on, man. We got to stop hating on the history.
Again, but when you brought up barbershops, no one brings them up.
Which is a criminal.
Well, no, but that's just how we talk.
OGs do bring them up. OGs do bring it up. Because you know why? When I was growing up, I hung out around a lot of OGs, and a lot of OGs, West Coast OGs, was like, boy, they were either Dolphin fans or Steeler fans because they're always on TV, and those OGs would be like, the Steelers. The OGs love the Steelers. No matter where they were kind of, we always said the Cowboys are America's team. Steelers kind of America's team with the terrible towels.
I don't know. When I see these lists of greatest teams, greatest players, combos, the Steelers have now been dropped so far they're not even in the chart.
Because they're idiots doing a list. That's why. These people are idiots. Go ask Baldy. Call Baldy. Where's he got the 70s? Yeah, but that's why you keep talking about mainstream media. I don't give a damn what Stephen A. Smith lists. Stephen A. Smith don't even watch football. For crying out loud. They haven't watched the games.
I don't know why you're yelling at me.
Oh, man, because you disrespected history.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying how people talk about this stuff.
How would people talk about the Niners in the 80s?
If Luka and Kyrie win, it'll take a little hit because I know how people will do this. We go flying to the other side of the room, and they're going to say, oh, yeah, they're one of the greatest backcourts of all time. Not that Clay and Steph won't get their just due. They're just going to be a little diluted.
So what if somebody came on these airways right now and said, well, the Niners wouldn't have done anything if there was a salary cap in the 80s and 90s?
Well, they're right to a degree.
Oh, fuck. God.
What?
Right.
They are right to a degree. Are they not?
Where's my number, man?
Are they not? I mean, that's part of the Niners thing is that they could have, 3 quarterbacks making a lot of money on the salary. Like,
all right. Joe Shasky thinks the lasting image of the Warriors Cavs finals battles is what moment? 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Joe Shasky thinks the lasting image of the Warriors Cavs finals battles is what moment? 415-523-4652. You win this fanny pack. And I got something up. I got something pulled up on my computer right now.
Okay.
Another show, by the way. You get another chance to qualify for a Steph Curry autographed jersey at 12:30, 4:30. I just pulled this up because nobody talks about this backcourt. The 72-73 New York Knicks.
Oh. Where are you going? Walt Frazier?
Earl Monroe.
great.
Nobody talks about that.
No one ever
backcourt.
does.
It's disrespectful to the game.
20 years from now, I'm not that it's going to happen, but like, again, this is why I'm saying I don't want Kyrie and Luka to win, because I think Steph and them will be dropped and dropped and dropped.
Yeah, I don't think so, though. Steph and what he did to this league and who he is, and I think he's still going to be in the mix. Steph's going to have so much respect when it comes to
Steph, but what about Steph and Klay?
Maybe not as a duo, but we're going to look at all the numbers like, damn, Klay Thompson. And I think Klay may be slept on. Depends how it is for Klay Thompson. It really does. But people are always like, oh, wait, Klay? Oh, that's the dude who scored 37 in the quarter. Oh, wait, that's the dude who scored 60 points on 11 dribbles. Oh, yeah, that guy, yeah, they were deep. Yeah, the Splash Brothers. The Splash Brothers. Their nickname, the Splash Brothers. That's not going anywhere. It's not going nowhere.
No, it is a great nickname. It is.
Dude, Earl Monroe, Walt Frazier.
Would they get one?
Oh, Walt Frazier had 2 championships.
Well, but no, as a combo.
Just one as a combo.
Just one as a combo.
Walt Frazier, one of the greatest Game 7s in NBA history.
Yeah.
Go look it up. One of the greatest Game 7s ever. I don't disrespect history. That's why it bothers me.
It's not disrespecting history. I just think it gets pushed down because again, anything that's modern is going to get pushed to the front. That's how our brains work, right? And the thing that you see now is the greatest thing you've ever seen.
My brain works.
Well, not you, but I'm just talking about how people talk, right? Like right now, people feel like they're watching the greatest quarterback of all time in Patrick Mahomes. If I would have said that 5 years ago, you'd be like, get out of here. You know what I mean? Before he even showed up on the scene. But 5 years later, it's like, wow, this guy's the best. You know what I mean? And so things happen quickly. You know, I didn't have Jokic being one of the greatest centers of all time 5 years ago. Did you?
5 years ago? No. No, I didn't. But that's why you got to let careers play out, though.
Well, but
that's why you can't come with the pin.
We're talking in real time.
That's why I don't say he's never going to be a top 10 player, never going to be a top 5 player. Oh, he's never going to be great. I don't do that stuff. I don't. Let the career play out. Enjoy the career in real time. And then once it's starting to wind down, all right, where do you have this guy? Like, I'm not even ready to say Jokic is a top 5 center right now. Let it play out.
I mean, but we had a coach in Mike Malone who won 1 championship talk about he's a dynasty. That's even the people participating are doing it.
No, he said, we're about to start a dynasty.
Yeah, which is absurd.
We're about to start one. Dylan Brooks said, we're in a dynasty. Mike Malone said, we're about to start a dynasty.
I mean, they won 1 championship. Right. Now, he won the 3, MVPs or whatever, Jokic, but like they won the 1 championship and they were talking about that.
All my thing is,
society is that way.
All my thing is like, I don't care who does these lists. Where's the list coming from? Is it coming from Steph himself? Is it coming from Jordan?
I like seeing my players recognized.
Yeah, but if Stephen A. doesn't recognize I'm not losing sleep.
Like when I see like Brady and Gronk stats or Brady and Edelman stats or Brady and Welker stats in the playoffs and they're surpassing Jerry Rice, it does make me sad. It's like, damn. And I know the eras were completely different and they throw way more now than they ever did back then. But it's like, I want Jerry to hold all those records.
Think about this, 669, Xfinity Mobile text line. It's like Nick Wrong picking, Nick Wrong picking Caleb Williams as the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL before he even takes a preseason snap.
That's 100% correct.
That's why I don't care about these lists. And like a lot of these guys who don't have Jerry Rice and Montana on these lists never even watched the Niners play. Because Sunday Ticket wasn't a thing.
I agree.
So I don't care what they do. We know how good they are, and people who played the game know how good they were. All right, injury report. Oh, man. This is really on the injury report. NBA Finals start tonight. Luka Doncic could be a little hobbled. No, he's not. He's fine. He's reportedly dealing with right knee sprain and some left ankle soreness. I watched him in the game at OKC. Looked like he tore his Achilles.
And then hit a step back 3.
No, before he hit the step back 3, doesn't play any defense. He's limping around. It's like, oh my gosh, are we going to call a timeout? As soon as Dallas gets the rebound, he runs to the ball. Right here. Goes up, pulls it, hits a step back 3. Like, come on, man. This guy ain't hurt.
Adrenaline. Right knee, will do that to you.
Right knee sprain. Some left ankle soreness. He's officially listed as probable for tonight's game 1. Don't get it twisted. He will suit up. He's going to be playing. And it's going to be a fun series. Finals moments. 888-957-9570. What's your favorite Warrior final moment as we begin the NBA Finals tonight? If you want to talk a little Giants, we can. They got the day off today. I need a day off from them. I'm not going to lie to you. mentally there, exhausting. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. So let's come up in the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, your phone calls. Plus, we'll talk a little finals. We'll talk some Niners. We got Rob Stats-Guerrero coming up at 8:30 as well, right here on the Morning Roast.
I'm sorry, I hate to break the narrative.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals. And as always, earn 4 times reward points on hundreds of exclusive offers with your Safeway app. Let's start with USDA Choice boneless beef.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Wow, Drexler Olajuwon, good duo. Won championship together. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first class money market today. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain as well. If you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. By the way, who won the contest? Who qualified for the Steph Curry jersey?
That would be Juan Escobar.
Juan
Escobar.
Escobar season. Ah, where's he from?
Congratulations.
Where did he get where he was from? Where's he from?
He was from the 650.
650. So that could be San Bruno, South City, Burlingame, Millbrae, Hillsborough, Foster City, San Carlos.
You got to Google it.
The 650. And also, we want to thank our great partners, Greg and David at First NorCal Credit Union, for continuing their partnership with us as a title sponsor of our YouTube and Twitch pages. It's great having them aboard, and we can't thank them enough for the continued support. Good morning, everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? All the overnight dancers, all the cops, all the kids graduating. Shout out to my niece, Nasaya. Nine. She graduated yesterday. She's getting promoted, going to a charter school from 7th to 12th grade now. She's happy. She's getting so big. All these graduations happen in Chaskey. It's a great time. And it's a great time because the NBA Finals begin today. They begin.
You know, it's interesting. Like, I know where you stand. I know for you, you don't care about how others view our particular, teams, right? In particular, the Warriors, right? I know you don't care about
all of them, to be honest with you.
No, but I'm just saying, let's just stick with the Warriors, right? I know you don't care about Nick Wright's list and Stephen A. and Mad Dog or whoever it is, like nationally, that are talking about it. But every day, I see certain things that are tweeted out, put on social media, said on television. And I do think a lot of Warrior fans do care because they want to defend the honor of their players and their championships. I think a lot of fans
disagree. I never disagree with that.
Okay.
I never disagree with that whatsoever.
So
that wasn't my whole point.
And I think that like when I look at like the whole Warriors thing, like the dynasty and everything, whether it's still going or it's been done, that's still up for debate. But like how it's viewed really does matter to Warrior fans because it's so important to them and they cherish it for so much. And like the KD portion of the Warrior saga just feels rife with anger on all sides. Warrior fans that you're not counting it enough. People on the outside, it shouldn't count at all. The diminishing of Steph Curry, the elevating of that play with LeBron James.
Well, let's be real about
something. The 3-1.
Well, let's be real about something. There's a segment of Warrior fans who don't care about KD and wanted him out of here. They turned on KD.
But they still count those.
But they still got the championship. But look at the vitriol that Kevin Durant gets from a segment of Warrior fans.
How big do you think that segment is? Because I think it's getting smaller and smaller because I think we're starting to realize, damn, those were some pretty good years.
You brought up social media, and there's a huge segment on social media. Now, I don't know about the everyday Warrior fan. I think the everyday Warrior fan does appreciate them. The Warrior fan that's not on social media.
Yeah.
But I don't know how to gauge that. So, continue.
No, well, like, I'm going back on this and I'm saying to myself, like, I wonder who Warrior fans, as they're sitting here watching, I wonder who they're rooting for in this one. And I think the league would want either one of these teams to win. I think the league doesn't care. Like the Celtics win, great. We got a combination with a quote unquote blue blood franchise in the Boston Celtics, and they finally break through. And it shows that, staying together and not hopping around. And these are homegrown players, and they added to the mix and they kind of figured it out. I do think that would be a great storyline for the league. But the other side, like big picture, I think it'd be really good if I'm running the league, like, wow, if Luka wins and the rehabilitation, publicly of Kyrie Irving's image and Jason Kidd, a former NBA player, taking over that team. And, the now that you have a new owner that won almost immediately and the parity that goes along with that and how quickly they went from not making the playoffs to being a champion and the hope that inspires as a league. I think the league is happy either way, but I do think that like long-term, big picture, Luka winning it's a good way for them to sell this. Hey, this is a 25-year-old guy who is all the skill in the world and plays a very unique brand of basketball. I think that he's a one-word guy like Luka. You say Luka, you know exactly who he is. there's some things he does that I'm sure they don't love in terms of complaining. But like this feels like a win-win. So I wonder what Warrior fans are rooting for.
Yeah, who are Warrior fans rooting for? 888-957-9570. What's your favorite Warriors finals moment? What's your favorite moment? Favorite moment in the NBA finals as the Warriors? It feels a little weird not watching the Warriors be in the playoffs, man. We have been spoiled by some just excellent basketball. Favorite moment. I think my favorite moment, honestly, I don't even think it was a play. It wasn't a play. It wasn't even a game. It was what happened afterwards. And it was the first championship where the Warriors win in Cleveland, and they win in 6. And it's Steph Curry trying to figure out how to pop some champagne, and he's got the Larry O'Brien trophy. He's the babyface assassin. No beard. And it's just, wow, the Warriors are champions. And you see Leandro Barbosa, Sean Livingston in the corner, and they're like, man, all this journey to get to this mountaintop, to see how happy they were. That's one of my favorite moments. It didn't even happen. Now, there's many plays I could pick from, but just moment. And I'm a sucker like that. I don't know why. I always look at the locker room celebrations, like when the Giants won. I want to see how they're celebrating, who's celebrating, who's popping the champagne. Just like when Jordan Poole and Wiggins, they're like, you're going to get a bag, I'm going to get a bag. But also Jordan Poole asked Steph Curry how to pop the champagne. How do you do this, bruh? And how Steph Curry the first time around was like struggling to pop champagne. But by the time the fourth one came around, it's like, oh, here, this is what you do. You point it up like this. Here you go. The experience of just popping champagne. Like, I like those little sucker moments, man. Behind the scenes, in the locker room, because there's a lot of plays you could pick from. You could pick from Steph Curry cooking Matthew Dellavedova in Game 5 in 2015, dropping 37.
So good.
You know,
Dellavedova needing multiple IVs after the game because he's been hacking Steph for a week straight.
He was the guy who supposedly figured out how to slow Steph down in the finals. That was a huge storyline for about 24 hours.
Dellavedova.
Yeah, and the game that Dellavedova had that day, he ended up going to the hospital because he hyperventilated from running around trying to chase Steph Curry around. Also, Kevin Durant pulling up from 3 in Game 3 of the 2017 NBA Finals, ending that series. Remember, the Warriors rallied from a 6-point deficit down the stretch. Korver misses a 3 in the corner, wide open. Kevin Durant comes down, pulls up, bang, bang. Mike Breen on the call. So, I mean, that was a great moment.
It just feels, sadly for KD, like those, again, I'm going like big picture, like around the country. Those 2 KD years, it's like the pages are stuck together. No one wants to admit those ones because I love those shots, and yet why don't I ever see any of those KD shots in any montages on ESPN, TNT? Like when they,
I see them. They pull them up.
I see the Steph when he's pointing at the ring finger or whatever, and he's going like this. I've seen those ones. I've seen Iguodala grab the ball. I don't think I've seen the I'll look for it, but I don't think I've seen the KD ones.
No, I've seen the KD ones. They pulled those up. I've seen them. Not as much as probably you like to see them, but I've seen them. Also, just Steph Curry looking at Boston saying, ring me.
That's the one that I'm thinking about.
Ring me. Give me that ring.
How about when he's dribbling out, the amount of time? I believe it was Game 5, and he's like going like this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God, there's so many Steph moments.
There's so many moments. Heck, even in the losing series. What about Klay Thompson going berserk in Game 6, going up for a dunk, tears his knee up?
Well, it's
sad, but he runs up the tunnel. Everybody at Oracle's like, oh, my gosh, Klay's done. And he runs back out, and he hits two free throws and tries to get back on defense. Like, that moment right there was like, damn, this team just won't die.
That was extremely inspirational.
It was insane. So, 888-957-9570. Real quick, Xfinity mobile text on before we go to the lines.
Yeah, give them to me.
858. Warriors fans should root for the Celtics because it makes the 2022 chip even more impressive. Interesting.
I kind of see where they're coming from on that.
Yeah, interesting. My top final moments, are in the lost years. Game 4, 2016 at Cleveland. Yeah, they went up 3-1. In Game 5 in Toronto, we're all riding so high. That's right. Kawhi hit the 2 threes. Toronto's up 6. And then Steph. Was it Steph, Clay, Steph, or was it Clay, Steph, Clay? I forget. But they hit 3 straight threes to take Game 5 to send it to a Game 6 when the rope was out in Toronto's Scotiabank Arena. They were getting all the rope out. They had the trophies. I saw the T-shirts. I was like, damn, they're about to party in Toronto tonight. And Steph Clay said, no. And that was, of course, the game where Kevin Durant tore his Achilles. What a scene that was.
Wow. The injury that for Clay that always gets kind of forgotten was when J.R. Smith tackled him. Well, I think it was the year before that in the knee in the backcourt. You don't remember that? And he didn't miss any time. He went right back. It looked like he hyperextended his leg. It literally looked like J.R. Smith tackled Clay like he was Tom Brady in the pocket.
Yeah. I do remember that.
And then he somehow missed no time.
Right, missed no. Yeah. I do remember that.
It was one of the most insane things I've ever seen.
J.R. Smith. My favorite moment, 408, Xfinity Mobile text line, was watching the confetti fall at home at Oracle in Game 5, 2017 with my dad.
That was pretty cool.
Who passed away this past September. That's a great moment right there.
Hugging you through the phone.
Let's go to Robin in the city, then we'll get the film on Mike. What else, Robin? Long time no talk, Sugar.
I know, Sugar, that I want to say, please put me on the air so I can talk to my boys. I'm actually on time to work. Here's Jasky. You did a great job describing, Luka and the scenarios, but I almost wanted to throw up, okay?
Why?
I don't know, because I don't like Luka. I don't like Dallas. And I really can't stand Boston. And we won't get off into the history of it, because I think you already know the history why I hate Boston, okay? And I don't think that I just think it's sugar-coated to this day. I still think that exists, okay? And also because I think that Jason Tatum is, I don't know if it's overrated, overhyped, but he just don't do it for me. Oh, Jason Tatum, he stays at the perimeter. It's like he don't expand his game. You know what I mean? And it's just something about that team that I don't think they're really gonna. I don't know if they're gonna win, but I think they match up well with even though Dallas has improved. I mean, they pretty much run a two-man offense. I mean, it's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. You guys could educate me, but I do want to tell you this. I wish both of them would lose, but I'm gonna go with Dallas because I can never.
Robin, real quick. What's your favorite finals moment with the Golden State Warriors?
Okay. So here's the deal. I wanted to just say to Shasky real quick, please stop kidding yourself about the segment of population Warrior fans that like KD. They hate KD, okay? Really and truly. And then the last thing, my favorite Warriors moment, it is sad, but it's true. The favorite moment, I have so many, but let me tell you, when in the fifth game of the first championship we won 2015, I loved the way that Steph Curry, in the fifth game, he cooked Delanova and turned around and gave the Mac Dre look. That was
Dizzle face. Game 5.
Peace out, guys, and I love you both, okay?
Game 5, I believe Steph he's dropped 37 points.
As he's running back the other way.
Right, he dropped 37 points.
God, that was awesome.
I'm going to revisit those last 3 games in just a second, because it doesn't infuriate me, but it does kind of speak to the hatred that Steph Curry started to receive. How he didn't win Finals MVP, when you look at his last 3 games in that series.
Yeah, it's a joke.
It is a joke.
But I think that right there, what you're saying, who votes on that? The national media, right? And so, like, and I know everyone has their own calibration on this. Some people care, some people don't care. But, like, when we're adding up all these trophies at the end of careers and we're comparing the all-time greats, him not having that first one and Iggy getting it, it's ridiculous.
But the real ones know. The players know Steph was the MVP.
But it's not on his Wikipedia page. And so when people talk in barbershops, like, to your point, like, it is like Jordan has the clean sheet. 6 finals MVPs.
Did we even care about finals MVPs before Steph?
No.
Exactly, right?
But that's a barbershop thing.
Did Duncan win all 5 finals MVPs?
But Duncan doesn't get talked about like that.
He's a top 10 player?
No, he is. But again, like when we're having these sports conversations at the bar or wherever, like nobody brings up Duncan.
That's sad. Steph Curry, last 4 games against Cleveland in that series. 27, 6 and 6.
He was ridiculous.
27, 6 and 6. Game 4, 22, 7 and 2, 8 of 17, 4 threes. Game 5, 37 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 7 threes. The clincher, 25, 8 and 6. 8 of 19 from the floor. And he doesn't get Finals MVP? Come on. Philmo Mike, what's happening? What's up, Philmo?
What's up with it, man? Hey, I got a couple of moments, man. The first moment, first of all, the night is my favorite. Is one of my favorite moments. But the other favorite moment was when the Miami Heat was playing some team, I think it was Game 6 or Game 7, and some random Warrior fan had on a Warrior jersey when they was trying to do the whiteout or whatever they was trying to do.
Miami Heat. Yeah.
That brought back like this weird synergy of just we're the Warriors and we don't care. And like it was a combination of like when we lost in game to the Spurs, and the Warrior fans was like, they gave a standing ovation because we love that seat. I forgot what year it was. And then I think that same year that in that Miami Heat Game 7, that dude represented, man. That's what the Warriors is about, bruh. It's about the whole Bay Area, the whole Northern Cali coming together and supporting one team. So that moment made me a proud Warrior fan. Because Warrior fans, we different, man. For real, for real. So that just stood out to me because we're going to ride with the Warriors no matter what.
Philmo, what do you think about this dual conversation where people are trying to say, well, if Kyrie and Luka wins one championship, they're on par with, I don't know if they're saying that. I really don't pay attention to that type of rhetoric. I don't. But they're saying that Kyrie and Luka are the most skilled backcourt we've ever seen in NBA history, and one title may push Steph and Clay off their pedestal. I don't buy it. And I think history over time, people will still appreciate the Splash Brothers. Where do you land on that?
I mean, we ain't playing NBA jams. You feel me? It's a real team sport.
Yeah, that's
like,
a good point.
If you really want to break it down, to me, Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen is the best duo of all time.
I agree.
Because if you talk about defense and offensive repertoire, Scottie Pippen was a dog, and Michael Jordan is the dog. So if you talk to me, I think them, Shaq and Kobe. Like I don't like to put backcourt. It's cute to talk about the backcourts, but Luka's really a small forward. He ain't no guard. He's really a small forward. He's 6'8", 230. He got a body like Charles Barkley. Come on now. Kyrie is the ultimate point guard. He's one of the best point guards of all time. But I don't like to get in those semantics because if you really want to talk about Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan will lock down Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, whoever it is.
I tend to agree with you on that. I agree with you. Their length. Yeah. I think they're the two greatest perimeter defenders on the same team at the same time ever. Yeah. Dwayne Wade and LeBron for the years that Dwayne Wade was healthy. But Phil, can I ask you a question if you're still on hold? Because I'm glad that you're bringing this up. Don't you believe that sadly Scottie Pippen's play on the court has been devalued because of all the stuff attached to his name in the last 5 to 10 years that's like negative, whether it's his wife? It's so unfair, but it feels like we've forgotten how, like, on the court, he was amazing. An amazing passer, one of the great defenders, could rebound, could score. I mean, he could do everything, and it feels like we have kind of diminished how great of a player he was.
Hey, if you really want to talk about it, Shasky, the evolution, Scottie Pippen is that evolutionary piece from Magic Johnson in a weird way to Scottie, because Scottie in his later career, he played point forward on Houston and on the Trailblazers into LeBron James. Yeah. Scottie Pippen, he's very undervalued. To me, he's one of the best players, and he got played. Steiny talked about it last week. He did that deal for 7 years. That wasn't cool, man. Scottie Pippen is a GOAT to me. If it wasn't for Scottie, Michael Jordan wouldn't be Michael Jordan.
I agree.
There's no doubt. Good call, Phil Mo. There's no doubt. Good. All right, you think people devalue Scottie because of what happens in his personal life?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to. I do. I think it sucks. I think all the Larsa stuff and everything. And then I also think his beef with Jordan.
I think it's more of that. Kind of being petty and everything about that.
It feels like Michael, without a dribble, has almost been elevated in the last 25 years, even bigger than the god he was when he was playing. And sadly, Pippen's still very important and people recognize it, but I just don't think he was, and his point about being an evolutionary step in the chain toward LeBron, he's absolutely right. I viewed Scottie as a point forward offensively.
Yeah, always.
He's a guy that would grab a rebound, come on down, set up the offense, could get you a bucket. Right. Like Scottie was.
What hurt Scottie was when he didn't.
Scottie.
What hurt Scottie was when he didn't check into the game because he didn't get the last shot against the New York Knicks the first year Jordan retired. That hurt Scottie. He was deemed as selfish because of that. But Scottie Pippen's one of my all-time favorites. I mean, he did everything. And he changed, we were talking about the 91 NBA Finals, he changed that series. Once Phil Jackson says, Scottie, you have magic. And I want you to press him all 94 feet. And Magic Johnson talks about it. He's like, dude, I had to walk the ball up the floor. I had to post up from 70 feet away from the rim. Scottie was hounding him. And he would guard point guards. He would guard Penny Hardaway, whether it was the Eastern Conference Finals. Scottie's and all. That duo right there, that's the first legit duo that I remember. Now, there's a lot of great duos before that, but I hear Mully talk about Scottie and Jordan and what it was like to go against Scottie and Jordan. He's like, by far, the best perimeter defenders he had ever had to go against. They were nasty on that end of the floor.
And for anybody that didn't maybe get a chance to see it in real time, obviously the Dream Team doc that came out, to me is like, it just shows you the way they viewed the Kukoc thing. And Kukoc was, don't get it to it, Kukoc was really good too.
Well, it's because Jerry Krause was propping up Tony Kukoc, and Scottie's like, I'm here. Yeah. What about me?
Yeah.
I'm the guy.
I do think also, and this is so odd, I don't know why, Scottie gets a little knocked because of the Portland years. And he
shouldn't.
No, he shouldn't. I agree. But I don't know. I think had he won elsewhere, I think we would elevate him to the appropriate rank that he deserves. It almost feels like Dennis Rodman's been elevated since these 30 years. Yeah. And Scottie's taken a knock, and Scottie was awesome.
Scottie's kind of hurt himself with some of the things, but no, the Portland teams were really good. I mean, he stabilized that roster.
Brian Grant, they were sweet.
They almost came back from a 3-1 deficit. They should have won. Damn, they were up, 16 in that game 7?
That team was good.
Really good. Really good.
I was such a Mighty Mouse fan back then.
By the way, BPA chimed in on Twitter.
I have a big mouth sometimes.
Yeah, he does. Scottie could not have locked down Steph. Period. No.
I mean, he was 6'8"? Come on, we have to be realistic. Whatever you view Iguodala as a defender in his prime, that's Scottie and then some.
Well, it also depends on what rules.
Yeah, that's true. Hand checking.
Because the physicality that Jordan and Pippen brought in that backcourt on the perimeter defensively, and Scottie was blocking shots. I mean, he was blocking shots.
And could rebound.
10-time all-defensive team.
I mean, come on, man.
Look, I'm not saying anybody's going to lock down Stephen Curry. I'm not going to do that because the great ones figure it out, and they figure out a way to get theirs. But Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan defensively on the perimeter, they made life hell for a lot of backcourts.
In their prime, I'm taking Scottie defensively over Kawhi Leonard. Who are you taking? Kawhi or Scottie?
Well, I take Scottie. Kawhi was really good for a long time.
How about LeBron?
I seen, Kawhi was really good. We got
I know, they're different. They're different defenders.
I mean, you take Scottie, I'll take Kawhi.
How about LeBron?
I mean, I'll take LeBron too. I don't lose in that situation.
I know.
It's a no-lose situation. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Rod Stats on fire. Guerrero's going to join us on the other side to talk a little Niners. We'll get back to the finals. Maybe we'll talk a little BoMel too, who may have lit a fire under this Giants team. They snapped their 6-game losing streak as well. We'll get to all that here on the Roast on 95.7 The Game.
It is sad, but it's true.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not. Oh, man, Clay, you know, your boy Bonte Hill will never roast you. Same old Clay. Same old Clay to me.
How do you think history remembers Clay or Kyrie? Who is going to have the higher status when it's all said and done? Because that's what Sam asked me at the break.
I don't know. Probably Kyrie.
He's very polarizing, Kyrie.
You know, Clay's quiet. I wonder what Clay's doing right now. What's he up to? I know he was hiking a couple weeks ago in honor of Bill Walton. That was pretty cool. I wonder what he's up to. What is he thinking right now? Is he watching the finals?
I'm sure he is.
What are we doing?
History may see Kyrie say he had more responsibilities. Clay may have the playoff stuff. I don't know. As I get older, Sassy, honestly, man, maybe it's because of the media. Maybe because I'm doing this broadcast journalism thing. But as I get older, I care less and less about that stuff.
No,
I don't know why.
I find it fun.
I don't even find it funny. Maybe it's just a cynic in me, but whether or not we elevate Kyrie more than Clay, I know what Clay did for the Warriors. And he helped them win 4 championships and provided some of the greatest moments in my basketball life. That's how I look at it.
Well, I love fun conversations like a bucket with your life on the line. Right. Who are you giving the ball to?
Fun. That's fun.
For example,
but status, like, are we elevating this guy or that guy? That to me is not fun. That stuff's fun.
40 seconds left.
Right.
All the players in the history of the NFL, ball on the 20, got to go 80 yards.
That's
who you
fun.
giving it to?
That's fun. That's fun.
Yeah.
But like in terms of who's going to be elevated more, this guy or that guy? Well, I don't know. There's some bum-ass players who are elevated more than, you know what I'm saying? Like, think about who the players are elevated and who gets talked about all the time. Like, Dak gets talked about all the time. Dak Prescott. All the time.
Yeah, but I don't see people putting him into top 5 lists.
But why is he talked about all the time?
Well,
we elevate him. Right.
So, Cowboys.
You know, we elevate him because he's the Cowboy. That's why I don't care.
The Dallas Mavericks, real quick, before we get to Rob Stats-Guerrero, they released an NBA Finals video, and the voiceover is Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
No way.
Yeah.
They didn't even have Dak Prescott or anyone from the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Obviously, Patrick Mahomes being from Texas.
Yes.
He's always courtside.
Him and Kelsey were courtside during
look
the.
Look at Rob Stats-Guerrero. He's clenching his teeth right now. That's not a good look for the Cowboys, right, Stats? Good to hear from you, Stats. What's up, baby?
What's going on, gentlemen? First, can I just say, Scottie Pippen would give Steph Curry all he could handle. Are you serious? He was first team all defense 8 straight years, and he's got 6 inches on Steph.
Yeah.
Scottie was 6'8".
Yep. No, you're right.
You're talking to two people who agree with you.
Right, yeah, because we look at this past season, right? We look at this past season. The guys who give Steph the most difficulties, and Steph is still going to get his, but he's going to have to work to get his, are the guys who are 6'8", long and athletic. Scottie Pippen was that. Jaden McDaniels that everybody talks about now, that's Scottie Pippen.
But Jaden McDaniels. I mean, like, Scottie, I know what you're saying.
Saying.
I know what you're
Jaden
saying.
McDaniels is not
they got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
I mean, I love your aunt, but come on.
Yeah, but that's what we're saying.
No,
those type of guys, Herb Jones, Brandon Ingram, all those guys, or not Brandon Ingram, Trey Murphy III down the plug. Anyway, Rob, we brought you on to talk a little Niners here.
Yeah, you know what? Let me change hats while you do that. You guys do your thing, and I'm going to get ready. I'm going to get into Niner mode.
Okay, all right. That's what you need to get into Niner mode. Okay.
What, you don't like the helmet? This is from the 70s, bro.
Why you always say that? What I like it or not?
If you're on YouTube, this is like a John Brody from the 70s Kezar Rawlings helmet, bro. I'm ready. I'm ready to talk some football. And we're going to do big cap, big facts.
If you're ready to talk football, well, you got to take the jacket off too, though.
I'll do that later.
Yeah, okay.
I'm warming up here. I'm like John Brody. Don't throw nothing at me.
I'm leaving early. He's ready to talk some Giants baseball. They got a win against Arizona yesterday. Let's go ahead, start the parade right now. Anyway, Niners minicamp. All right. Christian McCaffrey, new money. Did you see this coming at this time for mandatory minicamp?
Yeah, I knew the second he wasn't there at OTAs that he wanted something done with his contract, especially because he had no guaranteed money left. I know everyone wanted to shout at me and say it was wedding prep. It wasn't wedding prep. It was money prep, okay? He wanted more money. He deserves it. This is a good contract for CMC. It's a good contract for the Niners. I think everybody did the right thing here.
I mean, we put out a little video yesterday that they clipped, and people can have whatever feeling they want. And, you know, your personal favorite is your personal favorite. But, like, with the zero disrespect to Roger Craig, you know, Joe Perry, John Henry Johnson, Hugh McElhaney, Frank Gore, I feel like I'm watching the most talented running back of all time in a 49er uniform in CMC. Like, this guy has no hole in his game.
I completely agree with you. He's an incredible player. He has no weaknesses. I think that we are living in the universe. Of all the universes that are out there, we happen to live in the one where the Christian McCaffrey trade worked out the best for the 49ers. There's no knock on it. It couldn't have worked out any better. He's been healthy as hell. He's the reigning offensive player of the year. He has fit perfectly within this offense. This is the best possible outcome we could have gotten from that trade.
Unbelievable trade. And this is why you trade. And you're a Mariners fan. I'm sure you probably feel like this. You're trading a prospect for a proven talent any day of the week and twice on Sunday. And that's what the Niners do with Christian McCaffrey. And please don't tell me running backs don't matter, because they open up the entire offense. And we saw that last year with the Niners. Now, when it comes to Brandon Ayuk, do you believe this deal has anything to do with Brandon Ayuk's money?
No, because they're going to lower Ayuk's cap number if they sign him to an extension. They're going to free up cap room with this deal, at least in the short term. So I don't know that the McCaffrey deal had anything to do with it. My issue with the 49ers is this. If you've decided that you want Brandon Ayuk, then he should have been signed already. Like, what are we doing? There's 8 receivers that have signed contracts this offseason worth at least $23 million a year. We know the cap with Justin Jefferson because he's clearly going to be the number one. Like, it's not hard to find the ballpark here. So why are we still messing around? To save $1 million, $2 million? Like, what are we doing here? Now, if you've decided you don't want Brandon Ayuk, that's fine. I can live with that. But then you should have traded him before the draft or during the draft so that you could get something back for him. So I just don't understand how we're in June right now and it's not done.
You know, we had Mike Florio on for Pro Football Talk yesterday, who broke the Christian McCaffrey news when I asked him a question about Brandon Ayuk. And he just asked us, is Brandon Ayuk the type of wide receiver that's going to make defenses lose sleep at night? And you look at his numbers, which are really, really good last season. But is he a guy, in your opinion, Rob, where he's going to make defenses say, oh, we really got to worry about Brandon Ayuk because you have this plethora of weapons, right? Debo and Christian McCaffrey, Kittle. But where do you think Ayuk stands when it comes to opposing defenses? Do they lose sleep over him? Are they looking at Brandon Ayuk as like, boy, we really have to pay attention to number 11?
No, I don't think so. It's funny. People love to throw shade at Brock Purdy by saying, look at all the weapons. He's got Shanahan doing the tricks and getting everybody open. But nobody ever says that Shanahan gets Ayuk open, right? Ayuk gets all the credit for getting open. He doesn't get any sort of boost from Kyle Shanahan from people. And I just don't think that's true. I think Brandon Ayuk is a very good wide receiver, but I also think he benefits from Kyle Shanahan and the rest of the players that the 49ers have, just like they all do. But I don't think of Brandon Ayuk as an elite wide receiver. I'm sorry. He was double-teamed 15th out of 105 wide receivers. He was double-teamed 15th most. That doesn't scream elite wide receiver to me.
How do you think it's received if, come training camp, it's the first week of August, and similar to Bosa last year, Ayuk's not there. He's not doing a hold in. He's just physically not at practice, nowhere to be found. How do you think that lands with fans? Forget the locker room, because I think they know it's a business. How does it land with fans? Because I saw Bosa get a lot more heat this year than he's ever gotten.
Oh, I think it would go over like a lead balloon. I think both sides would get ripped. I think Ayuk would get ripped for not being there, but I think more so the Niners would, because Debo just said it. That whole contract situation affected him negatively. Nick Bosa admitted last year the contract situation affected him negatively. So the 49ers have 2 very recent examples of 2 of their biggest stars who were impacted in a negative way because of the way they negotiate. And so how could you then, in an all-in year, right, another Super Bowl or bust year, put another one of your offensive stars in a position to where he could be negatively affected and be less than 100%? So, yeah, Ayuk would take heat, but the 49ers would take more heat, I think, because they know the impact that this sort of thing can have, and they let it happen again.
No, I 100% agree with you. And I think more heat probably will come to Ayuk and how we view, because how fans view Debo now. They're going to move off Debo no matter what. And I get the limitations with Deebo Samuel, but I also realize when you get the ball in his hands in the open field, he can take a 7-yard drag route and take it 70 yards. We've seen that from Deebo Samuel time and time again, so I do agree with you on that one. Now, I know you were on with Kay Adams, and I'm like, man, look at Rob Stats Guerrero, man. He crossed over, man. He's mainstream media now. He's on with Kay Adams. I think you said something about Brock Purdy, how you would wait to pay him. You wouldn't pay him right now. You want to see what he does this season before you think about the money you want to give him moving forward. Now, what did you mean by that? And if you could explain to our audience what you meant by that when it came to Brock Purdy and his new money.
Sure. What I mean is, I think if the 49ers were allowed by the CBA, they would pay Brock Purdy right now. I think they are convinced. I think they're all in with him. I am not there, so I love the fact that the 49ers cannot pay him right now. They can't give him that massive contract because I always favor more information in life as opposed to less, especially if I'm going to have to pay somebody $50 million a year. I want as much information as possible before I make that decision. So I know Brock was great last year. He absolutely was. I want to see another year with him. I want to see another year. Maybe if some of the players get hurt and they're not around him, how does he look? I want to see Brock actually look like a competent quarterback in the rain because I'm tired of checking the weather report before the game each week. I just want more info before I say, hey, Brock Purdy, here's $50 million and let's make it 10 times harder to win a Super Bowl.
Boy, it just feels like this whole entire offseason, it's like about salvage, like keeping the band together, right? You know, the final quest or the last odyssey or the last dance or whatever you want to put together. If Brock is their, long-term, guy and you get a great year again out of him this year, I mean, don't you feel like this isn't the last run? Like they're going to have different versions of this team because nobody says that about any Mahomes variations. Nobody's saying that about Josh Allen or Burrow or any of the other guys that we deem to be in that category. Another 12, 13-win season, another couple wins in the playoffs. Does that sway people who might be on the fence?
It's definitely, they can extend the window if Brock is who they think he is for sure. I think it's the last ride for this crew. For Ayuk, Kittle, Debo, all of those guys, I think this is the last run for them. But you're right, especially if Brock is who they think. There's no reason they can't be in the playoffs in 2025, 2026 without Kittle or without Debo or hell, maybe without both of them. So I agree with you. They're going to have to sort of shift into a new core, so to speak. But it's not like, well, if they don't win the Super Bowl this year, we're going back to, 10 years of darkness like we saw with Jim Tom Sula and Chip Kelly and Dennis Erickson back in the day. We're not going right back there.
Mike Nolan as well as the GM and head coach of the 49ers. What'd you make of Debo at the podium the other day? He said he heard the trade rumors, went back and forth with his agent before we get you on the airways. Debo seemed like he knows what's up. Like he's understanding that, yeah, this could be it with me in the red and gold. I may have one season wearing the number 1 for the 49ers, man. It was very interesting from Deebo Samuel out there, Rob.
I loved the honesty. Like, we always hear praise from Kyle Shanahan for being honest with his players and being real with his players. And based on what Debo said and what Mooney Ward said, like they acknowledge, look, we know after this year, we might not be back. Everybody is, upfront about this, which I think actually, in a weird way, might help them sort of get over that Super Bowl hangover because they all kind of know, like, hey, one more year, let's give this thing a run because we know it's probably not going to be like this anymore. But Debo knows what's up. He said it. I knew what I signed up for when I signed the contract. I don't think anybody had any illusions about Deebo Samuel getting his name up on the wall as a 10-year 49er or anything like that. They know it's once more into the breach this year, and after that, who the hell knows?
Who the hell knows, man? The 49ers, content machine. They don't lack news whatsoever under Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Rob Stats Guerrero, keep up the great work, man. Gold Standard Network, Gold Standard Podcast Network, at Stats on Fire on Twitter. You're doing a hell of a job, Rob. Keep up the great work, man.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime. Rob Stats Guerrero, man. What's up?
Well, no, there was a lot of interesting stuff there.
Just keeps it real. Shoots it straight from the hip. I agree with damn near everything he said.
It's
rare that I agree with every guest, but I agree with a lot of what he said.
The Niners offseason has been one that's been actually very interesting to me. And this is why I love the 49ers, because they do swing big. And I believe that they are a little almost transparent to a negative, but I appreciate it because it gives us a lot of content. It came out yesterday that the Niners were sniffing around Justin Jefferson.
Yep.
I don't know if that's they picked the phone up, Minnesota picked the phone up, who knows? I just know how John Lynch operates, where everything's on the table at all times. No one has a guaranteed spot out of like except maybe like CMC and Bosa. Right. You know what I mean? Like all the other 50-something guys on the roster, like, hey, if we can find an upgrade, we're going to find an upgrade. There's something Belichickian about that I appreciate. No, there really is. Yep. And it's got like a Yankee or a Laker feel to it.
That's the big boy teams do.
But that's what I love.
Right.
And so, like, I think people are like, whoa, the Niners checked in on Justin Jefferson. It's like, yeah, of course they did. A guy like his talent, you pick the phone up. That doesn't mean you're trading everything for him. I don't even know who picked the phone up first. But the fact that they're even in on that's why I love this team and this organization and Kyle and John Lynch. It's like they're going to overturn every stone to consistently get better. No matter what position it is.
I know we're talking Niners today, and it's game one of the NBA Finals later between the Mavericks and the Celtics. And I don't want to pivot to the Warriors. I'm not doing this right here, but the Warriors, they were sniffing around for James Harden. They sniffed around for LeBron James last season. This is what winning organizations do. So my question was, when I saw the report about Justin Jefferson and all the Niners called about Justin Jefferson, I was surprised. My question was, why wasn't every team calling about Justin Jefferson?
You and I talked about this during the regular season.
Right. Why wouldn't you call about Justin Jefferson? He's the best wide receiver in all of football. I mean, arguably, right? Now, you'd pay him that type of money. You got to get him the ball. How would it fit this off? Justin Jefferson makes anything work. He's an elite talent. Pure hands. He's a baller. Do I worry about the injuries with him and the hammies? Sometimes I do. Especially when you pay him that money. But why wouldn't you call about that? But that's what the teams do. You brought up the Yankees and hey, just look at our old market. The Giants used to be like that.
Yes.
Now, they have sniffed around in the offseason at some of the big boys here, and they've tried to recruit these big boys. Now, they failed at that. But you know what? You got to start somewhere, right? The Niners and the Warriors have done this, and the Niners have done this for many years under Shanahan and Lynch, where they're sniffing around at quarterbacks, wide receivers, defensive ends, linebackers. That's what they should be doing.
Well, and that's
you don't think Kansas City's not checking in on Justin Jefferson? You don't think Andy Reid and company are like, Brett Veach? Hey, what's going on with Justin Jefferson?
The Eagles.
He's fallen.
I know, the Eagles. Right. Like, no, I think you're 100% correct. But that kind of brings me back, and we don't know. Like, I'm guessing, you're guessing, we're all kind of guessing. We're not in the building. We don't know. But I think that the way that this offseason went, just my feel on it was like they were open to a lot of different things. Hey, we'll roll with Ayuk and Debo. We'll extend Ayuk. We'll trade one of them. We'll release one of them. Like, in their flow chart, I think they had hundreds of possibilities. Just like the Warriors right now have hundreds of possibilities, right? And I'm sure, Joe, every team is like that. Yeah, sure, but like...
No, not every team is not like that.
But I don't think they're as aggressive and as bold as the way the Niners are. So this brings me back to Purdy.
Yeah, I was going to get there.
Okay. I personally believe today the Niners are like, yeah, we're ready to pay Brock Purdy. We're going to give Brock Purdy the money. But don't get it fooled. If there was ever a moment, for example, a Patrick Mahomes became available, or whoever Lynch and Shanahan thought was quote unquote better than Purdy, they will go make a move for that guy. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, we do these things, and I do it all. Franchise this, left tackle, franchise quarterback. He'll be here for 15 years. With the way John and Kyle operate, every single guy who's great, they're going to be trying to upgrade and get even greater, if that makes sense. And I don't think that means they're not loyal or anything. That's just the way they operate is we are going to try to get the best at every position. Well, I appreciate that.
Well, I thought you was going to go
you thought I was going another direction?
Well, they did try to upgrade from Purdy. Well, they didn't know if Purdy was going to be able to play week one against Pittsburgh. The story came out last year. It came out last season. Kyle Shanahan told Brock Purdy, hey, if I could get Brady, I'm going to go get Brady. I'm going to go to the bench, but I think it'll be good for you to learn from Tom Brady. They tried to go get Tom Brady last season. So, yes, if Purdy struggles, they will be looking to improve. But where I thought you were going to go is now that
and that's
we're
not a
moving
knock
forward.
on Purdy.
No, it's not.
I just think
what they do.
I'm talking about the way they view, and Bill Walsh did this too. I have Joe Montana. There's this guy John Elway out there in the draft. I might make a move for him.
But see, now I'm starting to think they're done with that move when it comes to Brock Purdy. I think they are going to pay Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I think they do believe he's the guy. They found their guy.
For the next couple years.
I think we need to start embracing that as a fan. If you're on the fence about Purdy being a franchise guy, I've embraced it. He's here because you draft Ricky Pearsall saying, let's give Purdy another weapon and let's surround him with more weapons by bringing in Logan Thomas.
Absolutely.
And you know what? If Ayuk doesn't work out, we could try to find an upgrade there. The reason why you try to go trade Justin Jefferson, you're trying to get Brock Purdy another elite wide receiver. Knowing that maybe Ayuk or Debo may not pan out or may not be here long term. They're already baked in by giving Christian McCaffrey that money, saying, okay, we have our running back and we have our quarterback. George Kittle may be here for a year or two, but we're good there. We can look to upgrade maybe in the future a tight end, not the end of the world. But I feel like they've told us, without really telling us, Purdy's our guy. He's going to get paid for at least the next 3 years.
Exactly. That was where I'm going. Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to keep fielding calls on every spot on the roster.
And
like the JJ thing, I don't know how realistic it was or whatever. Like, we all like Ayuk. Ayuk's really good. Okay, maybe some people think there's 6 receivers better than him. Some might think there's 14 receivers better than him. We could argue about that. But we all know JJ is clearly better than Brandon Ayuk.
And they're basically saying, hey, JJ, if we could go get JJ, that's a better weapon for Brock Purdy, and we're paying him with the franchise quarterback.
Absolutely.
And so they're basically telling us, when the owner comes out saying he's going to reset the quarterback market, well, Jay York has been true to his word over the last decade. Like, we need to start, I know the Niners haven't won a Super Bowl, but I think we need to start giving Jay York a little more credit here for all the money he's doled out, and he's backed up his words with actions, right? He's done that. So when it comes to Brock Purdy and going out there working out and getting stronger, they've identified it's like, okay, this is our guy. He's running our offense. Yeah. We're going with this guy. And he did not look overwhelmed in that Super Bowl against Kansas City. So I think they're done with that.
Don't you also think that you're talking about the roster that they set up? I feel like in building that roster around Purdy, they've also set up the finances to be able, as they move forward and pay the quarterback, like having the inexpensive skill position player in Ricky Pearsall to eventually take over for one of the higher priced guys. Like, I think that's baked into the equation. Wouldn't you agree with them having a high priced quarterback?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think they were going to have money for that anyway, because you can move off of Debo after the season. You could move off of Kittle after the season. So yes, this money right now and the money that could be opened up, because we also don't know if Trent Williams, if this is going to be his last go round, right? We don't know if he's going to retire after the season. He went to Super Bowl. We may say that's it for me.
Yeah.
I'm looking for that.
Andre Whitworth style.
Yeah, it's a good point. Brock Purdy's going to be here for a while. And I believe they've identified him as our franchise guy. And I think they are starting to believe, because I think I think this could get really nasty.
Why?
I don't know why. Ayuk's not budging. It feels like the 49ers aren't budging. They've given all these extensions out and said, we're going to prioritize Juwan Jennings, Christian McCaffrey, Oldham over Ayuk. And now hold on. And so now, with Ayuk saying, and if, like, I don't feel comfortable giving Ayuk $30 million, and I may be the biggest Ayuk fan at this station. I love Brendan Ayuk.
Yeah, I would.
But I don't feel comfortable giving Ayuk, and not me, but I don't feel comfortable with the 49ers giving him $30 million a year. I don't like that for the cap. I'm just, with the way they run their offense, with the way he gets targets, I just don't think that's worth it. So I'm starting to believe, with the Ricky Pearsall move that they made at the end of the first round, and with the reports coming out that Ricky Pearsall looks like he could be the real deal. Now, we got to wait till training camp. We have to wait till preseason, and he's going to have to face the New York Jets in week number 1, a nasty defense for Robert Saleh. And they have Sauce Gardner and DJ Reed, and they're really good. But I'm starting to get this hunch that the 49ers believe that Brock Purdy is so good, they don't need Brandon Ayuk.
Well, Shanahan's that good, too, as a play caller. Wouldn't you also bake that in?
But I also think, though, they think that Brock Purdy says, we'll get another weapon, and Brock Purdy will elevate that weapon. I'm now starting to feel like the 49ers believe Brock Purdy could elevate an offense by himself, which is what I'm waiting for, because we didn't see it during the 3-game losing streak last year. And I was wondering, can Brock Purdy do it without these guys and these guys? Now you miss Trent Williams and you miss Debo. That's tough to overcome. I get it. But if you have Trent in there and you get rid of Brandon Ayuk and You see Juwan Jennings make some big plays in the Super Bowl. You see Debo, and they still like Debo. I'm starting to believe they feel like Brock Purdy doesn't need a Brandon Ayuk to be great. It's just my hunch.
No,
I don't have any facts, nothing like that at all. And I just got a hunch. I feel like this one's going to be nasty, this holdout.
I think it's a combination of things. I think I think, to your point about their belief in Brock, I think you're right, 100%. And I mean, the film don't lie, right? The guy's been excellent. I think of catering the team with guys who are, zone killers. Like Pearsall's going to do that, and that's perfect. That fits right into the offense and Purdy.
And you know what? Don't forget about Ronnie Bell. I haven't given up on Ronnie Bell.
But here's the other thing, and I also think I think they're evolving in how they build a team. So like team structure and finance structure and how you piece it all together under the salary cap, I think they're adjusting their own algorithms about how to build a team. And I think that they're looking at this and they're like, $60 million, give or take, a year for 2 wide receivers on a team that checks down to the running back 65 times a year.
In this
that's
offense.
Probably not the best way to spend money.
No, not in this offense. Now you could get away with it for a season.
That's what I'm saying.
For a season.
But not for 3.
Not for 3.
And I'm looking at like Miami, right? Like Miami. And we all like Miami, right? To me, them paying Waddle and Tyreek Hill tells me I think they're on the fence on paying Tua.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's the reverse. You know what I mean? Them not drawing a hard line on one of those receivers, like that, to me, tells me the reverse. So I'm looking at Purdy again, and I think also Kyle being the play caller. And I think they're looking at Ayuk, and they're like, hey, look, man, here's the money you're going to make this year. We'll give it to you. You play this year. If it doesn't work out for you financially, Dem's the breaks. You're going to get docked pay. We're going to trade you in the offseason.
No,
it is
I don't
what
even
it
think
is.
they could do that. I think if Ayuk's unhappy, I could see the Niners trading him mid-season. I don't think Michael Silver's off base. I don't think Michael Silver's off base because I think the Niners believe they have enough to get the job done.
Wow.
They've gone to a Super Bowl without elite receivers. That Super Bowl in 2019, they went with Jimmy Garoppolo, a young George Kittle, a rookie in Deebo Samuel, Emmanuel Sanders, Kendrick Bourne.
Kendrick Bourne was your leading receiver in the playoffs.
So Shanahan does believe we got Christian McCaffrey. As long as Christian McCaffrey's here, we're going to see 8 in the box, and it's going to open up the pass game. All we got to do is play action pass with Brock Purdy, roll him out the pocket, get him on the perimeter. Boom, I got Debo, Juwan Jennings, Ronnie Bell, Ricky Pearsall, George Kittle, or maybe Logan Thomas down the field. So I do believe the Niners they've been in the mix on midseason trades. Hell, they traded for Christian McCaffrey for crying out loud. They traded for Chase Young last year. They traded for Randy Gregory last year. There could be a situation in which they do deal Ayuk midway through the season or Deebo Samuel midway through the season and go get some picks and say we can still win football games at a high level.
You're not wrong in the thought process. My retort to you would be those picks won't materialize till March and April of next year in terms of you adding something to your roster. So just looking at your roster, you're not better for this season. If this is one of those last dance, final odyssey, whatever you want to call it, voyages that they're going on as an organization, boy, that would be...
It doesn't help you this season. But again, the 49ers believe they have enough.
Well, they better.
But I know the players want Ayuk back. I know that for sure.
And quite frankly, if I was Brock Purdy in a contract season, I would want Ayuk there.
You would
because
think so.
I know having a veteran wide receiver who can help me get open would only help my chances to make money. And that's putting a lot into Ricky Pearsall. You look, for every Puka Nacua, like, again, Puka had a monster year last year. He was spectacular.
What did you think about that? As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. What do you think about that? Larry Krueger basically said Purdy and Pearsall could be Stafford and Puka.
I mean, I'm not there. I'm not watching. I trust Larry's eye on that. But at the same time, I would say to him, like, Stafford throws the ball much, much more in that system than what Kyle and Purdy do, at least on the front end. The other part of that is that, like, I've seen Kyle with rookie wide receivers, and it's usually a work in progress.
Yes.
Like, even the Debo rookie year was a work in progress. It was like 700 or 800 yards or whatever. The rookie year for Ayuk was like 700 or 800 yards. So, like, Puka just had one of the greatest rookie seasons of all time. That's to say that like, Pearsall is going to put up those kind of numbers. Now, could they have a rapport like that? Sure. To put up 1,800 yards in his rookie year or whatever, what was it, 1,700 yards?
Yeah.
I mean, wow. And that was also because Cooper Kupp missed a lot of time.
Puka was also a 5th-round pick, Joe. Like, the expectations for Pearsall, he's a first-rounder talent. Like, that, the expectations with that is a lot more pressure.
Yeah, a lot more pressure.
But I'll say this, though. Like, hey, if Larry's seen something where they're in rhythm, like, I don't doubt that.
And Puka also had Cooper Kupp alongside of him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But
and that takes a lot of attention. Yeah, the numbers.
He missed
but he did
the
miss
first
some time.
5 weeks.
He did miss some time, but that helps. That does help. And the Rams, they did a great job. That game in week 2, the way they used them against the 49ers, the Niners were playing a lot of zone, and they were eating it up.
I just don't see how the Niners drop back 35 times a game and throw for 5,500 yards.
With that said, moving forward, what receiver would you rather move forward with? Would it be Ayuk or Debo? And right now, I'm looking at pure wide receiver. I'd rather move forward with Brandon Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall, and George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey. Because the route running does mean something to me.
I'm not ready to move off either of them right now, and I know that's cheating the game.
I'm not ready
either. I want one more year. Like, I want, personally, one more year of the whole crew together. That's what I want.
I would be disgruntled if they moved off Ayuk and then a year later moved off of Deebo Samuel. That would tick me off.
You are losing. Like, and again, I've been all over the map with Deebo. You're losing a ton of your physicality and identity and character and tone setting. And I know we can talk about him not separating, and there's a lot. But
when he does separate,
God, when the ball's in his hands.
That's what I'm saying. When the ball is in his hands, you look at that second half against Detroit. Deebo Samuel's dynamic. Hell, Brandon Ayuk made the great catch, too, down the end zone when he should have been picked off. Anyway, let's get to Vince in the city. Vince, what's happening? You're on the roast. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Brandon Ayuk, my question for you guys is, and Bonte, you kind of answered it already, but how much of a fit is Brandon Ayuk in this offense? With that being said, you know that Brandon Ayuk is not the physical kind of player that is the 49er identity with George Kittle, Deebo, and even CMC. I think also, Shafty, you said it too. It doesn't look like Brock Purdy's going to be put in a lot of pass situations. He's not going to drop back, like you said, 35 times a game or whatever it is. I don't see it. I really don't see it. So I think if that's the case and you want to keep the physicality part of the offense, they should have already traded Brandon Ayuk away, because you just picked up a pure wide receiver in Ricky Pearsall. If you could have really got something else that would have fit better for your team, like maybe a traded for Brandon Ayuk for somebody on the defensive end, since you did pick up a wide receiver. I don't see how Brandon Ayuk is going to fit, because he is a product of the talent around him. He gets open because there's so much attention on George Kittle and Deebo Samuel. And then as far as Deebo not getting separation, he maybe only really needs half a step, because he got hands too.
He does.
And he can catch damn near anything. He catches a lot in traffic, and then he still bounces off of guys like a pinball machine, and he's off.
Yep.
All he needs is half a step, get him the ball.
Well, I will push back. Good call, Vince, but I'll push back on something about physicality of Brandon Ayuk. I think Brandon Ayuk is a physical wide receiver. I mean, look at what he does in the run game.
He's the X, so he lines right on the line of scrimmage. And he's forced to beat press coverage.
Well, not only is he, I wasn't even going to go there.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't going to go there. I'm talking about just in the run game.
No, that he is physical.
Deebo takes plays off on the run game. Brandon Ayuk is blocking 50 yards downfield. How many McCaffrey runs did we see last year? Pittsburgh, Seattle, and McCaffrey gets up pointing at Brandon Ayuk That's what I'm talking about. So I will push back on Brandon Ayuk not being physical. That guy gets his nose into it, and he mixes it. How many times he mixes it up with the Kansas City DBs? How many times he mixes it up with Philadelphia? I will push back and say Brandon Ayuk is a physical wide receiver. He's got great size. I will push back on that. Let's go to Manny on the Dumbarton Bridge here on the roast. A lot of Niner calls here, man. Maybe we should have gotten into this earlier. Manny, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Nice to hear you guys are talking football again.
Let's go.
My language.
But the Giants still do it for you?
I gotta drop this on you guys, man. Ever since I've seen Deebo play, I like Deebo. Don't get me wrong, but Deebo reminds me of Eric Metcalf. Deebo is Eric Metcalf 2.0, a little bit bigger.
I like that.
And it was good it was good while it lasted, but I want me a pure wide receiver, man. Debo is a jack of all trades. There's no doubt about it. But I need that wide receiver that causes separation, that runs routes, that can leap up and grab the ball out of a defender's hands. We need that guy.
Yeah.
And I'm shaping up to be that guy. I don't know if Debo ever will be because of, like I said, we never solidified just exactly what he's going to be. So it was. Thank you for the memories. Thank you for the fun. But man, I need something more out of my receiver right now, especially after what we saw in the Super Bowl, guys. I'm about to head into work right now. That's all I got. It was nice chatting with you guys as always, and see you on the other side.
All right, Manny, on Joe Barton Prince. Good call there. Real quick, Ryan in San Bernardino. What's happening? How you feeling about this?
Hey, my brother.
What's up, brother?
Hey, man, I miss you guys.
I miss you too. Hey, how's my San Bernardino Wolverines doing?
Hey, you ask me every time. I'm a transplant. I don't even really know who they are.
I always ask you the question, but you always give me the same answer. I don't know. It's a shtick. Go ahead.
Hey, but that means you remember me, so I appreciate that, man.
Of course.
Hey, but low key, speaking about, first of all, the Eric Metcalf reference, that's a great reference. It takes me back to Tecmo Bowl with Kev Mack and Eric Metcalf. That's like really dope.
Wow. I do love that.
That's really dope. But IU's toughness, like, are you kidding me? Go back a couple years in training camp when he's getting into it with who? Fred Warner of all people? Like, you got to be a tough dude, you know what I mean? The way he blocks down the field has been pretty highly publicized and all that. And, you know, toughness has never been a question. His catch radius, his route running. I think Brandon Ayuk is highly, highly underrated. I think you put him in any other offense, or he's the number one target. He's catching 135 balls and having crazy stats.
I mean, 135 is like almost up there with Marvin Harrison's record for most catches in a season. That's a lot. Well, now you have 17 games.
I wouldn't go that far, but to his point, I do believe Ayuk is underrated, and I believe that last season. I really did. We had a conversation, and I know what you were saying. Hey, true number ones, elite wide receivers, and we hear from Rob Stats Guerrera and Mike Florio saying he's not making defenses lose sleep. But damn, he's receiving over 1,400 yards in the Warren Fuss offense, catching 75 passes, and in Pittsburgh, when Patrick Peterson is talking trash, saying, "Oh, I'm gonna get one on Brock Purdy," well, he goes 8 for 8, 8 targets, 8 catches, 2 touchdowns.
If you're saying that Justin Jefferson's an A+, right, first ballot Hall of Fame talent type of player, I have Ayuk as like an A-, B+.
So why would we want to move off that?
Well, that's my point. It's like, I think it's bad business for the Niners to not find a way to keep this guy just at least through this year, and Debo at least through this year. It's bad business.
I've been on that from day one. Right? So go ahead, get in here, Spinoni. Oh no.
Go to Austin, San Jose.
Oh, Austin, San Jose.
He has a better take than I do.
All right, Austin and San Jose. What up, my boy?
Man, that's tough too. Now I feel pressured, man. Listen, I just wanted to come on a little bit. This whole Pearsall thing, man. This guy's walking around in shorts, and you guys are talking about him replacing being as good as
No. We're not saying that. We're not saying that. Hey, real quick, Austin. What we're saying is, I'm saying it. I want to see it in training camp. I don't know what he could be. That's just the reports. I'm not going that far yet. I love me some Brandon Ayuk. Don't get it twisted, Austin.
Yeah, and the only thing I wanted to comment on, just on the Ayuk thing, and I got nothing, and I'll just say that a couple years ago, this whole thing was with Shanahan and him. I don't know what to make of that. I think it was resolved, but anytime you have that kind of thing come out, you always got to wonder. It reminds me of kind of like what's going on with Kuminga and the whole thing. The way he acted. So you always got to go back to that. Is there something more there? I don't know. And listen, last thing I wanted to poke you a little bit, Bonte, on the Puka and Purdy. I got one for you. I got Daniels and my buddy Luke McCaffrey. How about that? That's going to be the combination to watch this year, guys. That's all I got.
Come on, the Commanders. Come on, Austin. I like Austin in San Jose.
I mean, going back to stupid lists, Nick Wright took Jaden Daniels over Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I know none of them had Brock Purdy on the list.
I couldn't believe
Colin
that.
Coward and Nick wrong.
I couldn't believe that.
And that's why I don't care about mainstream media anymore. Because we get dumb lists like that pollutes our social media timelines, pollutes our airways because of their list.
Even if you don't like Purdy,
about their list.
Even if you don't like Purdy, you're not taking a guy who's never taken a throw in the NFL over Purdy. Come on.
Purdy's a top 10 quarterback.
What are we doing?
Purdy is a top 10 quarterback. Can we just all admit that? It's okay.
Yeah. Some days
to say that.
Closer to 5, some days closer to 10.
All right, that's it. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Safeway? Big Cap or Big Facts. I'll be listening in the car. I got to run. Baby Chaz's last day of school. We're having a school picnic, so I'll be there 10 o'clock. So I'm smashing over the Burley game right now. You guys have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be listening in the car. No slander, folks. No slander.
Thank you, Bonte.
Head to Safe. This is Jeremiah from Fremont, also known as the Legend Jerry, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, two Bay Area homegrown legends themselves, everybody. And I want you guys, everybody, to say it with me now. The best part of waking up is the morning roast in your cup.
Oh, give it to me.
Yeah.
10% muscle, 90% skill.
Who is this? Fort Minor? Is that what it is, right? The dude from Lincoln Park?
This was on an NBA 2K game, I want to say, one year. You're listening to the Morning Roast, and be sure to be locked into 95.7 The Game all week for your chance to win some awesome Warrior prizes, as well as qualify to win a perfect Father's Day gift, an autographed, signed Steph Curry jersey. Tune in at 7:30, 12:30, and 4 o'clock every day this week for your chance to win. Thank you to the Warriors.
Yay!
It's a Warriors jersey, not a Team USA one, right?
It's a Warriors jersey.
Okay, good. All right. I kind of want a Team USA Steph jersey now.
It's sitting right there next to you if you want to show it off to the
do you have it
camera,
next to you, Joe? It's in the bag there if you want to show it off to the beautiful people on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter now. We are streaming on Twitter, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Shout out for our people over at First NorCal Credit Union, re-upping with us. Thank you. We love you guys.
All right, so the Giants win yesterday. Bob Melvin flipped the spread the day before. It was a great feel-good win. I feel like Bob and the San Francisco Giants, that game felt like multiple games.
Yay!
And that might sound absurd, but that's what it felt like. It was a swing game for me. Now they're going to go to Texas, face Corey Seager-less Texas Rangers, who pulled a muscle yesterday running down the first base line. But another opportunity to get with Bruce Bochy. Bruce Bochy last year came to Oracle Park. This year, we're going out there. So this is exciting. The Giants have a big series against the reigning World Series winners, and they need to get the ship righted. And having a big victory yesterday and the bats really waking up and getting 15 outs from the bullpen, it was a really feel-good win for the San Francisco Giants yesterday.
And they need to stack more, Joe. Like, that's it. Like, that's great. Like, that's a good win. Get more of them. 6-game losing streaks are tough. Get off the schneid. Elliot Ramos, I'm excited about. Like, that is a player I can gravitate towards right now and be excited if I'm a Giants fan. So let's keep stacking them. The Austin Slater thing, I think, was disappointing for a lot of fans yesterday when they heard the news of Luis Matos getting sent down, Austin Slater getting pulled back up. But get the win, get more of them. Like, this is the thing. And FP Santangelo, who's again in for Steiny today with Guru, brought it up, it's just wild.
Here's my shower, Monte.
There's only 4 teams in the National League that are over 500. 4 teams have winning records, Joe. Baseball's like not great right now. The quality is not great. In the American League too, you're going up against the defending champs. Both teams that were just in the World Series, they're not playing well. They're both under 500.
Oh, well, I mean, there's a larger too many games conversation. Too many teams in the playoffs.
And now no Corey Seager. And then potentially you're facing the Astros when you come back home. No Kyle Tucker potentially. No. He's an MVP candidate with the Astros.
I know. So, no, there's a lot going on. But I just look at how we're playing and the Giants, as I go we on you. But
thanks, Gabe.
The Giants, they've been down. They haven't been playing great defense. They haven't been getting timely pitching. They certainly have not gotten timely hits. Even yesterday, they had opportunities to drop 15 runs in that game. Now, I'm not saying you're going to execute every single time with runners in scoring position, but when you have the bases loaded and no outs and you don't score a run in that situation, that will come back to haunt you at some point.
Yes.
So they're going to have to start heating up here. It was nice to see Soler hit a bomb late in that game, but he had runners on second and third early in the game and didn't deliver, and he had runners bases loaded and chopped one to third base.
Situational hitting is always the common denominator, right? Like, if you can hit consistency with running and runners in scoring position, you're going to win games. And if you don't, you're probably going to lose them. That's where run differential, all that sort of stuff comes in. But to your point, with the Diamondbacks struggling the way they did yesterday, Jordan Montgomery, he's a guy that we linked like with Blake Snell signing with the Giants late. Jordan Montgomery, obviously with the Rangers last year.
That's who Sam wanted.
Yeah, a lot of Giants fans wanted him. He came in late, didn't get any reps in spring training. He's looked awful all year.
I know.
Like, so this is another thing. Buyers beware. And this is why, yes, practice matters. As we're talking about mini camps with the Niners and training camp coming up, yeah, practice matters. Ask Nick Bosa last year who missed it. Ask Deebo Samuel a couple years ago who missed most of it. And don't let Brandon Ayuk miss a lot of training camp if you are going to bring him back, because guess what? He's probably not going to be as good as he was last year.
Well, that's a whole other conversation.
It is, I know, but I'm just saying, buyers beware with that sort of stuff.
There's no doubt about it. And, we're going to play a fun game here coming up in a second.
What is it, Joe? What's the game?
Big Cap, big facts.
Oh.
The kids out there, they say big cap when they think you're lying, okay? When you're full of it, when you're not telling the truth.
I heard Kenny Smith on TNT try to say it too. I'm like, Kenny, you're like 60 years old.
I know.
What are we doing?
I almost feel goofy saying it. Yeah, I said almost tongue in cheek. But there is something about baseball that's going on right now that I do believe we should be aware of. There's a player who's out there for the Pittsburgh Pirates, Paul Skeens. And I tell you, when you see superstardom, something that literally just pops off the television, whether it's the charisma, the attitude, the way it looks, there's just something about him that makes me feel a certain way. And I haven't felt that way, not on my own team. I'm talking about just baseball-wise, since Roger Clemens. I thought Harold Kumar was going to be that guy coming out of Vanderbilt. Paul Skeens gives me Roger Clemens attitude vibes.
He has a presence. I think that is what you're saying too. Like, he has the physical stature.
Absolutely.
He's a big guy. He's got the mustache. That is a look.
Yes.
And those jerseys, they pop. Like, he has.
But he challenges you.
But he throws the heat.
Yes.
That is what we love. What do we love? We love fastballs and we love home runs. And that is what he does. He throws it. And that's what we saw yesterday, right? He was going up against the guy that he gravitates towards the most in Major League Baseball. That's Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers. Like, he grew up, well, not grown up, because the guy's like 20. He's been watching Shohei the last couple of years.
He's still young.
He's still young. I know, it's crazy to say, like, but because he looks like a full-grown man. He's 30. He almost looks like he's 35 with that mustache.
It's the mustache.
Crazy. It is the mustache. Makes him
That's
look
about 10 years on you.
Thank you. But he went up against Shohei yesterday, multiple at-bats. The first one, just high cheese in your face, strikeout. What are you going to do about that? And then the next one, the next at-bat, with the runner on, tries to do the same thing. Shohei decks it to dead center. I mean, that's just greatness personified, and that is what we love about sports. That's what we kind of miss about baseball. Is
mano a mano.
Mano a mano, but also like these young guys getting promoted.
Yes.
And what MLB did yesterday, I sent it to the thread. I was like, we need more of this. They sent all 3 at-bats that Shohei had against Paul Skeens. They just posted it on their social. That's all I want to see. Just show me.
And they went
greatness.
crazy.
And it went crazy.
It went crazy online.
Yes. That is what I want
totally
to
with
see.
you.
Just promote these young guys, young players. And that's why, and I know you've brought it up, that's why it's not frustrating, but you want to see that with a guy like Kyle Harrison and the expectation that he was going to be like a Lincecum. Like that, no one's going to be Tim Lincecum.
Lincecum was a meteor. The way Skeens is being, at least for Pirates fans, the way that's what it felt like with Lincecum.
Correct. So can you get some production like that from one of your young guys? Right now we're seeing it, and he's not going to get the love and adoration like Paul Skeens because he was a number 1 overall pick. But Elliot Ramos, man, you keep doing this. You keep getting 6 bases. He was on base 6 times yesterday. Yeah, you're going to start getting some heads to look your way in the San Francisco Giants, and a young player you can gravitate towards. That's kind of what we're putting the cap on this conversation, if you will.
Well, I think the Elliot Ramos thing, his emergence, I'm not sure how much he resonates with Giants fans just currently. I do think he has been a great surprise over the last month. And
how come he's not... real quick, is it because they're just not winning? Is that why?
Well, I also believe he didn't have the fanfare online coming into the majors, and wherever, when he got promoted multiple years ago, he came up and people were really excited for him. And then he didn't necessarily show out, and it felt like he got buried last year. And
that's weird how we do that in baseball.
I feel like we just kind of forgot about the guy.
No, it's a good point. No, I didn't mean to cut you off there. It is weird in baseball though, right? Like, because it's not like I guess you can put it to the G League, right? But Moses Moody's kind of similar, where people are like, he was in, he was out.
Yes,
people are out on Moody.
That's actually a good call.
More of Moody and stuff like that. So when they're playing well, it's like, yeah, well, let's see if he gets sent back down, or let's see if so-and-so gets healthy. So that's why the Luis Matos thing, going back to Luis Matos, that's why it was frustrating for fans, because Luis Matos was a guy that, you saw all the flashes just a couple weeks ago. Now he's in a little bit of a slump, and it's just like, yeah, but Austin Slater hasn't done anything for years now, and this year, and we're going to bring him back. So it was just like, I understand where Giants fans are probably hesitant on Ramos too, be like, well, let's see, because the vision of this team is still kind of murky.
No doubt. And like the Slater outrage of him getting
How'd you
elevated.
feel about that?
Well, here's what I would say is that, like, he's a role player, okay? And it's year 8 for a role player. I just think that the Giants are giving him way too long of a leash for a guy that's not really going to make a big difference when it's all said and done one way or the other. Like, everyone's losing their minds over
8 years.
What?
8 years he's been
Do you know how long Will Clark was a Giant?
How long?
8 years.
Oh, my God.
Kevin Mitchell wasn't even a Giant this long.
I can't even, like, and God bless Austin Slater if you're listening, buddy. I'm sorry, but, like, it's got to be the most forgettable 8 years a player's ever had on the team in
but
Major League Baseball history. 8 years? Come on, man. What's the signature play for Austin Slater? Come on, 5 of them. 8 years.
That's why I'm saying.
That's ridiculous.
And I listen to people talk about, well, they're going to play the veterans. And he's a fringe big leaguer, Austin Slater, who has been on the big league team because their entire team is fringe big leaguers, at least over the last 6 years, outside of a couple dudes. So, but here's the thing that I would say is, like, everyone's like, oh, the veterans have a track record. If you're going to say that they have a track record and you're going to use data, the reason Austin Slater is on the roster is because he used to rake lefties. Mm-hmm. In the last 2 seasons, Matos has actually hit lefties better than him. Now, both have struggled. Matos has been better in a smaller sample over the last 2 years against lefties. Matos doesn't have the baseball card of 6 years, 7 years, deep that Slater had prior to that. But the reality is like Austin Slater is just, he's just a role guy, and it'll play itself out. Here's what I'm saying, Joey.
Also 31 years old. Like, what are we doing? Luis Matos is 10 years younger than him. That's what I want to see. I see young guys.
That's if they're going to be almost identical.
Yes.
Give me the young guy.
Like, if they're at where they're at right now, let's say they're on a similar plane. Even I expect Matos to get better as the next few years come along. I think Slater.
That's the hope.
This is where I expect.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Yeah, I would expect Matos to get better. Slater is where he's at right now. Like, Slater's at the ceiling, so to speak, if you want to say so. I think Matos has much more to give than what he's given right now.
Again,
that's the hope.
He's a guy roster 21 through 25. Like, that's any team, like even the contending teams would be like,
fringe guy.
Yeah, exactly. And so like that. So to me, it's just like this goes back to the Giants are just obsessed with the fringe guys. And so I'm not surprised. The other part of this is that Matos has had a down week, but how do you expect young players to just continue to, hey, if you have a bad week, you're done forever and banished down into the minors? It's like, all right, well,
how are you ever going to adjust back to the big league level? Like, you just can't. Like, and that's why
we watched a career of Brandon Belt being streaky, and you guys kept saying, just wait till the hot streak comes. Mm-hmm. But yeah, when a young player is hot, great. But the minute you have a bad week, you go back down. It just feels like a catch-22.
It's tough. And you have a streaky player right now, and Giants fans are going to see that going forward. How long, I don't know, because he has an option after the end of this year. But Matt Chapman, he's been like that his entire career. He's a streaky guy. He was just red hot. Maybe he'll come back down to earth a little bit. Then he'll go. He's been a 240 hitter his whole career. So, like, you're going to see this. And it's just like, you look at a guy last year with the New York Yankees, and Giants fans just saw him, and Anthony Volpe. He struggled last year a lot at the plate. But those growing pains for that season paid off huge. He's probably going to be an all-star this year.
And now you get to cash that in.
Santangelo brought that up yesterday. I thought it was a great point. Like, how do you expect these guys just to get better if they don't get a chance to adjust? Because we always say this. You start off hot. We saw with Casey Schmidt last year what happened. The league adjusted back, and he struggled. And then you brought him back, and then you set him down. But with Luis Matos, I would have liked a longer leash. I get it. He's been struggling the last 63 plate appearances. He's batting 153 at 10 strikeouts. That is tough. Part of me also believes, too, with the struggles and the young guys kind of tricking off that game a couple days ago, specifically against the Diamondbacks, where there were so many chances, so much so that Bob Melvin had to call out everyone after the game. I think that was part of it. It's just, it's frustrating. Again, Giants won yesterday. That's great. We can focus on that positive, but they need to stack more wins. One game is not going to be the deciding factor here. Now, it could be that kick in the pants was needed, and maybe they sweep the Rangers, and that's great. Now you play on Monday, but they got to start stacking some wins here if they want to garner our attention. Because you know what, Joe Shasky, got to be honest, after yesterday when you and Bonte were going in on the team, and then we were starting talking about some basketball and football today, I was like, wow, this is okay. I'm excited again. I'm excited for you guys to talk about Brandon Ayuk. I'm excited to talk about Christian McCaffrey. And I'm sure you felt it too. And the fans felt it. And I think that sucks because the Giants have a prime opportunity in front of them to seize an audience. I said that last week. They had a prime opportunity. They already taken the series against the Phillies. Man, if you take the series against the Yankees, now you got all these eyeballs. And then what happened?
But this is the part.
6-game losing streak.
But this is the part where I just disagree from others. Winning is the only thing that matters. And whoever we put out there, you will like because you're winning.
Helps to win.
And here's my thing. In this equivalent conversation, if the Niners were filled with a bunch of Malcolm Smiths, okay, we wouldn't like them as much. I'm sorry, even if they won. I'm sorry.
Super Bowl MVP Malcolm Smith, by the way.
The Tampa Bay Rays have no fans. And they win all the time. You know why? Because it's a revolving door of no-name players.
Well, the A's forever like that, yeah.
All right, that's not a sustainable business model. And you can tell me but if we win, you'll like it. You won in 2021, and we really weren't even that tapped in. So, sorry, again.
And Buster and the Brandons were a big reason why we were tapped in on that team.
And that was pretty much the only reason a lot of people came to the games because they had those guys' jerseys and they wanted to celebrate them and all that sort of stuff. So,
all right. Yeah. Let's go to Big Al and Chico. Big Al and Chico, and we're going to play Big Facts, Big Cap here in a second, or Big Cap, Big Facts. Big Al and Chico, you got a trade idea? Oh. What is it?
Yes, I do. Thanks for getting me on, guys. Great show. I think this is like the ripe time to make a trade. I mean, there's some teams that right now, if you look at the standings, they're like, just tanking it. Okay, I think the guys that we should offer would be Luciano, Conforto, and Mason Black, and maybe try to get either Jazz Chisholm or hit up Toronto and try to get Bo Bichette or Vlade Guerrero. What do you guys think?
Okay, what do I think?
Is Vlade Guerrero related to Vlade Divac?
I don't think I know what Luciano's value is. That's something that I'm admitting out loud. I currently don't know what his value is league-wide. I don't know. And I don't think that's enough for Vladdy. Just off the top of my head, Bo Bichette, I don't think that's enough for him either. Jazz Chisholm, that's an overpay. Jazz Chisholm's a guy, and I like Jazz Chisholm a lot. You already have a center fielder. He's kind of defensiveless. He's a second baseman. He's a center fielder. Not elite at either. And he's been kind of a headache in that locker room. And I like him more than most. But
Luciano, by the way, MLB Pipeline, they do their top 100 prospects. Take that with what do you...
Yeah,
he's 43, Marco Luciano, right now. 43. He was 23 last year. He's already dropped 20 spots from last year to this year. It's not great.
No.
I think what he suggested, what Big Al suggested, Luciano, Conforto, Mason Black, it's a good start to a trade package.
Why would the Miami Marlins take on $8 million of Conforto when they're shedding salary?
I'm thinking more about Vlad Jr. That's my number one. I think that's a good start for Vlad Jr. As far as Jazz
you're going to have to eat the Conforto money then.
I'm fine with that.
No, I know you are, but...
Well, yeah, I know, but the Giants should be fine with that too.
I mean, Conforto's got to come back. Conforto comes again to the Malcolm Smith thing. Conforto comes back. Yawn. Who is not cooking dinner? Wait a minute. Michael Conforto's up.
Yeah, and also when we start doing these hypotheticals, the trade pack and stuff like that, I just know that the Dodgers will have a better one because they always do.
They're the team that I fear is going to get Bo Bichette.
They will say, you know what? That's great. I will tag James Outman and Gavin Lux and a top pitching prospect, and there you go. I'll give you ready-made guys right now. Toronto Blue Jays.
I'll get him Vlad Jr. and Bichette probably.
It does feel like, and this would be one of my number one arguments for new regime change. Not only has the fan base rejected your farm, not only have you rejected your own farm at the big league level, Major League Baseball rejects your farm in every package deal.
Big reason why the Soto trade didn't happen.
The Soto, Francisco Lindor, Matt Olson, every trade. I know they were in on Murphy. Again, my point is Major League Baseball's telling you what they think of your farm.
And they're smarter than you.
All right, let's play Big Cap, Big Facts.
Let's do it. Do we have bed for this? We can do, Sammy, how about you want to do green onions? You can do, there's so many different ones you can do.
I've got some hats, and here's what I would like to say. We have an email address, all right? We have an email address. The Morning Roast at 957game.com. The Morning Roast at 957thegame.com. You can send us hats. If there's a fire department out there that wants to send us a hat, a big cap, if you will, if there's a police officer that wants to send us, or a police county or whatever, sheriff's hat, whatever you've got out there, I want the most ridiculous hats. If there are high school teams that have helmets, if there are high school teams or college teams or junior college teams that have baseball helmets or football helmets, send us your hats.
I want NASA to send us some spaceman hats. How about that?
So I've got some hats today,
astronauts,
and we're going to make some statements, all right? The kids have lingo that goes, no cap. So if Joey goes, hey, I believe Patrick Mahomes is the greatest player of all time, no cap. He's saying, I think Patrick Mahomes is the best. I'm not lying.
Mm-hmm.
So cap means lie. So you guys are going to make some statements, and I'm going to play the role of Bonte, and I'm going to put on a hat or a cap, if you will, if I believe that's a lie, that statement. If I believe it's a fact, I'm going to raise up the big facts on the Xfinity text line and on YouTube. You'll be able to watch this.
Sent by First NorCal Credit Union.
There we go. So I've got some hats here. Let's go. You guys started off, and I'll say big cap or big facts on the statement.
Go ahead, Sam.
All right, so I got it here. So the first one, it's going to start with baseball here. Luis Matos, since we're talking about Matos and Slater, Luis Matos will finish the season with more plate appearances than Austin Slater. Right now, Matos, who was just sent down, has 89, whereas Slater, who was just reinstated, has 53. Is that big cap or big facts? Luis Matos, more plate appearances than Austin Slater.
That's big cap, as I wear a baseball helmet right now. That's big cap. I believe Austin Slater, when it's all said and done, is going to have more Major League Baseball plate appearances this year for the Giants than Matos. They're going to give him a couple of months before they figure this thing out. Can you hear me as I'm talking?
No, you're good. You're great.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure because I'm wearing the hat. Big cap on that. I think Slater will stay in the lineup for at least the next 6 weeks before we even see Matos.
Okay, I'm going to give you one now, Sam. So we'll do a little ping pong. I like this. All right. Brandon Ayuk is not a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL. Brandon Ayuk of your San Francisco 49ers, who was second team All-Pro last year. When you're All-Pro, it means you're one of the best. But Joe Shasky, I'm telling you, Brandon Ayuk is not a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL. Oh, my God.
I'm going to say big cap, Joe, as I wear my 49er football helmet right now. I think he's 8, 9, 10.
Okay, so he's a fringe guy.
He's right in the mix there.
Okay.
He's in that 8, 9, 10 slot. I got the top 6 receivers in no order. Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams. I'm going to go Jamar Chase.
Okay.
Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
And then I think it gets a little murky. You got your A.J. Browns. You got your Cooper Kupps. You got your Ayuks. You got guys like that of that ilk.
You haven't mentioned Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Amon-Ra St. Brown's another one.
Are you taking Puka Nacua over Brandon Ayuk?
Not yet. I need to see it for a couple of years. Not yet.
I was looking at his stats and his season that he just had.
Oof. I think he's in that 8, 9, 10 zone.
I think
I think that's a really special zone to be in, but I don't think he's in the top 5.
You know, Sam and I kind of had this thing. I want to just bring it to you real quick. I know we're playing this fun game.
Does the visual hold, by the way, me wearing the helmet?
You look ridiculous, but in the best way possible.
This is the John Brody helmet from the 70s that I have.
You look like my dad or something trying on a football helmet. My father, if you've ever met him, just the most unathletic looking person you've ever seen. Shocking if you looked at me. But I have a question for you, Joe Shasky. You and Bonte were kind of getting mad at the Nick Wright and Colin Cowherd. They did a little draft where they did a little snake draft of the top 15 quarterbacks, and they didn't even get to Brock Purdy.
They said if all things, like just today, with the age, the number, the cap, everything, boom, who are you taking?
And they didn't even get to Brock Purdy.
That was ridiculous.
And you said it was ridiculous that they took Jaden Daniels or Caleb Williams over Brock Purdy. Are you taking, if you have the opportunity right now, would you take Marvin Harrison Jr. over Brandon Ayuk?
No.
Really?
Nope.
Wow.
Nope.
I think I would.
I mean, look, Garrett Wilson was really good as a rookie for the Jets, and I still think Ayuk's better than him. They both get into the Ohio State University. Okay. And so, no, right now I'm taking Ayuk. I got to give Ayuk the benefit of the doubt. I've seen him do it in playoff games.
Okay.
Over like a 3-year period, I've seen him do it against the Cowboys in Dallas Stadium or whatever it's called, Texas Stadium now, AT&T. I've seen him do it at home. I mean, heck, the big play with the butterfly with him and Purdy. I don't think you get to the Super Bowl without that play.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to ask the question. So you think he's a top 10 quarterback, fringe 7, 8, 9, 10, 6, 7. Okay, fair enough. Sam, your next question?
Yeah,
statement.
Let's go to
Wait 1 sec. Let me put my headphones on. I can't hear anything.
There's no snare in your headphones?
Go.
All right, so let's go to basketball here. So, guys,
we're playing big cap, big facts.
Draymond Green predicted the Mavs in 6 for this NBA Finals. Is that big cap or big facts? Mavs in 6.
Oh.
What's that noise?
Wow, 3 caps in a row?
It's big cap, mate. as I wear my golf hat like I'm in Australia. Big cap.
You don't wear that, real quick, you do not wear that when you're golfing.
I do when it's super hot.
Okay.
I absolutely do when
Got
it's
the
super hot.
sunscreen on the nose.
Absolutely.
Isn't that the hat
I might
from
wear it
the-
in baseball this weekend.
That's the hat from the Trey Lance video.
I
isn't
can't
it?
hear anything you're saying, Sam.
That's the half of the Trey Lance video is what he said.
It is. It's one of them. Yes,
my
it is.
God.
It's a famous hat now. I'm going to say big cap because I got Boston winning in 7. I think this is a 7-game series. I think it goes back and forth. And I got Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum hoisting the Larry O'Brien.
So for those of you who are just listening to us at the radio dial or on the Odyssey app, Joe Shasky is wearing a not quite a bucket hat, but it is kind of Crocodile Dundee-ish.
Yeah.
Gray ping
sun hat.
golf
You like
hat.
this?
Good hat.
That's what I'm saying.
like
If
it's
you
good
want to
coverage.
send us hats for this segment, I want a wall of hats, helmets, whatever we have. Big cap, big facts. Email us at themorningroast@957thegame.com.
Okay.
By the way, I'm going to give it facts there. I think it's going to be Mavs in 6.
I hate you.
I've been taking the Celtics all along, and I just can't stand Boston Celtics, obviously, but I think they have been the best, most consistent. I'm interested to see what Kristaps Porzingis does. He's missed like the entire playoffs.
Oh, I'm sure he'll get hurt.
Well, I'm sure, but like Luka is going to fake an injury or something too. It always happens. Let's see here, Joe Shasky.
Let's go.
We need a pop culture one, Sammy. That's what we need right
you guys,
now.
I don't know if you noticed, but today is June 6th, right? That is the date, correct? We are 10 days away from the premiere of season 2 of House of the Dragon. So I'm curious, big cap, big facts. When it's all said and done, House of the Dragon will be looked upon as a better show than its predecessor of Game of Thrones.
Wow.
I'm going to go big facts. Okay? Big facts. And the reason why is this is very, look, I'm going to put my regular hat on. Big facts. And I'm going big facts for 2 reasons. Number 1, I think the final season of Game of Thrones did more damage to the brand as a whole. And I don't even know where I land on this. I just know how pop culture works. If you don't land the dismount properly, I feel like the entire body of work gets dinged. And I love how fast House of Dragons has flown through. And I think because we're getting
Flowing like a
more
dragon.
CGI dragon stuff, I actually think long term, House of Dragons will have a better feel for the audience and how to stick the landing than the entire Game of Thrones saga. Because look, for 7 years, we were all in on Game of Thrones. Me, myself included. But that final season was bad.
It was bad. Much like Jordan Poole punching or getting punched in the face by Draymond Green, that is kind of what the last season of Game of Thrones was. It ruined the whole season. The dark cloud.
That's a good point.
There was a dark cloud over Westeros and the Golden State Warriors in that final season and last year. And hey, it's paying ramifications. Hey, I was at Comic-Con, by the way, nerd alert, that summer when it just ended, the final season. Everyone refused to show up. The show creators, what is it?
Remember there was the petition to reshoot the entire season 8, which that was never going to happen. It was more symbolic. The reason why I think it's going to be big facts is because the end of Game of Thrones, they didn't really have a plan for what they were going to do. Because remember, George R.R. Martin, he's still trying to finish that whole storyline. And so they gave they provided
10 years.
They provided the showrunners with a really rough outline. House of the Dragon, however, is based off of a part of the whole story that is actually completed. So they don't have, there's no outline. There's an actual roadmap for them to follow. So I think that'll make it a little bit easier for them.
And I believe the way it flies through time to me is pretty cool. I thought the king in this last season, who ended up
Viserys,
was brilliant. And his de-evolution, was it devolving? I don't even know how.
He had leprosy. If you've never seen the show, he had they were trying to equate it to leprosy.
It was awesome.
Yeah, he had an infection that just spread everywhere, and he slowly deteriorated.
It was great.
And they did these time skips, and it was pretty powerful when he came to defend his daughter and his brother.
So awesome.
Oh, when his brother gets down on the knee to help him and give him his crown, it was beautiful. It almost made me tear up.
Badass.
Damon, who is George R. R. Martin's favorite character?
TV characters we've seen in a long time.
Oh, he's sick. He's Doctor Who. I forget the actor's name. He's Matt Smith, I think it is. But there you go. I think we have time for one more.
Yeah, probably one more here. Let's see. I wrote a bunch here.
Yeah, give me some good ones. Give me 2 good ones.
Last ones haven't been good. All right, how about this? So
these last ones haven't.
So let's talk about Christian McCaffrey a little bit. He just inked that extension. He's going to his age 28 season. So after his age 27 season, Adrian Peterson still rushed for over 4,800 yards. Big cap, big facts. Christian McCaffrey will top that number.
So after 27, he ran for 4,800.
10th most among running backs after their age 28 season, right? From their age 28 season on.
For the rest of his career?
Correct. So from the start of his age 28 season on, AP ran for 4,800 yards. That is the 10th most ever amongst running backs from their age 28 season.
So let's say he gets.
By the way, tomorrow's his birthday, Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
So happy early birthday.
So let's say he gets 1,500 this year, give or take. 1,200 next year. I'm going to go big facts.
Okay.
I'm going to go big facts. I think that he could do this. I think Christian McCaffrey is a one of one. I think he can especially considering that a lot of his touches in the pass game are against DBs that are smaller than him. And I believe listening to Kyle Shanahan's conversations this week, talking about I can't just run him up the gut. It feels like Kyle acknowledges each run is different. This is the same thing I say about pitch count. Are you throwing a bunch of sliders? Are there guys on base? Give me the context of your 100 pitches. Same thing with your touches. Where are the touches on the field? Are they into the middle, into the teeth of the defense, 400-pounders, or is it on the edges? I think McCaffrey can do this.
The only other player that has been on Derrick Henry's level has been Christian McCaffrey, which is funny because they were both 1 and 2 in the Heisman Trophy voting back in college.
And they do it in such a different way.
They do way different, but 28 and 29, those age seasons for Derrick Henry. So when he was 28 in 2022, 349 rushing attempts, 1,500 yards. He's amazing. 2023 last year, 280 rushing attempts for 1,167 yards.
Give me one pop culture one quickly.
Really quick, just on that note, I think the big thing there is how those touches come. I think a lot of those, if he's getting a lot of passes there, that's going to obviously affect the amount of rushing yards. You guys know who is number one all time rushing after 28?
Curtis Martin.
No, Frank Gore.
Frank Gore. Yeah.
Is it Frank Gore?
Yeah, he had over 8,300 yards after he turned 28.
Is Marcus Allen up there?
Had
Emmitt Smith. Yeah, he had 1,000 yards with the Cardinals at like 37 years old.
John Riggins is up there. Walter
Riggins.
Payton, Tony Dorsett. That rounds out the
Curtis
top
Martin
5.
not on that list. That surprises me.
It is interesting.
Curtis Martin is 9th on that list at 48-34.
Okay.
And with that, I don't know if we don't have time for one more. So,
well, give it to me in my final thought.
There you go.
All right, so here, the last one here for Fast Five. We were talking about duos earlier today on the show. Steph Curry and Klay Thompson are the best 1-2 punch in Bay Area sports history.
Big cap.
I'd go Kevin Durant, by the way, if we were doing the 1-2 punches.
Yes. I don't have the order, but to me, McCovey Mays, Lincecum Kane, Kent Bonds, Jerry and Joe, Durant and Steph. You can make an argument for any, even though Steph and Klay is dynamic.
I put the Bash Bros on there too.
Good call.
Yeah.
Good call. I can't go
Gordon
there.
Marlowe, let's give the Sharks some love.
And I love them. But like the KD,
yeah. Art Shell, Geno Shaw. Yeah, those are offensive linemen. They don't get the love, but they should be up there as well.
and Mike Nolan and Alex Smith's shoulder. That's a joke.
God, I love when we have these conversations, though, because it just shows how stacked the Bay Area is with athletes. Chicago and New York, but Bay Area, man.
Farhan and Slater.
Oh, relax. Gabe Kapler and Austin Slater.
Gabe Kapler and Instagram videos.
Dude, he's living it up down in Miami. I would actually just love to go to Miami to hang out with Gabe Kapler.
Miami,
it's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give you the final thoughts of the show, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Joe, give me your final thoughts.
Tune into the pregame show Monday through Friday, 5 to 6 with your boy. If you're up early, I talk to the people. I love the people. The pregamers are the soul of this great nation. And we're not just within this nation. We are global. We are worldwide. So shout out the pregame show Monday through Friday. And I talked about this morning, Brandon Ayuk. I think it's fair to say, and I don't think it's a hot take, that if we're just talking about his value to the team, I think he's the 6th most important offensive player on the 49ers. And I don't know if I'm going to spend $30 million a year on the 6th most important offensive player. I'm taking Christian McCaffrey over him. I'm taking Brock Purdy over him. I'm taking Deebo Samuel. I'm taking George Kittle. And I'm taking Trent Williams if we're doing a power ranking of offensive players on the 49ers. There you go.
My final thought is, can the con job that Dave Conman Cavill get any more ridiculous?
God.
Do you guys see the latest story? When they do move to Vegas, they want to play 8 to 10 games a year outside of Las Vegas to increase their brand. Like, nothing says I'm locked into your city like I'm already trying to play games out of your city. It's just ridiculous that this farce is allowed to continue.
How's that working with the Jacksonville Jaguars and their fan base? It's doing great, I'm sure.
It's
all those Londoners, yeah, they're really coming over to Jacksonville, huh? Shut up.
It's just the fact that this is allowed to happen, this farce is allowed to be perpetrated on Oakland A's fans like this. It's insulting. Dave Cavill, get out of here. Come on, man.
That was the Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Joey, thanks for filling in for Bonte.
That was a fun little segment. I like that. And Bonte, shout you out if you're listening. Shout out to Baby Chaz. They're doing a little family picnic. You do anything with the little guy? It was hot, Joey. What'd you do with the little guy? Could you just stayed inside or what? Ace? Do you guys even have AC? You're in San Francisco. Probably not.
No, I have a fan. We installed a fan. What I did was he was gripping his bat. I'll show you some pictures.
Okay.
His little wooden bat, and I would throw the ball at the bat. And I'm like, you're hitting it. And he was just giggling and going crazy.
Hey, Michelle, when we were doing the station event, the lovely Michelle Shasky, just holding on to that baby for dear life. No one's taking my baby. It's my baby. I was like, is he crawling in? He's moving. She's like, no, not yet. I was like, are you waiting for it? She's like, no, I'm not waiting for that. I don't want to do anything. I don't want him to grow.
She does not.
Baby for it is scary as young Benjamin. He's so cute. Young Benjamin's starting kindergarten in a couple months. I might cry. It's tough.
Hey, I'm with you, bro.
There you go.
Here, I'll show you one last thing before we get on out of here. This is him swinging.
Thank you. And you can see it
for the YouTube
radio,
audience.
I'm sure. There you go.
All right. That's it for the morning roast. Catch you tomorrow.
Dine at the Copper Skillet for a tasty bite. Family owned since 1973.
Oh, now I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. Can you get him another beer?
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Wake up, wake up, wake up. Yeah. Steiny and Guru, FPN for Steiny. We got you on this Thirsty Thursday. The Thursday before payday. We got a lot going on, FP. You over there looking sharp. You did your beard. And we got the NBA Finals Game 1 tonight. We got the Giants headed to Texas coming off a win. They beat Arizona 9-3. And we'll give our thoughts on everything 49ers. But I just want to start the show with apologies to the great Joe Spadoni. You see the camera? I call it R2D2. It's supposed to be on me. So I'm sitting here asking you all about your life in the minors and the majors. Don't tell them what other stuff I asked you. And Spadoni had to leave where he was at to come in here and fix a grown-ass man's camera. Thank you, Spadoni, but it wasn't acting right. But other than that, I'm fired up. Let's get it. What's up, FP?
Goo, what's going on, man? One more day, and then you guys get back to normal. Well, I guess next week you get back to normal, but thanks for having me in again. It's a pleasure to be here.
No doubt, man. Number 14, and I wore 34 in high school. That was my number.
Why?
I was
Sweetness?
No, Barkley. Charles Barkley was my guy then, and I played rough. But you said something in the green room. You, Evan, and I were having a discussion. We're talking. We're fired up. And we were like, what are we going to lead with? And we've been hammering the Giants all week, rightfully so, because they've kind of stunk it up. But yesterday they got one 9-3. And I want to start there, FP. And the reason it's symbolic to me that they won the game was it was coming off the heels of Melvin going ham. You know what ham is. I ain't got to say it. I want to keep my job. But he was stern. He was not happy with the brand of baseball he saw the night before and just during this 6-game losing streak. And FP, you were like, you know what? We hammered them all week, talking about everybody. We got to keep it real. And I'm this type of person that torched the bull. FP, we got to double back and say, you know what? We got to give them some love, not just for the one game, but for responding to BoMel. And I gave you a bro hug almost. I didn't do it, but I wanted to.
No, I think it's only fair. Like, if you're going to be critical of some moves they made and the way they've been playing, as a station, as a show, as a person, that you have to give them love when they do something right.
Right. I feel that.
And Ham is hard as a manager, if that's what you're talking about. Dude, he went hard as a manager.
Spadoni would give you a 5.
He went hard as a manager.
Occasional 5.
No, and they responded. They responded. Now, like, was it coincidental?
We'll find out.
Davey Johnson always used to say he would give talks.
I just pictured him.
He would talk to his team and have team meetings when his ace was going the next day.
Now that's pretty,
right?
That's Jedi.
That makes sense.
That is Jedi.
So when you have your Doc Gooden's pitching for the Mets, Davey Johnson would have a meeting that night with Doc pitching the next day. So
your chances are pretty good.
No, but BoMel didn't like the way they were playing, the energy, the effort, the focus, the concentration. I mean, it was one guy that really stood out in Casey Smith that had that really bad game, maybe his worst game as a big leaguer. But they responded yesterday. And a lot of times those meetings, when a coach that doesn't have meetings or a coach that's generally quiet finally speaks up, it carries a lot of weight.
Yeah, and I'm one of them. That's why I love just riding with you here, because you played the game. And I dreamed the game in the sense that I put myself in guys like, former players' shoes and the current player, and things that mean something to me. I just run it by you and I'm like, validate this for me, FP. But to see Wilmer Flores hit the grand slam, they were down 1-0. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you don't want to get swept. And I know it's the first frame, bottom of the first. They were down 1-0. They score 6 in the third. But Wilmer Flores hits a grand slam. And to me, FP, he is symbolic of, he's not Rod Carew, Robin Yount. He never said he was, but he was a fixture in regard to steady Freddie for the Giants over the years. And he has not looked like himself this year, but to see him hit one over with the bases loaded, ducks on a pond, I kind of hate, and you tell me if there's some merit to this, shout out to the lake, I hate that there's an off day. after they put up 9 runs, 14 hits. They left 16 on base. We won't go negative, but I hate that there's an off day today. Is there anything to that?
No, that's good.
Okay.
They had a good game. They regrouped. They marinate in that game for another
E40
day.
marinate.
You got to marinate in that game for a little bit. It's good to see Flo get going. It was good to see Pedro Serrano hit a far ball yesterday.
At you. Boy.
Jorge Soler's Pedro
he
Serrano.
Hit that. Is that ball landed?
I think Joe Boo's in his locker.
Yeah.
He needs to get Joe Boo out of his locker, lay off the outside slider. But it looks like he made some adjustments to his swing. I guess Saturday they had a big BP session, and he's getting the ball in the air more. So that's a guy they need. And I don't know. Hey, it's just one game, just like the other night was one game. I don't get caught up in the game-to-game thing.
But they did break a losing streak.
I think the story of yesterday is that the manager was pissed. The manager let them know what was going on and how he felt. I don't know exactly what was said, but there was obviously emotion involved in that. The manager showed emotion yesterday on the bench with Guccione, the home plate umpire, and let him have it.
No, I love it.
So then maybe Bob Melvin's like showing a little more emotion now, and the guys are responded. I don't know that there would have been a meeting last year with the last manager.
Wow.
They might have just like
infinite outcomes.
They would have just like burned some incense or something. But like now with BoMel nipping it in the bud, I don't know that it's fixed. I don't know that they're not going to go out and lay an egg against the Rangers.
No doubt. I can't wait.
But the message was sent. The message was well received. And then they delivered with attitude, energy, and focus yesterday. But that's something that, like I said, you work for 2.5 hours a day. I know fans used to be like, what time do you get to a 7 o'clock game, FP? 6? I'm like, no, 1 o'clock, 12:30. So there's a lot of work that goes on.
That's crazy, right?
Before the game, whether it's weightlifting, treatment, cage, workouts, sprints, eating, whatever it is. There's a lot that goes into it, but like the game itself is 2.5 hours. And Felipe used to tell us all the time, Felipe Alou, and he would say like,
you say your favorite manager you ever played for?
One of the biggest influences in my life, period.
Damn.
He would say like, it's all we have to do is work for 3 hours every day. Do you know how many people wish they could work for 3 hours? And it's all you have to do is bust your ass for 3 hours. Just bust your ass for 3 hours. And we get treated like kings. We get paid like kings. We play in front of 4. We're entertainers. We need to entertain people for 3 hours a day. That's our job.
I love it.
But it's not that hard.
And Melvin, I'm going to play this sound. He was asked if this was the happiest. It's kind of funny, but it was real. If this was the happiest FP's ever been after a win.
You know, that was the first thing I looked at. It was a little frustrating. The entire game felt like it was frustrating kind of for both sides as far as, as many pitches that were thrown. And it was kind of a white knuckle thing for a while. But opened it up enough, scored some runs, did some good things offensively, made some good defensive plays, and bullpen did a great job.
I hear music in the background, FP. The boombox is on, so it's all good in the hood, my friend. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not wrong. Goo, who was an influence in your life as a coach or a mentor? A guy that like made you not just a better player, but a better person? Because I think that's what a good coach does.
I'm gonna be real here.
They make you a better player, but they also make you a better person.
He lives in Union City to this day. His name is Wendell Basie. And the reason he made me a better person and player is he gave me controls of the team. He let me be the point guard. And for the first time in basketball, it was a man trusting me. You can laugh. This is 9th grade, trusting me and empowering me to where he gave me the confidence to mess up. If you did, I got your back. But it meant the world to me, FP, of, damn, you didn't have to do that. But the fact that you're giving me the keys before I possibly wreck, that gave me confidence that to this day, I everything that I do, I incorporate. Before I was a parent, it gave me the ability to take a step back and understand and talk to myself and tell myself, if you take on this task and you fail, you can get up and try again. And I don't think I've ever told him or thanked him for that.
Well, you just did.
You know what? And I may call him after the show, but I appreciate you asking me that. Damn. How about you?
No.
Yeah.
I want to keep going with this. So basically, what made a good coach to you and a good mentor to you and a big influence in your life wasn't the X's and O's, him telling you like, hey, take charge, drive here, shoot now, You need to pump this guy up. You need to pump this guy up. This is our play. This is our play. He treated you like a man. And he treated you like a man when you were in 9th grade. And you responded like a man just by his authenticity and his honesty. To me, that's what makes a great teacher, a great coach, a great friend, a great everything. And you're still talking about him right now. And this was 9th grade. How old are you?
51.
Yeah. And he's still, there's times when I'm talking to my friends and I hear Felipe
I can't believe I said it.
No.
Damn it!
No,
I'm still hooping. I'm 35, but go
whatever.
ahead.
I'm younger than that.
Okay.
I'm 32.
Little young punk.
In my mind. That's why I dyed the beard. I'm 32.
You what?
Just for men. About once a month. Get the grays out.
It looks tight.
Yeah, but it'll come back in 2 days. Anyways, we're getting off track.
Yeah, that's what I do.
That's what makes a good coach to me, even at the highest level. Because at the highest level, Goo, it might be more difficult because you're dealing with bigger egos. You're dealing with millionaires and multimillionaires and guys that are set for life. And this guy's got 3 World Series rings. This guy's got a $400 million contract. This guy's at this. But still, you still teach. You still teach guys how to be accountable. You teach guys how to be grown men. And I think the best managers, the best coaches, whether it's Steve Kerr, whether it's Kyle Shanahan, whether it's Bob Melvin or Bruce Bochy, or
who
Bill
they're about
Walsh,
to see,
or Bill Walsh, or if we want to go on to all the great coaches in the history of our region, or maybe in the history of sports, period, I guarantee you, everyone that loved these guys would say, maybe I didn't love them at the time, but they not only coached me on how to be a better athlete, they coached me on how to be a better person, how to be a man.
Damn.
And you get that respect by treating somebody like a man. He took a 14-year-old kid in you and said, like, here's the keys. You're running the show. You're the point guard. And I'm not going to nitpick. I'm not going to micromanage. I'm just going to let you go.
He had a feeling.
And guess what? You got a little bit taller. You stood up taller. Your chest came out a little bit more. And you said, like, I'm not going to let him down because he's showing confidence in me. Deep. And he is treating me like a grown-ass man. There's a lot of coaches at the highest level that don't treat their players like grown-ass men. They're micromanaging. They're this. There's meetings every day. There's this. And then all of a sudden you start to lose them. It starts to become white noise. But if a manager like Felipe Alou, who never had meetings, walks in, you could hear a pin drop and we'd all lean in. And he would give the best speeches. I'm getting goosebumps thinking about him. And then he would just walk out of the room. And we would joke like A+ speech, poor conclusion, D+ conclusion. Because he just,
come on, I love it.
He would mic drop. He would just make his point with no conclusion, but we'd all lean in because we didn't have speeches. So if a guy like Bob Melvin, who's chill, he's not going to get on you. He's not going to yell at you. He's not going to show you up. He's not going to call Guru out in the media and say, like, Goo, man, you got to run that ball. My shortstop's got to make that play. But if he does have a meeting and he's pissed, and he's tightened it up. This is the big leagues. That wasn't the big leagues. I need effort. I need attitude. That resonates. And now you just let them go and you treat them like men. And if they react like men, you're good. You just let them drive. These are grown men. They're getting paid millions of dollars. We'll see how it goes. A lot of times those team meetings can go south too. But like that's the team meeting. I don't like players only meeting. I like when a manager with authority like Bruce Bochy walks into the room.
Why not just the team meeting?
Because
Stoney and I go back and forth all the time about this.
But then you start pointing fingers.
But sometimes isn't that good getting it out? If I want to tell Evan, you know what? I don't appreciate what you've been doing to where there is no authoritative figure. We're all on the same. We're all equal. But I just want to tell you about yourself. And maybe you won't change. But I'll feel better, FP.
Yeah.
Just without management around.
That's selfish.
Wow.
That's selfish. You want to feel better, so you're going to get what you got off your chest. But how is that making your show better? How's that making your team better?
If you listen to, what I'm saying that you're doing, and maybe you don't, you're being mature enough to where you say, okay, Goo, I didn't know.
True.
So we kind of police ourselves in that way.
But in policing yourselves, and you say what you want about somebody else, you have to be willing to hear what they have to say about you and not be sensitive
no doubt.
to it. So in my experience,
I would hope you would do that.
Those team meetings, everybody comes out of them feeling good. I'm glad you talked. I'm glad you talked.
Yeah.
That was great. But then it's like, and then you get in your own little cliques. And you're like, can you believe he said that about me?
Wow.
Look at yourself in the mirror.
Damn,
Bro. Look at yourself in the mirror, bro. So like, I like when an authoritative manager that has respect commands the room. There's a certain talent to stand in front of the room and lead men, whether you're an educator, male or female, whether you're a coach, male or female, there's a certain it factor that you have. And there's been guys that have tried and failed, but they're great coaches. It doesn't mean they're great leaders. There's a difference, right? You have a great coach and a great leader. To be a leader of men, you have to be able to stand up in the room, tell people what they don't want to hear, but you have to be accountable and have responsibility. And I think the greatest asset a coach or a manager can have.
I want to hear this.
Is we talked about it in the green room, communication and honesty.
That's it to me.
Those two things. Communicate with me, be honest with me. But that's any relationship, right? Not to get too deep on a sports talk show, but any relationship flourishes with communication.
Marriages, yes.
Marriages, friendships, but player-coach relationships. I can't tell you like how that powerful position and talking to the media and everywhere you go is free dinners and free drinks and you're the man, how I've seen it change guys that were great coaches when they become managers. Now they start to like not tell the truth.
Wow.
And they become organizational guys and they're telling you what they up top want me to tell you. And I'll say I was professional baseball for 14 years. I can count the straight shooters on one hand. The straight shooters, the guys that were honest.
Whoa.
And those guys are invaluable, whether it's your boss, whether it's a friend, whether it's your spouse, whether it's a manager, just to be a straight shooter and tell me like it is. Tell me things I really don't want to hear. It might hurt. It might fracture my ego for a second.
But it's the truth.
But at the end of the day, your age right now, I won't repeat it, and you're referencing a guy from 9th grade.
Wow.
That still has that.
And it was actually 8th grade, FP. Yeah.
Okay, 8th grade.
But same thing.
Same thing.
Wow. That's heavy. 888-957-950. FP and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game, 9570. We're just talking about the impact of a good manager and a good leader. You know, what traits do you think they possess, they need to possess to have that moniker? And again, we got to this point because the Giants won a game 9-3 on the heels of their manager basically calling them out. So I don't want to be naive Nancy or naive Tony here, but you tell me, FP, what if somebody calls the show and say, you know what, the Giants just won that game. They were going to win that game regardless. Why are you guys trying to stretch it and make the parallel? And I don't believe we're doing that. I believe these guys are grown men, and it was also coming off the cusp of Matos, one of their guys. We talked about the Latin players or just his teammates, all of them that might have been like, you know what, that wasn't the right move, sending him down. But they got a job to do. They are professional, and they went out there and did their job, and they won the game 9-3. So it's not like they got beat 13-3, and they were all huddled up after the game. FP got sent down. We disagreed with that. We're not going to go play. The Giants are professionals, and they got jobs to keep, and they went out there and won that game.
They did. It's just one game, but here's my biggest pet peeve and contention with sports talk radio.
Oh, go ahead.
And I've been doing it a long time. Is that when your team loses, you get the passionate full phone lines. And when your team wins, it's crickets because they were supposed to win.
I'm that dude, FP. I admit it.
But I think part of being a professional and part of the responsibility we have with a microphone and people listen to what we have to say is being professional. And when they do good, to give them props.
That's how we kicked off the show.
And you have to be careful in this chair what you're saying because you can influence a lot of people. And there comes a certain responsibility where you have to separate yourself from just any old fan that can come here and turn on the mic. And so I think part of being professional in this business is giving the Warriors credit when they win, giving the Niners credit when they win, and giving the Giants credit when they win. Because just like any coach, if you're going to tell me I'm bad, you better tell me when I'm good. It's the same thing.
Yeah, no doubt. I appreciate that. And that's why the way you said it about, we've been hammering them, and we have. And I feel like, just for me.
You've been honest, dude. You have
exactly.
Not
but
in
that, it comes across angry. And, I don't want to be angry. There's just passion behind it. But to your point, that kind of hit me. You kind of just, it's theater of the mind, right, FP? You want to just share with the listeners how you saw it. And, that's the beautiful thing about this forum and medium is people can pick up the phone and call and let loose. And I don't come in here ever with an agenda. I just kind of, and sometimes it's to my detriment, but I just want to share, and I'm excited with the listeners what I saw. And last night, and you said it, they won 9-3. They're on their way to the Lone Star State to play the defending World Series champions, the Texas Rangers. And the rat on the table early, FP, is they're going to play and face their manager that I believe was told, you know what, this isn't a good fit. You won 3 World Series rings with us in 5 years. We think we can do better. And that's why yesterday, and you might have said, you didn't tell me on air, but I drove home thinking, you know what? I meant it. I just feel like karma is real. And the way that then, I'm going on a tangent here, but the way that this new regime or Farhan dealt with Bruce Bochy, I felt like he got a raw deal. I don't know that to be fact, but I know he took a year off, came back, and won a World Series with another team. And then when you look at the Giants, who haven't had that much success outside of 107 wins, I think it's fair to say, you know what? What if Bruce were still here? Maybe when they won 107, they could have took that all the way.
Yeah, I'll disagree with you there because I feel like Bruce Bochy needed to move on. And I think he'd tell you if we had him on as a guest. So he's a horse. You stay at a place too long, maybe you get a little stale. And maybe you start thinking about the glory days and the 10, 12, and 14. And you're looking at what your team is right now, and you're thinking about Tim Lincecum and Brian Wilson and Pat Burrell and Brandon Crawford and Hunter Pence, and you're looking at the stiffs you got in the dugout right now, and it's like, so maybe he needed a year off to like have the perspective and get re-energized and charge his batteries and to realize that he still had something left in the tank. But like, I'm not going to say he wore out his welcome because anybody who wins 3 World Series never does that. But with a new regime and new ideas and new implementation of those ideas, and then you had the salt water hitting the fresh water, and the worlds were colliding. And I think it was better for the organization, to be honest. Like we all want to wrap our arms around championship seasons, no matter what sport it is, and it's hard for us as fans to move forward from those championships because we just want to stay there because it was such a great feeling. Right. And I think, that's where the sentiment with Bruce Bochy, and I mean, we talked about in the green room before, like, who is the greatest Bay Area pro sports coach?
Oh, my goodness, man.
Because we've been spoiled, dude.
And it's all our own opinion, right? There's no wrong answer.
But like, where else, what other region can you say, oh, well, Bill Walsh won this many Super Bowls, and then Seaford, and then...
He's never mentioned. Seaford gets no love,
and then Steve Kerr has won 4, and Bruce Bochy has won 3. For the first time in 52 years, like, the team's been here from New York, and Bruce Bochy was the guy that won the World Series. Like, who is the best Bay Area coach in pro?
That we're going to get into that. That's a phenomenal question. We got some great candidates, and again, it just goes back to the old R&B singer. He's a little older now. FP Bobby Brown. It's your prerogative, and it's like I asked you who your favorite manager is, and you shared that with us, and it was profound. It hit me, but I feel like every person is wired different. And we talked about honesty, what makes a good manager, a good coach, honesty and communication. I think, and then you said, you know what? That's what makes a good boss in corporate or a good parent, maybe. But all of us are different. And I just wonder, is there anybody that could call this station, or Evan, who played college, baseball? He was a pitcher. Spadoni, being a dad, grading his parents. Would there be 2 characteristics maybe stronger than honesty and communication? I don't know. But if somebody called and said, you know what, these 2 would go on my, would be higher than that, we couldn't say they're wrong, FP.
But Guru, in today's world, and I'm getting way deep in the weeds. Honesty,
a lot of people can't handle it now.
You go to HR if someone's honest with you. You look somebody in the eye and say you're not doing well and you're doing this, you're insulting them, you're offending them, and they go to HR.
Or if you say they look nice.
That's why honesty is almost like a dinosaur right now, because if you're brutally honest and you're frank with somebody and you tell them something they don't want to hear, they get offended, and then they go to HR, then you're fired because you were honest with somebody.
And boy, I better be careful here. If you discipline your kid, I'm just going from a parent umbrella right now, with a belt, there's an 800 number for the kid to call and report that. That's how I grew up. That was the norm.
It's a different
Switches,
time,
extension cords,
But statute of limitations, you're good, Pops. But, you know, that's what I dealt with, and that's what the neighbor would put it on you. But now there's numbers to call and report the parent.
Nothing gets me more upset than somebody that's telling me something without telling me something. And then I got to sit there and figure out, what are you telling me because you're scared to tell me? Like, what are you, you're beating around the bush. You're trying to be politically correct. You're phrasing it in a way that I have to sit here and like play mind puzzles with like what you're saying. I'm old school. Just tell me, dude. You suck. You're not here. You're not good enough. You're this. You're that. You need to be better at this. You need to be, because like in our industry, there's so many egos, especially with the on-air talent.
Oh man,
that I come from being being coached,
yeah,
and being coachable. And the reason I stuck around so long is because I like to be coached and I like to hear it straight. But like in today's world, people are scared to tell you things. Well, you know, and we were thinking, and we're kind of going in this direction. No, just tell me. Just tell me.
Wow.
Straight shooters are
What's
a thing
the
of the
fear,
past.
Though? I know we're up against it.
Whether it's a coach, whether it's a boss, straight shooters are a thing of the past because we're all so oversensitive.
We're going to pay some bills, and when we get back, we want you to give us a call and tell us who your favorite or the best Bay Area manager or coach in your estimation is, and also what goes into being a good manager or coach on 95.7 The Game. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Also, this segment was sponsored by Express Employment Professionals.
If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals.
hits a high drive to left. It is out of here. Yep. The big hit they haven't been able to get. They just got it from Wilmer Flores.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Kuiper. You heard it, the Grand Slam by Wilmer Flores, courtesy NBC Sports Bay Area. Bam! One of the greatest home run calls going in Major League Baseball, and I'm a guy that's had the MLB bloop, who cares, extra inning package forever. That is, he hits it high.
That's a bloop?
He hits it deep.
Having the package?
Yeah, to me it is. That's my flex.
I have HBO Max.
Yeah. Me and Bonte got a thing called the NBA League Pass Boys. You
Netflix.
know?
Netflix bloop.
I got to tell you guys something. During the
I'm
break,
watching Godzilla on Netflix right now, dude. You got to watch it. Godzilla -1.
well, how many versions of Godzilla
Dude,
are?
this is different.
There's too many going on
This
now.
is different, dude.
Top 5.
I don't want to be.
I'm waiting on Godzilla versus The Rock next. They got
Dude,
one
this-
right now. It's like, tell us about it. Go
It's
ahead.
different. Like it's an actual movie with a plot. And
It's
then
the
Godzilla-
same plot.
I don't want to be a spoiler alert, but Godzilla does mess up a city really bad. He comes in with his tail flying around, and then when his fins light up blue, and he's just like a little nuclear bomb, and then all the fallout. But like that's not the story. The storyline is of like a guy that served his country, Japan, in World War II.
Yeah.
That was a pilot that comes back post World War II, and he's got PTSD. And he's got a significant other and a kid and a family. And how do you almost like when you get out of prison, like, what do I do now?
Right. Gotcha.
So that's like the main story. And then just Godzilla comes out of the ocean a couple times. But like, I'm telling you, dude,
Is it a movie or a series?
It's a movie. I was talking to Evan about it yesterday. He's into it too. It's 10 out of 10.
He did kind of tell
it's
me.
Like 10 out of 10. It's 10 out of 10. It's great, right, Evan?
It's an emotional it's like it is a monster movie, but it's an actual like legitimate film.
Spadoni, help
Like,
us
you might
here.
cry by the end of it, Goo. I'm serious.
It's good.
I might cry watching Godzilla.
Yeah.
No. Pretty Woman. Yes.
Actually,
Godzilla.
you gotta
no.
watch it then, because
Godzilla
I dare you. I dare you to keep those tear ducts dry.
Yeah,
Spadoni, help us
Green
here.
Lizard. Come on.
Right. It's the Green Lizard, not Spider-Man. Godzilla. Why would I cry when you
I
know
haven't got
how
to that
it
point.
ends?
I don't ruin it. I've only watched. This is how I watch movies to
Yeah.
go to sleep at night.
No,
So-
I love that.
So and then I
watch
get tired,
games.
I roll
Yeah.
over, I hit the off button and fall asleep.
God love it.
So I'm watching Godzilla -1 in like 5 parts. Just because, I'm just watching a little bit. I'm telling you, it's good, Goo. The special effects won Academy Award. Evan was
All right,
telling
I'm
me.
going to try it out.
It's good, man. I don't want to be a spoiler, but Godzilla. Yeah, I almost swore.
What's the no, I'm with you. We're gonna do it. And then also we got this giveaway, guys, the Curry contest. Make sure to listen every day this week because every show will give you an opportunity to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey. Times to listen will be 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30 all week this week on 95.7 The Game. Who the hell does not want a Steph Curry autographed jersey? Godzilla, I got that on the list. But you talk real quick, you talk about crying.
Pretty Woman, did you just say?
Oh, dude, it's one of the greatest love stories ever. Richard Gere, that's a handsome dude,
nothing
man.
more like emotionally stimulating than a hooker that becomes a housewife.
Well, no, now that was her but wow. I don't like you right now, man. That's a great movie script. They give you the beginning, the middle, and the end.
I love
when he
hookers.
goes back and picks her up. Come on, Julia Roberts, Richard Gere.
I'm crying right now about a hooker that turns her life around. That's
Well, to be
beautiful, man.
honest, I'm going to keep it real. You got me feeling emotional. I shouted out my old coach, Wendell Basie. We're talking about what goes into, a good manager. And then we're like, give us your the best manager, he or she ever in the Bay Area. And there's so many candidates. We're here, 888-957-9570. And tell us, if you can construct that perfect manager, the 2 attributes that they need that would work for you. And that's why I feel like, who's the Barrett Robbins guy? No, that was a Raider O-lineman. What's the Robbins guy that goes around talking and makes people happy?
I don't know. I bought one of his books and didn't make it through it.
Tony Robbins.
Tony Robbins. How are you going to say I bought his book and don't remember his name?
I read like a couple chapters.
But you're the sports radio version of that.
Stop.
You're hitting me. I'm feeling some type of way right now.
Good. Good. That's why I think sports talk radio is not just X's and O's and who should be playing where and what's going on and screaming and yelling. I think like you can get deep every once in a while, not every day,
Okay.
right? And then we're talking about.
I feel like there was a shot in there, not at me, but there I'm
there
playing.
was a shot at
but what
sports
about
talk
honesty?
radio.
That's
There
what
is.
sports talk radio is about, right?
I think it's different. I think Ted Lasso meets sports talk radio would be beautiful.
Oh boy, look,
And
Ted
just
Lasso.
being positive and finding the good in things and talking about people that influence your life. Dude, that was cool. Your story just now, we've probably done
And I've
6 or
never
7
told
shows
them.
together. That's my favorite thing you've ever said. Like talking about a guy that treated you like a man when you were 14, 15
and
years old.
empowered me to, like, I got a vision for you, young goo, go out and do it. And I have that much confidence in you that you can get it done. The confidence I didn't have in myself. And that leads me to Elliot Ramos. He got on base 6 times yesterday. He's batting .304, 5 homers and 19 RBIs. FP, I'm keeping it so real right now.
He's 2 bad weeks away from Sacramento.
No doubt. We saw that with Mato. You'll never
Sorry.
let that go. A lot of people are.
That was my inside voice.
But am I going Mr. Sports Talk Radio man if I say and just step back and give this guy kudos and the spotlight to say, what are the possibilities? Have the Giants found their new left fielder?
Or right fielder.
Okay, right. But
wherever.
He looks like he's, again, it's early, but I want to start giving guys and gals their flowers. Ramos looks like he has the goods. Or are you going to be like, Goo, I need 2 more months of this. I need 3 more months. I need a season. Slow down.
He's hitting 425-foot tanks. Like,
Man.
that's all I need to see. And he's commanding the strike zone. Took 4 walks yesterday. When you're hitting, you want to swing. And the fact that he went 3-2 count, walk.
Wow.
And he's got the discipline.
6 times on base yesterday.
Luis Matos' biggest fault, and I said this on the air during a broadcast, I said, the key to staying locked in over a long period of time is staying in your zone and being
Now, what does that
disciplined at the
mean
plate.
in your zone?
Well, but good, when you're hot, you think you can hit anything. A ball over my head, and you do. And a ball off the plate, boom, right field. Ball on my hands, boom, home run to left. Curveball that was almost in the dirt, I reached for it, line drive out the middle.
Now, why? Is that because in
you're
my
just locked-
mind
you're
I'm
locked.
comfortable?
I mean, game's moving slow, you're locked in, you're not thinking. But then how you get into a slump is you think you can consistently hit those pitches at the highest level. And then teams realize they don't have to throw you strikes, and you ain't going to hit those pitches consistently. So the key to staying in the big leagues, the key to staying locked in for long periods of time is realizing what your strengths are, stay disciplined, stay in your zone. Because it becomes easy to be like, oh man, I can't believe I just smoked that pitch. It was 3 inches off the plate. And then you go to smoke it a week later and you're just not going to consistently hit that pitch. So you start to come back to earth, but the way you stay locked in is to, just stay in your zone. What are those noises in my ears?
That was the weed smoke, little Snoop Dogg.
You said smoke it.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
But FP, I got a question. If I'm in a zone and everything is going my way, are you saying not prepare to fail, but why wouldn't I ride the wave of what I'm doing right now is working? And I'm being real. My question to you is, it sounds like when you're in that zone and you've been in it, do you do something different than feeling the euphoria of I can do no wrong? Like why are you telling me when you're on the high, prepare for the low so the high can continue? Like, why wouldn't I just go up there thinking I can do no wrong?
I think it depends on who you are and what stage of career you're at. I would say, and I was a hitting coach at the professional level, that I used to tell my guys they have to be more disciplined when they're locked in versus when they're not locked in. You got to be even more disciplined now because you can hit anything right now, but if you start to get outside of your game plan, you start to get like a little bit like digging yourself that I can hit anything, that ain't going to last. So the way it lasts is now that I'm having success, just like anything else. If you're having success, don't sit there and just like I've arrived. When you're having success, now you got to work even harder to stay on top. So like if you're number 1 radio show, you got to work even harder when you're number 1 than you did when you were number 6.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's to me, in anything in life, when you have success, you start working harder once you have the success to stay there. It's harder to stay there than to get there. But how did you get there? You worked hard, you had your routine, you had a game plan, you hit your pitch, you got locked in. Now you're a little less than locked in and you're getting away with it because you're hitting these pitches, and now you're not going to get away with it, and all of a sudden you're going to come back to earth and you're going to be humbled.
Wow, that's a great call. And I threw out before the break, who do you think right now, in your estimation, we don't care how old you are or how old you're not, who is the best Bay Area manager or coach that you've ever seen? And FP, I'm going to lay this on you and you tell me what you think. And Evan and Spadoni can chime in. I think of the great Bill Walsh. He was the innovator, the author of the West Coast offense to me. He won. He knew when to sever relationships, and he was cold in that sense because, you know, he knew when to hit the reset button. Steve Kerr is a top 5 NBA coach in my estimation. There's no doubt about it. You talk about drawing up a play out of timeout, but the vote for Darrell L. Johnson I, born and raised in the Bay Area, Oakland, California, Oak Knoll Hospital, the award goes to Bruce Bochy. And the reason I'm giving Bruce Bochy the best manager / coach I've ever seen is I believe those 3 championships came from instinct, gut, intuition, and always looking outside on the diamond with the great Buster Posey, but not a Steph Curry or a Joe Montana. He never had that luxury, I don't believe. And a lot of what his team did when they won, it kind of came out of, no pun intended, left field. But Bruce Bochy, to me, is the essence of Frank Sinatra. We're going to do it my way. And I'd just like to get your review on me telling you and the listeners that Bruce Bochy would get my vote for best manager or coach that I've seen since I've been living in the Bay Area.
Yeah, it's hard to argue. First time in 52 years they win a World Series since moving from New York to the Bay Area. I would disagree a little bit in the sense that the cupboard was not bare with Tim Lincecum and Matt Cain.
That might have struck some people.
Some really good players.
Right.
But yeah. I mean, I feel like he had a way of managing in the postseason that was completely different from how he managed during the season. And I think a lot of managers get caught up in managing the same way in the playoffs as they do. Well, it's just another game, but in a shortened series, in a 5 or 7 game series, you have to manage differently. And Bruce managed every game like it was game 7. And if you didn't have it in the first inning, somebody else was coming in. And it was check your egos at the door, and we're in this to win it. And if you don't have it on that day, sorry, this is not personal. And I'm going to the bullpen. And if you don't have it, I'm going to the next guy. And he just managed differently.
Damn.
In the postseason that he did in the regular season. And I think that's how when baseball's in a microwave oven for 5 games and you're used to playing 162, you can't manage like you do for 6-7 months. You can't, because you have time to recover from 2 or 3 losses in a row. You don't have time to recover from 2 or 3 losses in a row in the playoffs in baseball. So yeah, I mean,
and then he goes to Texas and wins another one. And FP, they were leaking oil. Texas was at the end of last year, battling the Astros. But the fact that he was able to galvanize the troops and use the mechanisms that I'm so fond of that we saw him use here with the Giants, but to sit on the couch and then go to Texas and still kind of have that magic, that Jedi, that just to me that's 4 rings. And I know only 3 of them were in the Bay Area, but I wonder how many people would take offense or say, Goo, you got it wrong.
What I hear, and not playing for the guy, is that he was a straight shooter, but then he would pick the right times to talk to people. And,
See,
and
that
he would
is
be like,
another
he would
big
say,
component.
if I talk to him right now, I lose him for 2 weeks, so we're just going to let him figure it out. Or right now is the time to talk to him.
Damn.
That's a touch that a lot of guys don't have. And it wasn't like, you suck, Goo, you got to get better.
Yeah, no, but
He
the
would never do
timing
that
of
way.
it.
It's the timing of it, was what I hear. This is not firsthand experience. So that's a tough one. I mean, Steve Kerr's won 4, dude.
No, he's
on a team that didn't win one since the 70s.
He's on Mount Rushmore for me. You know what, FP? Let's take a call. Pat's in Foster City. He wants to get on this Coaches in Life. What's up, Pat?
Thanks for taking the call. Yeah, Goo, you got me thinking about my high school cross-country coach who eventually he ended up coaching, believe it or not, in high school for 52 years.
Wow.
And he won 28 state titles and 4 national titles for high school cross-country, and was just, he was a little bit of a Vince Lombardi type guy, but I was trying to, he's been very instrumental and taught me some things that I'm 70 years old that still, think about him a lot. And, things that made him special were he was a team first guy, and I don't know if you know much about cross country, but in cross country, they add up the top 5 runners, their placement. So you could have 1, 2, 3, 4, but if your 5th guy didn't finish till 100th,
wow,
you're not ever going to win. So the idea was you wanted to have your guys all bunched up toward the front. It didn't matter who won. You just needed to have your 5th guy up close, right? So he was very much of a team guy. He was, extremely competitive, but he treated everybody pretty much equal. I mean, you knew who the best runners were and who weren't, but not really from the coach. The coach treated everybody the same. He had nicknames for everybody, and he was one who would basically tell you that you can always accomplish more than what your body says. He was fond of saying, it's been proved. This is back in the 60s and the 70s. It's been proven on a treadmill that once you're totally exhausted, you can still do 20% more. It's really in your head. It's not your body. Wow. You can push yourself way further than you think. So he was just extremely motivating and taught a lot of life lessons.
I appreciate you sharing that, Pat. Wow, FP, you saw it firsthand. Treating everybody the same, or, we always hear the Jordan and the exceptions, the stars. I got to be honest, I've never was in that position. I never was the big guy on a team. In sales, I could come in late, miss some time, and there was no fallout. And I know guys and gals, but they knew what time it was. It was about production. We hadn't even discussed that part of a good manager, a coach, treating everybody the same. Or is that reality? Can you do that in the pro?
I think so, yeah. There's certain guys. I don't think Steph's treated this. Is Steph treated the same?
Well, he's not. He doesn't look like he's high maintenance.
Well, I would say it's more on the player to be the same as everybody else. That's on the player versus the coach for me. Come on, guys get preferential treatment if you're a better player, but high school cross country is different from a guy that's making $50 million a year.
Good God, I hated cross country. I couldn't do it.
But those things that he was talking about, he's implemented those in his life since then, about pushing himself farther than he thought he could go and being a team player. I'm sure whatever he does, he's successful because of that experience.
Yeah, so I gave you and the listeners Bruce Bochy is my all-time Bay Area coach / manager. I'm going to put you on the spot, FP. Who's would yours be?
I was going to go with Boch, but that's too easy. I don't know. I guess you got to go. I think Bill Walsh was such an innovator of the West Coast offense, and the Niners weren't very good ever.
Man,
and then all of a sudden, Steve DeBerg, and then they drafted some kid out of Notre Dame that kind of changed everything. So I guess I would go with the one that's had the most influence on me personally is growing up a Niners fan and Bill Walsh in those Super Bowls.
They call him, and he was, and rest in peace, a genius. Just think about a genius, and it applies. And, I talked about, his traits and characteristics, getting rid of you too soon rather than, you be too old. But that's what's part of the Bill Walsh experience,
his demeanor, too. He just always was even keel, and he's just so zen and everything.
With the glasses and the white sweater vest.
So zen. All hell's breaking loose around him, and he was just the coolest cat in the room on the sidelines going look, guys, we got this. Here's what we're going to do. And then just sitting there being a genius and innovative with his offensive schemes and how he delivered messages to players. And you talked to Dusty Baker and the influence of Bill Walsh on Dusty Baker. Dusty Baker, he references Bill all the time. He's like, yeah, when Bill Walsh and Bill Walsh told me, and Bill Walsh, they had a friendship. And he was a huge influence on how Dusty Baker went about it. So it wasn't just the Bill Walsh coaching tree in football. He influenced Dusty Baker too. So I got to go with that. And I can also blame him for creating a fan base that's just out of control sometimes.
But that's a good problem, right?
I know, yeah.
That means you're winning.
I know. But yes, growing up with Dwight Clark and Joe Montana, and I can go on and on and on about those teams and Ronnie Lott and the influences they had on me in high school football. They had on me. Just watching them, because
that was your team. You were right down to 80.
Yeah, they're just winners. And that, I think, I could be off here, Goo, and I'm just winging it on live radio, but I think that gave all of us a taste of winning in this region and what it feels like to win. Because the Giants weren't winning back then.
Right. All I could think of, John Madden got one with the Raiders.
The Warriors in the 70s, and I guess that
was 10
years later.
Remember the A's had their three-peat?
That was the 70s.
Yeah.
And into the 80s and the 90s, that gave us all our first taste of what it's like to have parades.
That's real.
On a consistent basis.
Yeah, beating the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah.
And you know what? Kyle Shanahan, because I know, they're having camp this week, mini camp. You tell me, you and it's okay, because that's how we get down. That's what we do, agree to disagree. But he has all the ingredients, and he's won. He's smart. He's creative. And I tell Steiny all the time, as much as I come down Kyle Shanahan's road, FP, it's only because they've been in positions. He's gotten all the stamp of approval with Kyle Shanahan as far as me being an innovator, me being ahead of the curve. He gets all that. He's created a monster, even with Jimmy Garoppolo and not a quote-unquote Joe Montana. I get frustrated because I'm like, dude, all you got to do is win that game that you've been in 2 times, and people could call up right now and say, Kyle's my guy. And I don't think, and we already told him, who's to judge your answer, but he's that close to being in, that class with some of the greats that have moved on or even no longer living. So FP, when I get frustrated with Kyle, it's not about his greatness. It's just about, dude, you are micro steps away from being the answer to people's question about who's that guy in the Bay Area all time. And he's been there, multiple NFC championship visits, 2 Super Bowls, FP. So that's why I appreciate what I'm hearing now and what we talked about yesterday with it. And George Kittle said it, and Trent Williams, is Super Bowl or bust. Like, that's a good thing. But if Kyle can get that done just from a coaching standpoint, his profile is up there forever.
So you don't think there's some luck involved in winning it all?
Oh my gosh.
Right?
Oh, good God.
But that's how we judge, right? Based on how many rings you've won, how many championships you've won.
But have they had really bad luck though? Just real quick from a Kyle standpoint, I don't think the 3rd and 17, your DB gets lost in the Super Bowl. Last year we heard the great Steve Young, the Hall of Famer, say that was a Chief team you should have been able to beat if ever you want to beat them in the biggest game. So I guess FP, I felt like the Niners had luck on their side and they tricked it off.
Oh, it's bad, dude. I put that one in the. I've compartmentalized that loss, dude. I don't like to go back there.
The overtime rules, stuff like that.
Does Kyle just need to win one to be in this conversation, or does he have to win more than one?
And that can be.
That's crazy.
As soon as it left my lips, I said there's going to be some people, and they won't be wrong. But I'm glad you put that up. Like, Goo, you got to win more than one. Is that a prerequisite for anybody out there? And I'm sure it may be.
He sounds so entitled.
But you mentioned Seifert. I don't think he gets enough love around here.
Yeah, I mean,
some people say he inherit. Oh, we'll get to it on the other side. But yeah, just think about it for a minute and give us a call and let us know what you think. Will and Marin, we'll get to you on the other side. What's coming up next on The Game? Your chance to qualify to win an autographed Steph Curry jersey. Listen at 12:30 to qualify for an autographed Curry jersey. All presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 50 years of full-service banking with no commitment.
Flowing Water Plumbing at Dre brings over 6 decades of plumbing expertise.
one ain't coming back. Out of here. That is a big fella home run.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was the one and only Mr. Kuiper, the heavyweight here in the Bay Area, on the home run call of Jorge Soler. I don't even think that ball's landed, courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area. I mean, every time he goes up to hit the ball, Jorge Soler, that's what I expect, but we need to see it more. Real quick before we go to the phone lines here, I want you to analyze my bet I have with Steiny.
What do you got?
I said Soler will hit 30 jacks this year. That was his 7th.
So you got to hit 23 more.
Yes,
That's
sir.
my
Look at
basic math.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'd do that.
Okay, I think so.
You're good.
Yeah. So while we're talking about this subject, we came in today, we're just talking about great coaches and what constitutes a great coach and what traits do you want them to possess. The best ones that you've ever came across here in the Bay Area. I gave my answer, Bochy. FP went Walsh. And again, this comes on the heels of the Giants on the road going to Texas to face Bruce Bochy, a guy that one of the greatest managers to ever do it for the Giants. So, FP, I don't know why I'm radio version emotional, but coaches matter in all walks of life, and I share with you Wendell Basie, the head coach for me for CYO in Union City, California, and I never thanked him, and I did on the show all because of you. And I don't want to fight you right now, but there are reports out in the Twitterverse about the Lakers. I thought the job was going to their head coaching position was going to go to JJ Redick. I wasn't mad at that. I didn't understand it, and I knew him and LeBron were cool, but you saw Steve Kerr, come out of nowhere, Jason Kidd, Mark Jackson. So I wasn't hating on Redick, but all of a sudden, coming from the outside is UConn's Dan Hurley. Here he comes. He could finish. He might get the job to the point to where he's met with his players and he's told them that he's negotiating with the Lakers. And you in front of the boss and Evan said, you know what? He's going to be great. And I went, and I did that because I'm like, okay, hold on. Jesus could coach. But if you don't have the players, FP, you don't know if that coach is going to be successful. So I was shocked. Can you share with us real quick here? I'll take your time, nothing real quick. Why you think Dan Hurley's going to be a sure shot good head coach?
We got 3 hours left.
Yeah.
What kind of coach would Jesus be, by the way?
A good coach.
You think he'd be a good coach?
Yeah, he'd be a fair coach.
Maybe he'd be too nice.
Yeah.
I mean, guys.
Evan, what kind of coach would?
I don't know, man.
Jesus would be a good
he
coach.
empowers sinners, so he might be somebody that would hoist up the 15th man on the roster as opposed to the superstar.
My boys are witty and smart, Spadoni.
The Holy Trinity offense.
Good God. The Holy Trinity offense. The real triangle. But FP, that came, I don't know why that shocked me. You saying Dan's going to be great. Not saying he's not.
You'd make a mistake. You'd be like, Jesus. And he'd be like, what?
Well, there you go. I got a job.
I just went straight ADD.
Break us off.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know a lot about Dan Hurley other than he's won 2 national championships. By all accounts, he's a people person. He's a great communicator.
Man.
He blends people together very well. And I think at the highest level, when you got LeBron said, hey, I'm going to be here after a coach that's here after me.
Wink, wink. But yeah, okay.
That's the best for the organization.
Yeah.
And I think when you're talking about the Lakers, what do they have? 7 head coaches in the last 10 years? And basically LeBron's the coach. And now you're going to have somebody that's going to lend stability to the organization. He's got resume. Usually sometimes the college coaches don't translate in the NBA, but I think now college is more like the NBA than ever.
Wow.
With the
that's
NIL,
okay,
the
that's
transfer portal,
yes.
And you got a kid for 1 year. If you look sideways at a kid, he's going to transfer. Wow. And, same thing in the NBA. So I think, based on what you hear, if I were the Warriors and how this affects the Warriors, they're going for long-term stability in the Lakers organization, something they haven't had since Phil Jackson.
Yeah, Kerr's got 2 more years on his deal.
And they're going to let him apparently do everything. And I think if you give somebody a long-term contract, that instantly lends them credibility because I ain't going nowhere. So you're either on board with me or see it. And I don't think the Lakers have had a coach like that recently that has the pop now of the long-term contract and the stability in the organization. So this could affect the whole division. Because the Lakers aren't that far off, if we're being honest.
And that's what I told Evan. I told Evan, had they Spadonio like this, and I mean it, I'm going to stick to my gun. Will and Marine, we're coming to you. Give us a second here. I told Evan, had the Lakers, this version, last year's version of the Lakers, the way they lost those games at the end, had they gotten anybody in the draw outside of Denver, which is their kryptonite, they could be playing tonight. Okay, I know I'm going to get all, come on, Goo. That's how close I still think they are. So when you talk about who's going to be on the sideline for them, Redick or Hurley, I think they got action in the West. I don't feel that way about our Golden State Warriors pre-moves. And that's why I think Joe Lacob is going to be very aggressive in regard to maximizing what's left, FP, of the Steph Curry window, because there is a window. I still think he's playing great basketball. Is he the 25-year-old Steph Curry? Of course not. LeBron's not who he was at 25. Bottom line is Steph is still that dude, and now it's about how can we get the microwave version of NBA help to go along with Steph and Dre and get back to prosperity and, you know, be playing on this stage tonight, which Boston and Dallas will be on the display tonight.
Yeah, and my interest level in the NBA Finals is none. Once the Warriors season's over,
I want to fight you now. Why?
You like
red wine. Sip some red wine and watch game one.
NBA basketball was my thing.
And some fettuccine.
NBA was number one for me growing up.
And what
I was a Showtime Lakers guy.
Here we go. Steiny with baseball.
Showtime Lakers guy, dude. Like I was from Michigan. Magic was from Michigan. He came out west. We came out west. I started following the Lakers. They were the most exciting thing I'd ever seen.
Tell me when it turned.
I played basketball till midnight every night with all my friends, and basketball was my number one sport. And it was teams. It was assists. It wasn't about my poster or my endorsement. Yes. It was about playing defense and physicality, and I hated Larry Bird, and I hated the Celtics.
Keep going.
And I grew up loving basketball is number one.
Right.
Football is number two, and baseball is number three. And that's how it went my whole youth.
When did it shift?
I don't know. I just the NBA's lost me with it's minus the team down the street. There's a lot of individuals.
Wow.
And not a lot of defense. There's not a lot of physicality. There's just.
So you won't watch it all tonight?
Yeah.
You'll catch the highlights?
I don't care.
And I'm excited.
If
I got
the Warriors
goosebumps.
were in it, I'd have my Warriors stuff on and I'd be having a party somewhere and we'd be, but if it's not the Warriors, and I was a Kings guy in the late 90s, early 2000s, the Maloofs. And then and I don't know, basketball with maybe being on the East Coast for 11 years and the Wizards were the team.
Well, boy,
I just kind of lost interest in it there.
It.
But yeah, but getting back to like the influence stability an coach has on an organization, Steve Kerr is that guy. And I know his contract's only for what?
2 more years.
2 more years.
So just think about that.
I'm a big fan of stability. I'm a big fan of, but they need, you either get better or you get worse. You don't stay the same. And they know that. Unless some guy on the radio is going to tell them what to do. But they have to decide which way they're going. And I think it's at a superstar and let's go.
Yeah. And no doubt.
Like go sign somebody big.
And that's what the 2 years
Trade
left on his deal.
Big.
That's what they symbolize to me real quick, FP, before we got to Will and Marin, is, hey, we got 2 years left of this window. And how this whole conversation got going, people, is we were talking about Bob Melvin and the Giants were down in the dumps. They lost 6 in a row. And I know it happens in baseball more than once a year, losing streaks and winning streaks. But he was very stern the night before after a loss. He didn't like the way or the brand of baseball his team was playing with. And they go out and reward him. Some may say that's too strong, Goo. But they score 9 runs and they beat Arizona. And we're just talking about the impact of coaches, their words, and how they move. But Will and Marini's been waiting patiently. He wants to shout out a coach in his life. What's up, Will? Welcome to the program.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I just want to shout out my current rugby coach, Mike Chaput. I've been with him for 10 years now, and when he came to us, we were just a bunch of misfits with no direction and guidance, and he instilled that, and he made us the best defensive team in the league and multi-time champions. When during the COVID years, when our numbers were kind of dwindling, he was the only coach that I've ever seen actually suit up, boot up, and play 80 minutes in multiple games to keep our team alive. And on top of doing it, he literally does it for the love of the game. We give him no money. He wants nothing in return except for us to be successful. He sacrifices baseball games, swimming stuff with his kids. He's missed graduations to be there for championship games. He's cut businesses. He's cut business meetings. He's a lawyer. He's cut, things short, business meetings, travel short to come back to coach us and do everything. And, you don't find someone like that just around the corner. He does it for free. He does it for the love of the game, and it's the best. He's made me the best player that I've been, and he's the most selfless person that I've ever met on planet Earth, and he's made me a better person. He's made me a better father to my daughter. He's made me a better husband to my wife. He's made me a better son to my mother, and he's made me a better brother to my siblings. He's an absolute model of what you want in a coach. He's straight shooted. He never cookie coats or sugar coats anything. He's honest with you. He's upfront, but it's always constructive criticism. It's never negative. It's never hate. It's always love, but he always tells you when you need to correct something, but he always guides you through it. He's the best coach that I've ever had. So thank you, Mike Chapu, for doing it.
Wow.
You're the best.
Sounds
I
like
can't
Jesus.
wait. I can't wait.
Like Jesus is your coach. Hey, what happens in those scrums? What happens when you're in those scrums down there and you're all scrumming down in the scrum? What happens in those?
So in the scrum, pretty much what happens is, long story short, instead of a fumble, the most common play that happens, it's called a knock-on. And what happens is, when the other team knocks it on, there's an advantage. If the other team can pick it up and play, then you get to play through your advantage. However, most of the time, the ref calls it quick for safety, so you scrum down. It's what happens is the forward pack, it's 8 people. It's a front row. It's a front row, the engine room, and then the loose forwards. And what we do is we line up from a meter away. The cadence is crouch, bind, and set, and then you come together. And pretty much what you do is it's like an NHL face-off. There's 2 people in the middle. They're called hookers, and the reason why is because they hook the ball with their feet. Oh. And pretty much what you do is you try to put your feet. So even if it's not your ball, you can push them back and you can fight for it. So that's pretty much what happens. I know it looks like a fiasco, but there's a lot of technique in it, and you have to be good to have a good scrum and a good forward pack. And we actually led the league.
Is grab any of the commands when you do that?
Thanks for the. Oh,
all right.
Yeah.
I just thought.
Wait, say it again. Is one of the, so no, it's usually bind, set. It's usually bind, crouch, set, and when you're set, you're locked in. That's squeeze. When you come in and you're tight. Yep, and you get it in.
All right, man. All right.
I mean,
sounds like Jesus was his coach.
Man, now that's what this is about, man. I'm telling you, he felt that. I got him reading the 510 here. You guys, 10 minutes in the show, you got me in tears. I'm about to call my dad. Obviously that was his coach. Let's go out to City Boy. He's in the city. Duh. He wants to talk about the NBA Finals.
City Boy in the city.
What's up, baby?
Weird.
Yo, what's up, y'all? What's happening?
Talk to us.
Man, we've been waiting. I've been waiting a week for this finals. This has been a long layoff, but, sort of in contrast to FP, I'm actually real excited for the finals, even though our Warriors ain't in it. I like this matchup. I love hoops, and, baseball is not, for me, what it used to be, so I'm not as locked in on baseball as I once was. So I'm happy for the finals. And I just wanted to say, I expect the Celtics to win in 5. It's funny. I've been hearing a lot of people talking up Dallas and how Kyrie and Luka are going to be so hard to stop. But, I think the best offseason move this last year was Drew Holiday going to Boston.
Wow.
And,
wow.
I mean, they got 4 lockdown defenders. So when you got Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Drew Holiday, and Derek White, I think he was second team all defense. I mean, you got 4 dudes to throw at Luka and Kyrie, and I think they're going to take a page from the Warriors, and you're going to see a lot of full court pressure. So I think they're going to be picking up Luka. They're going to wear him out, and then you got a lot of offensive firepower on Boston. And if I'm them, I'm hunting. I am hunting Luka and Kyrie. I'm trying to get them off switches. I'm going at those 2 dudes. I'm going to exhaust them because Dallas has nothing on offense outside of those 2 players. So I'm looking to get them exhausted. And by the way, Bill Russell, rest in peace, passed away, a year and a half ago or whatever it was. You have Bill Walton, another Celtic great, pass away. And when they give out the Bill Russell MVP after the series to a Celtic on the Celtics home court, it's going to be not a dry eye in the house, man. And they were probably going to have Bill Russell's wife give out the trophy. So, I'm into scripts and the Hollywood scenarios too. So I'm telling you, it's going to be something. So you're going to see the green confetti coming down in the rafters.
Thanks for the call, City Boy. And I'll tell you this, FP, why I'll be tuned in, even though the Warriors aren't playing, it's this way, especially now with all the technology and the HD and the color schemes, the presentation of the finals, the NBA final script that'll be on the floor. You know, like when that means something to me, and I get goosebumps. So, you know, I know it's a team sport, but in this social media world and what we do now, and we're part of it, the championship victor, it's going to mean something different for everybody on the winning team. And what's going on and what's being said about Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, who the words have come out of my mouth, I don't think they deserve, and it's a little strong.
Why is there hate for Jason Tatum? Why is there so much? Hate's a strong word. Why is there so much disdain for him?
Because
is he too like blah?
He's so gifted at the game that he makes it look easy, and there have been moments where he has not met crunch time moments. And, you know, he did this thing a couple years ago when he was in the finals before the 2022 when they took on the Warriors. He came out with the Kobe wristband, and I think that didn't do him any favors. And there was a mixed message, and he wasn't trying to send it to say I'm on Kobe's level. It was almost to me a shout out to Kobe, but it just looked wrong. And he didn't have the best finals. He kind of, you know, puckered up. And people are like, if this dude doesn't win it, he's a failure. So from that vantage point, I'm rooting for him in Boston and Jaylen Brown, Calzone. But I'm rooting for Luka and Kyrie too. So whoever wins it, I'm not mad.
Wait.
But I think Tatum needs it more for his reputation.
All right.
Yeah.
I think the Kyrie element is kind of cool. That he's kind of reestablished himself and his work ethic and his desire and his passion. Everything he's saying just fires me up in interviews.
Now he's
going back to Boston.
Well, that's going to be
with double middle fingers.
Man, no doubt.
Let's go.
Yeah,
I might watch.
FP's in. Yeah. FP's in. But again, the question of the day is what makes a good coach or manager? And we're getting a lot of great ones. I said Bruce Bochy. You said, who did you go with? Bill Walsh. We got John Madden. We mentioned John Madden. Also, Kyle Shanahan. Can he even be mentioned? Because he's yet to win a championship. And I think you got to have that, right? You got to have a chip as a coach to be in this sacred group.
Yeah, I believe that. And that's tough. And this is a tough group to break into. Like, what other region in America on their sports talk radio show are you talking about the best coaches all times? I guess maybe New England. Maybe when you're talking about Belichick and basketball and baseball and the Red Sox winning World Series.
Yeah.
So but I'm trying to think of other regions where this coach won 4 and this coach won 3 and this coach won 2 and this coach won and this coach hasn't won yet. There's other sports talk shows doing this and nobody's won any.
No, that's real
just
talk.
Like, well, you know.
But think about it. I do wonder if the Bay Area sports fan ever just steps back and pinches itself and says, damn, we've done a whole lot of winning. We've had buku parades up into the 2019. The Niners, they lost to the Ravens too, and we don't want to talk about that. But you know what I mean? They've had their fair share of parades. The Giants had 3, and the Warriors have had 4. That's just 7 right there. So what's the old adage, FP? Who's got it better than us?
Nobody.
But FP, you're a legend in these streets, but we got a guy on the line. His name is Skinny Bob, one of the best callers you ever meet.
Let's go.
And you're about to. Skinny Bob, welcome to the program, baby.
Hey, morning, guys, and FP, pleasure to meet you. I tell you, I'm excited about the game tonight, and I'm going with Dallas, and I haven't rooted for a Texas team in I don't know how long. But regards to your question of the day, Vince Lombardi was my coach.
Wow.
And he was controversial, but he got results, and he told you, and he was respected. I'm a Milwaukee boy, so I know a lot about the old guy, and he's been gone a long time, so your audience doesn't know much about him. But going back to the game tonight, Goo, I tell you, the bookies are all betting, or the gamblers are betting Texas, and the papers are saying Boston's going to kill them. That's a real dichotomy going. So what do you think?
You know what? That's a great question. I like the pricing on the series. I'm a big depending on who's listening. I like to play the ponies, but I believe Dallas was plus 190 to win the series. So you got value on that. I think it's closer, and Boston was minus 220 to win it. So that's telling you this is kind of a slam dunk. But to answer your question, Skinny Bob, this thing can go either way. And I do think Dallas with Gafford and Lively, they got goons. They got active bigs that get after it, and you could throw lobs, and they could protect the paint and block shots. I don't see that too much with old man Horford and the Boston Celtics. I believe Dallas could take advantage of Boston in the paint, and we'll find out tonight in game one. But FP, I know it's not the Warriors. I hate the feeling of the Warriors not making the playoffs and not being in this game. But Skinny Bob, I'm with City Boy. I'm excited. And I think it's even Steven, and we'll watch him get after it tonight.
You see when Luka had the beer in his hand as the GM took it out of his hand?
Michael Finley, a former player, what was that?
There's
How
so
could you
much
bring
there.
that up?
Dude, there's so much
A damn
there.
beer.
There's-
And it wasn't like it was game 8 of the season.
Dude, it's
you
so
won the
much there.
Western Conference Finals. Can you talk real
There's
quick?
a
Let's spin
lot
this out. What could Michael Finley? Was a beer bad? Was it symbolic if you're not supposed to drink, or you got he doesn't have the Terrell Owens physique, Luka. That's what makes him great.
Luka
He's
can put him away, I've
No
heard.
doubt. And I'm sure burgers and steaks or whatever.
Yeah.
But why did Michael Finley take it from him? Like, I didn't like that.
There's a lot to unpack there. There's a
Mike
lot of
Finn?
things. That's like, hey, we're serious. You told me you're not drinking during the playoffs, and you have a beer in your hand.
All right, okay.
And
dude,
and
can
this
I
is a time to
celebrate?
lock in. And he said something. Luka, like, there's no cameras, and there was a camera. I think he looked like
Luka
a
should
kid.
have said, "Go look at the stat sheet."
He looked like a kid that got caught smoking in the bathroom in high school.
I didn't like that.
I didn't like it either. But you don't know what's going on. That could have been beer number 24 that night. That could have been he drinks 50 a day. Like, tighten it up for the playoffs.
Nah.
We have a pact. We said we're all in on this, and we're not partying until we can party. There's so much there. He got scolded like a little kid,
Yeah,
which
I
makes
didn't like
me
it.
believe, if I'm like going to speculate, that he likes to drink
Or get
And,
after it. As
he
long as
likes
you
to
can
get
back
after
it up, I'm good.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
But like, a
You're
lot
not
of
out here
times-
getting DUIs or things of that nature. Come on, Mike Finn.
In 2001, we were in the playoffs in Oakland, and Barry Zito felt the need to stand up in front of the whole team,
Zito,
and say, like, look, we won 102 games doing it this way. Let's not change anything for the playoffs. So if you went out till 3 a.m, go out till 3 a.m. Don't change just because it's a
like
playoff.
that.
And we're like, we're
How'd
not
that go
changing.
over?
So we were in New York before game 1, and the China Club was the club back in the day in New
The
York.
China Club.
That was the club. And the whole team was there, and all the servers thought they were doing the Yankees a favor by bringing platters of shots for us. And they were like till 2 in the
y'all
morning.
ain't gonna be ready, yeah.
And we're
Slackers.
doing our part as Yankees fans to get the A's drunk. And we were ripping shots and dancing on tables, and the wives travel for the playoffs, and they were having a good time. And it was like 30 of us in a club till like 3 in the morning, and we still beat them 2-0.
Oh, okay, there you go.
We're not changing the way we do it just because it's the playoffs. But it looks like they're super focused for them to take a beer out of Luka's hands. That was just weird to me, and my mind went everywhere with that.
I appreciate
He's got
it.
a drinking problem. He's drinking too much. We're not celebrating until we get to the end. He doesn't have a drinking problem.
He
That
doesn't
could have
take the
been-
game serious.
You're not taking
This
it
was after the
serious.
game.
That's 7 today. Like, I don't know what it was. Maybe he's like Wade Boggs, and he's setting records on flights from coast
What
to
was
coast.
that number? How many did
Let me Google
did
it.
Wade Spadoni? Do you know? Oh, we'll get it on the other side.
All right, we gotta go.
But Wade put a lot down. Telmo, I see you. We'll get to you on the other side. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings.
Fitzgerald. And that's the ball game. The Giants snap their 6-game losing streak.
Yay!
Nice little pep talk after the game last night from Bob Melvin. And today they came out with lots of energy and swinging the bats.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No, Steiny, FP holding it down with me until 2 p.m., and that voice was Mr. Kuiper, and that was the last out of yesterday's game between the Giants and Diamondbacks. Giants win it 9-3, snap a six-game losing streak, and for one day, FP, quiet the noise in regard to just how bad it's been since last Friday, if you want to keep it real.
Dude, you can't, but as a baseball fan, I'll never tell you how to act. You can't go one game at a time. If you do, you're going to go nuts. Like, there's still... Your bet on the home runs?
Yeah, Soler, 30.
He got hit 5 a month.
Okay.
So there's a lot of time for, that's 20, right?
Right.
And so, wait, he's got 7 right now? We got to hit a little more than 5 a month. But my point is if you live and die with every win and loss, it's not football.
Okay.
It's not basketball. I mean, there's 162 of these. I mean,
Longevity.
I understand if it's trending one way and you're watching your stock go down and you're losing money.
Well,
and
Giant fans kind of felt like that. 6 in a row.
Yeah, but this isn't solved because they won yesterday. Bob Melvin's not a miracle worker because he gave a speech and they won. Like, this has to have longevity to it, and there has to be more consistent play. They have to give the effort they gave last night and the concentration level and the focus on a nightly basis for this to turn around.
You told not one lie, but the question and my rebuttal is we saw Melvin erupt, basically, for Bob Melvin, a mild-mannered dude. We saw him say this is unacceptable.
Good.
So
it is.
So, but that goes against what if a fan thought that, they're happy as hell that they see the manager and hear him erupt. That's what he did.
He was embarrassed by the way they played the night before. It's not if you lose, it's how you lose. You're going to lose games. The best teams are going to lose 60, 70 games a year. I mean, you're going to lose games, but it's how you lose. And if you play the game the right way and lose, you just tip your cap, get on the plane, and go to the next city. But if you play the game the wrong way and you're not focused and you're not engaged and you're not intense, then those are things you can control. And I think, when a coach that doesn't say anything, or a mild-mannered coach, and he comes in and he's pissed, that carries so much more weight than a coach. If a coach does that every single night in 160 games, he's like, uncle, dude, like, you do this every night. If you have meetings at work every single day, you're just like, okay, we're okay. They're just...
Falls on deaf ears.
Well, maybe not that, but you start to get numb, and you start to not take them as seriously if you have a meeting when it really matters. So if Bob Melvin comes in and he's chill, or Bruce Bochy comes in and he's chill, or a Felipe Alou comes in and he's chill, or a Bill Walsh, for that matter, comes in and has a stern meeting, now you're leaning in and you're listening. And sometimes fear's a motivator. I feel like, if you're like,
me,
hey,
it is.
If you don't run the ball out, you're sitting next to me. If you don't do this, you're sitting next to me. If you don't do this, you're going back to Sacramento. Like, that doesn't happen much nowadays. Tough love is not a thing at the professional level because this generation is more of a huggy, lovey, things will work out. Hey, that can't happen again. But like if you got an old school guy and he comes in and lets it rip once in a while, it can definitely have an effect. And it did for one game.
No doubt about it.
I don't know if they're going to go in and get swept by the Rangers. I don't know if they're going to go in and sweep the Rangers. I don't know if that's going to be the speech heard around the world and now they go. I don't know those things. Generally speaking, they have a short-term effect, but hopefully the message has a long-term effect.
No, I love it. And I'll be real. BoMel is, come on, he's a top-flight manager, okay? He's managed in playoff games. He couldn't solve the puzzle that was the San Diego Padres with all those egos in the clubhouse. I don't know if Dr. Phil could, but there have been sometimes this season some junctures after games to where I'm like, you know what? I wish, from a personal standpoint, FP, BoMel would show more emotion. And there's losing, and then there's how you play as you lose. And I think that's why he was fed up. He said they looked like they were in quicksand. You mentioned Casey Schmidt and a couple errors. And before you respond, I just want, because I think this is kind of funny, this question. And BoMel was asked, is this the best you've ever felt after a win in his manager career?
That was the first thing I looked at. It was a little frustrating. The entire game felt like it was frustrating kind of for both sides as far as, as many pitches that were thrown. And it just was kind of a white knuckle thing for a while. But opened it up enough, scored some runs, did some good things offensively, made some good defensive plays, and bullpen did a great job.
Somebody actually asked him if this is the best you've ever felt after a win.
Yeah, Melvin asked if this is the happiest he's ever been after a game.
That's not a good question.
That's not. I don't. It's almost. It's just kind of slap in the face.
Yeah.
Like, you know who I am, Kevin Durant. You know who I am.
He handled that with class. This is the best I've ever felt.
It's a game in damn June, at the beginning of June, and I'm sure he's managed teams losing. Multiple losing. Multiple losing streaks over the time.
I like the fact that he deflected it to the team and not himself. And he's not taking credit for giving a speech. Like Rob Thompson, the manager of the Phillies, apparently he came in after Joe Girardi and he made it all about the team and not himself. And he always deflects every answer to the team. And it's never about himself, and he never wants credit. And he's a disciple of Joe Torre, and that's the way Joe Torre was. I told this story on the air, I think it was last Friday, with Willard and Dibbs, about how Joe Torre came in the first day of spring training when I was a Yankee and said, look, we don't care who gets the credit here. We check our egos in at the door. I get way too much credit for all our success. Derek gets way too much credit. Rocket gets way too much credit. We have an owner that's going to put us in a position to win, and he's going to get us anything we need throughout the course of a season. And anything besides a championship is unacceptable here for Mr. Steinbrenner. And it's unacceptable for us. But we don't care who gets the credit, because guess what? If we do what we set out to do and we win a championship, we all get paid. We all get what we deserve. But we don't care. It's not like I'm sitting here going, we win because of me. It's not like Derek's going to the media and saying, we win because of me.
Right.
We don't do that here. We just win. And I was like, whoa. And in this little 10, 12-minute talk that Joe gave us in the clubhouse first day of spring training, I said, this is why they win. This is why they win here, because they don't care who gets the credit.
Wow,
and I think there's a lot to be said about the team in Santa Clara, and that's the way they go about it. And I don't know if that's a Kyle thing or a Lynch thing. I don't know whose it is, but it seems to me, based on what they say, their quotes in the media, how they act, I don't think they care who gets the credit.
That's why George Kittle, to me, FP never raises hell about his numbers or his catches or his targets.
One week, Kittle has 3 touchdowns. Yeah. The next week, he gets 3 receptions for 12 yards, and he never says a word. In 1 week, Ayuk's part of it, and he did say a word after the Super Bowl, but that's the first thing you've heard. So 1 week, it's McCaffrey. 1 week, it's all
I give
Purdy.
Kyle credit for that.
1 week, it's Kittle. 1 week's Ayuk. 1 week, it's Juwan Jennings. 1 week, it's the Fred Warner. But they're never pounding their chest about me. It's about we. Everything they say is about we in their quotes. It's about winning. And they know if you win, the contracts and all that stuff takes care of itself. That's such a hard thing to develop when there's so many egos and there's so much money at stake in such a short window.
Man.
It's not like they're lawyers and they just graduated from law school and they're 25 years old and they can be a lawyer till they're 75. And they have 50 years of a career. These guys have 3 to 4 years. Even in baseball, the average career is like 2.5 to 3 years at the big league level. So you have a small window of opportunity to make all the money you can to set up generations. And it's so difficult to get guys to check their ego at the door and check their selfish and to be selfless. And if you have a coach that can implement that, or a president or a GM that can get them to buy into that, and show them the proof is in the pudding. If we win, we get paid. If we win, everything takes care of itself. And they buy into that. Dude, that's special at the highest level. That doesn't happen because everyone's got their own agenda. Everyone's got their own egos. Everyone's got, it's me and my endorsements and the car I'm driving and the house I live in and the girl I'm dating and the jewelry I'm wearing. And you can get that. And then it becomes every man for himself. And once you get to every man for himself, and once you get okay with losing, and I think that's where the Bob Melvin speech came in yesterday. It's not if you lose, it's how you lose. And I think more importantly, it's how you respond to losing. If you go into a locker room and guys are okay with losing and you get to that point, that's something you can't turn around. That's a malignancy that's not getting turned around.
No doubt about it. Well said. That's FP. I'm Daryl the Guru Johnson right here on Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. And we're talking about managers. We're talking about great coaches. The Giants had lost 6 in a row, playing the last game of a 3-game set in Arizona. And Bob Melvin, the night before, he was upset. And the Giants respond with 9 runs, and they win that game 9-3. And like you said, FP, and I appreciate the realness, we don't know if it was because of their skipper being upset, but we'll watch this closely moving forward because it's a long season. But basically, the fabric of the show has been what makes a good manager, what's a good coach, and to tell us the ones that you've seen, because the NBA Finals start tonight, and just think about the Warriors who didn't even make the playoffs. The great Steve Kerr has 4 championship rings. They have set out a voyage, and they've conquered 4 times, and this year they're not even in it, and they're just bystanders. And we're going to watch the game tonight to see if 2 other markets, Boston and Dallas, can hoist up the O'Brien Trophy. But I got a question for you, and you tell me if I'm prying.
You're prying.
The Giants are headed to the Lone Star State to play the Texas Rangers and face the first time their former manager, Bruce Bochy. I mean, that's big. I wish it was here. It's not. It's in Texas. But if I were to ask you from your experience, what's the difference between BoMel and Bruce Bochy? How would you answer that?
Well, I think Bochy was here at the ballpark last year, but it's the first time they're going to Texas. It's the first time he's defending world champion.
Adversaries,
yeah. What was the question again, Drew?
The difference between BoMel style and a guy like Bochy.
I don't think there's much difference at all. And you asked me early on, and I want to reset because, if you're listening for 4 hours, God bless you. But we started the show with you asking me what makes a good coach. Right. And the more we talk about this, there's other things that are kind of popping up in my brain.
People want to talk about it, yeah.
Popping up in my brain. I said honesty and communication.
Yes, sir.
Another thing's popping into my head is selflessness. Because a lot of times coaches get caught up in the same things players get caught up in. I'm on the news every day. I'm on my press conference. I'm on TV.
I think Gabe Kapler did that. That's just my 2 cents.
Maybe. And if it's about them and they make that about them, you'll hear players with like front top step coaches or coaches that are like, hey, it's our time now. You had your chance. And I think the thing that talking about Rob Thompson, the manager of the Phillies, who I'm a huge fan of, I love the way he goes about it. And you hear the players talking about him, and they're always talking about and how selfless he is, and it's not about him. And I think that helps you as a player to want to play for that guy. And I told this story to you in the green room. I went up to Tony La Russa one day, and this is while I was a broadcaster back east, and I said, hey, I'm thinking about getting back into coaching. Felipe told me I'd be a good big league manager. Dusty said I'd be a good big league manager. I'm thinking about doing that because the broadcasting thing was going either way for me at that point. And I said, what would you tell a young kid that wants to get into managing, wants to manage at the big league level? And he said this. He said, make sure your guys respect you and want to play for you before you show them how smart you are. He goes, the biggest mistake coaches make is they want to show their players how smart they are. He goes, if you get them to want to play for you, that just falls into place. But most young coaches are like, I've got the world figured out. I got the formula, and I'm going to show you my formula, and we're going to go by this, and we're going to win. But then you don't have them playing for you because you've already alienated yourself by showing them that you're smarter than them. Players don't want to play for a guy that they think is smarter than them. They want to play for a guy they respect, that's honest, that's open, that's authentic, that's not making it about themselves. And then once you get that, your bunt Ds and your first and third Ds and your lineups and your pitching changes and who you bring in out of the bullpen, that all just falls into place. But he told me that's the biggest mistake a young manager makes at the highest level.
Wow, man. And again, I don't want to kick a guy while he's down. He's not. Gabe Kapler, he's got a job right now. He's in Miami. But I felt like you're describing him. Get my good side. Get my beard. Let me show you my muscles.
I think Gabe a lot of times had trouble being authentic. That he would try to sound smart in press conference versus just normal.
And that, man, people love other.
But that's just him as a person.
Be yourself.
Follow him on TikTok right now. He just wants. I think he just wants to be recognized for his intelligence level more than he'll tell you he's authentic. And maybe he is being authentic because that's just who he is. Yeah. Maybe he's not being fake. If that's who you are, that's who you are. And that's the definition of being authentic.
You know what? Telmo's been waiting patiently. Let's go reward him with the phone call. What's up, Telmo?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing today?
All right, hanging in there, baby. Almost Friday.
So bear with me. I'm just pulling up to park here at the Marin Farmers Market. So real quick on the coaching thing, I played, I never played any kind of sports on the collegiate or anything beyond that, but I played youth sports from 6 all the way through my senior year in high school. And I'll say that for me, the best coaches are always the ones that don't look at players as a means of winning. They look at players as people and how to build better people and know that the best versions, if they're the best version of themselves, that's how they're going to achieve results. So I think the best coaches are people that are, as much they're interested in making people better and achieving results through that than just looking at them as tools to do things that they want to do for their own resume or for their own ego. And in regards to the NBA Finals, I think a lot of people are giving – I mean, Boston's a great team, but I think a lot of people are looking past the fact that the Boston series with the Pacers was a lot closer than the final number, than how the series ended in terms of wins and losses, because I thought the Pacers really peed away a couple games there at the end with bad turnovers and stuff, especially game 1. And I thought the Pacers really had about 3 games that they could have really taken from Boston, and the lack of I don't know if it's the lack of experience at the end of the game or what happened, but I thought that series was a lot closer, and I think Dallas has a lot more talent and better matchup than the Pacers had against Boston, and I think they're really going to take it to them. And how do you not like the storylines of this? You have Luka, who's finally getting a shot to win an NBA Finals. You have Kyrie, who finally decided to just play ball and really be the best version of himself, and is playing out of his mind. And he's going back to Boston. You got Porzingis, who didn't work out in Dallas, coming back from an injury. I think it's going to be a really interesting series, and I could see the Mavs winning it in 7.
What Guru and I are going to guess what you're getting at the farmers market right now. I'm going
the call.
I'm going with turnips and beets. Wait, we got to get his
he
answer.
dropped. Evan said he dropped. Yeah.
He sounded like a turnips guy to me.
Turnips.
He was getting turnips. Maybe
I can't
beets.
remember the last time I was at the farmer's market.
The one on the Embarcadero is right where that's my hood.
Okay, yeah.
That's on Saturdays. That's great people watching it, dude. If you know what I mean. Like there's like you just on a sunny day. Yeah. You just go out there and you just walk around. There's lots of people every Saturday. That's part of the
like Evan's been doing this week at the beach, man. That's why I just live. You don't even know I live vicarously through him. Him and Spadoni. He's at the beach and
in his G-string, just like walking around. His Speedo.
Evan, why did I laugh?
Dude, he watched a Super Bowl jacuzzi with a bunch of guys.
Back to the Niners.
You know he had a Speedo on for that. Did you go goggles and a swim cap?
But I will say, someone did ask me if I was Tanner today, and I think that might be the reason, because I've been out at the beach the last 2 days.
Like Tanner from Bad News Bears?
Tanner Hudson? No, it's like
you're more tan.
Oh, yeah, I look like FP.
Yeah.
Tanner Roark.
Yeah. Tanner Roark. Great pull.
Dude, my favorite.
Roark.
Yeah.
Nationals hero.
Yeah.
Washington Nationals.
Why does he remind me of Dibbs?
Who, Tanner Roark?
Yeah.
No.
Want to get away.
He was an 8 for a second.
I was thinking of Kelly on the Bad News
He was
Bears.
an 8 for a second.
Who was the little dude on the Bad News? The youngster, the blonde hair one.
Tanner.
He wanted to fight every Tanner. Yeah.
Tanner.
That's Dibbs to me. I saw him pitching at the
My
park.
friends named their kids Tanner because of Bad News Bears.
So I got to say something to you because you gave me an answer.
Kelly Leak.
I don't want to say I didn't like.
What? I don't care. You
But Bochy's won 4 and BoMel's won 0. And BoMel's had the A's in there.
The way they go about it.
Okay. All right. No, that's all I was asking.
You say one thing, it's on our Twitter. I don't think there's much of a difference between Bob Melvin and Bruce Bochy on 95.7 The Game on Twitter right now. I don't. In the way they go about it, I think they're old school. I think they're both right. Catchers.
But the principles
former catchers
and the mindset behind the question is winning does matter. And how they go about their business is correct. But I guess there's a gap, FP, to where BoMel, that means something.
Well, yeah.
You can't call and say Kyle's in a certain class if a prerequisite is having a championship.
You said, what's the difference between the two managers? And I said, there's no difference other than, championships. I thought you meant in
but
how
the
they
person,
go about
so
it.
they're the same.
Yeah.
So one's not going to get in your, I feel like both you can say, hey, close the door, FP, and could kind of let you have it behind closed doors.
Yeah.
And that would go a long way. Like if Hegan did that to me instead of in front of, Evan and Spadoni and Steiny.
I'm still getting to learn Bob Melvin. When just full disclosure, when we do the games, we have pre-series meetings where we at 4:00 we sit in his office. Yeah. We ask him questions. A lot of it's not for
How
the
long is that?
I'd say 10, 15 minutes.
All right.
He's got places to be, so you
gotcha.
can't get too long-winded.
He got a game to win.
But you ask, I'm nervous to ask him questions because he's got this presence, dude. Where I'm a little bit like trying to feel him out, nervous in those meetings where sometimes I just don't say anything.
So are you intimidated? And if you are, I'm shocked that you're a former player.
But that's a good thing though, because if I'm feeling that, then as players, there's a respect factor there. And I think they're obviously getting to know him, and there's a feeling out process that by June you should know who your skipper is and what he's about, what he wants, and what his likes and dislikes are as far as the way you go about it on the field, off the field, on the bus, on the plane, in the hotel. They're all learning
I like that. Let's grab Raph before the break. He wants to give his 2 cents on one of the best Bay Area coaches. What's up, Raph?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, talk to us.
Hey, Daryl, good job. FP, I'll never forget your story about Derek Jeter years ago on the other station. You're amazing, bud.
Wait, what was that story? I forget.
Oh, wow.
What was that one about?
DJ.
Derek Jeter swatted you in the butt after a double, and he said, way to swat it or something.
Bro, I don't remember that. I don't think that was me.
Don't ruin his story.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, all right.
I'm pretty sure we'll have to. Anyways, I'll get out there. Best coaches, Bill Walsh, I agree with FP, is absolutely number one. He took a pile of garbage with John McVay.
Wow.
And turned it into a champion team. In 3 years, they went 2-14, 2-14, 6-10. He went through 35 defensive backs, turned it around. Number two, behind him in football, I have Kyle Shanahan to shut all those Niner fans up. Kyle's done it with nothing and no quarterback. Definitely Walsh number one, and football, Kyle is number two. And my all-time top 7 list of 49er coaches, guys. What do you think?
Where's Seifert at?
Number 3.
Okay, all right.
Where's
how's Seifert behind Kyle? Yeah, thanks for the call. See, but
Mariucci.
That's
where's Mariucci at?
Harbaugh.
Where's
Harbaugh. They had the 2013, who cares, NFC Championship game out against Seattle on last night. I texted thread, nobody responded. But, I'm like TV guy, those school
Where's
TV
Singletary
guys. Can't do it. Dude, I thought he was going to be the man.
He dropped his pants, didn't he, in a press conference?
No, not at a presser. Whoa.
Something like that, didn't he?
Yeah, we'll continue more.
I want winners.
Can't do it.
Yeah, Sam, we see you in the city. We'll get to you on the other side. That segment was sponsored by Robert Half.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having...
I could have nothing to do with me. We just had good at-bats today. So, we've been really kind of aggressive this entire series on their starting pitchers. They do like to throw strike one. But we got a good pitcher out of the game, made him work, and obviously Flo's grand slam was huge.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny, FP Santangelo holding it down, and that voice was the manager of the San Francisco Giants after yesterday's big win in Arizona, snapping a 6-game losing streak, Bob Melvin. And you know what, FP, when you know people that know people, sometimes you get the luxury of getting the head coach of the Oakland Ballers possibly on the show with us here soon. The great 6-time Gold Glove winner, JT Snow, might be joining us here shortly.
Yeah, we'll get a hold of JT and ask him about things. I don't know that he's the head coach. I think he's the first base coach, defensive coach. Actually getting back into coaching is where he belongs. Is he there? We got him? Not yet? All right. Still trying to round him up. But yeah, I want to hear what he has to say about the Ballers.
Boy, could he flash the leather. It's a big story today in the Chronicle. Did you see the whole sports page?
My
pops was asking me about it.
Everyone sent me pictures of it. 4,200 people. Like, they almost outdrew the Oakland A's last night.
I wonder who came up with the name. It's so perfect. Oakland Ballers.
That is a good name. Yeah. That is. That sounds like a big league name, actually.
I'm an Oakland Baller. There's a rapper, Richie Rich. He's got a song. Back in the day, I'm an Oakland baller. I'm like, yeah.
Well, that's got to be their theme song, man, when they win. Just like Kool and the Gang's a theme song for the A's when they win.
Dude,
Celebration.
You just go play.
Celebrate. That's such a good song.
Will they be playing it in SAC?
Yeah, it's tradition.
You think that'll follow them?
Dude, here's the thing, man. I'm so torn on this, Goo, because, like, I have friends that work for the A's, and like about a month and a half ago, they all got like notices that about they're being let go, the future. But then I'm from Sacramento. I grew up in Sacramento, and I think it's cool for a lot of people to be able to see like Major League Baseball in that city. Is he there? We got him?
Yeah.
All right, joining us, 6-time Gold Glove Award winner, my friend, and just coming on at a moment's notice like he always does. JT Snow. JT, what's going on, man?
Not much. What's happening, guys? Thanks for having me.
Hey, well, I know you want to get back into coaching. I'm getting right into it. And you got back into coaching, and you're coaching the Oakland Ballers. Tell us about the game the other night and what's it's been like for you so far.
Well, it's been great. I'm really having a good time. Didn't quite know what to expect, but I tell you what, these kids that we're working with are awesome. They're so passionate. The Ballers, the independent league is basically kids that weren't drafted last year out of college, because the draft is only 20 rounds now. It used to be, I think when you and I came out, FP was probably 50 rounds. It went down to 40. Now it's 20. So half these kids aren't getting drafted, and they want to play. They want to get to an affiliation, sign with a major league organization. We just had a pitcher 2 days ago get signed by the White Sox. So he was our closer. Great kid, Tyler Davis, out of Sam Houston State in Texas. And just to see the look on his face and the smile. And we told him, he was reporting to Arizona yesterday for physical, told him to not forget about the little people when he gets to the big league. So he was all smiles. So it's been a lot of fun. We opened up at Ramondi Park on Tuesday night. We lost a tough one to the team from Davis, but we won last night. And kids are fired up. It's been a lot of fun. Once the game starts, it's, your competitive juices come back. You want to win, and you just want the best for these kids. So the people sold out, like 4,100 people, and they put this stadium together in like 2 months, all new field, but put some stands up, and it's a pretty cool atmosphere. So I'm having a blast, and it's great to be around the game again and working with these kids.
There's a rumor floating around that you gave some of your bats to the players, and one of the players used one of your bats last night and hit a home run. Is that true?
That rumor is true. I was going through my garage the other day, and I have a storage unit away from the house, and I was over there last month digging through some stuff, and I had a box of old sand bats, which are maple bats. Barry Bonds put them on the map back in the day with the Giants, but I had some from my year with the Red Sox. I had like a dozen bats left, and I took them to the field and gave them to the kids. I said, I'm not going to use them anymore. So they were looking at them, and they've been using them in BP. And the last night, Trevor Halsema, one of our outfielders, played at USC in the Pac-12. They've been using them in batting practice, and he said, I think I'm going to take your bat up there, use it this at bat. And I said, if you do, you're probably going to go yard. You might even win the game. He goes up there, and sure enough, I think it was tied 1-1 or up 2. He hits a 2-run homer to put us up 4-1, and comes back in the dugout. He's all smiles, and it was kind of a cool story. So now the other kids are going to start taking them up and using them during the games because these bats are like 18 years old. I had them in 2006, my last year at the Red Sox, and I guess the maple, doesn't soften up. So it's kind of a cool story. They were kind of doubting the bats, and I said, "Hey, try them, man. You might be surprised." So we called the home run last night, and the kid produced. So it was a good time in the dugout. We were all laughing and hooting and hollering.
Hey, JT, right on for giving back, man, and coaching. And you played in the Bigs 14 years. FP just talked about it, 6 Gold Gloves. But the thing that I want to ask you and the listeners want to know is, when did you know you wanted to coach? And is your dream to, someday get the majors? Because today's theme of the show has been what makes a good manager. After you answer that, can you share with us what constitutes a good manager in JT Snow's estimation?
Yeah, when I first retired, I did some work with the Giants during those World Series runs. I was doing some roving and working with the AAA team, the single A team in San Jose, and didn't have a huge voice or a huge say in some of the stuff. And then I did some broadcasting, did some stuff with the Giants. I did the Pac-12 network for about 7 years, and then the last couple of years, not doing a whole lot. When this opportunity came up, I said, "Man, I'd like to get back on the field." I've tried to get back at the major league level. I have some buddies now, and FP can probably test this. Guys that we played against are now managing in the big leagues. I played with Torey Lovullo, the D-backs. I played with David Bell. I know Aaron Boone well. Brad Ausmus was another guy that managed. So I reached out to them. It didn't work out. So I tried to get my hand in this when the Ballers thing came up, and I said it'd just be fun to get back on the field. I see if I still have the passion and the interest. And, man, from day one, just these kids are young and they're just sponges, and we've got a lot of knowledge that we can pass on to them, from hitting to fielding to base running and just little things, pitchers tipping pitches and all these things. FP can, attest to this. And it's been a lot of fun. And, who knows where it goes? Right now I'm like the bench coach and working with the hitters. So, just the in-game strategies, and it happens fast in baseball. You got to make quick decisions. As far as the managers goes, I think the best guys that I've played for are great communicators. They take the time to talk to everybody every day. How you feeling? Not only about baseball, but about life. If you're married or you have a girlfriend or you have kids or whatever, just talking to them about the family, how things at home, mentally, how you feel, and physically. The best guys I played for always had their office door open, right? To come on in and talk to me and treat you as a person first, and a baseball player next. And I think communication is great, and just being honest with players, being honest with yourself, being honest with players. I've had some great coaches along the way. I look back to a lot of the guys I had in the minor leagues, and the thing that turned me around when I was in the minor league, I had a coach named Brian Butterfield, who was a long time third base coach in the big leagues, Yankees, Diamondbacks, Angels. And one day in spring training, I believe I was in Double-A, and he asked me, he said, "You know who your competition is in the organization?" I said, "Yeah, it's a guy in Triple-A." And he said, "No, it's not. It's the guy in the big leagues. It's Don Mattingly." And that one conversation changed my whole outlook about myself. And he could have been blowing smoke. He could have been lying to me, but he got the best out of me. And so then from that day forward, I was grinding to get to the big leagues because they thought I was a big league player, and that made me feel like that too. And there's so many guys along the way that have an influence on you. And looking back to college, minor leagues, big league managers, it all goes into the formula. And then, in the end, when you're out of the game, you just look back on all those great times and great piece of advice that they gave you.
Talking to Giant legend JT Snow, nice enough to join us. Good answer, Jack. That was outstanding. Hey, what are the competitive juices like for you right now? Because I've been toying with the idea of getting back into coaching as well. As you know, we've had some discussions about this. I miss winning, but I also miss losing. Is that weird? Like I miss my day being predicated on whether I've won or lost. I miss that. Like, talk about you getting back into it and your competitive juices. Are they still there?
Oh, totally. And I felt it from the first game. When you're on the coaching side, when you're on the player side, you do everything you can, right, to prepare. You're ready to go. You know what you got to do. You're holding down your position. When you're a coach, you're worried about every player, right, from the pitchers to the position players, the hitters. And we went up to Sacramento State for a week of spring training and getting these guys going. And then when the game starts, you get nervous for them because you want them to do well because the time you put in as a coach. And from the first pitch of the first game we played up in Glacier in Montana a couple weeks ago, it was back, man. And we were all in. We're trying to win the game. We're trying to do little things to make the players, put them in the right position, I guess what you can say. And you never realize that as a player because you're always worried. I was worried about playing first base every day and wasn't worried about center field or the catcher or the pitcher. I was worried about my job. Now you're worried about all the jobs. And, and the best part is after the game when you win, it doesn't get old. The three coaches I'm coaching with, we, after a win, we sit in the coach's room, we crack a beer, celebrate, and feels good. And when you lose, you're upset. And these kids get it. They're quiet, and we talk to them a lot about not putting yourself first. When you lose and have a good game, don't be that guy that's walking around head high and be happy, and vice versa. The team comes first. We have a really cool thing with the Ballers. We have this gold chain with this big medallion on it with the Ballers logo. So when we win, the players get to pass it on every night to the player of the game. So it's really fun. We've had a few pitchers win it. Last night, the guy that hit the home run got the chain. So he gets to have it for the day. He wears it around the clubhouse and wears it out to batting practice. It's great. It just makes it fun. And I think the thing that I really am enjoying is I think the game is coming back to the way that FP and I played growing up. I think we got into an analytics part the last decade or so, but now I think it's coming back around. We're working on cutting down strikeouts. We're working on the pitchers not throwing necessarily as hard as you can, but learning to pitch and not throw. And our pitching coach is great, getting the guys to sink the ball, cut the ball, the defense, eliminating fly balls, cutting down on strikeouts. We're bunting, we're stealing, things like that. So that's the other part that I wanted to be a part of, because I think the game is coming back around. And I think there's still analytics, and we still get the numbers. And even at our level, we have an analytics kid that gives us printouts and videos. It's pretty amazing. We have the TrackMan that does balls and strikes. But it's been fun. I think the game's coming back around, and I think the fans are liking it.
JT, I appreciate you sharing that. I got to tell you a funny story because you sound fired up also. My dad, that's my guy. He called me the other morning. I go, oh, man, what's wrong? He's like, what can you tell me about the Oakland Ballers? I'm like, Pops, I'm on my way to work. I'll call you back. But he was juiced. You mentioned it. You had about 4,000, 4,200 people out there. And unfortunately, JT, I don't got to tell you what's going on with the A's, or they're going to relocate. Do you feel the excitement of, like, the city of Oakland has kind of adopted the Ballers? It's like their thing and their team. Can you feel that?
Absolutely. We felt it the first night, and they had and they were there last night too. You guys are familiar with the Oakland 68s, right? The guy that leads that, because the A's came to Oakland in 1968 from Kansas City. He's been at the game both nights. They've had the drums out. They're flying the flags, the Oakland flags, wow. and it's a lot of. Last night we maybe had half the crowd, but they're loud and they're into it. And our whole thing is this team is for the community, the city of Oakland, to back them, to come out, and everyone loves to come out and decompress. And baseball is a great way for 3 hours, forget about problems and forget about differences, and come out and root a team on and watch these kids play. And our motto is to play smart, to play hard, play fast. And, the fans they're out there, and the chants, let's go Oakland, the drums are out, the flags are flying. And,
that's what's up.
The hot dog man, I think the hot dog man's been out there. I know he goes to the A's games. The last dive bar, the guy that runs that, he's been out to the game. So a lot of these people supporting baseball in Oakland for all these years, they're coming out to these games. So it's really fun. And the kids are picking up on it. They're getting a little, adrenaline, they're getting a little juice, and they're getting a fun time to play in front of some people.
So, I mean, this is for everybody listening. When you play baseball your whole life, That's the one thing you know. You know how to, you practice your whole life to hit a baseball, catch a baseball, be a good teammate, win games, lose games. And when you're done playing, you really don't know what's next because you've only done one thing your whole life. It's not like we're well-rounded. Like we go to the opera, we read books, we travel for a living. We know one thing, baseball. When that's taken away from you and you don't know what's next. And I think in JT's case, he tried broadcasting. He's been a special assistant to the special assistant. And I'm listening to him talk. And this is a guy I've known since, I don't know, we were in A-ball together. And JT, have you found your calling after baseball? Because I don't know that I've heard you this happy in a long time.
Yeah, I think I have. I think it's just, I didn't know how, it was going to work out or how it would feel. But it's been great. Like you said, Effie, I mean, I played baseball the first year when I was 6 years old. I retired at 38. That's 32 years of baseball every year, right? Little league to high school, summer ball to college to minor leagues. And then when you're done, you do other things, like you said. But, I still watch games and we talk to the TV and this pitch should be here and the cutoff man's got to go there and you got to move him over and don't, 3-2, you got to run them and it never leaves our blood. And then when you get back at it, it all comes back. And just, the fact that you can pass this stuff on to these kids. I was talking to a kid the other night in the dugout and he said, hey, he had a couple hits and he said, you ever feel slow and sluggish and like you don't have your best? And I said, all the time. And he said, yeah, I just, learning to play every day, right? We play 6-game series. So we play Tuesday through Sunday, then every Monday's off. And, he's like, yeah, I got a couple jam shots for base hits, but my bat feels slow. And I said, the other team doesn't know that, right? They're pitching you in, they're jamming you, but they don't know you feel tired. And I said, tomorrow they're going to come out and they're going to try and work you inside again. And guess what? You back off the play a little bit, you get the head out, and then you start hitting some doubles and homers. So these kids are learning. It's fun to be a part of. And, like you said, Effie, it's what we know. And it comes back so fast when you get on the field, just the little things thrown to the right bases and watching a hitter and seeing how we can pitch to them. And they got a long swing or they've got an uppercut or they're pulling off the ball, how we can tell the pitchers. Because I'm big in the hitters talking to pitchers and pitchers talking to hitters. How would you get me out? How would you pitch to me? Same with the pitchers. What are you looking for off me? Things like that. Just a conversation. We have this with these kids, and it's been a blast.
Oh, awesome stuff, JT. I mean, you sound happy. Continue success. We know you're busy. Thanks for popping on, man.
You got it anytime. Hope to see you guys out of the game.
Jack, thanks, buddy. We're coming. JT Snow.
That was awesome.
That's
cool, man.
And you asked him, had he found his calling?
Yeah,
he sounded you like that was real.
Yeah, he was excited, and I'm like, not to get too deep, but like you're part of a tribe, and you have value to the man next to you, and you've only trained your whole life to do one thing, and that's all you really. That's all you put all your eggs in one basket. Then you have value to that tribe. You have value to the guy next to you. And your whole life has been based on catching a baseball, throwing a baseball, hitting a baseball. When that's done, a lot of us are lost. Like, what do we do next? Because now we don't have that same value. Nobody taught us how to be husbands. Nobody taught us how to be fathers. Nobody taught us how to go grocery shopping or take the kids to soccer because we were so fine focused on everyone trying to take our job and staying. Remember, I started the show with like, you have to work harder when you're number one than to get to number one. So once you get there to keep your job, there's a lot of sacrifice that's involved. And you're out training all day and you're out hitting all day, even in the off season.
So it's all new, brand new.
And then like your wife wants to travel and you're like, I just traveled for 7 months. The last thing I want to do is get on a plane and go stay in a hotel. It's not on the schedule. Like, so you sacrifice a lot of things. And then when that's done, the guys that didn't make enough money to go buy their own island or to have a mansion, like we have to figure out what's next. And that's a hard thing.
Life continues.
Life continues.
Without you being in your element.
Yeah. And you got to figure out what's next.
That's scary.
And so, a lot of us talk about it. A lot of us have trouble. I was lucky enough to land in, I coached for the Giants for a couple of years. And that wasn't paying the bills. So I got into broadcasting, but like a lot of us are trying to figure out what's next. And JT's been going through that for a while. Do I coach? Do I broadcast? Do I do this? Do I do that? Am I golfing? Like, what do I do?
And your peers are managers. He's talking about like, that's amazing. The guys you play with are, they're the head honcho in spots. And he said, it didn't work out. Life's about timing. But damn, FP, I was just going to throw it back at you real quick because I heard you behind the mic. And I ain't just blowing smoke up your keister. You were good. My thing
Still am, by the way.
So because it wasn't I didn't. Come on now, you know that
he just killed me
because it didn't pay the bills. Are you? So I was going to ask you: is managing or coaching again in your future, or no? It can't be that goo.
No, I've definitely toying with the idea right now,
dude. I think some irons.
I have some irons. I've been offered major league coaching jobs as a broadcaster, but I didn't want to be a broadcaster to coach.
Because you're good in the booth, man.
No, and now I feel like I want to give back, and I miss winning and losing.
But the stuff that you're just sprinkling to myself and the listeners about just your experience, FP, that in the streets we call a game. Like that's real stuff.
I'm happy.
You should be passing that down. And if I'm a player and you're being honest with how you're going to treat me and, Goo, even the hard stuff that we got to talk about, but you said honesty and communication, which is what he said.
Same thing.
That's funny.
Yeah, well, he was my wingman. We played with the Giants, and we came up playing against each other in the minor leagues. He was a Yankee, and I was an Expo, and we played against each other. And we had been fast friends since the Cape Cod League. We played in a college summer league together.
Cape Cod League.
I played against the University of Arizona in a tournament when JT was the first baseman. I was at Miami, so we go way back. And it's good to see him
happy.
Yeah. And he said something to me like at Mike Murphy's Wall of Fame induction last summer. Like, I want to get back into coaching. I made up my mind. I want to get back into coaching.
I made up my mind.
He's there, man. And he's going to be a big league coach.
Have you been to a baller game? Well, they've only had a couple. No. I'm going to get out there. I don't know if you have, Kay.
Let's go.
No, he hadn't been out there. I want to get out there, man. And they're paying the tribute to the Oakland baseball with Let's Go. So that's got to be pretty dope. And like you said, there was an article in the
Chronicle.
The Chronicle,
it's the whole sports page.
My dad was asking about. I was like, dude, I'll hit your bag. Damn.
So that was cool to get him on. It sounds like that's a fun product, and let's go.
So, BoMel versus Bochy. I know it's the Giants Rangers. I know we got a day off, but I'm excited. I feel like this is another, and they all are 101-62, right, FP? But the fact that you lost kind of the series to the Yankees. And they were the Ferrari, and the Giants, what they have, a Honda Accord, a great car, nice looking, but it ain't a Ferrari. Okay, the Yankees leave out of town.
Did you just call the Giants a Honda Accord?
Yeah, I like Accords, man. You see them new ones? But now you're playing your old guy that won you 3. This is just another opportunity, right, FP? To me, you kind of want to play a good brand of baseball, regardless of who you're playing, but it's the guy that, took you to the top of the mountaintop 3 times. I want to see the Giants play good baseball. Again, even if they were playing the Pirates, but you want to put your best foot forward against the defending World Series champs and your former manager, right?
Yeah.
There should be some extra sizzle. Or are you going to tell me as a former player, Goo, it's just 101-62, bud?
It's 101-62. There's no angles here. That's nice of you to spice it up like that. That's a good tease.
Well, not animosity, but this is the one that got
to Giants Rangers next does not pump me up at all.
Wow,
it doesn't. It really doesn't. I'm over the
as
interleague
a fan. I'm like, I can't wait.
Giants Rangers next. Woo.
The Bochy connection, no. Give me that.
That's been he came to the ballpark last year. He was here last year. He won a World Series. That's over.
Yeah.
I know what you're doing and what you're saying makes sense, but I
players, actually feel it. It ain't forget the radio. It's just like
for players don't care about that.
Yeah. It's like you running into an ex-girlfriend in a club. You want to be looking your best. You know what I mean? I'm just You know what I'm saying, FP? You don't want your card declined in front.
And maybe
that's why I left here. You know what I'm saying? Here's my black card.
Maybe even need a security detail with you if that happens. You just never know. You just never know. We got to go. We're getting the wave. We got to go.
What's coming up next? On the game, your chance to qualify to win an autographed Steph Curry jersey. On the other side, your chance to qualify for an autographed Curry jersey. All presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals. And as always, earn 4 times.
hey, Steiny, I listen to you a lot, except when my wife's in the car, then it's music.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Man up and turn Steiny on when she's in the car too, FP. Now, that's a good guy. That's a good husband.
It was wrong.
What do you think Steiny's doing, FP? Golfing?
Yelling at clouds?
Yeah, we got to hang out. Well, we got to invite. You invite us to the Battery, but we got to make it happen one night.
Let's go. I'm
you,
down.
Me, Evan, and myself.
Yeah, I heard Steiny likes to get after it. Let's go. Put our helmets on.
So let me just take you behind the curtains. During the break, your camera messed up, and I'm notorious for messing my camera up.
It's messed up right now.
I didn't want Evan to have to walk in here like a dad and fix his kid's camera, so I walked over and felt good about fixing your camera. And as I walked over to your camera, my camera messed up, and Evan's in my ear. Gotta fix your camera.
Oh.
It's fixed, buddy. All right, I'm ready, FP. Come on, man. You can't run out of gas.
We got 90 minutes.
I'm playing with you. Why you taking it so personal?
Camera over there.
So you came in this morning. We came in this morning to the news of Dan Hurley possibly being the next head coach of the Lakers. I thought it was going to be JJ Redick. And I'm not mad at either choice.
JJ, friend of the station.
No doubt. But it just got me to thinking, who's qualified? Who's not qualified? The intangibles, what makes a good coach or a manager. And in our show meeting, you really put your stamp of approval for Dan Hurley. And I wasn't mad at y'all. How can I be mad? But I was shocked a little bit, FP, and I was only shocked because I want you to share with the listeners what you share with Evan, the boss, and I about why you think Dan might be successful on the next level when he's coaching grown-ass rich men.
Stability. The Lakers need stability. They've had, 7 coaches in the last 7 head coaches in the last 10 years? So whenever an organization has continuity and stability, if you sign this guy to a long-term deal, that gives him authority. And he's won back-to-back college national championships. So he obviously knows what he's doing. His offensive mind is supposedly genius.
Okay.
LeBron tweeting as much about the way he goes about it offensively. Right. So now you have stability. Now you have a guy with resume. And I don't know if necessarily college translates to pro in the NBA. We've seen a lot of failures in that regard. But when you look at college sports in general right now, it's the closest it's ever been to professional sports. With the NIL, guys getting paid, endorsements, guys driving Rolls Royces in some instances in college.
I think it's why I killed Nick Saban's career.
You got one and dones now. Yeah. You got the transfer portal. You have so many different hats that you have to wear as a college coach. And if you look at a college kid wrong now, they transfer. If you look at
I would hate that if I were a coach now. They got power,
and you got to kiss their asses.
Yeah. And Hurley hasn't been hired. There's talks that they're in talks to hire him, but yeah,
the gap between the NBA and the NCAA is closer than it's ever been.
No.
So now the transition for me, it's not a rah college coach going to Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
He's in your division now. Right. He knows what he's doing. He's got resume. He's won 2 national championships. He's going to get a long-term deal. He's going to run that organization from top to bottom. And the Lakers are the Lakers, and that's one of the most prestigious jobs in any sport, to be the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. Like, that worries me as a Warrior fan, that they're getting their S together down there and they're figuring it out.
Now is the time. Listen, the next 15 minutes, and then we'll ask a question to answer for your chance to win a Kevon Looney bobblehead and qualify to win an autographed Steph Curry jersey. So that's big time. Listen, the next 15 minutes, we'll ask a question to answer for your chance to win a Kevon Looney bobblehead and qualify FP to win an autographed Steph Curry jersey. Now, I hear everything you're talking, and my wig's blown because it's natural. But just the thought of how this NIL thing I think it's why Saban left. He could control you. He would be the only one that could possibly dip out because they frowned upon you transferring. But now these kids can be like, you know what? I don't like the way you talked to me the other day. Ooh. I'm in the portal. Ooh. And I think guys like Saban, and the OGs, the greats, they don't have that control, that Janet Jackson anymore, and now they can just go dip out. I think it's why Saban left.
One of my dear friends, my college roommate, was a head baseball coach at University of Miami. He worked 15 years as an assistant to be the Canes head coach. And he retired out of nowhere about a year and a half ago.
Oh, no.
And he said the reasons were, it's just not the same. That guys are transferring left and right.
See, you would have to kiss more ass than you ever had.
But whatever happened to competition?
Well,
so like if you're not playing, back in the old days when we used to walk uphill in the snow to school both ways, if somebody was playing in front of you, you had to beat them out. You had to compete for your playing time. Now if somebody's in front of you in college, you just transfer. But to me, like if you get in that portal and you transfer, and maybe you get a coach that was just not your thing and he was picking on you and you just didn't want to be there. But if you're in a transfer portal and you're thinking about, I went to this school, now I'm going to go play football at Alabama. No, you're not. No, you're not, because there's a reason why you're in the transfer portal. You're not good enough to go play football at Alabama if you weren't playing there.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, there's guys that just go in the transfer portal to see if somebody like picks them. And if not, they go back. Like this whole, the way college sports is right now, like I understand that they like when you watch these documentaries about how guys like Johnny Manziel, and they were selling his jersey and making millions off of him, and he walked through the store and he's like, wait, I don't get a piece of this pie? And that's why he started taking money. Like, and I totally understand that. And I get that, like, you're on a full ride scholarship and everybody else has to pay, and that's should be your reward. But I also get that these schools are making millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars off these guys, that they should get a piece of the pie. But what has that created right now? So I guess the long answer is, with Hurley, if he does become the coach of the Lakers, that's now they have a direction. Now they have a philosophy. Like, what is it? Like, you're just going to get another yes man for LeBron? You ain't going to win that way. Yeah, guys always want somebody to direct them, to lead them, to give them structure. I don't care how long you've been in the league. And maybe this guy does, and I think it was big of LeBron, if it's true, that he said, I want who's going to be best for the organization moving forward, because I ain't going to be here much longer.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'll say this to that, and I don't, want to go down this avenue, but I'll just say this, FP, coaching ain't what it used to be. And what I mean by that is, you look at Monty Williams, who's been paid multiple places. It didn't work out for him in Phoenix, and he took that team to the NBA Finals. You look at Frank Vogel, who, is looking for another head coaching gig because he won it was a bubble, but he won for the Lakers. So you would think, okay, I got a title. I showed you I could win with LeBron and Anthony Davis. You would think he's saying it, but maybe I'm the next Pat Riley. Let's go. And he's no longer there. And the quickness that these coaches get, just, see ya, even if you have some success, is incredible to me. But the hypocrisy from a college athletic standpoint, to me, is why I want to use the word equality for the player, and I'm happy finally. Not just the money with the NIL, but you're telling me as a coach, you could come in my living room, and I'm 17, 18 years old, in front of my mom and dad, and they entrust you with myself, and you give me this old dog and pony show about how you're going to be here, and then the next summer you're out of here because the system allows you to leave, but I'm enslaved and I'm chained to this situation that I committed to. I do love the fact that now, and, if we're talking top stars, you're going to go ball out. Let's just throw a Cameron Newton. If he were able to use the portal, well, he knows he's going to go to UW or Oregon or somewhere and be the man. I think that has finally, even the playing field in regard to, what? And I get you, FP, about if a situation when the tough gets going, when it gets tough, the tough gets going. But now I just don't find it hypocritical now that coaches can leave if they find a better, situation, and the players couldn't, and then you just say bye-bye, and now here comes another dude, and all kind of stuff could jump off if he's not, you guys don't mix. I love this now. And I could see why Nick Saban said, with the ego as big as his, and he's earned it, I can't control FP. His ass can go to the portal and be up out of here. My top DB, like that. If I were an old school coach that exercised that power and had all the skins on the wall like a Saban, I probably would throw deuces too, like I'm out, because they got as much power as me now.
I get that, and that's a great point, and I understand that. But college football is my number one sport. Like for a fan.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm a Saturday guy over a Sunday guy. I mean, I love the Niners.
I love Saturday too, but yeah, it's
Saturday is my day.
All right.
And it frustrates me now that when you're watching a broadcast, you're like, oh, Guru is a transfer from University of Washington last year. And you hear that throughout the course of the broadcast that nobody's ever committed. Like, commitment to me is a huge thing. And I know your point about the coach is well taken. Like, if I commit to you, you got to commit to me. But like, just be able to pull the cord whenever you want if there's a little bit of adversity.
Man.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess it's a case-by-case thing, but like, college football to me has lost a little of its luster and it's a little more watered down now because of this. It's just like an all-star team. And it's not like, man, my decision to go to University of California out of high school was a tough decision. And I did transfer back because Jeff Kent took my job. So I understand that. Jeff Kent came in. I was a sophomore. He was a freshman. He's a starting shortstop. So I transferred back to a junior college. So in essence,
that happened?
It happened to me. Because I asked the head coach of California, Bob Milano, if he saw me playing there the next 4 years. And he said no. And I said, thanks for your honesty. You could have my scholarship. I'm going to go back to junior college. And I did. So I get the transfer portal, and I didn't like him as a coach at the time. Afterwards, yeah, we've smoked the peace pipe, and it's very cool.
Love it.
But I didn't like him; he didn't like me. So it was a situation where I was losing sleep at night. We didn't talk about anxiety and mental health back then, but I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't happy. Went back. Things worked themselves out, obviously. So I get that standpoint, but I also, if it's just willy nilly, everybody's in the portal and everybody's at a different school every year because of X, Y, and Z, I feel like it's a little bit dangerous, but I like your point. If a coach can change, why can't a player?
But now you got me feeling some type of way about, you know what, I'm taking my services to the University of California. With this transfer portal, FP, you're essentially a free agent. You know what I mean? You can play year by, if things don't work out or you don't like the situation, you can dip and there is no penalty.
I had to exaggerate an injury with a doctor's prescription or examination in order to get a year of eligibility back. I played like 3 games and then transferred. So I had a sore arm, but we made it sound more sore than it was.
Okay, all right.
So that you don't have to do that anymore.
They call that finessing.
Yeah, we finessed it a little bit in order to get my a medical red shirt for a year that I already used up, 3 games of eligibility. I guess it equated to a whole season.
Now, I would want to ask your coach then, damn, you didn't see him playing in the next 4 years and dude made it to the majors?
Yeah, I wasn't very good at 18. He wasn't wrong. And Jeff Kent had a pretty good career.
No,
so
he was
there's
bad
no
boy.
shame in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was tough to deal with as an 18-year-old, though.
I remember that story where he supposedly fell off the truck washing the car. I remember he got hurt. Jeff Kent, he was a bad boy. But today's theme of the show is basically being what goes into, a good manager, a good coach, the traits. And it's funny, we had JT Snow on, one of the coaches for the Oakland Ballers, and we asked him that question. And at the top of the board was honesty and communication. I guess, damn. I'm thinking now, FP, how could any coach or manager get that wrong? How could they get the job wrong by not doing it that way?
You lose your way, man. You get caught up in it. Fame's a powerful thing, man. If you're a top step manager and you're making money and you've won World Series and the front office is telling you to do this and you lose your way, man. I've seen so many bench coaches get into that number 1 chair and totally change. Like I've seen throughout the course.
What's their reason for the change?
People have more trouble dealing with success than failure. And then you start to not be as authentic and not be as honest. And it becomes easier not to be honest. And it becomes easier to get caught up in the free dinners and the free drinks and the wine and dine everywhere. And I'm the manager of this team. And I mean, it takes a special person and a lot of intelligence and a lot of grounding and authenticity to be able to not change through success. I've done that. I got caught up in it in D.C. when everybody was recognizing me everywhere I went because I was on TV every night and every drink is free and every dinner is free and the Supreme Court justices want to meet you and you get caught up in it and you have to catch yourself sometimes and be like, man, I'm still humble, I'm still authentic, but you can get lost in it. And I've seen a lot of big league managers change and not be authentic and not be honest and not be open and not be communicative. So yeah, it takes a special person not to let fame affect them.
I love that. We were comparing and contrasting Bochy and Melvin, if there was any difference, and you said they're kind of the same guy from a personality standpoint, but one does have 4 World Series rings, and that's Bruce Bochy. And where I'm going, FP, and I'm just asking you, why do you think Bob Melvin, who just left his last stop with San Diego, and you talk about Nordstrom's, not Nordstrom Rack, nothing wrong with Nordstrom Rack, but it ain't Nordstrom's with the high price items of Tatis and Machado and Soto. I mean, that's a manager's dream. And my question is, why do you think Melvin, and he's not the only one, why wasn't he successful at that stop? With all that talent, what? How would you answer that?
I don't know.
Ooh,
I think it's okay.
I appreciate that.
I think it's okay to say
right.
I don't know. I don't know.
No, that hit me.
I wasn't there. I don't know what the dynamic was in the clubhouse. I don't know what the dynamic was with the front office and the coaching staff. All these things are very important. And
is that a bad look from BoMel, or from BoMel's standpoint that you had that much talent and it didn't work? Obviously, not to Farhan because they hired him, but
no. But if it happens again, it is.
Oh, all right.
Right, one time and it didn't work out, and who knows why it didn't work out. You hear things and there are rumors about general manager and manager.
There was some of that.
And fractured clubhouse and guys going one way, guys going the other way. Some things, I mean, the buck does stop with the manager, but I don't know. I like what I've gotten to know about him so far. He seems very authentic. He seems like a straight shooter. He doesn't tell you what you want to hear. He tells you how it is. And that's big too. There's no smoke being blown. And I'll tell you what, Goo, like today's player is smarter than ever. They're more in tune than we ever were. They follow everything on Twitter.
They're smarter than ever.
And they don't miss. If a dude's fake and a dude's phony, whether it's your teammate, whether it's front office, whether it's your manager, whether it's a hitting coach, whether it's a pitching coach, they sniff that stuff out so quick nowadays. And then you lose what you want to have.
Yeah, and I'm running down Bob Melvin's resume, which does not have World Series manager, and it just leads me back to Kyle Shanahan, and I want to give him some love from this vantage point, FP, because I ripped him because I felt like there were games that the Niners had. They were in the lead. This is about points and the score, and they kind of blew it. And I was like, damn, that was an awesome opportunity for you to cash in that chip. But the one thing I give him kudos for is I've never, since we've been covering him, I've never heard one of his players say anything, not even an inkling to where they were second guessing him publicly. And if something was going on early with Ayuk, and maybe he had to show him some tough love because there was a little stuff there, Ayuk never threw him under the bus. It was always, what you're talking about, behind closed doors or us in our medium guessing. But I'm like, Kyle, even if you've been dealing with fires, your guys never went out in today's world where it's easy and kind of threw you under the bus, and I got to give them credit for that.
There might be one.
All right, give me two. I know
there might be one that sped off in his Range Rover the last day after they lost in the playoffs.
I'm looking at Evan for my lifeline.
I don't know if him and Jimmy G saw eye to eye.
Oh, okay. Right.
You got a shot special.
All right. Hit the contest line at 415-523-4652 for your chance to win a Kevon Looney bobblehead and qualify to win an autographed Steph Curry jersey. The question is,
Guru doesn't blame Nick Saban, Dan Hurley, Mike Krzyzewski, these all-time coaches in college with skins on the wall for doing what? Doesn't blame them for doing what? You had to be listening during the show, and go hit us with that number one more time.
It is, Evan, 415-523-4652.
Doing crack. Did I get it?
I didn't.
Is that it?
Nah.
Did I get that right?
I didn't like that.
No.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Evan, I'm doing my Steiny. Have you played? I was bragging on you early. You didn't hear. I go, yeah, Evan, he was a pitcher, D2. He goes, I know, I talked to Evan, and he's a broadcaster.
Division 3.
Damn it, D3.
I wish I played D2.
I tried to prop him up. Have you had that type of manager we've been talking about all day that's kind of, made an imprint on your life?
Not at the level of someone like FP, but I had the chance to work in the minors, and there were a lot of guys that now have higher positions who have moved up, and it was very easy to tell which managers were going to get an opportunity at the next level. Like, for example, our guy Rabs, Mike
He
Rebello,
introduced me to him.
is the third base coach right now for the Pittsburgh Pirates. It was when I was in AA. You could tell like this guy was going to get an opportunity at the big league level. He hasn't gotten as a manager yet, but everyone was very hot on him. Roving instructors, the way that someone like Alan Trammell came in and talked to him, Kirk Gibson, who's a roaming guy for the Tigers. Like, it's very easy to tell that this was somebody who was valued from a coaching perspective inside their system.
I mean, that's a hell of a compliment that Evan's given said person about I could see FP managing the Mets in a few years or JT Snow, but for somebody to sign off on their, co-sign on, you know what, FP, he's that type of guy. I mean, that just speaks volumes to the person to me.
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain energy that guys have that you can tell that a twinkle in their eye, as Gary Radich used to say, and I've stolen that line from him a lot. Yeah, you can tell if someone has that twinkle in their eye where they're just different. They separate themselves from the pack. Immediately when you talk to somebody and you just see that look, that energy, that intelligence level, that enthusiasm, that passion, it's just all there. You can see it. And then with other guys, I mean, this is not bragging, but this is life experience. I did a lot of Fox baseball games of the week when I was back in DC. So when you do the Fox Saturday Night Baseball, you go into both managers' office as a pre-production in the meetings. And I would go into certain managers' offices before the game of the week, and we would ask them questions. And I would come out of some of them to my co-host, and I would say, how is this guy a big league manager?
No way, FP.
How is this guy a big league? Did you hear the answers to those questions? And it wasn't like they were Bill Belichick keeping it close to the vest. They were sincerely answering questions, and you're just like, what? How? Who? Huh? This guy manages
How can you lead or be in charge?
This team, I don't want to name names or name teams. And then you go into another office and immediately be like, I want to play for this guy. Like you're done with the meeting and you want to run up to the booth, put your tie on and just like talk all night about this guy. Like he's selling the organization. He's selling the team. They're in last place right now. And I'm like, I'm all in on the direction they're going. And I would love to play for this guy. And there was a handful of guys, I'd walk out of those meetings and be like, are you kidding me?
Now,
are you kidding me?
Real quick to that
does
point,
he have like naked pictures of the owner? Like
any of those guys, were their team successful? Like had they won a playoff? Did they have any pedigree or Okay, gotcha.
But they weren't bad teams.
All right, but you're just
it's
not like a first impression, but for you that to be your job, and you'd be like, dude, didn't captivate me at all. Like I don't think you would feel that way with Steve Kerr. Or, you know what I mean? Like Kerr's just the energy's different.
If we did a segment on guys I'd want to play for or guys that you wanted to play for, Steve Kerr would be number one. Okay. He'd be at the top of my list.
Mine
and
too.
Kyle would be 1B. Both of those guys make me want to play for him. And it's
I'm going to tell you on the other side why I would pause for no Diddy on Kyle. You know what I mean? We'll get into it on the other side. I want to hear that list. That segment was sponsored by Liberty Mutual.
Hi, we're Comparing Insurance Agency. Never heard of it?
great Kevin Burkhardt, who has a new partner.
Kevin's a man, by the way.
He is the man. What happened to Olsen? Brady doesn't deserve that gig.
When he was
Damn it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I need to talk to somebody, FP. No, Steiny, it is FP Santangelo. Put it down. The man, the myth, the legend. I am good now. But Tom Brady will be taking over for Greg Olsen as the partner for Kevin Burkhardt, who
How do you think
is
he's
the
gonna
Fox.
How do you think he's going to do? Dude, like I don't like to critique broadcasters because I know broadcasters. I can't even say it, let alone do it, because I know how hard it is. But I love Olsen, dude, and I love Burkhardt. They're the A team, and they're like our Niners.
Oh my God, they were doing every game.
And I love it. And I love that. And I love everything he adds. A lot of people criticize. Everybody's a critic, and everybody has their own taste. It's like music and what you want in a broadcast. But they
gave it to me, FP.
I wonder how Tom Brady's going to do.
I like Tom Brady. I like him more after the roast.
I don't know if he can handle the criticism, dude.
Well, I think Twitter and all that stuff has toughened everybody.
He didn't like that roast, dude.
Nah, he did.
I'm hearing some stories behind the scenes about the roast, and he was pissed at a lot of people and what they said.
Now, I'm not going to fight you or say reveal your sources.
Comedian has said,
Yeah,
he said, nice shoes, B. He used the B word as he was walking up. Not Brady, the B word.
Yeah.
And Brady says, yeah, I'll shove that shoe up your you-know-what.
Well, you know what? I would tell that person, FP, that's like saying, I don't want to see blood, but I want to go to a UFC fight. But you know what? The chance you're probably going to see blood. So if you're putting on that roast, Tom Brady, and you're inviting who you invited, I find it highly unlikely, FP, not going to get your sources, that he was shocked about anything that was said. Although he did say the part about his kids.
25 million reasons not to.
Well,
be
there
upset.
you go.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing that athletes deal with when they get into broadcasting. And I'm not going to paint a broad brush, but I'm going to paint a broad brush.
Because Evan's a future broadcaster.
When you're a player, you get direct feedback. If you play well, they cheer. If you play bad, they boo.
No doubt.
You get direct feedback.
Gotcha.
When you're the greatest quarterback of all times, I still think Joe Montana is. When you're the greatest quarterback of all times, apparently, you're not really used to being criticized. Maybe at the end a little bit as he started to fade off. The chat rooms in the critique when you're a broadcaster and the keyboard courage that he's going to hear about or read, whether he's good or bad, it doesn't matter. That's a different beast, man. When you go in the booth,
but he's not
and you expose yourself on live radio or live TV, and you say one stupid thing or you don't come across well, and then somebody, you don't even have to read the comments.
Right.
Your mom, your dad, your aunt, your uncle, your brother, your sister, they send them to you. Like, did you see what this guy said? Did you see this article?
Yeah.
Did you see the comments? When I went back to DC the first 2 years, 11 and 12, every article about the team at the bottom, the comments in the paper would always get back to how crappy the new broadcaster is.
Oh, wow.
And then, so that took me a while to get over that.
But you mastered
said
it.
You're still sensitive. I could care less. I couldn't care less what people say now.
No. Oh my gosh.
But
I was just playing when I said that.
At
FP.
first, it rattles you because you're a human being.
I don't want to. You are so right. But real quick here, I don't want to compare myself to Tom Brady, and I won't. But when I first started winning a contest, I'm telling you, seeing things in print on the text line would wreck your boy. And I thought I was tough, SOB, at that juncture. I have now mastered the human mind of whoever you are. There are jackals out there trying to type and write to throw you off your game. So what I did real quick here was tap into that. Oh, Guru, you stink. I would read that and I felt like that was raid on an ant or a bug. Like, okay, you think that's going to get me? And where I'm going with that analogy is Tom Brady went through a bad divorce. Tom Brady allegedly, or his wife, they've been in the tabloids. I say that to say, FP, is I think Tom, that thickened his skin. I don't know about his hair. I think he went somewhere and got some new hair, but we won't talk about that.
His face doesn't move anymore.
What is going on? That wasn't the roast. Like, you can't have the wind in your face look all the time and you're not outside or in the car.
Edelman nailed that. Like, he nailed that. There's no way we can play any of that sound ever on the radio, but he nailed that.
Hey, I enjoyed that roast more than you'll ever know, but I really believe Tom knows it's coming, but it won't be a linebacker 300 pounds bearing down on him and coming from his blind side. So he knows what time it is. I believe like nothing can hurt him in print, FP. I think he's way past that. I just don't like him getting that job from Olsen, who just won an award, an Emmy for his job, broadcasting the game. That's what bothers me. I would watch these games 2-3 times, the Niner playoff games.
Yeah.
And the announcers were half the reason I was watching it back because they connect. They told you about the game. Burkhardt was great. I just feel bad for Olsen. I know he's got a job still, but FP, how are you not? Now that's Tom Brady.
And apparently they were all tight off the air with Aaron Andrews, Olsen, Burkhardt. Like they go to dinners and the crew and the producers and the directors. And now you're adding a lot to that broadcast from a security standpoint.
Yeah.
Like you can't just walk Tom Brady into a stadium. Like there's got to be security detail there because he's that big.
Yeah.
So there's a whole new element. Maybe
his face, something happened though with the hair too, man. I ain't hate on Tom, but I'm like, dude, your hair wasn't like that. But he's got it. And from the 510 in all caps, you didn't win the effing contest. Check the tape. I did. I got the video.
What
Just
contest
haters.
are you talking about?
That was Lucky Break. And it was when the inception of 95-7 the game. They had a contest and it was about 200 dudes and whoever performed or did the interviews, well enough got to host Sunday night by themselves for an hour and I won. And they had different rounds. It was 2012. But that's how I got here.
That's sweet.
Yep. And I was ashamed at the beginning. And then I tapped into when I realized, you ain't Jim Rome, you ain't Colin Cowherd, you ain't Stephen A. Smith. All you can do is be yourself and let the chips fall where they may. That's when I feel like I could, they could walk me out today and I'd feel like all I was, FP, was myself, Darrell L. Johnson. And you can look yourself in the mirror when you do it that way, not trying to copycat, be something you're not.
Well said. Well said. And good for you, dude, following your dream. And look at you now. You're all big time.
No, I'm with you.
Chains. You don't talk to the little people anymore. You're wearing all fancy chains.
I asked you, did you know Lorenzo Neal? Because I get those. He's a great guy. Was our morning show a couple years ago, San Diego Charger fullback.
Yeah.
You guys got a lot in common personality-wise, man. And I get those vibes from you, Lo Neal. And you said you heard of him, but you hadn't met him.
Yeah, well, I know who he is.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we're a fan of his, actually.
Yeah, no, Lo is the man.
He's a badass.
Oh, I got to tell you why Kyle wouldn't be on the list of guys I want to play for.
We went to break. Let's reset real quick.
Okay.
We went to break, and I said, we've been talking about the best coaches in Bay Area history, and then I just threw it to a different realm about what guy you'd want to play for. Like, what coach evokes that emotion? Like, I want to play for that guy.
Steve Kerr.
For me, it is Steve Kerr.
That's wow.
And it's Kyle.
Is there I'm asking you about Kerr real quick here. Is it fair for me to say I love that he will touch on subjects outside of the court and not give a damn?
Yes.
Okay, so that's
why I want to play for him.
Yeah.
I like the band.
Kyle's a big Lil Wayne fan too, Kyle Shanahan, so he likes rap music.
I think Kyle's a lot cooler and more fun that he projects.
But what if I told you in high leverage situations, Kyle, as brilliant as he is his own worst enemy, and I think he gets a little lemon booty, and that's why I believe they haven't won.
Wait,
what would you say to that?
I feel like it's legit, but like how do you solve that? How do you cure that? Experience?
That's why this.
You keep going. You keep going. You keep going.
Well,
you're
that's
in the
what's
party
getting
enough.
scary.
You finally win.
You can't count or bank on as guys get older. And Brock Purdy, you're dependent on him taking the next step. And Brock Purdy doesn't have an Ayuk or a Debo because of the cap. That's why it's so important, FP, real quick, to cash in on the opportunities you do have. But to answer your question, I don't know. But this last Super Bowl, when you find out, and this is not why they lost, the brilliant mind that is Kyle Shanahan has players on their team saying they didn't know the overtime rules. That blew my wig. It's not why they lost the game, but the Kyle I think I know, FP, Kansas City said the players said they went over it in practice, the rules.
Yeah, they had some nerd come in.
So to hear Juszczyk say, dude, I didn't know what was up, not why they lost, I'm like, that shocked me because I thought Kyle would dot every I, cross every T. And you can say, good, you're being a little, I don't think that's valid, but that was a shocker to me. And then it leads me to believe, what else are you guys not, talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a defense for that other than you're so fine focused on the scheme and the play calling that you don't even think about overtime. But that's something somebody's got to, that's why you have assistants. Somebody's got, Andy Reid probably didn't throw that meeting. And by all accounts, when you listen to Kelsey on his podcast, he said some nerd came in and just went over every single scenario.
But it was covered though, right?
Covered.
Okay.
It was covered. Somebody else thought of it. You have so many things, so many hats you got to wear as a head coach. But yeah, yeah.
One of Steiny and I's
still want to play for him, though. That doesn't mean I don't want to play for him.
No,
I mean, he seems like a guy you want to play for. And what does that mean? You want to play for him? It's a guy that motivates you when you're in the heat of battle. He's on your mind.
If he were listening now, Kyle, he could say, "Damn, Goo, you don't think highly of me if you don't want to play for me because of that reason." Winning and playing for is different, FP. So I can see how that sends mixed signals. But Steiny and I, the great Matt Steinmetz, we got into about 4 years ago one of our ugliest fights on air, and it was about Andy Reid. And Andy Reid was still in Philly. They went to 5 NFC championships, 1 Super Bowl, and they had never won. And at that point, FP, I really felt like he wasn't a Don. He wasn't in that hold my trophy club. And Steiny and I went back and forth about just how good he is. Went somewhere else. But now he has 3. Now he's in the process, Andy Reid that is, of a dynasty. And I got to tell you, I took that L. Eagle fan doesn't care about what he's doing in Philly, but you can, establish yourself somewhere else and get that coveted championship without guys in the radio named Daryl Johnson saying, Andy Reid is not that good. But Andy middle fingered me and went and won 3 somewhere else. So I'm just saying, hopefully Niner fans don't have that experience with Kyle. But it's like Andy had success, but never got it done in Philly and had to go somewhere else and do it, FP.
I'm just, as a son of a coach, I hate to blame the coach mentality. I always think it's on players. And maybe that's just the wrong way to think about it, but I think in our society, we're always looking for somebody to blame. And the easiest one is to blame the coach. I never lost my mind more on the air than when I was at the other station, and they were saying Kyle was trying to get guys hurt by his play calling. And I'm like, man, you can't.
Did you hear that?
You can't. Yeah, with Trey Lance, and he's running him up the middle, and he's trying to get Trey Lance hurt.
But I didn't go.
He's trying to get Trey Lance hurt. Like, come on, dude. Like, you really think he's that insensitive
FP,
that he doesn't care about his players getting hurt and he's going to call a play regardless? Like, what kind of human being do you think he is? And those are the ones we're talking about. Comments in the comment section or bad tweets about you. Those are the ones that hurt, man. When people are questioning your integrity and the fact that you're trying to get a guy hurt.
I did at this station. I did wonder why you didn't treat Trey, not to go down this rabbit hole.
Let's do it.
Why you didn't treat Trey Lance in an era where you treat your quarterbacks like fine china. Why would you subject Trey Lance to run up the middle and risk getting hurt?
Because he
couldn't. And look what happened to him.
Throw.
Or that too. But listen, or if you knew that and thought to yourself, this ain't the guy, if he gets hurt, it's not the end of the world. I know that's a stretch, but there was some plays, FP, that left my... It's funny you just cited that. Those words kind of came out of my mouth. Like, why did you treat him like if he got hurt, there was no big deal?
I just think he was calling plays that he thought was going to put his team in his position to win. And if the play was between the tackles with Trey Lance, who he thought was tough, he did it. Trey Lance had options to go inside or outside on those, and it looked to me like Trey Lance was looking for contact on a lot of plays where he was lowering his shoulder, and instead of running out of bounds, he was trying to get an extra yard or so. So he had this tank mentality, but there was, as a head coach, you are never, ever, ever trying to get a player hurt. Ever. You're as a head coach, you're trying to put your players in a position to succeed and your team in a position to win. And if you think that by calling that play on that down in that part of the game, based on the score, based on the time of game, based on the down and distance, to put your team in the best situation to be successful, you're going to do that. Period. End of story. And anybody thinks that there's some diabolical scheme or that he doesn't care, like those are the ones that hurt, dude. Like I stood on the sidelines as a 6-year-old kid, 7-year-old kid, 8-year-old kid, 9-year-old kid as a ball boy for my dad. And I would hear the cat calls from the stands about play calling and my kid playing and my kid this. So when we have a society that blames coaches for everything, to me, that's a you thing. That's you had a bad coach somewhere along the line that ruined your dream, and that your first knee-jerk reaction is to blame a coach in a sport. When I think the players are the ones out there playing, man. Coaches aren't shooting. Coaches aren't throwing passes. Coaches aren't swinging the bat. Like, it's on the player. If a player ain't performing, that's on them. You can pay a lot of money to do what you've done in the past and to perform. And the fact that we just go straight to a coach any chance we get, that's the easy way. And to me, that's an unintelligent way. And then this is not to you.
Yeah,
this is in
I'm
general.
being, because I got to tell you this. Steiny's voice is on my right shoulder right now. Tell him, Goo. Tell him what you said.
No, you don't have to.
We had a drop. No, we had a drop that I was so passionate about Trey Lance getting hurt and his season being ruined that I said Kyle should be fired. Like, those words came out of my mouth because I was so sports offended that they just treated Trey Lance like a running back, FP. And I'm like, I mean, is anybody shocked that you were calling these plays for your QB in an era right now where, you know, you can't even breathe on the quarterback, but this is the guy you traded 3 first-round picks for, and this is how you treat him? So I was on that emotional roller coaster about Kyle. So I could hear Steiny right now. I got to read this text from the 415. You saw it, Goo. You are my favorite personality at the game because you are uniquely you, Michelle. And Michelle, if you don't even believe that, that just meant a lot to your boy. Yeah. I'm going to need a playoff. Like,
Go be at Old Ship after, Michelle.
No, Evan faked on him. He's going to work out and do healthy stuff.
I'm out.
Tomorrow, though, that's what we got.
Yep.
Yeah, I just never saw it with Trey Lance, and I was rooting for him. He sounded like the greatest kid on the planet. He said all the right things. He sounded like a super good dude, humble dude, team dude.
No doubt.
And I was rooting for him. It just didn't happen.
What did Kyle see in him?
Nothing.
No, he saw something to make the trade to think it would translate.
You mean
why did he have an envision that it would work?
Well, you know you're gonna swing and miss. The more at bats.
So you admit it. Obviously, it was an error.
I think they did. More importantly, I think they did. Now, it doesn't matter what me thinks. It doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter what me thinks. I'm a pirate. No, he just didn't have it. He had the hitch in his delivery. Yeah. Which gave the DBs.
But what workout did Trey Lance do to where Kyle called John like, that's my guy? You know, those are the questions I have, FP.
You get a lineman, you get a defensive guy, you get all these guys from D3, D2. There's no offense to play at those schools.
Oh, no
There's
doubt.
diamonds in the rough everywhere. But I think, like, at a prime position, you've had to play some big games. Like, Brock Purdy had reps in college.
But he didn't even have that on his
Trey
ledger.
Lance didn't have reps in college. Brock Purdy played 4 years. He was a starter for 4 years. So that's like playing AAA for 4 years.
Like Mac Jones, he was at Alabama playing on Saturday night like it was pro in front of millions. So even though he didn't pan out, I kind of get, we saw it on Saturday night. Trey Lance was kind of an unknown.
But if you're a quarterback guru, and you think I could take that and make it this, and I'm the guy, and you have so much confidence in yourself as a coach that you see a thing here, get him because I'll make him this. He's not this now, but he's only had this many passes.
Amazing. I could talk
the
about
upside
this
is high. Like when you talk to college recruiters, they rather have a well-rounded athlete that played basketball, baseball, and football.
Right.
Because there's certain things in certain sports that equate to other sports. And then the ceiling, if you're just a AAU basketball guy and that's all you play, you might have reached your ceiling at age 17. But if you've played other sports, you still have room in that ceiling to improve when I get you at the collegiate level. So now I get a guy that has played some other sports and he's pretty good, but when I get a hold of him, he's still got room to grow. But if you play one sport and you focus on one sport and that's the only sport you play, you might peak at 17 or 18.
Wow.
So like maybe they're thinking Trey Lance had so much room to grow because he didn't have the reps. He played at a small school, but when we get a hold of him, we're going to make him X, Y, and Z, and that just didn't happen. It could have been overconfidence. It could have been thinking that they just misjudged it, but whatever, it just didn't work out. And then they liked Brock Purdy from the jump, and then Brock Purdy, as you know the story goes, he was in camp for a couple of weeks. Like, this is our best quarterback we got right now.
Now, that is why I was just going to say this. Swing and misses like Kyle in regard to Trey Lance cost some guys their job, but
Brock Purdy made up for it. There's your first round pick. He covered him.
I got to say this. There would not have been a movie if Trey Lance was the next Steve Young. Okay, it would have been, he was the North Dakota State, okay. But if you could draw up a script, FP, and I've said this to the listeners, the fact you took Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick of the draft, and he's where he's at, and let's just say they could have won the Super Bowl, a couple months ago, that's movie. That is greater than the Trey Lance pick, if you get my drift.
Yeah, 100%. And I just don't know why people were so
How did they have that as Geico? They missed that big, that colossal, and then you follow up with a guy from Iowa State that's just, scouts should be fired because they didn't know Brock Purdy was this good.
Yeah, I think
to me.
I think you can over scout people where somebody gets a label and that label's hard to shed. And by all accounts, between his last game at Iowa State and the draft, Brock Purdy reinvented himself. He was a little too heavy lower half, and he leaned out. He started to work out with pitchers to improve his arm speed, to improve his velocity, and he picked up X amount of miles an hour on his throws by working out with baseball players. His dad, Sean, played at the University of Miami.
Come on.
Played in the Giants organization, was a good pitcher. And so he did that to improve himself from his last game to the draft. And he's a guy that's always working to get better. So there's intangibles and things that you don't see as a scout that if you see a kid for 4 years as a starter, that maybe by the third game of his junior year, you put him in a box and you say, that's Brock Purdy, where you're not seeing the total product. In the I almost said the Giants. The Niners saw something that other teams didn't see. They took a chance on him. I don't want to say the rest is history yet because this story is still being told. Like, Brock's still got to have a good year this year. And I think he's always going to be one of those guys that has to prove himself on every Sunday, and that's okay.
I get
and when he loses that, he won't be as good. If he ever loses, I don't have to prove myself on Sunday.
Right.
I think that's what makes him good.
But now I totally agree with you about this, and we're up against it here. This season meaning a whole lot for his payday. But I got to tell you, FP, there are a lot of haters out there. I know I'm friends. I don't think probably, but I mean, this can't be a mirage, can it? He's taking you the first year on the fly to the NFC Championship game. Couldn't finish that one. Follows that up after wrecking his elbow and surgery and takes you to the Super Bowl. And he is not the reason the Niners lost the Super Bowl. I just find it hard to believe we're not going to see him in Dallas with any other coaches or these bonehead coaches. Kyle's going to be, that's his guy. I just don't think there's going to be a regression to the mean.
Some people do. Some people do. Some people,
right?
Yeah, I don't want to name drop, but I've talked to a legendary NFL coach.
Oh no, it's real. It's real.
That's worried about that he takes too many chances in big situations,
and maybe not the strongest arm on the out throws. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, by all accounts, he's stronger than ever, and he was coming off surgery last year.
I didn't know his dad played ball.
He played baseball.
Man. All right, what's coming up next on The Game is a Too Short segment, which is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We go down the tough road, Stoney. Toyota Tundra.
Tune into You Don't Know Jack.
If he starts yawing at a ref, sit his down. Put him on the bench. Oh.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Dude, this is the song that you do the sounder for the drink special.
Below the whip, this is Too Short. And you know why we're playing Too Short, right? Because this is the Too Short segment.
All right. What does that mean? We're going short here?
Yeah, it's real fast.
How
by
fast?
the time you're done talking, especially you, by the time you're done talking, this will be over.
I'm good, dude.
Dude, I'm fired up for the game. We got game 1 tonight. You said you're going to watch now. And we look up at the beautiful TV in the studio, and I said it. Nobody gave me love for it. The presentation of the importance of the night. And they got the ABC set in, the arena tonight in Boston. Dude, that makes me get goosebumps.
You're a trip, man. I've never heard anybody say they're going to watch the finals because of the presentation of the set or the way they make it look on TV. What about
the All-Star game in Major League Baseball and they have the logo on the field or opening day in MLB?
They lost it. Opening day should be a national holiday.
Well, in Cincinnati,
game,
it is.
Everyone's got the same unis now. The beauty of the All-Star game was lining up on the lines when they introduced teams and look at the Expos unis. Look at the A's white cleats. Look at this. And now they're all wearing the same uni. You lost me. Sorry.
You lost me. I need to just walk off or have Kay come in here and tape my mouth shut. You are speaking my language, man.
Stupid.
Why would you shoot yourself in the foot
to make more money?
Who's really buying those American League or MTV rock and softball game jerseys? When you see the white A's with the white cleats and the pipe, dude. That's what it's about. Show off your sport. I don't know. That's Manfred, right? That's an error. How many people are buying those All-Star jerseys? Let me tell you and help you out. Not many. Oh, my God. And then if you're on the road jerseys, you got the pirate gray, the giant gray. Why would you go away from showing off basically your colors?
I like this. I'm a fan of some of this. The Toronto Blue Jays City Connects are sick. Did you see the Serpientes?
Yeah, I did. That was
like somebody hadn't brushed their teeth in like a month.
No,
the stained yellow teeth uniforms.
The coffee teeth.
They dipped them in urine.
Oh man,
that's what those unis
not
look like.
Good. I'll tell you what though. Skinny Bob, the legend, called us, and we were talking about coaches. A majority of this show, just ones that you think, if your life depended on it, who's that guy? How can you really argue? And I wasn't around, but I see the videos, and I respect history. Vince Lombardi, though. Come on, FP. Just when you hear that name, that sounds like, I know your dad was a ball coach, but
my dad was Vince Lombardi guy. My dad, that was his guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Man,
yeah,
you talk about presence, just seeing him talk and yell on the sideline, like, man, his players respected him.
And they probably didn't like him either.
Oh, and that's what's your parents say?
It's not a
I'm
popularity.
not your best friend. I'm not your friend.
It's not a popularity contest.
My mom used to say that.
Dude, you know what's great right now? Are you listening to these Edelman podcasts? All the stories about Bill Belichick are coming out right now, and they're freaking hilarious.
Now, I got to find it on the way up.
You please. Please.
Can you give me one? Can you remember one?
I can't do him justice, but it's just like the way he talks to the players, like Edelman, I can get a guy at Foxborough High to make that play or catch that. Like, and they imitate him. It's hilarious, dude. Like all these, they're all sitting around, all the ex-Patriots. I'm not a Patriots guy, but like the stories about Belichick that are coming out right now, dude, they're priceless.
Is he going to get another job?
Nah, he's done, dude. Whatever. Your time's up.
But it's like what you said. He's got to find, and JT Snow, who joined the show, one of the coaches of the Oakland Ballers, you got to find what's next. He seems like Belichick. He was a guy, like he's not done. I don't think he's done. I think he's doing the Bruce Bochy thing.
Sometimes being an awesome family member and taking it to the house is what's next. That you've done all you can do.
But do you get that from Beal? I get that he's still, if the right situation comes along.
Maybe.
Mike McCarthy gets fired in Dallas if it doesn't work. You don't think he would take that job?
I've seen him on air, and he's surprisingly amazing as an analyst. Did you see him during the draft coverage?
No, but go ahead, speak on it.
I mean, he's good. Like the last guy I ever thought would be good on TV, but he's great. His knowledge, his sense of humor.
Introvert at all.
No, he just wasn't giving you anything. He wasn't giving anything that the other team could figure out in a press conference. Just keeping it close.
Well, people got jokes. Guru, you're old enough to have seen Lombardi. Nope, that's before my time. That is before my time. Now, I did see Tom Landry, the great Bill Walsh. You ever meet Bill? Bill Walsh, the great Bill Walsh?
I did not.
Man.
Unfortunately, that would have been an honor, a pleasure, and a privilege.
Yeah. And that's why you just got me thinking about those conversations when you do get to meet people of that caliber. They're at the top of their, profession. Felipe Alou for you. Like, I got goosebumps when you said his name and what he meant to you. Like, that's dope as hell, man.
Well, when he was my manager in A-ball, and when you're an impressionable kid playing professional baseball for the first time in your life, and you have a guy that, like, you're on your own, there's no class you have to go to anymore. You just get up and you're a baseball player, and how to be self-disciplined off the field and not stay out till 2 a.m. And more importantly, he taught us, like at age 22, 23, how to be men, how to be grown men and be accountable, to be honest, and all these different things and life lessons that he taught us, and how to play the game the right way. And that was play hard and play like every game was your last every single day. And he was the first guy, like JT was talking about, Butterfield, the coach in his career. He came up to me at the end of my first full season in West Palm Beach, and he said, "You're going to play in the big league someday." And he goes, "I bet you nobody's ever told you that before." And I'm like, "No." And he goes, "You're going to play in the big league someday." And I was just like, wow, that's a guy that played 17 years in the big leagues telling me I'm going to play in the big leagues in A-ball when I was a 20th round draft pick that signed for $1,000.
Wow, man.
Like he told me I was going to get to the big
leagues. Did you see his career, his coaching manager career ascending?
Yeah.
So you knew it was just, you're an A-ball with me, but you're going to be.
I thought there was a racial element to it because he was black from the Dominican Republic.
I loved him.
We were in A-ball going, Roger Craig was the manager at the time.
Look at you.
And I think he was with the Giants, and he was the it manager.
Yeah.
In baseball. And we were like, in A-ball, we were like Felipe. He knew when everybody was stealing. He knew when to pitch out. He knew when to hit and run, the way he went about it. We would all sit in the dugout going, why isn't this guy a big league manager? And he was the first ever Dominican-born manager in the big leagues, born in the Dominican Republic.
So do you remember offhand how long it took for him when with your experience in an A-ball? Oh, okay.
Like 17 years as a minor league manager.
Oh, man.
And then he got up to Montreal, and they're like, this guy's the greatest. And we knew he was the greatest in 1990 in West Palm Beach.
Oh, that's a long time.
And he just didn't get a chance. And he's
kind of just rode off in the sunset. Like, you don't see him too much.
Yeah, he comes around. I mean, he's getting old, man. I think he just turned 89 this year.
I got you.
But like the biggest, maybe 2 or 3 besides my own father, my own parents, my mother too, and biggest influences in my life.
If I were to ask you or any baseball fan, just from what you know, is Dusty Baker, he's done for good? Like nobody could pry him out of.
Who knows with Dusty,
man?
Yeah,
I love Dusty,
Dusty
man.
rolling around the ballpark. It's so good to see him back here, dude. Like he's a great influence too, but he's more of a friend.
Wow.
Because, I had those roots with Felipe as a young kid in the minor leagues. And then Dusty's the best.
Yeah.
I don't even think Dusty knows what he's doing right now with the Giants, but he's like, just to have that resource around with all that knowledge, Hall of Famer. He finally got his ring, and I'm so happy for him. He's just a great dude. Talk about the best communicator I ever played for, easily. How's the wife? How's the kids? Yeah. You're playing the second game on this trip. You're playing the third game on this trip. He let you know when you were playing before it was cool for a manager to let you know when you were playing.
So I've gotten your answer, communication and honesty. We've heard from the fans. When we do the crossover, I'm going to throw that to the guys, and I'm just curious if Willard and Dibbs, if, there's 2 other words that come to mind in regard to, leaders of men and what you want from them. But honesty and communication, I don't know how you get past that. I just got a text message. Wendell Basie, my coach, that let me run point and believed in me, got emotional, went back on YouTube and heard me give him some love.
Oh, so he heard it?
Yeah, so he heard it. That's pretty dope, man. And came in not knowing I was going to give him love, but FP brought it out of me. Dr. Phil. Yeah, but that's amazing, man. Like, I wish everybody could have had that experience of just reflect on. And that's how you said it. Guys and gals that have had that impact on you. On the other side.
Wait.
No, go ahead.
Real quick.
Yeah.
If you had somebody that influenced you like Guru, and if you missed the story, he's talking about his 8th grade basketball coach. It's at his age is still, call them. Tell them. Life is too short.
There you go.
If there's somebody that you're thinking about that was a great influence in your life, call them right now. Life's too short.
I love that. On the other side, the crossover with Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I may not make it through. I'm sorry.
Only you would ask that question. That's such a good question.
Man, I'm sorry, Goo. Yeah, that's my fault.
No,
That's
bring us back. It's
Well,
not
what did
2
you say?
o'clock
I
yet.
wasn't paying attention. My Adderall's worn off.
Oh, hold 1 second. Hey, did you know it's tick season?
Hey.
Lyme disease is transmitted through the bite of infected ticks. Visit ATCO Pest Control's website today to learn more and take control at atcopestcontrol.com.
Yeah, what happened was we were talking about the Oakland Bees,
Ballers.
not the A's, because we don't talk about the A's.
Yeah.
We talk about the Bees.
Right.
And your JT Snow interview was awesome, and I was so pumped up about not only JT as a coach, but you and your possible future as a coach.
Yeah.
But then Guru, right before we came on the air, he said, "How do I try out?"
No.
And what he meant was, how does somebody try out?
Exactly. I just hit one home run. You think I'm ready to try?
Dude, that was a tape measure.
But how does one
Legit.
go about it? Do you got to know somebody? You know what I mean? Like,
I think you would have to go to an open trial, or you would have to know somebody. But
I think they did this. I think they did this
You know
a little
what?
while
You
back.
might- okay.
Yeah, there
tape
was-
measure.
Here I go.
FP.
Here I go. You ready? Should Bonte try out?
I'm not comfortable with all
Don't do
that.
that,
Hey, dude. Hey,
You guys killed
he
him.
said he didn't make the many hairs
not
either.
you guys. Me.
And
Me. I'm going to put my name on it.
Stirring the pot again today.
No.
I mean,
I'm going to put my
There's
name
no
on it.
pot.
I know he's listening. And B, you know I love you. We were talking about the softball game, and we were talking about
I'm
Guru's
sorry,
home
Bonte.
run.
I'm sorry.
Bonte said it might have been 315, but go ahead.
We talked
Willard,
about
you weren't
how
there.
I got
When I hit
forced
it.
out at second base by a
I know.
5-year-old. All that came on the air.
Yeah.
We talked about how Willard got cut down at third by me on a hidden ball trick.
Yeah, not true.
Whatever. There was like
I
17.
missed that.
That's fake.
There were 17 softballs in the field, and as the pitcher, the line drive hit the net, and so I ran over and picked up a ball.
He just picks up any ball.
Right.
You can't throw
I
it
had a
out.
bucket of them, and he got cut down at third.
You know the rules of the sport. Can you just use any ball to throw someone out, or does it have to be the one they hit?
No, it's a 1-ball league.
Yeah, there it is. See?
But what if there is a
Scoreboard.
bucket of balls and literally 16 balls on the field? Then as the pitcher, who by the way,
it's not co-ed.
No, but you're
It was
acting.
co-ed.
You're acting
Well
like you
played.
thought maybe that was the right ball. You damn well knew it wasn't the right
there it
ball.
is.
I don't know.
Yes, you did. You picked up a ball that was on the other side of the net. You picked up the ball that was closest to you.
I have an AARP card and with a knee brace. You were cut
I
down.
like that.
All I know, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we were
All I
reviewing it.
know is after the play, I was eating and drinking in
I
safe
saw you
confines.
walk off. I said he got hurt.
No.
Top of the ninth.
No.
Randy, he's hurt.
He called it a day.
Wow.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
No producer's dad is going to hit a line drive at my face, and I'm not going to live to have it
How
happen a
lucky is
second time.
Lucas to be out there playing? I know you got Tom. Rest in peace to Dwayne
Yep.
Dibley.
Thank you for
your
remembering.
dad, the ball coach. Lucas is out there playing softball with his
his
pops.
dad. It's
That's
the
cool.
best.
Pretty
It's the
cool.
best.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
This sounds like we should make it a thing.
I was actually
I
just
like
going to
that.
say statute of limitations on this conversation is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like as a group.
Yeah, no more.
We,
No
get,
more.
one,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
get 1 week.
1 week.
To
All right, I
tell
got
San
that.
Francisco and the Bay Area all about our stupid Friday evening out.
Whatever.
But
Guru hit a
I
home
did,
run.
though. I did love
I
it.
mean,
Shout
just-
out Chasky having gloves. I just didn't have cleats at the plate. I didn't like that. And a lot of us, Bonte was saying that too. We
had
didn't have the proper footwear. We're sliding that P. I wanted to dig in.
We had a
Bonte had
pizza.
Gucci's on?
No, he didn't have. He had his Jordans.
I wouldn't hate that, by the way.
We had a pizza party. It
I'll
was
tell you
fun.
what.
Right.
And people went
There were
home.
bats and balls.
I mean,
We were having
exactly.
fun.
There were
Melvin did
babies
his
on the
rant,
field.
and they won yesterday. We don't know if it's because of the rant. They've tomorrow play Bochy, a Hall of Fame manager. He will be in the Hall of Fame. And this dude starts the show, and I give love to Wendell Basie. He was my 8th grade hoop coach, and he put me at point. And I didn't have all the confidence, and we went to the Tournament of Champions. Anyway, I said that was the first guy that empowered me with confidence, because I was like, what if it fails? But he looked at me like, go do it. And I did it. And it got me to thinking about great coaches and managers.
Yeah.
The two traits you two would say my manager needs, or the manager I think is the GOAT has this. Before we give you ours, if you wasn't listening, I want to hear from you two. The two
I missed
traits
that part.
a great manager must have to be great.
Number
to Dan
one
Dibley.
for me is interpersonal skills, like the ability to talk to player 1 through player 14 and be able to reach them at that level and be able to, tell that player. And I was telling FP during the break, I have coached for the last 27 years, anywhere from 6 years old to 18-year-olds. And so exactly. The one thing that you need is to be able to talk to your players and let them know what they're good at, what they need to work on, and what they mean to the team. And just to be able to talk to them as people and invest to them as people.
Damn.
So that for me is number one.
I think that kind of you can summarize that by being a straight shooter. And here's another. There's overlap in all of these things.
Straight shooter.
Yeah, there's overlap.
I need a lot of Bochy today and tomorrow.
No problem. There's a lot of overlap in all these. I would say somebody who is as firm with the positive as they are the negative.
Consistent.
Right? The idea of coaching is we think of it, accountability and all those things, which are really important. But I think that so many coaches, therefore, fall into the trap of I'm just going to speak up when I see something wrong. You know what I mean? And I think you got to speak up when you see something right also. That's not just coaching, by the way. That's freaking life.
No, that's what we made the parallels.
You know what I mean? That's one thing that I remember standing out to me because I was kind of like in my high school basketball experience, I had a little bit of an Alex Smith thing going on where I had 4 coaches in 4 years.
Jeez.
And so that was hard. But one of them was decidedly Mr. Negative. He was loud. He was loud, and he only was loud when something was wrong.
During the game or during practice?
Everything. And I remember.
Gosh darn it, Willard!
I remember going to the
Rebound.
We went to a preseason tournament at St. Ignatius, and we're sitting in the stands.
Like it was yesterday.
And within 6 minutes, I'm like, ooh. We probably don't belong in this tournament because Toby Bailey, who once played at UCLA, Toby Bailey is playing for Loyola of LA at the time.
Loyola, look at you.
Flies through the lane and dunks on someone.
Bailey.
And I looked at my teammates and went, what are we doing here?
What are we doing?
We're not going to play them. People are dunking on both sides of the ball. I was like, show me the consolation bracket. I am out. What is happening? But what also caught my eye, the reason I bring it up, I had no idea what his name is, but Loyola of LA's coach had me feeling jealous right away because this guy was as excited and firm and in their face about what they did right and then also what they did wrong. To me, when you do the stuff about what's right, then you earn the right to scream at them when they do something wrong. That's the way
first
I
time
feel
we've heard
about
that. Urgency, communication and honesty was the theme of the day. We hadn't heard consistency. And then
communication. The other one for me would be enthusiasm, kind of playing off of what Mark said. If you can be enthusiastic about what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong, it's kind of emotional investment in the experience, and that's one thing that I always tried to do.
The experience is the most important thing you guys said, and this is a lesson for any youth coach listening right now. I'm a firm believer in hot practices and cold games.
I like that.
So hot practices means that's where I'm doing my yelling and screaming. That's where I'm doing all my instruction. The game is an experience. It's a learning experience. So if I ever see a youth coach screaming and yelling during a baseball game, he's telling me that his team is not prepared. Because you shouldn't have to be yelling and screaming during a game.
Right.
Johnny, get over here. Freddie, get over here. What are you doing? That means you didn't do your prep work. And so for us to get kids to want to keep playing and to like the sport, the game itself has enough pressure built into it. There's enough pressure to win, to lose, to succeed. It's embarrassing to fail in front of your buddies that are going to make fun of you at school the next day. So the game itself is a learning experience. So you just let the kids play. Maybe you call them over in a huddle or whatever in a timeout and you talk to them. But if you're going to get emotional with kids, imagine if you're an airline pilot and you're trying to land a plane and you have 23 parents screaming at you instructions to land the plane. So you're just going to go backwards. You're not going to like it. It's not going to be a fun experience. So get all your work done. Be emotional in practice because there's so much emotion already involved in the game that now if you ramp up the emotion, it's going to be a horrible experience for the kids. Hot practices, cold games.
It's so well said.
If you remember anything, remember that.
It's funny that you're saying this and that you guys even asked it because I was doing what a lot of us do at a free minute, which is scroll through social media this morning, and I happened upon this baseball video, and it's 4 former major leaguers. I can't remember all of them. Mickey Morandini, Mookie Wilson, right?
The Mets.
And they're being interviewed about youth sports, and it was 4 separate interviews, and the guy asked each one of them, like, what would be your advice to parents at a youth baseball game? And they separately all said the exact same thing, and you probably all know what I'm going to say before I even say it. Shut up.
Right.
Shut up.
But they don't do it. It's out of control now.
Well, and I'm not talking about at the umpire. I'm talking about at your son or daughter. Like,
I learned.
Swing the bat, Timmy.
I'm not great at it either. No, it's so hard.
I failed.
Put
your hand on them, make them feel
they're
you.
They're not saying, and they're not saying don't encourage them or whatever, right? Like, right? But like that whole like step forward in the box, start your swing early, get dialed in, all that stuff. Shut up.
Totally.
It doesn't work. It only stresses them out. They already, like, you know what I've really noticed this year? I don't know why I didn't notice it before. My son who's playing is 10. These 10-year-olds are going up there at the plate, and half of them are hyperventilating. And I'm so thankful for the coach my son has this year.
Did they win yesterday?
They did not. In actually a dramatic, there was a walk-off homer, like an over-the-fence.
No way, Willard.
It was the greatest thing ever. Like they
lost?
They lost, and it was one of his best buddies who literally...
Oh, jeez. Walked him off?
He stood in the batter's box, and I was 5 feet from him, and he goes, this is going to be a homer. I'm like, look at this little cocky SOB. And then on an 0-2 pitch, his boy puts it over the...
Tanked
I was
it.
like, good for you.
And
like,
they're all waiting for him at home when he rounds the
You're never going to
bases.
forget that in your life.
I hope there was a mutual parting of ways between your kid's coach and the Little League because he's got to go.
No, in fact, what I was just going to do is compliment him. His name is Lane Shackleton, and what I want the reason I want to say his name out loud is because what he is so good at, FP, is basically what you just said. His demeanor is right here, no matter what. And all he's trying to do when they're at the plate, like that third base coach, and the direction that he does the same thing every time. Hey, have a great at bat. Right. Have a good time.
Have fun.
Because they're hyperventilating at the plate because they're like my friend who throws 64 miles an hour. It's super terrifying, but they're on baseball puts you on an island. It's just you, right? You get the pitcher, it's just you. The hitter, it's just you. And it's terrifying and stressful. And we're in the stands being like, your shoulder and your elbow.
Right.
Just shut up.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by the First NorCal Credit Union. That's a hell of a story. And
time to do the league.
Yeah. Now I feel like I got the mic again.
No, you nailed it. And all you have to do is
Westbrook. Go
take
ahead.
your cue from Bob Melvin because if you watch him, he's not like, okay, Elliot, make sure you keep your elbow in and, back foot, move back, scoot up, choke up. I mean, can we take our cue from the pros? And I like what you said about hot in practice and cold in the game.
Damn, FP, I couldn't do it.
Because I referee a lot of youth basketball and you have the good coaches who kind of sit there and like, okay, sub, you're in and, let's run 3 or, sideline out of bounds or whatever. And the other coaches are like, throw to Johnny, throw to Timmy. Lucas is open. Throw to Lucas.
He's telling you that he doesn't know how to coach by saying all those things.
Exactly. He's telling you that he hasn't coached
He hasn't coached and doesn't know how to coach.
Exactly.
One of the greatest videos I possess on my phone, nobody's asking, is Lil Daryl hitting it 250 feet at pocket baseball in Sacramento. And I teared up. And what's so sad is we have different friends that communicate with us different. And you could say something, Dibs could say something, FP could say something to me. But if you're really my boys, it hits different because all 3 of you are different. So I sent mass, put it on Facebook and everywhere. And I sent it to my guy, 49er Frankie, who has 2 beautiful daughters, no sons. And all he texted back to me, he called me, was, and I was oblivious to it because I was focused on the home run. Is that what you sound like when he's at the plate? Before he hit the home run? And I'm telling you, if I could put myself in parental jail, I would have did it on. The way I went back and everything was me play-by-play in the best. Shut up.
Yeah.
How could he hit anything with you? But it was from my heart.
That's real.
But it hit me, and ever since after that, I was done. I was ashamed.
Don't feel bad.
Don't feel bad.
Put your elbow up.
I'm
Scoot in the bud.
This story, I'm just telling you, I broke the rules last night.
Right.
I broke the rules last night.
Oh, you didn't say that part,
I'm like, step toward the pitcher. Step toward the step toward the pitcher.
Dude,
I was ashamed.
Wait, dude, let me hear you. Let me hear you. How you do it?
You're talking to a guy that ran onto the court when his son hit a buzzer beater in hoops. Ran onto the court. That's my favorite video that's on your phone, dude.
And then celebrating with
the kid hits the buzzer beater and the kids are all running on, and then you see this humongous adult. How tall are you?
6'4".
6'4".
When I'm drinking.
This guy just has got his phone and he runs out and gets the best thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, it all comes, but it all comes from love, right?
That's it.
But we gotta learn how to love, you know?
Dude, I'm looking at videos of my 21-month-old, and it's like, we're doing the same thing. Like, oh, look, do this, and you'll grab the toy, grab the teddy bear. It's like as parents, we can't help ourselves.
No.
We think we're helping, but our kids are going to do, they're going to do fine without us.
Do your leagues do this? I've been a part of youth leagues before.
The answer is yes, and I know right where you're going.
You know where
I
I'm
love
going.
it.
They have.
It's my favorite.
It's interesting that they only do one weekend a year, but they'll pick one weekend for the whole year, and they will email the whole league, and they're like, parents, this is quiet weekend.
Silent Saturday.
Say
wow.
Nothing.
I can't say that we have.
We have done that. We have done that traditionally, not for all the leagues, not all the sports. We did it a lot in soccer.
Soccer for sure.
And the kids will tell you, if they have the courage to say it to your face, it's their favorite weekend all year, every year. They're like, we love it. It's the most peaceful, joyous experience. And if it's peaceful and joyous, isn't that why you're spending your $400 or $2,000 for them to go play?
Right.
That's what you're doing,
man.
You want them to learn something.
Well, I want my kid to go to D1. That's what I want.
But there's nothing wrong with that.
But that's 1 in 10,000.
Yeah, correct.
So, for the rest of us, maybe you could have your kid, I don't know, enjoy the game a little bit. Jeff Kent.
I had a buddy.
Enjoy the game more.
I had a buddy drive by me the other day, and we were talking about the youth baseball season. And, how's this kid doing? How's that kid doing? Whatever. And then he finally looks at me. He goes, look, I watched a lot of the games this year. And he goes, my bet in our town, I don't think anyone's going pro. I don't think we have one. And I said, I think you're probably right. You're probably right. So get a hot dog and shut up. Seriously.
Dude, the irony of that Kent sound is he never enjoyed one game ever.
No?
I don't.
You played with him, right?
Yeah,
I learned today that he took your job,
dude.
I hate him even more.
You didn't hear that, huh?
No, but I've heard it before.
Okay, all right.
I don't think he enjoyed any games.
No.
Does he enjoy any non-games? Does he enjoy anything?
I don't know. Maybe he did internally, but he was very quiet.
Did him and Kevin Brown ever play blackjack together? I feel like they're the same guy.
Kevin Brown, what a blast from the past, man.
Dudes.
Yeah.
Angry dudes. Right?
Am
I wrong? You know them better than I do.
Brownie's thing was fake.
It was?
I used to call him out. I'd be like, oh, it's my day to pitch. I can't talk to anybody in the locker room, but we play every day. We could never talk because we play every day. And he'd be over in his locker, like on his game day, like stewing. So we'd have talks on the plane. I'm like, dude, why can't you talk on your game day? You're making it sound like you're way more important than us.
Ritual.
Because I don't give a crap. Like, it's your 5th day you pitch. We play every day and we talk. Like, try it. So he tried it. And then he started
pitching better. Yeah.
Wow.
And there's a front that you got through with him. We used to sit on the plane and drink beers. He was a great guy. He was a good friend that year to me in LA. And everyone's like, care for Brownie. He's a jerk. He's an idiot. But as soon as I called him out, he said like, oh, it's my day to pitch. I can't talk to anybody. That's my day.
I'll give you a 4 for your Kevin Brown.
Yeah, that's
I've
a
never heard
really
him
good
talk, but
impression.
He was a bad dude, though. Brown
Dude, he was filthy.
Yeah, he was.
Filthy.
He had his
That sinker.
Brown was dope.
Yeah.
So you had to get by the exterior.
Yeah.
That's good. I've known, we've all probably known people like that. Like the bully. If you call them out and meet them on their level, all of a sudden, they let you in.
JT's texting me right now. He's listening. He knows this story, and this is probably TMI, but JK.
Hey, JT.
Yeah, he's listening, right? Jeff had 3 personalities. He was Chucky, Mikey, Chuckles, Mikey, and JK. And Chuckles was Jeff when he had 3 hits. Mikey was when he was pissed off and breaking stuff. And JK was the guy that just sat in his locker and didn't say anything.
Okay.
So we had to be careful which Jeff it was on a certain day.
So he was it sounds like he was only fun if he got 3 hits, which probably happened about
Chuckles.
14 times in his life.
That was Chuckles, yeah.
You know.
And then Mikey was stay away from Mikey.
Yeah.
I can see Dibs doing that. Dibs, you wear your heart on your sleeve.
A little bit, but a little bit.
We got Dibs out of that the last few years.
It's funny because I actually, I've been working hard on that, and I actually went out and played golf this morning, and that's where my Mikey comes out, where, your boy can get a little bit edgy.
No,
your boy can get angry.
We heard about you.
We're golfing?
It just,
that's so dumb.
I'm angry,
What's
Jeff.
funny?
The guy listening right now locked me in one day. I was snapping on a golf course, and JT goes, "Are you a pro golfer?" I'm like, "No," and he goes, "Why are you getting mad?"
Right.
It's a great question.
The interesting thing about golf is it really kind of highlights I don't know about your inadequacies, but it definitely can bring your flaws to the forefront because
like you have short clubs.
No, I should be better than this, and I am better than this, and whatever, and so you start to get into that spiral of anger and whatever. And I'm an angry guy. Well, I'm not going to deny it.
It pulls your emotions.
That's half the battle, though.
I find it pulls your emotions. So it's actually not about the golf. I don't think anybody in this room wraps up their self-worth in their golf game. Maybe you do a little bit. Or
93 today, not bad.
You have at times in your life or whatever.
Shot your age.
But like it brings
I'd come over there, but you're incredibly fit.
He'd run away. He'd outrun you. Anyway, it brings out.
There's video evidence right there. Wow.
No, I saw this on TikTok. You put your thumbs here, and then I saw this.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Gotta get your thumbs inside the rope when someone tries to strangle you.
That's right.
Get your thumbs in there.
I telegraphed it anyway.
Do you feel this way about baseball? If you got other stuff going on, and then you're 0 for 3, it brings that out even more. No, see, I think golf is kind of like that because you hit the shot and then you just walk. It's like go find the ball.
Oh, God,
and it's like
if you can.
Right? You've got something going on at home.
I got thistles in my socks.
There is guys that associate their self-worth based on how they're playing, and that's a dangerous way to live.
Man. If you do it as
300, I'm a stud. I'm a great guy. I'm hitting 200. I suck, and everybody hates me.
That would be me.
No, you could be.
I'm owning it.
Get your elbow up, Guru. Keep your head down.
We'd be in sales, and if my name was at the top of the leaderboard, who wants lunch? And then it was at the bottom. What's wrong with him? I'm about to get fired. I'm on a PIP. Yeah.
I'm on a PIP.
Performance improvement plan.
Exactly. So whatever. I'm on that PIP. It's, whatever. It's golf. It's everything. You try to, realize that you are greater than your anything, your relationship, your job, your ability to find parking in San Francisco, or whatever it is. So
the look on your face.
What do you guys? What is it? What is the main feature on the show today?
Yeah.
Why am I listening today to you guys? What do you got going?
First of all, because we're Willard and Dibs.
I know. Besides that,
JT Snow replay.
Yeah,
it was great.
And JT call in.
Yeah.
He's going to coach right now. He's going to coach.
Can we all agree on a premise? The Giants fans are largely mad right now.
Oh, there's no doubt.
I would love to explore it a little further than maybe just, it's almost kind of like what we're talking about with golf. You hook a shot on the 13th hole, and all of a sudden, whatever's going on in your relationship comes out in that walk to go find the ball. Same thing here. Luis Matos gets sent down, and I think that is a symptom of a larger disease. I would love to explore maybe at a little bit of a deeper level, the source of the Giants fan anger right now. I got into a text conversation earlier today about the Matos thing.
Speak on it because we got into it this morning.
Yeah, what do you think?
He was crushed, is what I heard. Crushed.
I'm sure he was surprised.
Crushed.
But that's not more important than the big club.
Crushed.
FP.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not more. I'm with you. That doesn't supersede him being crushed, Willard, than what the big club is set out to do. Well, even though, if you guys ran me, if Nahegan ran me today, You guys will be, what happened to good? You'll be right back here tomorrow, and you guys will do a crossover and the best radio that you ever done. So I don't want to sound
crushed.
That's called being pro, though.
We'd be crushed.
That's called being a professional.
Right.
But what's the most important goal? Call me to see if I'm okay, or to continue to do good. Do good radio.
Both. Why can't you do both?
Okay,
gotta be either
I
or.
guess the question he's asking you, FP, though, is if he's crushed, is that reason enough alone to say it was a wrong decision?
I mean, we talked about it at length yesterday.
Yeah.
I think you develop championship players, especially young ones that are prospects, by having them deal with adversity, figuring that out. And on the other side of it, now you have a winning championship type player.
Okay.
But if you keep sending guys down that scuffle for a couple of weeks, what message are you sending? There's the whole mental aspect of, I don't care if you tell me I'm great, that I'm going to be back quick, that you have to go back to AAA, sit middle seat on a 6 a.m. flight and play in front of 3,000 people or 2,000 people or whatever it is. So if you want to develop young players, they have to not have to look over their shoulder every time they fail. And how does Luis Matos know how to get through a slump at the big league level now? He doesn't.
Here's what I struggle with on this one, because the first and foremost, I was very surprised that they sent him down.
It's a numbers game.
We had a lengthy conversation yesterday with regard to, and unfortunately for him, Austin Slater is now like the face of Luis being sent down, which is not Austin's fault.
No.
And Austin has had less than half the number of at-bats of
39
Matos.
at-bats.
So when we sit here and go, well, Matos was only bad for a couple of weeks. Well, so was Slater. Was also only bad for a few weeks. One of them's got a big league resume. One of them doesn't. One of them has options. One of them doesn't. So from that sort of mathematical, inhumane place, I sort of understand it.
One
but
was NL Player of the Week, one wasn't.
Fair, but one of them's played 7 years in the bigs, and one of them we don't even really know if he's a big leaguer yet. So, like, I'm sort of stuck in the middle because this is where I end up. They got to win right now. They so the whole, hey, let's go through the bumps and bruises of a young person, you have to win right now. You have to win right now. I'm not saying Slater does that, but I'm going to keep knocking on doors until I know who's going to win ball games right now.
And I also think you have to find out about Slater. You have to see if he actually is still able to be a major league player or not. And you have to see that over the next month. And if Slater continues to struggle, then that's going to be it for Slater. Then you can DFA him at that point. But I do think you owe it to him and you owe it to yourself to see what he can actually do before you move on and do what what maybe many people are recommending, suggesting.
And I might be like a sentimental Italian man, but I think you got to, good organizations, great organizations, realize there's players inside the uniforms. You realize there's people, I should say more correctly, there's people inside those uniforms.
Yep.
And a lot of times at the highest level, you get caught up into chess pieces and numbers and roster numbers and spots. But you have to remember there's a human being there, and that element. Are you losing this kid?
I think we know exactly who you're talking about.
Are you losing? Are you losing this kid? What ramifications? Is he just going to go down there and go like, I'm fine, I'll be back, I'm going to rake? Or is he going to come back and be like, if I go 1 for 12 again, I'm going back down the minor leagues?
Yeah, we'll be listening, but I want to leave you with this one. I think it was symbolic because it was a one move, but you would think Ramos went down too. It's almost like Farhan chose the veterans over the youngsters, like the cord was pulled when it wasn't actually pulled. It was one guy that went down, but the reaction is like you chose the old stale,
and that's one thing that,
over
that
the youngsters.
We're going to talk about
and I'm
today.
Like, man, we'll be listening.
I'll be listening.
Yeah. And is Ramos now the one who is going to carry the water for Farhan? Because if Ramos struggles, then
the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, gotcha. That was Grandy, yeah.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It wasn't you, Grandy.
Don't take that.
It was Grandy.
Yeah, no, don't like that. That'd be like striking out and blaming the manager. You don't get
or blaming the bat manufacturer. It was the bat.
Well, gosh,
Guru, I love him.
We were talking about golf earlier. How many golfers have done that? Oh, it's the equipment. I'm like, it's not the equipment. Sure, get your clubs fitted, but it's you. Sorry to tell you.
I got my clubs fitted, and guess what? I still stink.
They still don't work.
I'm still not very good.
Hey, so where's it all coming from? And maybe that could feel like too broad of a question. It could also feel like an incredibly obvious question. But I think it's a good day with the Giants off. Let's take a breath. Bobby Evans also is going to join us here in 40 minutes. And Bobby Evans is who got a lot of these guys into the organization. So what a great day to talk to Bobby about these specific young players. I don't know how many of you know that. Luciano, Matos, Ramos, these are not Farhan picks. These are Bobby Evans signings. And so Bobby's going to tell us a little bit about these guys, what he saw, what he sees, what he thinks about the up-down nature. Is Ramos finally here and here for good? He has already suddenly become their best player. Think about that now for a second. And I know that maybe that's a statement just about like the month of May, and now we're into June. But Elliot Ramos is their best player right now, which is both exciting and terrifying all at the same time. But 888-957-9570 is the number. And would love to hear from you right now. What is, or how would you describe it, the source of your Giants' anger? Because we feel it everywhere. And by the way, if you feel none, then call in and say that, because I'm always mindful that in our echo chamber, social media, radio show, calls, texts, what have you, maybe we're only hearing the loud minority. I don't think so, but maybe. I want to be open-minded to that maybe there are Giants fans out there that are like, come on, hang in there. One
game out of the wild card.
You know what I mean? I know a lot of you.
There.
I know a lot of you think that's what I sound like through the years. I don't really sound like that this year, but whatever. Like, what is the actual source of it? How would you answer that?
It's Farhan Zaidi. Farhan is the source of everything. It's because of the young guys. Either you want the young guys up and he is now sent one down and the other one's hurt. And, you've got Elliot Ramos who's up here and you're saying he's the best player. And if he is the best player, and I'm not saying that he's not the best player right now, but what the hell, Farhan? You had Soler who's come up and done almost nothing. And Blake Snell has come up and been terrible. And Jung-Hoo Lee got hurt, not his fault. Matt Chapman's been, good defensively, but offensively he's been missing, and the team is still not very good. So I think that when fans want to direct their ire, they direct it at Farhan Zaidi first and foremost.
Sure. And look, that's sort of, he's the president.
Right.
If you don't like something, you look at the boss. Right? That's a normal sort of a way to go about it.
I guess if you go to a restaurant and the food's not very good, you probably don't look at the maitre d' or,
I'm not mad
or
at the
waiter
server who brought me the food, right? You're mad at the chef.
Right.
Hey?
The chef. Or you're mad at the owner, whatever. You're mad at, somebody.
Yeah, Farhan's the chef.
Exactly.
He's the chef. He's the head chef.
And the food is mediocre. And, you weren't promised, but the product that they presented was better than what they've delivered. And that's why when you look at who to blame for what this has been, you look at Farhan. And it's either you waited too long to bring the kids up, or, the kids should still be up there. You shouldn't have sent Matos down. And I was surprised to hear FP say that he was crushed. And he said it 3 or 4 times. And, man, that's hard for a 22-year-old.
FP's close to the organization.
He is.
For those of you who don't know. So if he's saying that he's crushed, he's crushed.
Right. I don't think that FP is guessing.
No.
No. Yeah. And so
that's hard to hear. It really is. It's hard to hear. I will ask the question. I don't know if this is professional sports. We're not in the business of just being like, oh, I'm sorry. Are you upset? Well, then come back.
Exactly.
We're not doing that either. But this was a prickly one. I get that. What I keep falling back to, like, because I've had these conversations with you, with our listeners, with friends. Very good friend of mine who's a Giants fan, and I got into a back and forth text just today where he's like, I'm furious about this Matos thing. And I'm like, I totally get it. Let me offer a couple of not opposing, but like side views that I think also affect this. And, we went through that conversation, and here's where what I keep falling back to. I don't know if Luis Matos is the best man for the job right now. And I also don't know if it's Austin Slater. Neither one of them this year, outside of 1 week,
right?
Neither one of them this year have done anything all that special. And it feels like a lot of people are going to go, well, all things being equal, let's go with a big-time prospect who's a young player who we want to see grow, who might be a big part of the organization. Totally get that point. The other side to it is there is a chance you're looking at someone who's not even a big leaguer. There's a chance. I'm not saying I think that, but if you come up and you're National League Player of the Week and then they get video on you and they go, oh, throw him a curve a foot outside, and he never gets another hit again, well, you're not even looking at a big leaguer. Austin Slater's not an overly impressive big leaguer, but a big leaguer.
He has been, yeah.
7-year career.
Yeah.
Has stuck on one team. And so I keep falling back to, I want to win now.
Right.
Today.
They want to win.
I get a little uncomfortable with the ride the mistakes and let's see what happens. I'm just not there. Luciano and Schmidt kicking balls at short? Nope, no thanks. Don't want to see it. Do not want to see it in the name of, hey, maybe they'll be better in a month.
Well, in the name of you're in the wild card race, you're a game out of the wild card, and you're right there, and you're trying to still be a playoff team. So I'm with you on that front. But I do also think that you have to see Austin Slater for the next 3 or 4 weeks and see if he actually can be the player that he's been for 7 years. Because if he can't be that player, well, then Matos, you come back up and Slater gets DFA'd, and then none of this even ever really mattered. And I was just a little surprised to hear FP talk about him being crushed at 22 to go back down. I mean, well, did he think that he would be like up here and this is it? And
well, hold on. Yes,
I mean,
because
he had a great week,
but they said out loud that he would be. Like his manager said
he's the center
3
fielder,
weeks ago that he's our center fielder now.
Right.
Jung-Hoo Lee's having surgery. This is our center fielder. So reasonable to think that Luis Matos thought he was going to stay for the rest of the year.
Well, then what the hell, organization? And, maybe it comes down to Farhan or whoever you want to blame, but that to me becomes the big question. Both sides fell. It's funny because one side fell.
Sorry,
the
listening
banner
audience.
behind you.
The banner that has fallen down for the 8 billionth time.
Exactly.
I mean, my gosh. Speaking of people in leadership spots, can we hire somebody to nail that thing into the wall? Like, nail it into the wall. Stop making errors. Just because this building is young, do we need to sit here and watch it grow and go through all the bumps and bruises? Or can we firm something up?
Memo to whoever hangs that banner, the push pin is not working.
It's not enough.
It's not enough. Maybe we can go with a stapler or a nail gun or, I don't know, super glue. Something.
We're sponsored by Fremont Bank, and they're putting on a dibber party.
I can't wait.
Fremont Bank's 60th anniversary block party, Saturday, June 15. Live music, food trucks, beer garden, carnival games, huge raffle, 60 prizes, and the dibbers in honor of Fremont Bank's 60 years and the grand opening of the new flagship branch on the corner of Capitol and Fremont Boulevard. Your call's next. Kizzy, you'll lead us off. Stay right where you are. 888-957-9570. The source of your Giants' frustration is what? This is Willard and Dibbs.
My friends at Pacific Coast Termite have treated almost 50,000 commercial businesses and homes.
Ramos hits one very high and very deep. Carroll at the wall, and it is out of here. And the Giants take the lead.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So we have a little thing around my pad, which is especially when there are day games and the kid is in school, we sit down together and watch the home runs. Sometimes it's a very quick sit down.
Yeah.
Son, they didn't hit any today. Go to bed.
Right.
Sometimes it's that quick. But yesterday we got to sit down and watch 3 home runs. And Jude especially loved Dwayne's call that time because it got all the way to the words out of here before Dwayne really bought in that this thing was actually gone.
Right.
It is out of here.
Right.
Ramos hits one very high and very deep.
Very deep.
Carroll at the wall. And it is there
we go. That's a great call, NBC Sports Bay Area. As they all are. Giants finally had some fun yesterday. But as we sit and take a breath, I think the frustration for a lot of fans is still there. We're talking it out. Bobby Evans joins us in 25 minutes. By the way, tell you more about it in a little bit. But yes, 2 hours from now, Steph Curry autographed jersey, another qualifier, only 4 left. Today and all 3 shows tomorrow, and then we give it away. So be with us today. Tell you more about that in a little bit. But let's go to Kizzy in Oakland. Hey Kizzy, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Great.
Awesome. I'm a longtime Giants fan, and they gave us a great run there for years. I think that mainly people are frustrated by the inconsistency, and it really doesn't help being swept by the Yankees at home. You come off of, if there's one team that no one in baseball wants to lose 3-2, it's the Yankees. And you lose Judge to them, and they come in and he hits that home run. I think of it, that just really put a sour taste in everyone's mouth. It just brings home all the things that have been glaring failures. Not getting the free agents. Not having the banger.
Yeah, you mentioned inconsistency, but let's go deeper, Kizzy. What is it that you see with the organization that leads to the inconsistency?
Well, I see them bringing in, okay, so you bring in Snell, then he's injured again. You sign Ahmed. He has a history of injuries, and he's injured. So you're going to bring in guys who have these history of injuries. Sometimes you hit it, like with Gosman, but then you lose him. So it's like the choices that they make with their options, they seem to always choose the thing that might win, but you never know if it's gonna. There's no sure, and of course it's baseball. There's no sure thing in baseball. But it seems like the choices that they're making, trying to cheap out on things, lead to more, injuries. And so you're gonna go with Slater, who is, okay.
I was waiting for that word. That was a good. I was sitting. That was such a good pause that I was like, "What's the word going to be? What's the word going to be?" And you went
it's
with
a noise,
which I thought was really. That's a good word.
Great job.
It's not even a word.
No.
Yeah. Kizzy, thank you very much. It's a really good call. Here's what I see. You put a name on it. I think a lot of people do. They'll say Farhan Zaidi.
Right.
I think there's a larger organizational thing at play. Which this is not going to sound new, but I think it's starting to crystallize a little bit. What the Giants feel like, and the Mato Slater thing, even though I find it to be a little bit more complex than some, but at the same time, it is a great example
of what we're talking about. The Giants, if they were a high school kid, you would accuse that person. That person would have the reputation around school of dating too many people. Like you're changing your stripes every Sunday. Every Sunday, okay, we're trying this now, right? We're going to pull up the guys from the minors. Now we're going to send the guys back down. Soler is our cleanup hitter. Now he's our leadoff hitter. Now he's batting sixth. We watch this, not just this year, every year. And what I think happens, like when FP says that Luis Matos is crushed. Well, you can't run your baseball team trying to make sure guys aren't crushed and disappointed. But here's what I think this is what happens when the fan base always talks about, we need a star, we need someone whose jersey we can buy. Well, I'm always fascinated by that because if you go back 10 years to when the team was really, really good, you didn't have any boppers hitting 30 home runs then either.
Right.
You will fall in love with your guys if they're a winner, and you'll hang with them to a degree when they lose if you know who they are. In other words, we have been disallowed from going on the journey with players. This is actually, as sports fans, what we love. Look at Klay Thompson right now. I would argue many of you feel some sort of disappointment or angst about his aging and his post-injury play and his salary and all of the things we talk about with Klay Thompson. But you know what we're getting to do as Warrior fans? We are going on the journey. We have been able to go on the journey with Steph and Klay and Draymond and others, by the way. For a while, it was Iguodala and it's Kevon Looney and there are others. There are ups, there are downs, and we get to experience that relationship just like all the relationships we have in real life. We are disallowed from doing that with the San Francisco Giants because you change your underwear 4 times a day.
Right.
That, for me, that's the source of what angers me. That's why there's a disconnect. Because even if they stunk, I would be like, okay, we're going on that journey until its conclusion. And then sometimes you do decide, let's get off this train. I don't like this relationship anymore. Let's break up with that player. But the Giants, they don't break up with that player. They hold that player over there. And then let's date someone else. And then let's hold that player over there and let's date someone else. And you're dating 12 people at once and nobody likes that person. That's what it feels like to me.
And that's what Farhan has done since he's been here. And that's why I would point the ire, at least for myself and many fans, at the person who is the one responsible for that shuffling. Because you're right. It feels like if a guy has options, they're going to use those options. And if a player has an ability to be an opener, you're an opener. We don't have a real starting 5 in your rotation. You've got 3 guys and you got a couple of openers, and it's been that way even before this year where you've had injuries, and you've got players with options, so you're going to move them up, you're going to move them down. You got guys who get hurt. A lot of guys get hurt, unfortunately, on this team, and that to me is another part of the conversation is why do so many of these players get hurt the way that they do? Is the training staff not up to snuff? Or are they not doing the proper work in the preseason, in training camp, and all the rest of it to where these guys are coming up and they're getting so many of these soft tissue injuries? I don't know what the reason is for that, but I look at a roster that is constantly shuffling, and a couple of years ago you had 96 different guys play for the Giants in 1 year. It's hard to really sink your teeth in on that.
I mean, Bruce Bochy is going to manage for the other team tomorrow and into the weekend. And maybe this is unfair because the guy won 3 rings here, but I think people forget how long he was here after the rings. He was there for 5 more years.
Yeah.
And we were fine going on the journey. And if you look at the record, go back to, 17, 18, 19, dude, they were brutal at times. They were like really bad. But we are fine going on the journey because that was our guy. We knew him. We felt like he was our friend. And so we're willing to handle the ups and the downs. As long as there are some ups, if there's only downs, you move on. But if I were going to argue against myself on the Luis Matos thing, that's what I would say. I would say you're not giving us an opportunity to get to know anybody. You know what I mean? I do think that Jung-Hoo Lee, for example, you want to know why he connected so much with Giants fans so quickly? I mean, he's got some interest. First of all, his personality is amazing.
Right, the way he plays.
He's got some unique things to his world, his life, his presentation that I think really connected with people. But one of the reasons everybody was so willing to just start chanting his name right away, he's a good player. He wasn't great. It wasn't like he was setting the world on fire. But everybody was really willing. Why? Because he's going to be here.
Yeah.
We're going to go on the journey with him. 5 years. We're going to ride this out. We're going to get his 20s. So let's get to know each other and have a 5-year relationship. But if everybody else is pre-arb with options and you know what I mean?
Totally.
And you've got a player, you got a 1+1 and all this. Like even Matt Chapman. Matt Chapman feels like a player I'd really like this fan base to get to know. Good Lord, he plays the game in a way that it speaks to me.
Right.
The guy is like unbelievable with his glove, not perfect. Has some zipped, and streakiness to his offensive game, but my God, a leader who just has a presence about him on the field. But every time he goes on a hot streak, there's that little thing in the back of your head that just goes, opt out.
Yep, player option.
Opt out.
Yep.
And gone. Well, we hardly knew you.
You got Jung-Hoo Lee, Logan Webb, and Jordan Hicks. Those are the 3 guys who have contracts for the next 3 years.
Soler got 3.
Soler has, he's got
3, right?
Yeah, you're right. 3 years.
3.
Yep. He got 10, 16, and 16. So those are the guys. Those are the 4 guys.
Glad he's getting a raise next
Robbie
year.
Ray, too, actually. Robbie Ray's got 3 years because they picked him up, and he's got 23 this year, then 25 and 25.
Okay.
So there you go. That's your core. Injured.
But you're leaving out the young guys who are also. I mean, Kyle Harrison's not going anywhere.
Right, but I mean, all the rest of them are all ARB and pre-ARB. But as far as guys that they have really, sunk money into for the long term, those are the guys. And you mentioned Matos and Ramos and Luciano. Those are all guys who can go up and down. And to your point about you want to see these guys and you want to buy a jersey. You're not going to probably buy a Matos jersey right now because you might get a Sacramento jersey.
Look, here's something that I just also feel that's based off of what we're talking about. I'm not going to confirm this. This is my gut sense. I think that the Giants, as an overall organization, they've got a good reputation around baseball. They do. Like, I can confirm this part of it. Players, people in the industry think that the Giants are a classy organization. That has been said to me a number of times by people who are in it. So I am going to go ahead and believe that. However, there's a discord and there's kind of a fly in the ointment of that right now, which is to say there's the overall organization and then there's the current relationship between what's happening upstairs and what's happening downstairs. And I do think that the chasm, if you will, is we are really running the risk of the people who wear the uniform, otherwise known as the employees,
right?
The ones who really matter to us, by the way, feeling like they are not being treated like people. And if you get to that, whether or not, bottom line, X's and O's, spreadsheet, that's all organizations, right?
Right.
And what do every single one of us as employees want? Don't treat me like a name on a spreadsheet. And a lot of them do. Our industry does this all the time too. And we've watched it.
Yeah.
And it's a bunch of crap, to be honest with you. It's a bunch of bull. There's no way around it, though, in the big corporate world. Usually it's a little bit different in pro sports, though, because athletes are such a highly, highly skilled and rare thing to be able to do that, you watch in the NBA, my God, they'll dance around you. You're the spreadsheet, LeBron.
Right.
Who do you want to be the coach? We'll just do whatever the hell you want.
Baseball, though, is so different because it's so numbers driven, and like 162 games really shows what you are as a player, not as a human being, but your year over 162 or over 4 years or 7 years. You really are what your baseball card says you are.
Yeah.
And so I think in baseball, it's a lot easier to treat these people as what you're talking about as just a baseball card or a spreadsheet.
But there's so many legs to what we're saying, though, also. Like, how do you be a good teammate if the locker next to you is changing every day? How do you do it?
And how do you be a good player when you're constantly looking over your shoulder if you go over 3 and you're wondering like, oh God, I have options, and Slater's down there in Sacramento and he's doing well. Am I going to lose my job if I don't get a hit here?
For the young guys, for the non-highly paid guys, sure. Sure. Neil in San Jose next up. Hi, Neil. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, I just want to talk a little bit more about what you mentioned before. I feel like a lot of these players, like especially in the lineup and stuff, they don't really know if they have a true spot in the lineup. Like half the days, like someone could be leading off. The other day, they're down like 6 or 7, right? So I feel like it just throws the whole momentum off. Another thing is like we don't really have a box office player. Like a lot of these big name teams, like we want to have someone out there who we can support, get their jersey and stuff. Like the past Yankee-Dodger series, like it was probably 65% opponent fans, like at Oracle Arena. I'm just like, it just feels like the whole vibe is off right now. But another thing is like, I'm not going to throw the whole season away because the NL wild card is so bad right now. Like we're only 2 games, 3 games out.
Draw one.
Even after having it.
One, Neil. One.
One game.
We're one. There you go. So it's such a long season, and I feel like we need to give these players a chance to develop. Like Matos was doing good. He was finally understanding, how the big league bats work. The fact that we send him back down, it's like almost starting from square one. He's going to come back up again, and he has to refresh his memory again. So I feel like the longer we keep these players in the rotation, in the lineups, it helps them out for the long run. If we keep switching out these lineups every week, it just throws the whole vibe off. And I feel like that's why we're so inconsistent.
Neil, it's a really good call, although I will correct on one thing. Matos was not doing really good. He was 3 weeks ago.
Right.
And then he was very, very much not doing really good. And so I fully hear anybody who's like, doesn't matter, want to ride that wave, because that's part of what we're talking about. I'm having a hard time with ride the wave versus, got to win right now. Got to win right now. There is no time for, hanging out and just, whatever, let's meander and let's see somebody develop. It's a difficult line to straddle. For sure, because you are going to need to develop these guys, but I'm not willing to do it at the expense of games. So from that standpoint, I understand the frustration. But what I would love to see at this point is almost like, a documentary that happens 10 years from now when these guys are all retired and they're willing to speak freely on it. Because if you talk to players about analytics, they will largely tell you, the majority of them are thumbs up. They're like, I like going into the room and looking at the video and seeing what is it I'm doing wrong, or can I simulate an at bat against this pitcher that we're going to face tomorrow, and really dive into how can we get more out of me and how can we be better. But what about the abstract? What does it do to your psyche when we move you around in the lineup every day? A computer says you're going to hit better 6th today.
Right, against this pitcher and behind this guy. And
4th
all the rest
yesterday, 6th today, 8th tomorrow. What does that do? Now, ball player, stubborn men, I'm fine. I'm good.
Sure.
I got it. Do you? Like, how does that mess with your mind on
think
the
about
daily?
In our jobs, if you and I were constantly like, okay, today you're going to run the board and Dibbs is going to lead the show and Lucas will be the sidekick, and then tomorrow it's going to be Grandy running it and Dibbs on the board and Mark, you're the sidekick, and whatever the construct is, if you were constantly coming into work and you had to check the lineup card and you had to figure out exactly what everyone was doing and your job would be different, you're playing a different position, it'd be hard to do whatever you're trying to do, as opposed to what we do, which is you come in and you know what you're going to do. I know what I'm going to do. We all have our roles, whatever, and you just do it. It's much easier to go about your business when you do that.
Sure. So I wonder if guys were really going to get honest about that, how that affects them. It's easier to see things like this. Matos getting set down. I'm pretty sure it ticked him off.
Yeah.
Or as FP said, crushed him.
Right. Well, if the word really was, okay, Jung-Hoo Lee's out, you're going to be our center fielder, come hell or high water, you're our guy. And then 3 weeks later, you get sent out.
I don't know about
that would be crushing.
I don't know about come hell or high water.
Whatever, but if you're
Bob
given
Melvin,
you're given the job. Yeah, exactly.
He said it, which to me, I don't know if the alarm goes off for everybody. For me, that's like, oh, Bob and Farhan on the same page? Because these are smart people who are very, very keenly aware. I always say this, right? What do you say in front of a camera? What do you say in front of a microphone? You're a celebrity.
Right.
You know that your words resonate. Goodness, you learn when you say the wrong thing. We think San Francisco is actually getting in our way of signing free agents.
Thank you, Buster.
Hell. I mean, it was Farhan first.
Yeah.
It wasn't. Buster was second.
Yep.
When you say that out loud, all hell breaks loose. So you know there's a consequence when you say something in front of a microphone that people don't like. So these people are all very guarded with their words. So if Bob Melvin is going to openly state, look, Jung-Hoo Lee's out for the year, Luis is going to get total runway now to be our center fielder. Literally, we don't really have much choice. And then 3 weeks later, you get sent down. I mean, is it crazy for me to think that Melvin might have thrown something off the wall when he found out yesterday that Matos was getting sent? I don't know. It sort of feels like they're not on the same page, though, or else Bob wouldn't have said that out loud in front of a microphone.
You would figure. I mean, I don't think that Bob would have said that out loud 3 weeks ago and then decided after 3 weeks, okay, this guy's got to go. I've changed my mind on who my center fielder will be.
Yeah. So that's a question right now that I think is incredibly relevant for Giants fans.
Is there a disconnect between the suits and the uniforms?
This is such a fine line. I want that analytical world to be challenged. So if Bob Melvin and Matt Williams are in there challenging the analytics information, that's a good thing. But if everybody, like, that can spill over into full-blown, like, we're all not on the same pageville, and that's bad. Bob Melvin and his general manager last year with the Padres could not get on the same page.
Right.
And it crushed a team that had a truckload of talent. And largely, if you talk to a Padre fan, it was the GM's fault. And I wonder if Giants fans aren't about to have the exact same opinion.
Well, many Giants fans are already feeling that way about the GM or the president of baseball ops already without the manager even weighing in.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More on the Steph Curry autographed jersey and your ability to qualify to win it a little bit later on in the show. Bobby Evans. Yep, he brought in Ramos. He brought in Luciano. He brought in Matos. What are his thoughts on all of these developments? He joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one.
KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Wilmer hits a high drive to left. It is out of here. Yep. The big hit they haven't been able to get. They just got it from Wilmer Flores.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, this is a conversation I hope all of you are looking forward to as much as we are, because you sit here and talk about, quote, the kids. And I think for Giants fans, all of a sudden, there are three faces that have now come to represent, quote, the kids. Even though Kyle Harrison is 22 and Patrick Bailey is 25, there are Tyler Fitzgerald, there are other kids. But we know who we're talking about with the kids: Marco Luciano, Luis Matos, and Elliot Ramos. And all of them are in the Giants organization because of this guy. Hello, Bobby Evans. How are you?
Nice introduction. Very good. How are you guys?
Good, Bobby.
We're doing good, and we got a lot of stuff to ask you. Let's start with the success over the last month or so for Elliot Ramos. What is your belief level that this time around it's going to stick?
Well, he's 24. He's a victim, like all these kids are, of COVID. I mean, they missed a year of baseball, really a year of development, and so I think we're seeing what Ramos is capable of. I mean, I think the reality is he's more disciplined at the plate. He's doing damage with the pitches to hit. Obviously, he's improved the all-around game, including his defense in the outfield. And when we drafted him, we didn't know whether he would be able to stick at center or whether he'd have to be a corner. I think that as he was in the development process, we looked at him more as a corner guy. He's able to, obviously carry his load there. He's done well offensively. He's shown consistency. He's shown that he's made the adjustments that we all knew he needed to make when he was here, at some point last year.
And if you look at his trajectory from back in 2017 when he was in rookie ball until now, it's 7 years. Is that a normal sort of lifespan in the minor leagues for a 17-year-old? Should it take that long? And it's really not that long when you look at his trajectory. But is this about him being on time now to being a major leaguer?
Well, again, I mean, the key year, you're talking about 2021, even 2020. You're talking about some COVID impact. And so I really don't know that you can expect any of these guys at any club at any level to have had a normal path, given what COVID did to them. But that said, no, I mean, you'd like for a kid coming out of high school at 17 or 18, in his case, 17, you'd like for them to start talking to you about, being in the big leagues at 21 and 22. I mean, that's really what you want to see. And you'd like for them to stick by the time they're 22 and 23. I mean, with college kids, obviously there's a different path and maybe an expectation that they get here a little faster, but high school kids, we understand it's going to take a little longer. But no, I mean, the path you'd like for it to have come sooner.
Bobby Evans with the Giants front office for so long, with us right now on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Okay, Bobby, I hate it when broadcasters go, I got a two-part question, because both parts never get answered. So, but I have like a 1-2 punch, but I'm going to separate them. Here's the first one. What was your reaction to Luis Matos being sent down yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, my empathy immediately goes to the front office, because it's not what you want to do. I mean, you certainly don't want to send one of your young kids who's already proven that he's got the potential to stick. You don't want to send him down, and yet you're trying to balance, a roster for a long season, and so it really empathize with the player, empathize with the club. I mean, it's a tough circumstance. I mean, it's a bad time to go cold for 4 or 5 games, right? Somebody's coming off the DL. You don't want to be the guy that's turned cold, even especially as hot as he was. So it's not a good situation. It's not what you want. And as a club, you're looking for a way to get him back here as soon as possible, because he needs to be here.
FP was in here a short time ago, Bobby, and saying that the word is that Luis is crushed. So what does a move like this do to his confidence?
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, that's that's part of the dynamic of your front office and your player development people. Really you got to work hard, because you any move at any given time can pose a real threat to a guy's confidence or a guy's rhythm or a guy's momentum. You don't want to kill momentum at all. And so I hate hearing that. I hadn't heard that. That's terrible. You don't want to know. You don't want to hear things like that. But at the same time, I assure you, he knows it's part of the game, and he also has a lot more confidence going back, and he'll be all that much more confident, coming back up. But you hope it's short-lived. If it's short-lived, that will, heal all ill will or all concern. But the longer it goes, then that could, create much more difficulty in getting back into the momentum and rhythm that he had earlier.
How does the front office balance the mood or the attitude of a young player versus like Austin Slater at 31 who has no options? How do you decide who to keep and who to move out, even though the younger player might be, more promising for the future?
Yeah, some of it's timing, where you are in the race. Maybe there's a window here where there's another opportunity for Matos to come back, and you don't want to sacrifice a guy that's been a part of your system, and Slater's got a window here. You just don't know. I mean, there's so many different elements, but yeah, you don't want your pennant race to be in a situation where the guys that you're counting on are not ready, and so you need to get Matos back up. You need to make sure he's ready for a pennant race. If there's a wild card to be had, you want to make sure he's a part of helping you get there. Timing is everything. I mean, we're just entering June, so had this been a little later, this might not have been the move. But because of where we are in the year, maybe because of where the club is in the standings, maybe they took a more conservative route rather than go with the young guy. And again, that can change overnight, right? I mean, that's the part of these moves that we all don't know what's going to happen 2 days from now versus what happened 2 days ago.
Bobby Evans with us here on Willard and Dibs. Bobby, let's go back to Elliot Ramos for a second, because of the three, he's the one that you drafted. When you look at his arc, what has surprised you about his time in the organization, and how does it compare to what you thought was going to happen when you got him?
I mean, we don't draft a guy like him not thinking he's a future All-Star. I mean, that's what we wanted to see. I mean, that's what we were hoping for. And so to see his swing and his approach and the way he carries himself, it reminds us, that first day we met, when he was, still in high school in 17. I mean, that's who we were hoping, would develop. But he had a presence even then. And so now getting to see him in a position where he's confident, where he's supported, where he's playing a role, he's in an environment where he can have success. I mean, that's what you dream of, and you want to see these guys become the all-star that you think they have the chance to become when you draft them at that level of the first round.
And you look at Marco Luciano in a similar vein, and he's still a young player, and he's had his ups and downs, and now he's injured. What do you think about his trajectory, not only for this year, but going forward as a major leaguer?
Well, I just so much want everybody to find peace in where he plays positionally. I think that really can mess with a guy's head. It can mess with his offense. So you want the organization, the player, and even, your fans to be able to see a path towards what position he's going to be in the future. If for some reason there is internal question about his future at short, well, okay, let's get on with it, because I mean, you want his bat to be ready here pretty soon. We don't want to be still debating what position he is. And, we signed him, looking at him as a middle infielder at short. We knew his size, could present some challenges because he's a big kid and strong, and that could present some challenges. At the end of the day, you've got to make the routine play. You've got to make sure that you're confident. And I think that young players invariably, you can count the number of errors Derek Jeter made early in his minor league career. Obviously, he figured it out. We think Marco should figure it out, but that's something the organization has to decide. But you just don't want the player to be in the bubble positionally when you're trying to make sure his bat's ready to come and help you on a regular basis.
Bobby, you just touched on it a little bit there, what I was going to ask you next, which is go back to when you signed Marco Luciano. Was there the thought at that time, hey, he may project out of the middle infield?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely considered that as a possibility. And you almost have to with every middle infielder. You've got to be able to project where they might need to go in the future. But as you sit right now, the organization has to make that call. I mean, Marco can't make that call for him. He can do what he can to show that he's ready, but he's got to be given the opportunity to, play where they think he should play and prove himself. And if it's shortstop, then you got to give him some rope, and then you've got to, that's why we were, I made sure that, Ron Wotus was at Brandon Crawford's, first, Gold Glove press conference, because I wanted to make sure that someone who puts in all that work behind the scenes, should deserve, the opportunity to see one of his guys have that kind of success.
And if he's to get that rope, does it have to be in AAA? Can it be in the major leagues, or can he find another position while still being a pro at the major league level?
No, I mean, that's very difficult. I mean, it's very difficult to learn a new position at the big league level. There's just too much riding on every game. In the minor leagues, you don't want to make errors there either, but it's not your big league season at stake. So, my sense is the fact that they've kept him at short this long, I think they're really hoping that that's where he can land. And, you've got to work through the kinks, you've got to work through the footwork and through the mental mistakes. But some of that is, one of the best partners you have is the guy on the other side of the base, and Tyro's, pretty doggone good. And if they can get into a rhythm together, I mean, it's going to really boost Marco's confidence.
Bobby, you've been in the position of calling people up, sending them down. So that's kind of the backdrop of the question I'm about to ask you. Analytics versus human beings. How do you go about making decisions with those two things in mind?
No, I mean, Brian Sabian emphasized it all along. We're dealing with people here, and he never fought the numbers. He never fought the guys who brought the numbers. But he made sure that the numbers were considered and the analytics were welcome into the conversation. But ultimately, we're dealing with people, and we've got to make sure that, we're putting, players in a position to succeed, and understand at the end of the day, front offices don't win championship, the players do. And we rely on them. We need to make sure we put them in a position to succeed. We use the best information to put them where they should be successful. But ultimately, it's up to their endurance, ability, and focus to achieve greatness. And so, yeah, I mean, you can't turn away from great information, whatever source it comes from. But ultimately, you're dealing with people. This is a people business that uses numbers, not a number business that uses people.
That's well put. And I guess the question then is, how do you balance the two? Because it feels like, the more you're able to work through your problems as a major leaguer, the better you're going to be able to work through them in the future. Is it tough then to have a young player and constantly have them on the back and forth and the yo-yo?
No, it's always hard. I mean, that's why you want your top prospects, even in a case of a Buster Posey, a Brandon Crawford, as much as possible when they come, you want them to stick and stay. I mean, that's really what you want. I remember Brandon Crawford, walking back with me to the hotel after our visit to the White House in 2013, following the 2012 World Series. And he said, "Hey, Bobby, if you guys had stuck with me in 2011, we would have had another one." And I love how Brandon thought about that. I mean, we made a trade at the deadline and he ended up going down, but that's the kind of mentality you want your guys to have, that they belong and they can make the difference, in the pennant drive. And clearly he did, and we have rings to prove it. And yet, at times you've got to balance what the needs are of the current club and where you think things project. But anytime you can bring your best guys up and keep them there, you're always better off.
Okay, so let's go there. And Bobby, I don't want to put you in a tough spot, but when you look at this particular Giants team right now, June 6, 2024, how would you balance winning now versus development?
Well, winning now can happen with development as long as you have the right guys that are developing. And I think clearly everybody, including in the front office, not to mention the guys in the clubhouse, want Matos there. Whatever circumstances led to his going down, I got to believe it's a short-term thing. And that once that short-term decision comes back around where he's up, then we're off to the races. But ultimately, everybody, I think, wants Matos on that club and in the lineup every day, just because that's part of what's going to help you win.
Bobby, great to have you, man. Thank you so much for doing it.
All right, you got it, guys. Anytime.
Bobby Evans.
Yep.
Longtime exec with the San Francisco Giants. whatever led, I'm not going to get the quote exactly right, whatever led to that demotion, I would imagine it to be a very short-term thing. Everybody wants him in the everyday lineup.
Right.
Huh.
Well,
interesting.
I mean, you want him in the everyday lineup, but you don't keep him up because you have to decide about Austin Slater, right? That's the way I read that.
I don't know about that. I don't think there's this Austin Slater decision that's just looming like, holy crap, got to decide here soon if you're going to keep him.
Right, but if you wanted him in the everyday lineup, then you just keep him in the everyday lineup.
Right. So what is it that led to him being sent down?
The fact that he struggled so mightily for 2 weeks?
I can't answer it.
Right.
Maybe there's something specific. Again, think about who it is that made this decision, whether you have disdain for this person or not. If Farhan Zaidi leans too much into analytics, well, that would suggest that this is someone who makes decisions based on data, information, some sort of something that was handed to him by a video coordinator or an advanced metric. Okay?
Right.
So what was it? What is it if everybody because honestly, these young players, who benefits from them being good? Everybody.
Right.
Farhan the most. So, right. If nobody wants to send him down, but you did, what did you see that made you do it?
Probably the fact that pitchers were adjusting to what he was doing really well, which is hitting fastballs. And so the opposing team started throwing him breaking pitches away and breaking pitches out of the strike zone. And he continued to swing at it. And he was getting out all the time. So maybe it's that simple. Now he goes down and, the edict or the instruction is, okay, tighten up your zone and only swing at strikes, and then you'll be back here.
Yeah. I mean, you look at it right now and go, okay, if not Matos, if Slater's back, he's ready to go. Did you have to activate him? No, but largely you're going to. Who could you have sent out?
Fitzgerald, Wisely.
I mean, you're taking away two of the people who
can actually catch the ball.
Well, they can play shortstop.
Right.
And you have no shortstops.
You have Casey Schmidt.
You have no shortstops.
Wow. Friend of the program.
Well, no.
That got personal.
Listen.
Casey can play shortstop. So can Marco Luciano.
Casey, I think, projects more toward third.
Agreed.
Marco might also. But yes, I'm making it a little bit too much about a small sample, but they have both embarrassed themselves one time or another at shortstop over the last 2 weeks, and Brett Wisely embarrassed himself the other night at second base. So you send Tyler Fitzgerald down, who is one of, I guess with Slater back, he's one of three people who can man center field, and he is one of three people who can man shortstop. I get why right now you don't want to do that.
Agreed. But you were asking about who you might send down, and those would be the two prime candidates, right?
Well, I mean, go through the exercise of why they sent out Matos. Yeah, maybe it's as simple as because the people they wanted to send down, they play shortstop, and we've got a gaping hole over there right now. So maybe Matos does come right back up. Once Nick Ahmed is activated, maybe you can send Tyler and Casey down.
Right.
And bring Matos back.
Or maybe Tyler and Wisely.
Maybe that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. But I also do, is interesting, and of course Bobby's going to do this because he's been in the position, but we asked him about it, and the first thing he said was not, I have empathy for Luis Matos. He said, I have empathy for the front office.
Yeah.
And if you do sit here and look at the roster, it is not as easy of a decision as people want to make it out to be. I know many of you have decided that Austin Slater is a newspaper and you can just recycle him whenever the hell you want. But wouldn't that also be lacking the human touch that so many of you are calling for? Like that, the funny thing about this, don't send Matos down. Don't you have a heart? Is Austin not a person?
Right.
Who just went through a concussion and has played for the team for 7 years?
And he doesn't get sent down, he gets sent out.
He gets just let go completely.
Right. And he's making $4 million. So there's that too. So I mean, I know it's not a ton of money, but you're going to just eat the rest of his salary, and he's going to go be a free agent. He's going to be DFA'd and go play somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't know if that's treating him like a human being.
Right.
So yeah, I can at minimum look at this roster and go, oh, the move doesn't just jump off the page. It doesn't. It would if they had a shortstop. If they had a shortstop, I'd send Casey down. And there you go. Slater active, Schmidt down. But they don't have a shortstop. So maybe they are sending Matos down for 5 days.
Right. Until Ahmed comes back.
Until there's a shortstop. And then they can send one of their backup, like both of their backup
Schmidt,
shortstops.
Wisely, Fitzgerald.
2 of those 3.
All of them, yeah.
Not all of them.
No, but you have 2 of the 3. You're right.
You want a backup.
For sure. And I think Fitzgerald's the guy who stays based on his versatility and his speed and what he can do.
Well, remember, Wisely's lefty, and we might be facing a right-hander for the next 48 hours.
Good call.
So
got to have him up there for that.
Tony in the city with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Tony, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. How are you guys doing? Okay?
We're barely hanging on by a thread, Tony.
Tony.
Hang in there. You guys have a good show.
Thanks.
Hey, I don't understand the obsession between Matos and Austin Slater. And give me 30 seconds or less. Matos didn't force their hand to stay. I'm sure they wanted him to. It's a simple, not simple, but he has options. He gets to go down and work on his game. Ramos has gone up and down I don't know how many times. Hopefully he'll stick this time. But maybe in the next couple of weeks, they're going to find out if Austin Slater has anything left. And maybe if he does, maybe they may get something in return for him. But just releasing Austin Slater doesn't make sense to me without getting anything in return for him right now, with Matos hitting one whatever he was the last couple of weeks. I don't understand. You know, he basically, bottom line is Matos didn't force their hand to stay. And he's down where he belongs.
I don't disagree with any of that, Tony. I do think some people are wondering, it's not that Slater couldn't be activated, it's why did Matos have to be the one that you sent down when Austin was ready? You know, you're going with 4 outfielders now. You could go with 5. And I know that Fitzgerald and Wisely and those guys can play out there. Right. So, you know, they've got a bunch of positionless stuff going on. But I think that's what that's the orange that we're trying to peel right now, which is, did it have to be Luis that you sent out when Austin got back?
Yes, it does, because he's got to play every day. And the only way he can play every day is down at AAA. And then force their hand to bring him back up. And something will probably happen in the next couple of weeks, very much like what Bobby Evans just said. I think it was a no-brainer at this time to send. He wasn't hitting, period, and he's got to play every day.
Tony, thanks. I do think it would be likely that Luis is going to be back real soon. I do. I honestly think that if you got them in a private moment, they would say the hole that we're dealing with at the shortstop position right now is making it such that we can't be just hanging out with 6 outfielders.
Right.
We need people who, might be able to catch the ball when someone grounds it over to what I might argue is the most important defensive position on the field. Be good. Be good to pick the ball up when it's hit over there. Be nice.
So far they haven't really found that, and they've tried a number of different people other than Nick Ahmed, and Luciano couldn't do it, and Schmidt had a hard time, and so you're still struggling to find that person, and I do think that's probably why they sent out Matos.
A little bit more on the Steph Curry jersey, the autographed jersey, what we're also going to give away today, the qualification for the jersey, but we've got another prize. We'll reveal that coming up next. Plus, TJ Houshmandzadeh. We got him. He's coming on at 4, so that's coming up in a half hour. Let's get over to the wide receiver position here in the NFL, because it's bonkers. And I think there are a few things that we need to discuss. 888-957-9570. The number, it's Willard and Dibbs. Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
When we have Ayuk questions, we go to TJ Hushmanzada. Closest thing we can do to get to the guy. Brandon sent out an IG story today. OTA day 5.
Okay.
He was running routes in center field of some youth baseball diamond.
Yeah, not in Santa Clara, right?
No, he caught them all, though. He caught them all. So he got that. He looks great. He looks great in camp, Dibs.
Right.
I like the player.
In center field. He's running some good routes in the outfield.
Yeah, he ended up in left field.
Right.
Like he started in center, kind of right center, actually. And then he caught it in fair territory and left. So
2 feet in before the foul line.
That's a double. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ground rule.
Exactly.
So funny.
So where do Brandon Ayuk and CeeDee Lamb, and you brought this up yesterday, eventually, I think he's a year behind, but Jamar Chase, where do these three players go now? Because
to the bank, Mark.
Well, sure, but like, right, there's Amon-Ra and Jalen Waddle, and there's those deals.
Yep.
And then there's Justin Jefferson, who, by the way, for those of you who aren't familiar with the new contracts for those players, forget the average annual value, because you'll see that Amon-Ra got $30 million and Justin Jefferson got $35. Oh, seems pretty similar. Okay, Brandon will get some 32 and move on. No. It's all about the guarantee.
Yeah.
And Amon-Ra, I think, got, was it 34? Amon-Ra?
Yep, 34.6. Yep.
Yeah, and Justin Jefferson got more than twice that.
Right, 88.7.
So what do you do? Brandon Ayuk and CeeDee Lamb, both holding out of OTAs. What do you do? That is my number one question for TJ Hushmanzada today, because he's not just Brandon's coach. Many of you know, longtime NFL, very successful wide receiver. So let's talk about that market. And if he were Brandon, like, what would you go ask for? What is that number?
Right.
What's the number? Because did Justin's deal just blow this all up to where now both sides are going to dig in? David Lombardi told us yesterday that he thinks maybe.
I just think that the chances of something getting done really quickly, sooner rather than later, took a blow, because what happened yesterday is a polarizing event. It's a huge amount of money for the top paid receiver in the game, and of course receivers who are looking for money are going to gravitate toward that precedent, and they're going to want the teams to accept that precedent as well. And the teams are in no way incentivized to accept that precedent until they actually have to. So you just have two opposing camps right now, but eventually a deal will get done, because both parties eventually will want it to get done. Both parties are incentivized for that to happen. The deadline just isn't here yet.
Yeah, I keep saying this to people, and I feel like a lot of people are still very uncomfortable with it. Buckle up.
What's June 6th?
It's going to take a minute. It's going to take a minute.
It's going to take more than a minute. It's going to probably take 2 months. So it's June 6th, and I put the over-under before at August 1st, and you took the over, and many people would take the over at August 1st. And if I move the line to, I don't know, September 1st, you might think about it. I mean, you hope it's the under. You hope it happens before September 1st, but it might not, you know?
It might not. And I hate that date. I don't like that date at all.
No.
Is that game week? What's the date of the first game?
I'll look it up. I think it's later.
I got you.
Yeah, it's a little bit later, maybe at the 10th or whatever.
You're Monday, September 9th. So September 1st would be Sunday before the Sunday.
Right, game week. Sunday before the Thursday, which is the opener.
Yeah, 4 days before the opener.
Right, which would be, that's too tight. That's way too tight.
I don't like that one at all.
No, of course not.
That feels like a hamstring injury.
Yeah. Or an adductor. Shout out Blake Snell.
Well, I was going to say, I'm going to say this right now as a Bay Area sports fan. I'm all kinds of triggered with the whole, like, just skip camp. I'm all triggered now because Bosa came in and they sold us on, he's working out on his own and it'll be fine. And then he played fine, but 3 weeks later, he's like, a little slow.
Right.
And then here comes Blake Snell, who's now been hurt twice,
doesn't have a win yet for $31 million, and then publicly says, you need spring training. He goes, I know it sounds like an excuse, but it's also true. So this has been our Bay Area sports experience for the last 6 months. So no, I don't want September 1st.
Right. And you could add in Debo, who came in late as well, and he did not have a good year after he, didn't sign his deal until later in the cycle as well. So yeah, it could be later, and it's probably going to be after August 1st. I hope it's before September 1st, but it's going to be a long, protracted deal. And I look forward to talking to TJ Hushmanzada today and asking his thoughts about the Justin Jefferson getting 88.7 in actual guarantees, guaranteed at signing. The next highest one in this cycle is A.J. Brown, who got $51 million guaranteed at signing. And he got $32 million on the AAV, average annual value, which that has nothing to do with the actual guarantee, the guaranteed at signing, which was $51 million. But where does Brandon Ayuk fall in TJ's eyes in between those numbers?
Well,
or in that neighborhood.
Did Amon-Ra get 30? What again, I know it's fake, but the average annual value.
$30 million, remember, and $2,500.
Okay. All right.
Because he beat Tyreek by $2,500 a year.
Okay. So, by the way, I'm sorry to be the bearer of this news. Oh, Brandon's getting over 30. He's getting over 30.
Yeah. Well, we had this discussion a couple of months ago, and I think you had him below 30.
I had him way below. No question.
Yeah. I'm not calling you out. I'm just saying that.
Out. I said earlier this week I thought it was 28 or 29.
Right.
Earlier this week I thought it was 28 or 29. It is most definitely north of 30. But not way north of it. The A.J. Brown deal to me now helps the 49ers.
$32 million.
Because
AAV.
Right, because Justin is 35 and the guarantee is 88. But A.J. at 32 and guarantee of 51, I think the 49ers could rightfully argue, Brandon, you're not at A.J.'s level quite yet. You're not quite A.J. So forget Justin. If Justin's over here, we're going to use A.J. Or if you're Brandon Ayuk, do you fall in between A.J. Brown and Jalen Waddle? I'd argue you do.
Yeah, and Jalen Waddle's getting 28.25 a year, and he got 3 years, and his guaranteed at signing is only basically $36 million. And A.J. Brown, his guaranteed is $51 million. And he's getting $32 million on the AAV. Also a 3-year deal, incidentally.
I'm going to move this every day, so just call me a flip-flopper all you want.
No, it's fine. It's new information.
I am a flip-flopper on this one. So are we doing a 3-year deal or a 4-year deal for the extension?
Probably a 3-year extension, all right, so I would guess.
3-year extension for Brandon Ayuk. And it's not really an extension. You're going to rip up the first year, the last year of this deal, essentially. But whatever.
And I'm looking at all these deals that were signed this year, and Justin Jefferson is 4, and then A.J. Brown 3, Amon-Ra was 4, and Waddle was 3. Devontae Smith was 3, Nico Collins was 3, Michael Pittman Jr. 3.
Okay, let's do 3. Okay. Let's do 3. As we sit here right now, I think it's a 3-year $92.5 million deal.
Okay.
With 45 guaranteed. You have to guarantee about half of it. I think that's what you're looking at. You comfortable with that?
If I'm Brandon Ayuk, am I comfortable with it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you comfortable with it if you're the 49ers?
You have to be.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be.
I'm like
Calvin Ridley. Yeah. Calvin Ridley got 4 years and 92, and his guarantee was $47 million. But that's a 4-year deal.
That's a 4-year deal? And 92 total?
Yeah, so $23 million per year.
Okay. Yeah, well, Brandon's
But the guarantee was 47.
Yeah, but it's over. That's an extra year.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, Brandon's guarantee go well over 50 if he gets a 4th year.
Right.
For sure.
But, I'm just trying to put his guaranteed money in terms of what's already been signed. Mm-hmm. And A.J. Brown at 51, Ridley at 47, and then you've got, you go down to Michael Pittman Jr., whose guarantee is 41.
Here's why I'm going to give both sides a little bit of space. And I heard Stats Guerrero on with the morning show today, and the circulating
social media bite that everyone's playing. If the Niners really wanted to sign Brandon Ayuk, they would have done it by now. No, I disagree. Here's why. Can we all just acknowledge this is a weird one? Brandon is a weird one. I think he's incredible. I think he's a fantastic player. But we all have to acknowledge what we're dealing with here. It's no different than how you're all going to feel about Brock Purdy next year. Brock Purdy can run around and be the top-rated quarterback in the league, but none of you are going to go, so he's the best quarterback in the league. You don't think that. You know, and Brandon, the 49ers lead to statistical oddities. We have to acknowledge that when it comes to contract negotiations. The 49er offense, being the way it is, run by Kyle Shanahan with the number of great players on it, it leads to statistical outliers. Now, it does not mean these players aren't really good. I will fight for them every time. But you can't say, well, Brandon Ayuk equals this, because I don't think there's another situation like him. Nobody else is doing 1,300 yards with like 6 targets.
Right.
Which is what he's, obviously stupid exaggeration, but
yeah,
like, do you have it in front of you? Amon-Ra's targets versus Brandon Ayuk's.
Oh, God. I think Amon-Ra had 150 targets.
Okay, here, let me pull it up. Let me get here we go. Here's the receiving leaders, and let's go to targets. Amon-Ra St. Brown had a touch over
164.
164 targets, a touch over 1,500 yards. Brandon Ayuk had about 260 less yards. 260 less yards than Amon-Ra St. Brown in
105 targets.
Okay.
So 60 fewer targets.
59 fewer targets.
Yep.
Run that over 17 games. That's 3 more balls that are getting thrown at Amon-Ra that Brandon doesn't even see. Okay? So how do you now figure it out? You got to get to all the advanced stuff. But yes, I hear the arguments that, Brandon Ayuk is, to a degree, a product of his surroundings like we do with all the 49er players. And therefore, I'm not putting Brandon Ayuk in the same sentence as CeeDee Lamb and A.J. Brown and Tyreek Hill. We're not doing that, okay? What are you doing with him then? Because he does more with less.
Right. He does almost more with less than anyone in football.
So the problem is I can see both arguments. Right?
And that's where, when you sit down at the table, there's going to be a certain amount of impasse because the Niners are going to look at it and say, well, Amon-Ra had 160 targets and he had all these catches, and Brandon Ayuk, you were 33rd in the league in catches. So yeah, you're good. We value you, but honestly, to want to be paid like one of these real top guys, we just don't see it.
And Brandon goes, hey, click on one of the other stats.
How about yards per reception?
There you go. Click on that one.
He was number 2. Amon-Ra was 42nd in yards per reception.
There you go. There you go. Oh, by the way.
How about success percentage?
Okay.
Which a successful reception gains at least 40% of the yards required on first down, 60% on second down, 100% on third and fourth down. He was 3rd in the league in success percentage, behind 2 guys you've never heard of.
Ooh.
The aforementioned Khalil Shakir.
I have heard of him.
And Durham Smythe.
I have not heard of him.
The tight end for Miami.
What, did he get 1 ball?
No, 35 catches.
Really?
Durham Smythe.
Really?
Smythe.
Durham Smythe had 35 catches this year?
Yeah. And a success percentage, I'm looking right at it, 72% success. He was a 3rd down machine. Forget 3rd and Jawan. 3rd and Smythe.
Durham Smythe. Whatever.
28-year-old tight end. But Brandon Ayuk is 3rd on that list.
Click on average yards per catch.
Yeah, I did that. He's 2nd. Only to George Pickens.
Yep. Yeah. So what are you going to do?
Yeah.
He's a tricky one.
Very tricky.
He's a tricky one.
And you're right about the Niners making it so that all these guys are tricky ones because they share the ball.
Right.
It's like having an NBA team where you have 4 guys who average 17 points a game.
Debo's tricky.
Yeah.
Debo's tricky. They figured it out, and then we all now think they're also going to duck out a little bit early on it. But he's a tricky one.
because he's different than every other player in the NFL. Remember, the contract negotiation is coming out of him literally running the ball from all different spots out of the offensive field, the backfield, wide out, running the ball, catching the ball from all over the place, and he dragged the team into the fourth quarter of the NFC Championship game by himself sometimes. And that makes him very tricky. The only non-tricky offensive player on the 49ers is Christian McCaffrey. I guess maybe Trent Williams, but we're not talking about a new deal for him.
Right.
McCaffrey, you're like, yep, I got it. You're kind of like the dude. We see that.
But he's also tricky because you're paying him more than any other running back in football, and you gave him a raise. So he went from number one among running backs to number one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great
even
point.
More number one.
They didn't really give him a big raise. They guaranteed the money.
Right.
They guaranteed the money.
And they threw a little bit on top.
And then they put frosting and sprinkles on it.
Exactly.
And they're like, all right, yeah. Jump change actually saved the 49ers money.
Right, but they did that because he is special and he's unique. And it's exactly what you're talking about. And you look at their catches, and it's Ayuk with 75, McCaffrey 67, and it's Kittle 65 and Debo 60. So no one guy of those four is going to dominate as far as catches or yards or touchdowns. They share the ball, which kind of mutes all four of them, really.
It's another great question for TJ. How do you, and this is a great question for all of you, 888-957-9570. How do you assess Brandon Ayuk? Because I really find him, I don't have any question when you're like, is he a top 10, top 15 receiver? Yes. Like, I can look at the guy, and all of us, we can look at him and tell that he can really play. But when you get into the contractual game and people start bringing up specific numbers, what are the ones that matter to you? You know, if I'm Brandon's agent, there's a bunch of stuff that I can point to. And then there's all the stuff we're sitting here clicking all the different little statistical numbers. There's a bunch of stuff that's got nothing to do with. If I'm Brandon, I'm also highlighting a couple other things. Hey, Niners, I block downfield. You require that. I'm amazing at it. I'm very good after the catch. You require that. I'm amazing at it. And here's maybe the real winner. You know what I am, 49ers? I'm a 49er.
I'm a winner. Yeah.
I'm a 49er. You're going to replace me with somebody who's going to come in, and every offensive player always tells us how long it takes to really settle in with the Kyle Shanahan playbook and all the complexities and all of that. You're going to replace me with someone who's never been here before? You got a guy that's 3 years in, and he's actually been into the foxhole and argued with Kyle Shanahan, and he's come out the other side and been tremendously successful. That's valuable. That's very, very valuable. But it's hard for us to sit here and measure that against the open market because none of that is open market stuff. How do you quantify, qualify? What do you do with that idea? I'm a Niner, and it's like talking to Draymond and the Warriors. Like, these numbers don't mean anything on the open market, but you all know how important he is to the Warriors. I think there's a level of that with Brandon Ayuk and the Niners.
Absolutely, and I think they know that internally, but when it comes time to pay somebody for that, that's a tough one for the agent to quantify and say, well, it's got to be an extra $5 million guaranteed based on the fact that, you know, he stood up to Kyle Shanahan and, you know, they had this discussion or they had this difference of opinion and, you know, he was able to toe the line and do the right thing. So you got to throw a little bit extra on that. That's not how these negotiations work usually.
No, they don't. They don't. But it's like that's why I'm willing to sit here and say, yeah, well, let's give you guys a minute.
Right.
This one's hard. And we're not all the way to the finish line yet. I do wonder
not
this.
Even close.
No, I wonder this. There's another good question we could ask TJ. Does it matter, like if you're the Niners, do you want to beat the Cowboys to the punch? Does it matter to you if you do this before or after CeeDee Lamb?
I think so.
That to me is something we can watch. August 1st, August 15th.
Right.
Are we scared? Training camp. I don't really give a rip about the first 2 weeks of August for Brandon Ayuk. I don't. But I do think right now there could be an interesting conversation with regard to who goes first between Ayuk and CD, because those two guys are pretty comparable. They come out of the same draft, the same round, and CD, I think, has a tick on Brandon, whether it's most stats or even just the way people sort of feel about them as receivers. But then again, he plays in an offense that's hucking the ball all over the place all the time. I think those two guys are pretty comparable. And if CD walks in and blows past A.J. Brown, that could spell some trouble for the 49ers and Ayuk.
Absolutely. And I'll ask TJ about the Justin Jefferson contract, if that is one that they're looking at, the Ayuk camp, as far as, maybe not a comp, but something that moves up his number a little bit, because, and I think CD Lamb is a great example of that. He was first in the league last year in catches, first in the league in targets, and he was second in yards, and he had more TDs than Brandon Ayuk. And I do know that it's not only about the numbers with BA. Certainly, we've talked about it. It's the blocking and the fact that you'll never put up those kind of numbers in the Shanahan offense. But if CD Lamb does jump up and go by A.J. Brown in the actual guaranteed at signing and the average annual value, if he's up in that low 30 range, if I'm Brandon Ayuk, I'm saying, all right, my price just went up.
Yeah.
So I do think it's important that the Niners get there before that.
Ask TJ that. I'll tell you what his answer is already.
Yeah, it'll be yeah. And when I ask him about the Justin Jefferson, did that make you guys happy?
Hell yes.
It absolutely did.
Hell yes.
BA's worth every dollar that Justin Jefferson is.
Well, no.
That's what he'll say.
No, he won't. No, he won't. He won't say that. Nobody's getting the Justin deal. That's the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of the league. No one's getting that deal. But did it drive the market up?
For sure. And that's why I think, and I said this before he even signed, I think that the Niners are missing out. I think the Niners are costing themselves money by waiting.
I really wonder. I wonder about that, because I think you get the sense right now, who's more upset that this isn't done in this moment? Brandon. Brandon's the one on social media putting emojis out, and I'm not sharing my food with anyone, all this. The Niners are like, we do this every summer.
Right.
With someone. We're fine.
Well, Brandon's doing what Brandon does. He's doing what the players do, which is put it out on social media and let the fans know that I'm the one. The fans are more interested in him being signed than they are with the Niners having to spend a little bit extra.
Chance to qualify to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey all week long right here on 95.7 The Game. We've been doing it. We're going to keep doing it tomorrow as well. 7:30 in the morning, 12:30 with Steiny and Goof, 4:30 with us every day this week, including today. So that's only a half hour away. All you need to do is listen, because after 4:30, we'll ask you about something that we said on the show, and the first person to call in with the right answer is qualified to win the autographed Curry jersey. Plus, each qualifier gets their own prize. Today, you'll get Warrior Lunchbox. You could put food in there.
I love that lunchbox.
Yeah, then you close it, you take it somewhere with you, and then you eat it. It's tremendous. I love this. So Warriors Lunchbox.
I'm going to eat it.
Thank you. Plus a qualifier for the Curry jersey, all happening at 4:30 today. Make sure you are listening. Okay. Oh, TJ says 4:05, guys. So coming up next, a tiny bit of Willard and Dibs, followed by Brandon Ayuk's personal coach, TJ Hushmanzada. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
I'm what you might call.
powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Well, I was on hold and waiting for you guys to talk to me. Jaden Daniels is FaceTiming me, so I had to tell him, I got to go on this show. I'll get back to you when I get off the show. So,
come on, Coach.
On 95.7 The Game.
That's right. That's our personal coach. That's Herm Edwards.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Look at this. By the way, it's not just a Warriors lunchbox. This thing is like a throwback. This thing is an original. This has that little and I'm showing this to our YouTube and Twitch streams right now. It has that little metal flip click thing.
Yeah.
Right here. This is the lunchbox this is the lunchbox we took to school with us when we were kids. This thing's fantastic.
You had a lunchbox?
Hell yeah.
I didn't know if you were old enough to remember lunchboxes.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I mean, we turned it into a major bag alert.
I love the young people.
Yeah.
Pretty soon.
Whatever, Grandy, you had a fanny pack when you went to
still have lunchbox. They're just now they're all like fancier.
Nylon and whatever. It's a Velcro. It's not a lunchbox. Like we would have lunchbox fights where you would take your lunchbox and you would
someone with it.
No, you would push it you would push it into the other guy's lunchbox to see who would survive. No doubt, dude.
What did you do?
You would slide your lunchbox on the table.
Okay.
Like you'd have a table where you would eat, and one person would be at one end of the table, and you'd be on the other end, and you'd push your lunchbox and have them crash into each other, and see whose lunchbox was better.
Okay, yeah, that I never did. You
remember pencil fights, right? You didn't do pencil fighting either?
No, we did thumb war.
Right.
Pencil fight? What do you do with the
pencil fight? One person holds the pencil and the other person takes their pencil and tries to break your pencil.
Yeah, no, I remember that.
Pencil fights.
I never
Lunchbox wars.
Never really got into that, but I know what you're talking about.
Turns out my childhood was more violent than yours. There's a surprise. There's a shock. Oh my God.
Anyway, this cool.
Lunchbox is awesome.
This thing's cool is what I was trying to say.
And much like everything else in modern society, that thing is about 25% smaller than the lunchboxes were that we used to have.
Well, they're trying to encourage us to portion control.
I get it.
Right? You know what I mean? One bag of goldfish is fine. You don't eat it. Thank you.
We get fatter, the lunchboxes get smaller.
Stay the same size.
Totally.
All right, let's talk to our good buddy, TJ Houshmandzadeh. The wide receiver market is exploding. TJ, first of all, thank you for coming on. Second of all, $88.7 million guaranteed? What in the hell's going on?
Hey, man, when you a baller, you get what you earn. You get what you earn, and so you got to get that man credit. He's been doubted pretty much. Coming out of high school, he wasn't highly recruited. Coming out of college, many didn't think he was the best receiver, and so he's done extremely well, and I'm happy for him.
Yeah, no doubt, and I'm sure you're happy for your buddy Brandon Ayuk as well, because if you're sitting in BA spot, don't you look at that deal and think, all right, my price just went up?
I mean, to a certain degree, yes, but BA is not getting what Justin Jefferson is getting. He's not. But to me, this is how contract negotiations work. It's very, very simple. They want to compare you to player A. But then when player A signs a contract that they don't like, they don't want to compare you to player A any longer. And so, to me, it's more of a, we want you. No. You don't tell me. You show me.
So, TJ, who's the player that you're comparing Brandon Ayuk to?
I mean, to me, very, very similar in age. It would have to be Amon-Ra. That's who I would compare him to, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Okay.
And so, if the Niners are willing to give him that type of contract, guaranteed. That just shows you they're not willing to give him that type of contract.
That's interesting because we've had a couple people come on this show just in the last week and say, well, Brandon's clearly better than Amon-Ra St. Brown. And Amon-Ra's fantastic. They're very, very different players. I was just talking about how this deal is tricky because Brandon put up numbers with way fewer targets. And you could look at that two ways because the Niners don't throw the ball all over the yard and they don't rely on one receiver. But Brandon did an amazing job with that. So, like, this one's tricky, right?
No, it's not. It's tricky when you don't want to pay the player what he deserves and what he's earned. That's when it gets tricky. What coach have you ever seen say, "Oh, you know what? I know I should be getting $10 million a year, but I'm gonna take $7 million." What coach have you ever seen do that? You don't see the coaches do that.
No.
But everybody expects the player. Oh, you're in this great offense. Oh, you have all these weapons. So pay me what I've earned, because the NFL and any profession, as soon as you can't play, they are going to get rid of you. Oh, you have a chance to win a Super Bowl. All the top players on that offense have been paid at the top of the market. I guarantee when Purdy's up, they're going to pay him at the top of the market. And so BA is looking like, wow, Debo got paid, Kittle got paid, McCaffrey got paid. Ooh, if I mean so much to this team, what's the holdup? Yeah, I don't get a lot of targets. Yeah, we have a lot of mouths to feed, but I'm an important part of this offense. But we all know they drafted Pearsall because Debo or Ayuk wouldn't be there after this year. Which one is it going to be? They're not going to keep all of them. Pearsall was drafted because Debo or Brandon Ayuk will be gone after this upcoming season.
Is there any fear then from Brandon's side that maybe it would be he that's not the one who's kept if they can't come to terms and he's got to end up playing on that fifth-year option?
Who knows? But fear? Nah. Fear is not the right adjective to use. No, not at all. And so, I mean, it's disheartening, man, because as a player, you just want to get what you feel you've earned. That's all it is. And when you feel you're worth this and they're offering you that, obviously that's the case because that's why he hadn't shown up yet. It's disheartening. And then it starts to make you angry. I went through this as a player. It starts to make you angry. And so hopefully this can be resolved sooner than later, because the longer this goes on, it's just a lot of animosity on the player side. It just pisses you off. And when you get paid, you're happy about it, but you're still kind of angry about like, damn, like they really don't think I'm that good.
TJ Houshmandzadeh, obviously a receiver great in his own right, but also has worked directly with Brandon Ayuk a lot throughout his career. He's joining us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. TJ, the thought is, two thoughts. First of all, I'm still stuck on you saying the Amon-Ra deal. Maybe I'm completely off on what the Niners are doing. If all they've got to do is match the Amon-Ra deal, to me, that's a piece of cake. Like, you're right. He at least deserves that deal.
If you got connections in the 49ers front office, you ask them, have they offered BA that? And come back and let me know. I know. And so if they want to get BA signed, give him the Amon-Ra deal. Give it to him.
Okay.
And guarantee he'll be in there tomorrow.
You are.
They don't want to do that.
TJ, you're opening my eyes and you're opening the eyes of our listeners right now, because I don't think that is the prevailing perception of 49er fans right now, that he is not being offered the Amon-Ra deal. Our thought was that it was going to be even higher than that.
Nah. Now, since Jets, Justin Jefferson, that's his nickname, Jets. Since he signed, maybe things have changed. But prior to the signing, if you had offered him Amon-Ra St. Brown's deal, he would be there. Now, I don't know this to be fact, but I believe that to be the case. And so it's just, the longer you wait, look at the Philadelphia Eagles. They signed Devontae Smith. Since they signed Devontae Smith, the market, like you said earlier, has exploded. So the Eagles, they were proactive. Devontae Smith is probably looking like, man, I probably could have gotten $4 to $5 million more per year. But the Eagles being proactive, they got out in front of it. And the Niners could have done the same thing. The longer they wait, it's like, okay, the next guy is going to sign. And then you start to think to yourself, like, man, I'm really comparable to this guy. Why am I taking what this guy is receiving? So I hope everything resolves itself, because the Niners have a hell of a team. That offense is damn near unstoppable. Kyle Shanahan's a great coach, but you just don't want your best players unhappy when you have a history of taking care of your best players.
Yeah, no doubt. TJ Hushmanzada here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. That next guy you talked about is CD Lamb. If CD Lamb comes in, not where Justin Jefferson is, but maybe above A.J. Brown or Tyreek Hill, what does that do to Brandon Ayuk's feelings and what the Niners might be looking at paying him?
I don't know. That's something for John Lynch, Ryan Murphy, that's BA's agent, and BA to figure out. That's something that they have to figure out. But if you put Ayuk in that Cowboys offense and he had as many targets as CD Lamb, what you think he gonna do?
Probably higher than 33rd in catches.
He's gonna have a lot of catches.
Exactly. So you put things in perspective. His explosiveness. So the Niners is going through OTAs. BA is going through BAs. Brandon Ayuk OTAs. So it ain't not like he's not working. He working. It's just you just want your contract to reflect. It's just a sign of respect. That's all it is.
TJ, when's the last time you worked out with him?
We haven't worked out this offseason. We've been texting a lot back and forth. I got a lot planned this summer with not just BA, a lot of the guys that I'm working with, the stuff and the things that we're going to do. But, yeah, he'll be out for sure in the summer. But, it was at one point he thought he may sign. So it was like, I'm not going to come out because I might have to go when I sign. And so that optimistic outlook has turned into a pessimistic outlook now. Like, damn, at one point he thought, hey, I might be leaving soon. And so now it's like, I have no idea.
So how recently was this that he was feeling optimistic?
Probably about a month and a half ago, I would say. There's a little optimism in the air. Yeah, I would say, yeah. You always think that, though, especially when you see certain guys have signed and you're like, okay, I'm comparable to this guy. This should be easy. Now let's get it done.
And now he's pessimistic?
It has to be pessimistic when you're not in minicamp, correct? Would you say so? You can't be optimistic when it's a mandatory camp and you're not there. These are my words, not his.
Right. Sure. I mean, what advice are you giving him in these text exchanges?
I'm just a big believer in, man, always trying to do the right thing. The Niners going to do what's best for them. BA must do what's best for him. Communication. A negotiation operates as such in my eyes. Both parties give a little bit, and you're okay with the solution, but neither party is exactly happy, but you're okay with it. That's a great negotiation when both parties give and take. But when one party is trying to dominate it, it's not going to work. I don't know if y'all married, but getting a debate with your wife, you're going to give a little bit. You're not going to dominate. It's just not going to work that way. And that's how a negotiation is. It's give and take, and we both walk away satisfied, but I probably could have got a little more. I probably could have gotten them to take a little less. That's a negotiation.
Yeah, both. I am married, TJ, and I take the L on the regular, so I don't quite know exactly what you're talking about with the give and take. But I'm looking at the situation now for Brandon, and it's only June. So how much patience can he show? And I know you've been in this situation before. How hard is it to get into the summer and still be patient and put in the work on your own?
I mean, in the summer, you obviously you would be off on your own anyway. You just want an update from your agent. Now, I've been in this situation, but I ain't been in this situation. I'm not the type of money they talking about. I ain't been in that type of situation. And so the summer, you're off on your own just getting ready for camp. And he's going to do that. But it's always that when the phone call coming, you're checking your phone. It's all like every day you're going to wake up. It's always going to be, it's today to day. And so he'll always have that optimism. It's today to day. The longer it goes on, just the more upset you become. That's all.
TJ Hushmanzada talking to us here on 95.7 The Game. TJ, how important is camp in August in terms of, or when does it become a problem, in your opinion, if he misses it?
I mean, obviously, he knows offense inside out. Same offense he's been in since a rookie. Purdy's been in. They know the offense. I don't know if it becomes a problem from a let's get on the same page thing, but you can work out all you want on your own. That tempo and the pace that you practice with in camp, it's hard to replicate that. Just training, like you don't go as hard. It's just something about that energy. It isn't the same. That adrenaline, it isn't the same. And so that's why you would like it to be done by camp, because you don't want him to come in, miss whatever in camp, and then you have a hurt hamstring or a groin or whatever it may be, because that adrenaline kicks in camp that you weren't training with. And so you want to avoid those type of things. And John Lynch knows, man. John Lynch was a hell of a player. He knows for sure.
Yeah, and they've actually talked about that before, about the importance of camp. And you mentioned Ricky Pearsall earlier about, the fact that the Niners drafted him. If you were in Brandon's spot and you saw that position being drafted in the first round, how would that make you feel?
I mean, I don't know, BA, but me, TJ, I would care less, because I'm thinking in my head, he ain't better than me, so draft him. And so I guarantee that's what BA thinks. Like, oh, he's pretty good, but he can't bleep with me. And so I'm sure that's mentality. Ricky Pearsall can play, though, by the way. Yep. He nice. He real nice. And so, but I guarantee BA's mentality is he can't do what I do. But we know the NFL, every year it's a draft. And that draft is to replace players that were in the league prior. And so at some point in time, we are all replaced.
TJ, they were teammates in college. I'm sure you know this. I wonder if you know the story that Brandon texted John Lynch right after the pick and wrote "fire pick." Do you think that was just straight genuine, or was there some closet messaging there to the general manager of like, oh, a receiver? I see.
No, 100% is genuine. Like players, okay. At least I'm not. Hey, we don't hate on other players, man. That's one thing. At least I don't. I'm not hating on no other player. I want everybody to get paid. I want everybody to ball out so they can get paid. So I guarantee it was no type of hate and no subliminal message. Every player supports every player when it comes to these type of situations. You draft the guy that I played with. Perfect. It's a familiar face. Let's rock. And so, no, 100%, that message was genuine for sure.
TJ, can I throw one more at you that we get from listeners a lot? And I know this is frustration because the Niners lost the Super Bowl. But we hear from listeners a lot, hey, Brandon and Debo did not play well in the Super Bowl. And when you compare him to these other top receivers in the league, they're all facing double coverage. Brandon's doing it against single coverage. He can't beat double coverage. Your response?
Man, them people don't, no disrespect to those people. Man, y'all don't know the game, man. Y'all don't know the game. Like, every receiver, every good receiver, very rare. You may get double, but it's not like it's two guys on you. They're going to play cover two with a safety over the top. Or they may play inside shade with a safety over the top. You know, rare. That doesn't happen often. That Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, those guys get it here and there. But when you have what the Niners have, it's hard to double a guy. And who says they weren't get open? Like, the Chiefs did a hell of a job getting pressure. So don't say they weren't get open. Look at the big picture of the game of football and say that those guys up front in the scheme that Spags implemented affect what transpired. The Niners, in my opinion, they should have won that Super Bowl. I felt like when they got that interception, if Shanahan just runs the ball, I believe they were on the 40-something yard line.
Mm-hmm.
They win the game. They win the game. But people always want we can trade him for this. You always want what you don't have. You think the grass is always greener, then you hop over the fence and you realize it wasn't what you thought. The Niners have a good team. They have really good receivers in Debo and BA. Man, be happy with it. Don't start, they didn't get open. I'm a football guy. there's so many different things that transpire to, did they get pressure on this play? Did Purdy have to shuffle his feet here? The timing is, there's just so many things that take place over the course of a play, just one play, that you say, he didn't get open. You're not going to get open all the time. You don't think the DB is out here busting his ass, getting better every day to try to stop you? You're not going to win all the time, but you're going to win the majority of the time when you're those guys.
You're the best, dude.
Awesome.
Thank you for coming on.
I appreciate it. Y'all the best. Keep it up, fellas.
TJ Hushmanzada, right here on Willard and Dibs. Dude never disappoints.
No. It's something about the cadence and the delivery. The information is spot on, and man, we can talk takeaways on the other side.
Oh my God!
I know you got takeaways.
Holy hell!
Couple bombshells.
Whole new world.
For sure.
Whole new world.
Well, and you have already changed your opinion once in this 2.5 hours we've been on the air, and I think you're about to change
to do it again. About to do it again.
Pivot.
Flappity, flippity.
Price goes up.
Flappity.
Price goes down. Price goes up.
Floppy.
Price goes down.
Yep.
So you go from giving him the big bag to the small bag, back to the big bag, and now it's an even smaller bag? I mean, wow. And I don't want to, spoil the payoff on the other side, but what he said about, if they would have offered him what Amon-Ra got, are you telling me that he wouldn't have taken that a month and a half ago?
Month and a half ago, Brandon was optimistic.
Right.
Now Brandon is pessimistic.
Yeah. And those are his words.
And he said, how could you not be?
True.
Because he's still unsigned. And that's, I'm sure, how anyone would feel.
Especially when the money is flying around like bats in the belfry everywhere else.
Right.
Wide receivers are getting literally tens of hundreds of millions of dollars, and he's sitting there running routes on a baseball field. Right?
Yeah. I mean, that's what's on his Instagram. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Man.
Okay. Yeah. Everything's different. Everything's different. Because again, it's one thing, and I don't want to betray any confidences, but like, it's one thing when we have a football expert on and they're like, so if this is going on, then there's that. And if that's going, like, didn't you walk out of there with the perception where you're like, oh, that's what's actually happening? Because TJ is texting directly with Brandon all the time.
Right.
So if he's telling you they'd take the Amon-Ra deal, that means that they would take the Amon-Ra deal. It also means they have not offered the Amon-Ra deal.
That's the part that
So I think there are a lot of you, I would imagine, are cruising around going, what's the Amon-Ra deal? So coming up next,
the Amon-Ra deal.
Our opinion totally changes. That's next. Plus, your chance to win or qualify to win the Steph Curry autographed jersey is immediately coming up next. So you're going to want to stay right where you are. Keep listening. And we're sponsored by Safeway on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for amazing digital deals for members. USDA choice boneless beef.
lot planned this summer with not just BA, a lot of the guys that I'm working with, the stuff and the things that we're going to do. But yeah, he'll be out for sure in the summer. But, it was at one point he thought he may sign. So it was like, I'm not going to come out because I might have to go when I sign. And so that optimistic outlook has turned into a pessimistic outlook now. Like, damn, at one point he thought, hey, I might be leaving soon. And so now it's like, I have no idea.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
4 years, $120 million and $10,000 for Amon-Ra St. Brown, an average of $30 million .002 per year, guaranteed at signing 34.666. That's the contract for Amon-Ra St. Brown. And if I read the conversation that we just had correctly with TJ Houshmandzadeh, the 49ers have not, and to this point are telling Brandon will not, offer him that contract. Now, guys, I don't know if we have this in all of the Lombardi sound that we cut up. I distinctly remember David Lombardi yesterday said, well, he's definitely better than Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like, he said it as in, like, blow that idea off.
Right. He's not a comp, in other words.
So he's going past that. TJ, he just said to us, you offer him that deal, Brandon's taking that. So, in the moment, lacking anything more firm than that, I'm going to sit here today, and I'm also going to acknowledge it's only June 6th, so I'm not going to get all bent out of shape yet either. But if this thing gets deep into August, and what we're saying is the 49ers won't do that deal, the 49ers are wrong. Period.
End of sentence.
I got nothing else to add to that.
Well,
if the Niners won't do that deal, the Niners are wrong.
Because that's basically what the cost of doing business is at the wide receiver position. And maybe it's the years, maybe it's the overall number. I doubt it's the guaranteed number because you mentioned it. The guaranteed number is 34.666. So yes, the total number is $120 million over 4, which is an average annual of about $30 million. But the total guarantee is much smaller.
All right. If you'd like a chance to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey and the Retro Warriors lunchbox, all you have to do right now is, nothing. Just stay right where you are. Just listen. That's it. Just listen. You have to do what your spouse is always asking you to do. Just listen. Please, just listen. Here's how it works. Over the next 15 minutes, you're going to hear all kinds of wonderful Amazeballs radio. And in 15 minutes, we'll specifically ask you about one of the things that you hear, and the first person to call the contest line and give us the right answer wins the lunchbox, and they're entered into the drawing for the Steph Curry autographed jersey. So mark this down. Don't call it right now, but mark this down so that when you hear the sounder again and we give you the cue, call 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Mark that down. Hang out for the next 15 minutes or so, and we'll get you all locked and loaded and in, and hopefully you can be our next winner. That would be qualifier number 12, right? 12.
Yep, 3 to go after
3
today.
3 to go tomorrow,
yep.
And then we'll give the prize away.
So the Niners, according to TJ Houshmandzadeh, if they would have offered Brandon Ayuk $30 million per year, he would have said yes. That tells me that they're not offering him $30 million per year, which would
nothing gets by you, Dibs.
I'm just trying to,
seeing how you got this
walk
job.
the people through it, trying to.
Nothing gets past you.
That's right, Bill Burr. Don't miss him at the Greek. You're gonna sit on a concrete slab and and you get a laugh
or grass.
Exactly,
one of them,
depending on where your seats are. But what would they be offering him? And you look at some of the other deals that are out there, and the average annual for A.J. Brown, 32, and Calvin Ridley, he was 23.
23.
Right.
Well, Ridley is nowhere near Ayuk.
Right, but just on the deals that just got signed.
What did Waddle get?
Waddle got 28.250.
28.250.
Right, and a guarantee of $36 million, which was a little bit more than Amon-Ra.
See, that's weird.
And that's a 3-year deal for $84.75 million over 28.25 million per year. And if that is, maybe that's the neighborhood where the Niners are thinking. Maybe they're even thinking lower than that.
It's interesting, though, because his guarantee is higher. That's usually what the player wants.
Right.
The AAV, less important. Then again, the AAV.
It's a 3-year deal, though, not a 4. Amon-Ra's is 4.
Good point. Very good point.
That's why his guarantee is slightly higher.
And I also think that the fantasy football world's going to have a hard time with this. I think Amon-Ra St. Brown's a phenomenal player.
Yeah.
Like, phenomenal. Fantastic player. Would I rather have Brandon Ayuk? Probably. I would. I think he's a little bit more dynamic, versatile of a receiver, more of a downfield guy. The fantasy football community is going to have a hard time with the idea of Ayuk's better than Amon-Ra. Amon-Ra performs better when it comes to those just straight numbers. He went over 1,500 yards this year. But again, as we said, lots more targets. 3+ more targets per game in order to put those numbers up. What are your thoughts on that? The comparison between Ayuk and Amon-Ra St. Brown. 888-957-9570. If you missed it, the relevancy of that is TJ Houshmandzadeh essentially just told us, which I think is opposite of what we were thinking, if they offered Ayuk the Amon-Ra deal, he takes it. I think most of us, I know I was assuming he would get more. They're saying he has not been offered that and would sign it in a heartbeat. That is very revealing to me. Anthony and Hayward. Hey, Anthony, thanks for calling the show. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for making it.
I called in. Sorry about that. But for me, I think the situation and the context with the contract is, for Detroit, Amon-Ra means so much more to their team. I mean, Ayuk, you guys could let go. You guys would definitely get worse. But he's not as vital to the team as Amon-Ra is to the Lions. So they're not willing to pay him that because he's not that much value to the team in terms of what Amon-Ra is to the Lions. I don't know. That's just kind of what I'm thinking. Let me take you guys' thoughts offline. But thanks again, guys.
All right, Anthony, thanks. Here's one thing I have a hard time with when it comes to contracts, which is his value to the team. I don't know if players come from that perspective when they are negotiating. I don't know if they do that. I rarely see that because look at what we're talking about. We're talking about comps around the league. This is what agents come to the table with. They're like, this guy got that, and here's where you sit based on that number, so now here's what you get. It gets real complex if you start doing value to the team.
Yeah.
And you make it just about this football team. A football player is looking at value based on the NFL, not just the team. This is the Draymond conversation that we've had so much. What would you pay Draymond Green if you were the Pistons? I don't know. Some people act like it'd be like, I don't know, $4. Because what the hell does he do for us? We're not winning. We don't have great shooters around him. That makes absolutely no sense. But he's super valuable to the Warriors. This becomes, I admit, a difficult conversation. But if you just say to Brandon, like if the Niners do sort of what you're suggesting, Anthony, and say, we don't throw the ball as much around here, so you're not as valuable. I got an easier sentence for you that you can use. Hey, Brandon, goodbye.
Yeah, they're not going to let him.
Doesn't work that way.
They're not just going to let him go. They're going to hardball him and make him play on his 5th-year option,
and then he can leave.
Exactly. Or they can franchise him like you talked about before, which they're not going to do. They don't use the franchise tag, but I'm sure the 49ers are getting into these negotiations. And like TJ Houshmandzadeh said, if they were offered the $30 million a year, Brandon signs that. Well, the Niners are looking at Amon-Ra and saying, all right, he's 3rd in the league in catches with 119. Brandon, you had 75. You were tied for 31st. So you're not as important. You're not as good, maybe, to use the G word, as Amon-Ra St. Brown. So you're not getting the $30 million a year, even though you can look at other metrics and you can look at other things. And the importance of Brandon Ayuk to a team that actually wins and goes to the Super Bowl he's got more import than his numbers would reflect. But when you're doing this negotiation, I'm sure the team is looking at the numbers and playing hardball with him.
For sure. But again, you can twist those numbers however you want.
Yep, absolutely.
And I do think the further you go into the numbers, this is just my and this is a super sort of sophomoric kind of or simple way of saying it because I'm not in there studying all of the advanced metrics. I think the further you go into analytics for wide receivers, the better Brandon gets, especially when compared with the rest of the league. We could give you, if again, you're just basing it on last year, we could give you a bunch of numbers that show that Brandon Ayuk was probably the most quote-unquote effective wide receiver in the league. Now, I don't necessarily think that's accurate. I mean, there's 1,000 different ways you could look at this.
Yeah, it depends on what you value, too. And I think if you're the 49ers, to the caller's point, they don't throw the ball as much as, any other team. They threw it the 32nd most in the NFL. Therefore, they could argue he's not as important because they don't throw it as much. But the other side of it is, because we don't throw it that much, doesn't Brandon Ayuk then become more valuable? Because when you do throw it, you give it to a guy who was second in the league in yards per reception, and he actually was 9th in the league in yards per game. Even though you don't throw it a lot, he still was 9th in the league in yards per game.
No doubt. Let me give you another sort of angle on this as far as stats are concerned. I saw this on a social media site earlier today having to do with fantasy football. And we're kind of at that time of year where people are starting to throw out these predictive stats.
Right.
Hey, when you get to your draft here in a couple of months, take a look at this. And here's the trend. And I actually saw the 49ers, here's one real simple stat to throw on to you. The experts project that the 49ers will be the highest scoring team in the league. Highest scoring team in the NFL. They are projected to have the most points out of any team in the NFL. So get your Niners, right? That's number one. But number two, almost every quarterback in the history of the league, if you look at the stat touchdown percentage, that can be predictive, both positive and negative. Touchdown percentage, meaning the percentage of their throws that end up in the end zone. If the number is 7 or higher, almost every time in the history of the league, there is a regression to the average when your percentage is 7% or higher. Only once has a player in the history of the league had a touchdown percentage of 7% or higher as a quarterback, followed it up by doing it again the next year. His name was Aaron Rodgers. One time.
Brock last year was 7%.
7%.
At 7.
Why do you think he was 7%? I would argue that one of the very, very key people in that stat was Brandon Ayuk. Because I already see some people saying, what the hell was Brandon before they had Brock? Well, I do think that works both ways. And so be very, very careful with the mere concept of Niners don't throw it very much, and therefore wide receiver, not as valuable, already got a good quarterback. I don't think this is the same as Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes and, hey, just move his top receiver out of there and you're still going to get your 12 wins. I don't think it's that simple with the Niners. Brandon Ayuk was, if you watch the games, the big catches, the tough catches, the third down catches, and the downfield catches. They belonged to Brandon Ayuk last year. He was a big deal. He was a big deal on a great team. And so this idea that he's not as valuable because Niners, I don't think I agree with that.
Well, I'm not saying I agree with it either, but when you look at what we are now learning from TJ Houshmandzadeh about what would be accepted by Brandon Ayuk, and you can then do the math and figure out what has or has not been offered by the 49ers, and you look at other contracts that have been signed, I'm sure the 49ers are looking at this situation, and maybe they don't value Brandon Ayuk as highly as certainly he thinks that he should be valued, and they used first-round draft capital to draft a wide receiver.
Yep, although they did that for him too. You know what I mean? Like they did, like obviously They think incredibly highly of Brandon Ayuk. They traded up in the first round to get him.
Right.
And then and he has now paid them off with a 1,300-yard season and a Super Bowl appearance.
But most recently, in this year's draft, they drafted a receiver. So it's not that they drafted a receiver because they don't like Brandon Ayuk or they don't want Deebo Samuel around. They did it because they want to get better, and they had a player there that they thought could come in and be good, but it also is a little bit of a shot across the bow to Brandon Ayuk that, if things don't work out, your replacement could already be in the building.
Connor and San Leandro next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Connor, what are you doing?
Hey guys, what's up?
What's happening?
Just want to weigh in on this Ayuk piece. I think in a year from now, if we're all talking about Ricky Pearsall, quote unquote, being in the doghouse, this entire conversation we're going to look back on and think, wow, we really should have valued Ayuk more. I mean, I think before the draft, this chess master theory that Kyle Shanahan uses all his players in a very specific way, and so we don't value Ayuk as much. I wish, if that was true, that John Lynch would have kept that in mind when we were figuring out whether to trade him before the draft, because then we could have gotten something rather than nothing. I mean, with Trey Lance, we ended up trading him away for a fourth. I think we have trouble getting value as we think. Like when we decide whether to trade folks, we're always thinking about market value. But if we have some other way of calculating players' value when we pay them, that should factor in when we make decisions about how much we're willing to trade them for. That's all I want to say.
Connor, I think it's a very, very fair point. Let me add this. Now, this is just me talking. TJ is obviously very tight with Brandon Ayuk and knows kind of the state of Brandon's mind. I'm not yet taking the 49ers stance on June 6th to be what their stance is going to be in August. Is that annoying if you're Brandon? Is that personal if you're Brandon? Frustrating? Infuriating? Is it all of those things? Absolutely. But it's not to me because it's not my contract and I've watched the way the 49ers operate. I think they'll come up. So in other words, the reason I answer it that way is I don't think, like you saying the Niners don't value Brandon highly enough, therefore they should have traded him when his value was high. I think the 49ers do value Brandon that much. They're just doing what they do. Parag Marate literally teaches a negotiating class at Stanford and once told me it's almost a habit of his. Like he does it when the family is talking about where to go to dinner. And if he's got somewhere he wants to go and his wife wants to go somewhere else, he will start to use, I shouldn't say this on the radio, but
negotiating tactics.
He's using, it's kind of like the way Kobe talked about competing in his house.
Right.
They would compete when they were eating. It doesn't matter what it is. We're competing. For Parag, doesn't matter what it is. We're negotiating. So the idea that Parag would just give you what you want on June 6th, he's just opposed to the mere idea. Whether he's going to end up there or not is not the point. I'm not going to meet your price on June 6th because why? No.
It's June 6th. Right.
Yeah. So I don't think that this is as much as TJ and Brandon may feel that way. I don't think today is reflective of what they actually think about Brandon Ayuk.
Right, but there is damage that can be done through the negotiation and through the process of it. And if Brandon Ayuk is feeling frustrated or if he's feeling angry and maybe it doesn't translate into him playing the kind of quality football that he needs to play, and maybe he ends up not going to camp on time. And TJ even mentioned, a hamstring or a groin or something that could happen because you're not in camp. And once you do get into camp and the adrenaline starts ramping up and you start to go full bore and you're not as prepared to be out there doing everything that you should have been doing before, these things can have a negative effect.
All right, there it is. It's time to boogie, Dibs. It is time to win. If you want to win a Warriors retro lunchbox and be entered into the drawing for the Steph Curry autographed jersey, it's contest line time. Call it right now, 415-523-4652, 415-523-4652. Here's the question, and then we'll go back to the phones. Earlier this segment, I said, quote, we could give you a bunch of numbers from last year that show Brandon Ayuk was probably the most, quotes, fill in blank, the most blank wide receiver in the league. I also followed it up by saying I didn't think it was necessarily accurate, but as a punchy word, so hopefully it stood out to you. A bunch of numbers from last year that show that Brandon Ayuk was probably the most blank wide receiver in the league. Do you have that word? If you've got that word, call in right now, 415-523-4652, Warriors Lunchbox, and be another qualifier to win the Steph Curry autographed jersey. And if you don't win, you got another shot tomorrow. 3 of them, in fact, 7:30 a.m., 12:30 p.m., and 4:30 with us. And thanks again to the Warriors for all of this gear and loot and prizes and all of that.
Pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give us a call. Win a lunchbox. Get qualified for a jersey. It's pretty fun.
Speaking of giving us a call, Matt in San Rafael. Hey, Matt, what's cooking?
Hey, guys. So the thing that I think that isn't really talked about as much as it might be. By the way, Mark, you playing Match Game, Gene Rayburn, that was really good.
That's not me, Matt, but thank you. Yeah.
No, the fill in the blank is Match Game.
Okay, go ahead, Matt.
The Niners have a roster full of players that get paid a lot of money, and they can't just write a check. If they would, they could, as we all know. The thing that I think is interesting is that the Niners have to look at long-term which player is going to do the team the most good in that position. And I think that Ayuk is the only, at this point, the only true wide receiver that they can rely on. I think they put a lot of value in it. Debo was really important, but I think that McCaffrey took over, and you've heard this a bunch of times, a lot of what Debo does. So I don't think Debo is as valuable. I think he's a great player, but he is not a true receiver. And if they can fill that role with other players like McCaffrey, like maybe Pearsall can do some of that. I don't know. I think that they're going to look at those two players differently because of that, because they can't find players at this point to do what Brandon Ayuk does. I think that they're going to sign him. I think it's going to be uncomfortable, but I think that Ayuk is a grown-up enough that he understands the business of this, and that the Niners can't just write him a check, because if they do, then they're going to lose somewhere else.
Yeah, Matt, thank you very much. I think it's a fair call. Let's further this conversation. If you missed what TJ Hushmanzada said to us, there's a lot of really interesting stuff. We'll bring it back to you here in a little bit. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And I think you can keep calling in on this, 888-957-9570. If the idea is Amon-Ra St. Brown is the comp, and Brandon would take that contract, then whose side are you on? In other words, is Brandon Ayuk as good or better or not as good as Amon-Ra St. Brown? We can keep getting into that on Willard and Dibs.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess.
Amon-Ra? That's who I would compare him to. Amon-Ra St. Brown. If the Niners are willing to give him that type of contract, guaranteed. That just shows you they're not willing to give him that type of contract.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That one surprised me. That was TJ Houshmandzadeh joining us about an hour ago, right here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. BA's personal coach, they've been texting frequently. We'll play you a bunch of what he had to say, including about 6 weeks ago, he's feeling real optimistic, thought he was about to sign. Now he's pessimistic.
Yeah, TJ said that he and BA probably weren't going to be able to get together and work out because BA had the sense that he was getting ready to come on in. And then 6 weeks later, he's running routes on a baseball field in an undisclosed stadium. Who knows where?
Who knows where? It's on
I know
Instagram.
It's not in Santa Clara. Yeah, it's on the IG.
Maybe it is.
Could be.
I don't know.
What if it's right around the corner, down the street, Santa Clara High, or
Incredible.
Wilcox?
Yeah, I don't think there's any baseball fields in that business park down there by Levi's, but still. We're taking your phone calls because that comp really got our eyebrows up. Houshmandzadeh saying Amon-Ra St. Brown is kind of the comp. If the Niners offered BA the Amon-Ra St. Brown contract, he would absolutely say yes. That shows that they haven't done it yet. And I can feel all of this coming from the fantasy football community. So many people I'm already watching on our text line and beyond that Brandon Ayuk is not as good as Amon-Ra St. Brown, which, by the way, that's a reasoned opinion. I don't think you're crazy if you think that Amon-Ra is better than Brandon Ayuk. But my God, at minimum, this is a conversation because Jalen Waddle got barely south of Amon-Ra and, in fact, got more guaranteed. And I don't think many of you would think Jalen Waddle is better than Brandon Ayuk, do you?
Yeah, probably
I haven't heard anybody say that. So, like, if BA would clearly take the Amon-Ra deal, well, the Waddle deal is like an inch south of it, right?
A little bit, yeah. It's 28.25 a year
As
over
opposed to
3
30.
years, so it's 84.7 total, and it's 36 million guaranteed, as opposed to 34.6 guaranteed and 30 million a year over 4 years. So maybe it's the years, maybe it's the average annual, maybe it's the guaranteed money. But for TJ to say what he said about, the Amon-Ra deal and BA, of course, I mean, he definitely would take that. That tells me that the deal that has been offered, and I would imagine they've made an offer to Brandon Ayuk.
Yep.
I'm sure there's been a little bit of back and forth.
Definitely.
But that tells me that the offer that they made is not close to the Amon-Ra money.
It also tells me that he's not going to get the Amon-Ra money. He's not going to get that contract. If he feels like, because what do we always say about good negotiation? Both sides come away a little bit ticked off.
That's what TJ said as well, yeah.
And if Ayuk is sitting there going, dude, I'd be thrilled with the Amon-Ra deal. Well, then you're not getting the Amon-Ra deal.
Right. Even if CeeDee Lamb comes in above the Amon-Ra deal, which I would imagine that he would when his deal gets signed.
He definitely will.
He won't be up at Justin Jefferson's range, which is $35 million a year and $88.7 million guaranteed. Every time I look at that number, and then I look at A.J. Brown, who's number 2 on true guarantee at 51 flat, or Tyreek Hill at 52.5, that's $36 million above the next highest number in total guarantee. That is like, wow. And I think David Lombardi said 70% higher. That's just a crazy number.
It's an absolutely bananas contract.
Right.
But these things do become circumstantial. Justin Jefferson, I think most would argue, is the most talented receiver in the league. He's incredibly young. He's also on a Vikings team that's not paying a quarterback right now. And he's the face of the team. He is now the face of that team with their quarterback gone. I saw another report this morning, and this is normal for rookies, but that Sam Darnold is, quote, squarely ahead of J.J. McCarthy.
Right.
As the quarterback.
In June.
Is that a motivator or, right, is that just taking the pressure off the rook, whatever? Or does it mean that Sam Darnold's starting week 2 against the Niners? All these things could be true.
That's what I think it means.
Probably.
I think it probably means that J.J. McCarthy will get the start about week 5 or 6. That would be my guess. We can get into that as we get closer.
Here's the comment you were just referencing, TJ Houshmandzadeh on Ayuk calling him and calling off their workout.
I got a lot planned this summer with not just BA, a lot of the guys that I'm working with, the stuff and the things that we're going to do. But yeah, he'll be out for sure in the summer. But, you know, it was at one point he thought he may sign. So it was like, you know, I'm not going to come out because I might have to go when I sign. And so that optimistic outlook has turned into a pessimistic outlook now. Like, damn, at one point he thought, hey, I might be leaving soon. And so now it's like, I have no idea.
Oof. This whole thing, super interesting. And again, we're putting it out to you. If the Amon-Ra contract is the comp that Brandon, quote unquote, would take, and the Niners are not offering that, well, who's right, who's wrong? What is your comparison of Ayuk to Amon-Ra? We can talk it out. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Tim in San Jose. Hi, Tim. What are you doing?
What's up, Eric?
Tim?
Hey, so Gavin just told me you were
Oh, hang on.
tomorrow. So,
Sounds like they've got their own negotiation going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Tim.
All right.
We'll get back to you, Tim.
Yeah. If I just click that, what puts him back on hold? Oh, I do that.
Yeah.
There you go.
Perfect.
Right.
Look at you.
Lucas, see if you can get Tim's attention. Anyway, man, my head is spinning.
Who's right and who's wrong is the way you are phrasing it.
Well,
And it's a little bit of a tricky thing. Like, who would you blame if this thing doesn't come to pass?
Well, I guess I would say this. Like, I would say the 49ers are wrong if it comes to that, but it's June.
Yeah. June 6th.
TJ, clearly through Brandon, are taking this personal, like, give me that deal and give me that deal now. And the Niners are like, no, it's June 6th. We've got things to let play out. We've got all kinds of, you know what I mean? And like, the 49ers are very comfortable making their players uncomfortable.
In June, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they did it with Debo. They did it with Nick Bosa. And now they're doing it with Brandon Ayuk. They're very comfortable in that space. I wouldn't be comfortable in that space. I don't think all of their players, I think Brandon for sure is not comfortable in this space. And is there fallout because of that? I mean, TJ certainly suggested that there is. Like, even if you sign, you come back all angry. And where does that take you? Let's compare that to Debo Samuel. Debo got his money, but clearly went through a period where he was very, very upset. And what did he do? I mean, he came in out of shape. Didn't have a very good season. Sort of insinuated that he had another argument with the team about a month and a half ago. Work through it. They're professionals. They're, the dogs. They all want to play.
Yep.
They want to put good stuff on tape. They do it. And largely the reports you hear from the players are that the 49ers are a very, very well-liked organization, but not always when it comes to this. So I guess that's how I would answer the question. If it gets past August 15th and there's no deal, yeah, I'm gonna put this one on the Niners, not Brandon. Because it sounds to me, based on what we were just told by TJ, Brandon and his agent are operating in a pretty fair space. Like, think about the conversation we had yesterday. Oh, the Justin Jefferson deal. This is going to blow the receiver thing out of the market. And there's A.J. Brown and $50 million guaranteed and all this. TJ just said, dude, we'd jump at the Amon-Ra deal.
Right. And he also said that, he's not comparing himself to Justin Jefferson. Like you said that TJ would report back, and that's fair. He's not Justin Jefferson, and you mentioned Minnesota and not having a quarterback that they're paying, and they're in a spot where he is the face of the franchise, and they had really no choice but to give him max money. I think they might have gone a little overboard, but credit Justin Jefferson's agent for getting that deal done, and $88.7 million fully guaranteed. Good job. Good on you. But he's not going to get that, and the fact that the Amon-Ra contract at $30 million a year and a guarantee that is south of $36 million or south of $37 million, the fact that would be a yes and that hasn't been offered, that becomes a little bit of an alarming trend for me, because I wonder.
Totally.
And TJ wouldn't either say or know what they're offering. Like, where do you think the Niners are as far as what they're offering in average annual value and in guarantee?
I'll take Ian Rappaport's constant words. The two sides are not close.
Right. So if Brandon Ayuk would take the Amon-Ra deal at $30 million a year.
Would he take the Waddle deal?
Which is 28.2 and a guarantee of $36 million at signing. Probably, but I'm sensing that the offer that the Niners are coming with right now, if they are far apart, it's probably
25.
Exactly. Which is the Nico Collins contract. I'm looking at all the contracts that have been signed.
Yeah, what did Nico
this
get?
year.
That's a good one. What did Nico get?
Nico got 3 years and 72.7.
Okay.
Which is 24 and a quarter. 24 and a quarter a year and $32 million guaranteed. Nico Collins. Good player.
And they're a very good player.
Brandon's better.
But if any of you
fantasy football.
Any of you want to start doing the Nico's better than Brand, get out of here. Get out of here. So yeah.
They're comparable.
They're not comparable.
Nico had 80 catches to Brandon 75. Nico had 1,297 yards to Brandon 1,342.
Right.
These are
going.
close.
Yeah, this is his
8 touchdowns to Brandon 7.
Okay.
I mean, these are comparable numbers now.
So now we're only looking at last year.
Well, yeah, that's just what we're looking at right there.
Then how the hell did Justin Jefferson get $88.7 million? Barely played last year.
He was hurt.
Yeah.
He was hurt last year.
Right. I'm just saying, Nico Collins has had one good year in the NFL. He's had one good year. He's a young player.
Breakout year.
Yeah, he had a
when
breakout
he needed
year.
it.
It was a breakout year. It was very well timed.
And he also had, no quarterback. Honestly,
CJ Stroud?
Last year he had a quarterback.
Yes.
Prior to that, he had no quarterback.
Well, right. Yeah.
Davis Mills.
He didn't have a coach. He didn't have a quarterback.
Brandon Ayuk to play with Davis Mills, and I apologize to Davis Mills and all the Millses out there.
Out there just catching strays.
He definitely caught a couple right there. But Nico Collins is a contract that becomes an interesting one.
Yes. However, they're all interesting. But I know in you spitting those numbers at me, you're not suggesting that Brandon's deal should be like the Nico Collins deal. You're not saying that, are you?
I'm not saying that. No. What I'm saying is, if Ian Rappaport, Rap Sheet, is saying that the two sides are far apart, and TJ Hushmanzada is saying, yeah, we'd take the Amon-Ra at $30 million. Well, if you're pretty far apart, then I will look at other comps that are further apart from Amon-Ra, and I look at Nico Collins at 24.2, Michael Pittman 23.33 with a guarantee of $41 million. These are contracts that are on the lower end of what being far apart would mean to me.
And if that's what the Niners are offering, the Niners are wrong. If it stays there.
Right.
If it stays there. And yes, TJ says that if this goes into August, whether it gets signed or not, it could be a problem.
It's disheartening, man, because as a player, you just want to get what you feel you've earned. That's all it is. And when you feel you're worth this and they're offering you that, obviously that's the case because that's why he hadn't shown up yet. It's disheartening. And then it starts to make you angry. I went through this as a player. It starts to make you angry. And so hopefully this can be resolved sooner than later because the longer this goes on, it's just a lot of animosity on the player side. It just pisses you off. And when you get paid, you're happy about it, but you're still kind of angry about damn, they really don't think I'm that good.
No doubt. No doubt. It pisses you off.
Well,
what about Devontae Smith? Is he a comp for Brandon Ayuk? He's had 3 really good years. Not great years. He's been solid. He's been a consistent receiver, and he got 3 years, $75 million, which is an average annual of 25 on the dot. And he got a guarantee just shy of $34 million.
And Devontae Smith now for 2 years running has not had to act as the number one receiver on his team.
Right.
So
and you could argue that Brandon Ayuk is not really the number one receiver.
I don't know how you would argue that.
Well, you've got McCaffrey and Kittle and Debo. It's kind of a committee.
His yardage destroyed everyone,
Right.
Blew everyone else out of the water.
But you know what I mean about the Niners offense. It's more of a committee. You share the ball, and you don't throw it that much.
You share the ball in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
You share the ball in Philadelphia a lot.
With one other guy.
Yeah. I could argue. These are two receivers who are both got paid in Philadelphia for a team whose best play is to just have everybody fall down in the middle of the field and roll over for 4 yards.
It's unstoppable.
Yeah. I mean, by the way, did you see Jalen Hurts had a comment today? This quick aside, Dibs.
Okay.
A
quick aside.
Jalen Hurts said today, quote, 95% of the Eagles' offense for 2024 is new.
Whoa.
How's that?
95% of the offense is new?
I wonder if that stupid up the middle thing is part of the 5% that stayed.
Tush push, 100% part of the 5.
Yeah, right? Except for there's no Jason Kelce, so does it work anymore? Is it going to work?
Probably.
He was supposedly the thing that made it go. He was the straw that stirred the drink.
That thing was like a 95% success rate, that play.
I hate that play. It's so stupid.
Yep.
I can't argue with it. It's not against the rules. But it's just like, what are we watching here?
Right.
I love it when people do that. It's not against the rules. Well, there's certain things in the spirit of sports that are like, okay, you know, it's kind of like when they put all the infielders on the right side of the base. Not against the rules.
Right.
Right, but it's stupid. It's
also
stupid,
like
and we don't like watching it, and this is entertainment, so stop doing it.
And the NBA did a good job of that with the hack-a-shack and the take foul and all the other nonsense that teams would do to avoid, you know, getting beat on the fast break. They just outlawed it. And I would imagine that football eventually will get to that point, but they're too busy fixing the kickoff.
Right.
Which I'm looking forward to seeing that.
And teams are going to have multiple kickers and people are bulking up. Good point by 650 on our text line. Nico Collins did all of that in 15 games.
Okay.
How many did Brandon? Brandon missed
one game.
He missed one.
He missed
one.
In
16 games.
Yeah, I think he missed. The only game he missed, I think, was that last game where they sat everyone against the Rams.
Yeah.
And which is why Sam Darnold struggled in that game. But I don't want to, quick aside, Team Darnold over here.
Go down that route.
Don't want to derail this whole thing. I'm just looking at contracts that, because if Ian Rappaport is right in terms of them being, quote, far apart, and TJ Hushmanzada, who's close to Brandon, says, yeah, we would take that Amon-Ra deal at 30. If you're far apart, it feels to me like the Niners might be using some of these deals that were signed this year, like the Nico Collins, like the Devontae Smith, contracts that are more in the mid-20s as the neighborhood that they want to be in.
Interesting conversation, okay? So let me take the arc of the day, because I referenced earlier in our show something that happened on the morning show when Rob Stats Guerrera said, he criticized the 49ers for not getting this done yet. Like, receivers they're all signing. Why not Brandon? I disagree, because I go, this one, the mere nature of our conversation right now is that this is tricky. I don't think the world knows how to tab Brandon Ayuk. Half of you are like, this guy's the fourth best receiver in the league behind Brown, Hill, and Jefferson. And then there are other people who are like, Nico Collins is better than Brandon Ayuk. So I think it's tricky. TJ, though, makes a statement that very much leans in the direction of what Stats Guerrero was saying earlier today.
Look at the Philadelphia Eagles. They signed Devontae Smith. Since they signed Devontae Smith, the market, like you said earlier, has exploded. So the Eagles, they were proactive. Devontae Smith is probably looking like, man, I probably could have gotten $4 to $5 million more per year. But the Eagles being proactive, they got out in front of it. And the Niners could have done the same thing. The longer they wait, it's like, okay, the next guy is going to sign. And then you start to think to yourself, like, man, I'm really comparable to this guy. Why am I taking what this guy is receiving? So I hope everything resolves itself, because the Niners have a hell of a team. That offense is damn near unstoppable. Kyle Shanahan's a great coach, but you just don't want your best players unhappy when you have a history of taking care of your best players.
I think that's a great statement. However, did he contradict himself? Because you asked him this a little bit later, and he essentially was like, the CD Lamb thing. Because my next thought when I listen to that is, well, then you better race and get there, get this done before CD. And he was like, no, that's not really a thing. So I don't know if time has just expired or if time is still a factor now. It's not going to go down. I mean, it is sort of a funny overall argument, though, because people are like, oh, the earlier you do it, the better. Well, I mean, isn't that like true every single day of the week? I mean, if that's the case, then just sign all that. Of course, everything's going to keep going up. But Ayuk's comps don't change. And so you could also easily argue if you're the 49ers, you're like, Devontae Smith is still the comp that he was whenever they signed that. So we can still use that as a comp.
Right.
No one's going to use Justin Jefferson as a comp. So I don't know, man. I don't know if, is the market rising? Just because Justin signed, I don't necessarily agree that the market is rising with every day right now because the comps are still the comps.
Right, but the top of the market has risen based on what Justin Jefferson got, and CeeDee Lamb is still out there. And if you're Brandon Ayuk, you look at CeeDee Lamb's contract, and I think you can, start to think about that being a real comp, not Justin Jefferson. So I do think it's interesting what he said about Philadelphia being proactive. And Devontae Smith, I'm looking at it, he only got $25 million a year, whereas if he was still out there now looking to sign his deal, I think TJ Houshmandzadeh's right. He could probably expect to get 28 or 29 based on what other receivers who are maybe not as good as him have gotten.
Yeah, I don't know. Devontae's not Jalen Waddle. He's not.
Well, Jalen Waddle's a 2 as well.
That's fair.
And he got 28 and a quarter.
He has performed as a 1. Devontae was a 1 for a second, like basically almost as a rookie.
Yeah.
I don't think he's got that in him. He's a very good receiver. But if he's your best receiver, your core's probably not quite good enough. You know what I mean? The Waddle thing feels a little bit like a set aside. They knew that Jalen Waddle can absolutely be a 1. There is somebody who's so unique and special that the Dolphins decided, all right, we're gonna push all our chips in the middle of the table for Tyreek as well. I don't know how the Dolphins do what they do. We don't need to go down that rabbit hole, but they're about to pay Tua, right? And some think he's going to reset the quarterback market. Brock Purdy fans, keep an eye on what happens with Tua with Miami, because same type of deal where it's like, well, you're small and you're not the best quarterback in the league, and you're a product of your offense and your play calling.
Yeah, third best quarterback in your own division.
Maybe, but he's gonna get paid. He's gonna get paid a whole lot.
Yeah.
So if you're putting that amount of money into Tua and 2 receivers, can the rest of your team be good? I don't know, because Miami was already short on some of in the trenches and on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, but doing it though with a couple of running backs on their rookie deals with Achane, and their offense still was pretty dynamic with different pieces. But now that Waddle's getting paid and Tyreek Hill is getting paid, we'll see what they do as far as the cap. And I'm just looking at it. Waddle's getting 11% of the cap on his own at signing, and Jalen Waddle got 28.25. So maybe that's the number that Brandon Ayuk is looking at as the price that he is hoping to settle on. But just based on what TJ said about, where the contract would be that they would sign, and Ian Rappaport saying that they're far apart, I wonder what the negotiations are like, because, if Brandon Ayuk is as upset as TJ Houshmandzadeh was indicating that he might be, or as TJ would be in that spot, maybe their offer's even lower than what we think.
I am always interested and fascinated by the way fans react in moments like this. And again, maybe it's our echo chamber where negativity reigns supreme on social media and whatnot, but it feels like there's a good, healthy number of 49er fans who are like, look, we're a run-first team. We still got Christian. You still got Debo. You drafted these kids. TJ likes Ricky Pearsall too, by the way.
Yeah,
let's throw that into the conversation. Everybody seems to, the early returns, which don't matter, but the early returns all sound absolutely fantastic. So that's great. That's great. But it's so interesting to me when people play amateur businessman or businesswoman. I am too. This is not my jam. I'm not a capologist, but I couldn't give a rip if you give Brandon Ayuk 29 instead of 26. And someone will go, whoa, but he not Amon-Ra. Who cares?
Right.
Are you a Niner fan? You literally cannot argue that the Niners are better off without him. I think there's no argument for that. You said this week they're barely a Super Bowl contender without him.
No, they're not, I said. So, they're a playoff team, but they're not a Super Bowl contender without him.
If you feel that way, my God, they're playing with fire. Playing
on
with
June
fire.
6th.
Yes, on June 6th. And I know that would be their argument. The Niners look at situations like this, they put their feet up and light a cigar and laugh. That all of us are like, oh, we're freaking out.
Yeah.
That's how the Niners act. And so maybe they win out. But by the same token, when you do that every time as a rule, you're dealing with very different personalities. Okay? Debo got angry, got through it, and mostly performed. Nick Bosa comes from a family that also does this for a living. They also kick their feet up and light a cigar and eat an omelet.
No, come on.
Exactly right. And so the Bosas just looked at the Niners and went, we're not blinking. And the Niners lost that negotiation. Make no mistake. They pushed and pushed and pushed, and they lost. I think they have more leverage in this one than they had in that one. But by the same token, you're dealing with different personalities each time you do this, and not every one of them is going to recover the same way.
Right.
When you drag them through this difficult situation.
And you couldn't replace Nick Bosa. You can, and you may have already tried to with Ricky Pearsall, replace Brandon Ayuk, and that's where part of the leverage lies, because if you're Nick Bosa chilling, eating 6-egg omelets with his mom down in Florida, you know that there is no other pass rusher like you. They can't just replace you. They can't go forward without you. So that's where all that leverage lies. And forget the 5th-year option and the franchise tag and all the rest of that. Nick knew that he was going to get paid. He was going to reset the market and all the rest of it. But if you're Brandon Ayuk, you don't have that same belief. Heck, Ricky Pearsall's down in Santa Clara running around catching passes right now from Brock Purdy.
Yep.
And
sure
you're
is.
not, BA.
Yep. And actually, we asked TJ about Ricky Pearsall and a number of different aspects of it. But in fact, would be upset that the 49, what's the reaction when the Niners call out a receiver's name in the first round?
I mean, I don't know, BA, but me, TJ, I would care less because I'm thinking in my head, he ain't better than me, so draft him. I guarantee that's what BA thinks. Like, oh, he's pretty good, but he can't bleep with me. And so I'm sure that's the mentality. Ricky Pearsall can play, though, by the way. Yep. He's nice. He's real nice. And so, but I guarantee BA's mentality is he can't do what I do. But we know the NFL, every year it's a draft. And that draft is to replace players that were in the league prior. And so at some point in time, we are all replaced.
All right. So, yeah. Is Ayuk bothered by it? Because I followed up by asking him that text that he's famously sent John Lynch there. Was it genuine, or was Brandon sort of like, oh, a receiver, I see? And TJ was like, no, totally genuine. Pearsall's his boy. They're rooting for each other. That is all good. But also tucked into there is TJ's like, I don't know what it is about other players. They love Ricky Pearsall. They love him.
He ain't better than me.
CJ Stroud lost his mind when the Niners picked Pearsall. Brandon Ayuk sent a text. TJ Houshmandzadeh, he's nice. The reporters on the scene at OTAs this week cannot stop raving about Ricky Pearsall.
The route running and the hands. A lot of that.
Tuck that into your opinions as
Larry
we go.
Krueger compared him to Puka Nacua.
There you go. Said Brock Purdy to Ricky Pearsall could be like Stafford to Puka.
Love it.
Puka.
I mean, if he has that kind of a year, then somebody's going to be gone at the end of the season. It'll be Ayuk or Debo. You're not going to keep both those guys around if Ricky Pearsall has anything even close to a Puka Nacua year.
Oh, God. I didn't even know if they'd make it through the year. They might trade one of them at the deadline.
Yeah.
If he's performing like that.
And that's what Mike Silver intimated in his tweet yesterday.
I mean, look, it does get interesting because you and I had this conversation a bunch over the last 6 months with regard to the idea of rookie receivers. I am very hesitant to put a lot on the shoulders of a rookie wide receiver. Most guys take a minute to really shine. Doesn't mean you can't play well. Rookie receivers, there's always a few that have a mark, but it's very rare that they put up the kind of numbers they do right out of the gate. There's such a learning curve at that position, and you have to learn an offense. NFL game, completely different. Very rare that a rookie does it. But, of course, the latest example would be Puka Nacua. And he was so dynamic, so quickly. And out of is he a fourth rounder?
Fifth, I believe.
Fifth rounder? Yeah. Not someone who was supposed to be all that great. Not a first rounder like Pearsall. So you never know. You never know, because don't forget also where Puka's opportunities came from. They came from the fact that Cooper Kupp got hurt. Same thing could happen to the Niners. What happens if Debo or Brandon goes down in week 2? Pearsall comes in and never gives it up.
Right.
How does that change this conversation? No? I mean, that's definitely possible, especially with the way Debo plays. He does get hurt a lot.
Right. And depends going forward about the contract, too, with Debo Samuel. And I think he's right now 11th in average annual value. Yeah, he's sitting at 11th. Debo is making 23.8 on his deal, which would be come due at the end of next season. So depending on what Brandon Ayuk eventually gets, you're going to have two guys making north of 23, 24 million. That's going to be a lot. It's going to be a no from them, dog.
I mean, right. The chances of Debo and Brandon both being on this team after this year are what?
I would say not slim, but slightly better than slim. Unlikely. Yeah. I put it at about 25%.
I'll take the under.
On 25%?
Yep. I was feeling kind of like 10.
Yeah.
Maybe 12 and a half.
That would be slim. That'd be 1 and 8.
Yeah.
12.5%.
Thank you.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah. It feels like that's just not in the cards with the way that this is all playing out. I don't even know if you're a Niner fan if you want that. And I know that sounds weird because you're like, Debo and Brandon, why would we not want that? Well, I'd argue because if they stay, then someone else goes.
Most likely, yeah.
Maybe you don't want that person to go. You want to keep Debo if it means that Kittle's going?
Or Mooney Ward or
what? Like I haven't done a dive into all the contracts to see which ones they could get out of. But yeah, Mooney Ward, where are we with people like Fred Warner? I have no idea, but it's just probably not in the cards. So I don't know. To me, the likelihood is this is the Niners being the Niners, and you can give that an eye roll if you want, because this is the way that they negotiate, especially now. They didn't always do this. You look around the team and talk about all the guys who have, quote unquote, been paid, and not all of them were this hard. Fred wasn't hard.
Yeah.
George wasn't hard. I don't think Brock will be hard. You and I talked about that early in the week. I'd be shocked if Brock goes through this next offseason. It's going to be quick because it'll be obvious.
And it's going to be a lot.
It's going to be a lot.
Yeah. And unfortunately,
unless something crazy happens.
Well, and when that contract gets signed, they won't recoup the same sort of cap savings because he's only going to be making about $1.1 million. So, like with Brandon Ayuk, if this deal ever does get signed, that cap hit for this year gets cut in half, and so you can recoup that savings and use that money for Brock Purdy down the road. But I'm thinking more and more pessimistically about not that this deal gets signed or doesn't get signed. I think it eventually does, but I'm thinking more and more like Brandon Ayuk's price is not going to be as high as we all think.
Well,
when push comes to shove, again, and you get into August, you get into late July and early August, if this is not done and all the other deals are done and all the comps are set in stone and, he wants Amon-Ra money and it's not being offered, eventually he may have to just swallow hard and take what they're offering. You don't want that.
Wow.
As a Niner team.
He does not feel like the kind of guy who would do that, to be honest with you. I think that Brandon is dug in. And where I feel, not sympathy, that's the wrong word, but where I feel understanding about that is based on this information that we were just given right here from TJ Hushmanzada. Like if we are definitely talking about something that at the most would reach 30 a year, but we're actually talking about 28 or 29, which is what I predicted yesterday and then flip-flopped on it about 3 hours ago.
And then 2 hours ago.
And then 2 hours ago, and I'm going to flip back. Like, if that's what we're actually talking about, well, I mean, the Niners may sit here and go, yeah, that's a lot.
Right.
That's a lot. But sorry, yes. Like, that, I feel understanding in that Brandon, he deserves that based on the other names that are out there.
He's earned it with his play, no doubt.
If Jalen Waddle is at 28.25, to me, that's a floor. That's a floor for Brandon Ayuk. He's got to get above that. He's got to get at least that. And if that's the floor, and they'd be thrilled with 30, the Amon-Ra deal, well, now it sort of feels like that's an easy negotiation to do.
Right.
It's a very small window. Fit it in there.
That's your floor. And I don't think that they see that as the floor. I would say
too bad.
They're probably, too bad for Brandon Ayuk if that's the way this is going to go.
No, too bad. Jalen Waddle signed the deal.
I think they're looking at the floor as other players who've signed this year. Michael Pittman Jr., 23.33. He's got $41 million guaranteed. Nico Collins, as mentioned, 24.25 per year, $32 million guaranteed. Jerry Jeudy, he signed for $52.5 million, $17.5 a year, $41 million guaranteed.
Yeah, Jerry Jeudy. Judy's terrible compared to Brandon Ayuk.
I'm just telling you that
Jerry Judy's a joke
when you're talking about
Ayuk.
The floor, he got $41 million guaranteed.
I know. And
that's a nice guaranteed number.
He's nowhere near as good as Brandon Ayuk.
You're right.
It's not even close. And by the way, if we're going to use Nico Collins' numbers and dive into what happened last year, Jalen Waddle just got 28.25, 104 targets, 72 catches, 1,014 yards, and 4 touchdowns. That's Jalen Waddle.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brandon's better.
We had a better year this year.
And he's a number one. And Waddle, I admit, can be, but he's not.
Right.
I don't know, man. Like these.
Well, Brandon's he's a one in quotes, I think, because
really?
You're a team that doesn't have a one. You share the ball so much that you really don't have a one. I don't think.
When a guy goes for 1350, he a one.
Well, when you have a guy who goes for 75 catches and the next guy on your team has 69 and the guy has 68, it's a committee.
Okay, then just use your eyes. Brandon a one?
On this team, yeah. On a team that throws it 32nd most.
I said, is Brandon a one?
He's not a one.
He's not.
He's a 1B.
You'd argue that he is or is not a top 15 wide receiver?
He's probably top 15.
Then he's a one.
Well, for a team that doesn't pass the ball.
There's 32 teams. There's 32 teams. If you're going to say a guy's a top 15 receiver, he's a one.
Not if you have a team full of other receivers and a running back who catches it a bunch and a receiving tight end.
I'm sort of trying to remove the circumstances from this.
I get it, but
is he a
the
one?
Circumstances is everything in this.
But it's not, because again, you're not comping yourself to just, because you're a 49er, you have to get paid less. Players going to be like, kick rocks.
Well, that's the reality of the situation.
Well, then and
that's why we are far apart on a deal.
We got a problem then.
Yeah, I think we might. On June 6th, this could be a long one.
We're sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite. We'll take some more of your calls on this coming up next. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply.
Whether or not he's a one, my bank is...
if you had offered him Amon-Ra St. Brown's deal, he would be there. Now, I don't know this to be fact, but I believe that to be the case.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm not trying to use this to toot our horn. I want to respond to a texter, though, because I think it's important, especially for those of you who maybe just tuned in and you didn't hear TJ Houshmandzadeh live. That was at 4 o'clock. Odyssey app, YouTube. Go back, check it out. Subscribe to all of the shows here at 95.7 The Game if you're there.
Or just keep listening for 20 more minutes.
There you go. I can also answer this by saying, why do you think Mark Grandy would lead with that today? Someone just texted in and said, enough speculation. Since when did TJ Houshmandzadeh become the lead negotiator for Ayuk? Let us help you out with that one.
Help him, Mark.
That is Brandon Ayuk's personal coach since before being in the NFL.
Help him out.
Brandon's agent's not coming on the air right now. That wouldn't make any sense. He's not doing that. This is literally, my opinion now, anywhere in sports media across the whole land, that's as close as you're going to get to Brandon Ayuk. We're not his mom and dad aren't on, his brother's not on, his girlfriend's not on, and his agent's not on. Like, I hope that you take that for what this is from us. We wanted to get TJ on all week because we feel like that is as awesome of an offering as you, the fan, can get into the Brandon Ayuk situation. And we also think it paid off in a massive way. He spit information that nobody has. Nobody was talking about the idea of, man, he would take the Amon-Ra deal in a heartbeat.
Right.
Lombardi was on our show yesterday saying it was way better than Amon-Ra. I don't even think Brandon thinks that, apparently.
Well,
according to his personal coach who's been texting with him on the daily.
Well, he might think that he's better than Amon-Ra, but at the same time, he can also want to get the deal that Amon-Ra got, and he would gladly accept $30 million a year and almost $40 million of that guaranteed over the course of 4 seasons. So, yeah, you can think you're better than a player, but also have not contract envy, but you can eye that contract and say, yeah, give me some of that.
Yeah.
Those things can be equally true.
No doubt. No doubt. The fact that Brandon Ayuk was optimistic 6 weeks ago and now is pessimistic. The fact that Brandon is feeling some kind of way and that there is a cost to holding this into August. There's all kinds of stuff that TJ gave us that are directly into the mind and the thinking right now today of Brandon Ayuk. I think that's as informative of a conversation as you're going to get the entire offseason.
Yeah.
When it comes to the Brandon Ayuk situation.
And think about what TJ said about 6 weeks ago. 6 weeks ago, Brandon Ayuk was ready to come on in, and he didn't want to work out with TJ because he thought that this thing might get done, and if the contract got done, then he would need to come in here and sign the deal and be a part of the 49ers. 6 weeks ago was the NFL draft, almost to the day.
Correct.
So you think about the timing of it, either going into the draft or just coming out of the draft. It seems like at that time, Brandon Ayuk thought that this thing was about to get done and didn't.
Here's the comment you're referencing.
I got a lot planned this summer with not just BA, a lot of the guys that I'm working with, the stuff and the things that we're going to do. But yeah, he'll be out for sure in the summer. But, you know, it was at one point he thought he may sign. So it was like, you know, I'm not going to come out because I might have to go when I sign. And so that optimistic outlook has turned into a pessimistic outlook now. Like, damn, at one point he thought, hey, I might be leaving soon. And so now it's like, I have no idea.
Okay. So, and then we followed up and asked, when was that optimism?
Probably about a month and a half ago, I would say. There was a little optimism in the air. Yeah, I would say, yeah. And you always think that, though, especially when you see certain guys have signed and you're like, okay, I'm comparable to this guy. This should be easy. Now let's get it done.
And now he's pessimistic?
It has to be pessimistic when you're not in minicamp, correct? Would you say so? You can't be optimistic when it's a mandatory camp and you're not there.
Third time is a charm. And now he's pessimistic?
It's the pauses. It's the information. But I figured out what I really love the most about it. And it's his use of high-pitched. He'll climb the ladder on you now. He'll high pitch you. And I'm looking at the exact.
He ain't better than me.
Thank you. He ain't better than me.
He ain't better than me.
He can't F with me.
TJ's the best.
He is the best.
He is the best.
The first round of the draft was exactly
6 weeks
a
ago.
month and a half ago. 6 weeks, 42 days, which is a month and a half.
Like today.
Exactly.
Today, Thursday.
42 days ago.
Yeah.
I love the internet. You Google how many days ago was April 25th. The answer is 42 days. Thank you, Google. You got to Google it?
Yeah.
He ain't better than me.
You got to Google it.
And thank you. It's everything about TJ. But yeah, so I'm thinking back 6 weeks ago, and it's the draft, and either coming out of it or going into it, he's probably feeling like, okay, you drafted Ricky Pearsall. I know the kid. He's a good receiver. Fire emoji.
Well,
now let's get this done.
And you didn't trade me.
Right.
That's how I felt. You come out of the draft. You didn't trade me. I'm about to go sign.
Exactly. He did a little TJ there. He climbed the ladder on me.
I'm about to go sign.
There's a little bit of Bill Byrne there, too, with your cadence. So here's what's going to happen. But it didn't happen. And so
it's confusing to me.
You see all these other receivers, pow, pow. You get 25 a year. You get 28 a year. And all these deals are firing off. And then Amon-Ra gets 30. And imagine being Brandon Ayuk, and you're like, I'm as good as all these guys, if not better. And forget Justin Jefferson, but you're sitting there thinking, where's my deal? And the Niners say, we're going to give you $23.5 a year for 3 years, $70 million over 3.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, hell to the no.
Right. But it is like I still, even after
you're right, though.
all that, I'm chilling.
Yeah, still.
I really don't think the Niners are in this space of like, we actually don't think you're that good, Brandon. And, oh, by the way, we got options. We're all in on Ricky Pearsall. I mean, my God. You know what I mean? Does the 49er organization need a reminder that first-round draft picks don't always work out? I don't care what they look like in camp. That's awesome. That's step one. There are other steps.
Many other steps.
There are other steps.
Such as playing with pads on and having other people attempt to tackle you.
Yeah, or playing with lights on. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh,
right. Yeah. So we're not there yet. We're not even close. That's an absurd idea.
Yeah.
Just let Pearsall take it. Good God. This team is trying to win a Super Bowl. And I would imagine that the 49ers are pretty obsessed with that idea. And if they're pretty obsessed with that idea, I think they'd be pretty obsessed with the idea of Brandon Ayuk being on their team.
Yes, and that is absolutely true. But at the same time, taking that as fact, you're not just going to break the bank and put yourself in a vulnerable spot going forward just to make sure Brandon Ayuk is happy and content with the deal he has.
But I would say this, and I wonder if you agree. And this is maybe why I've wrapped my head so easily around a guy who's one of our favorite players, potentially not being on the team sometime soon. If you did ask me, look, you got to lose one, Brandon or Debo, I don't even blink.
Right.
It's Debo. It's Debo for so many different reasons. He's 5 years older. He gets hurt more often. And as we move into the Brock Purdy era, quite frankly, I think he has shown less of a connection with the quarterback than Brandon. I love Debo Samuel, but if you're going to force me to get rid of one of them, it's definitely Debo.
And I would add the piece of Christian McCaffrey being able to do a lot of the things that Debo does.
Good point.
So, you needed Debo when you didn't have McCaffrey because you needed somebody to be a tough runner in spots, but now you have McCaffrey, so you don't really need Debo as much as he used to. And, he's making a lot of money. The cap hits $28 million this year, and then you can get out from underneath it. So I agree with you on that part of it.
All right, Grandy. So you're leading off with TJ here in a few minutes, huh?
Yep.
Okay. And what else? What else made the list? Or are you still in decision mode?
Something Giants related. I haven't decided exactly what. We got to react to a feel good win yesterday.
Absolutely, absolutely. Bobby Evans was good, but anyway, I'm just saying.
You're so desperate.
I'm not desperate.
Thirsty.
Just trying to, trying to lead the witness. No, I tell you where I do want to lead everybody, and that is to tomorrow. So the Steph Curry autographed jersey
is in play for one more day. You have 3 more chances. If I were you, lock in. Make sure you are right where you need to be. First of all day on 95.7 The Game. But if you're really going to pick and choose your spots, 7:30 in the morning with the roast, 12:30 around lunchtime with Steiny and Goo. Larry will be in. And 4:30 tomorrow with us will be your last chance to qualify for the Steph Curry autographed jersey and other Warrior prizes as well, which will be given away tomorrow during those calls and time slots, okay? So make sure you're doing that. Make sure you're staying tuned for Grandy because the TJ Hushman's out of thing, I think, is really important on the Brandon Ayuk conversation. That is what's coming up, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Would you like to do it again tomorrow?
I'll give you one more.
One more?
One more.
All right. We'll do one more.
One more.
For Tibbs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears. Well, now that we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, including all my favorite super secret hiding spots. So I can kill time in here by streaming my shows and...
Ha! Found ya.
The heck? How?
You left Find My tablet on.
This generation, ruining the game with their performance enhancers.
Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for a reliable connection throughout your home. Now through June 21st, get gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless plan and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Gig speed Wi-Fi requires gig internet and Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
Father's Day is Sunday, June 16th. Visit Shane Company for a great gift for Dad that will put a smile on his face. We have the largest selection of fine jewelry in every price range. From on-trend silver and gold chain necklaces in a range of styles to classic signet rings, every piece is expertly crafted and backed by our free lifetime warranty. Stop by our store or go to shaneco.com and we'll help you find the perfect gift for Dad. A Father's Day surprise he'll cherish forever. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Family Talk with Straight Talk.
You give and you give. It's time to get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data, and you get to choose who joins your family plan starting as low as $25 a line. Does it have to be family? It can be family or people you like.
Get more lines and more savings. Switch to Straight Talk for family plans starting as low as $25 a line per month for 4 lines. Find us at Walmart and straighttalk.com. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com. Family plan discount with 4 lines, all on the Silver Unlimited plan. Taxes and fees apply.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
I'm Dan.